Well, I just got back from this party, and honestly, it wasn't all that great. I mean, I've been to quite a few of these already, like quite a few of them, and this one was probably one of the worst ones I've been to. I'd give it a solid 0 out of 10. I mean, nothing really happened, which is probably why it was just boring. There's way too many fucking people, like an astronomical fucking number of people. It was so hot in there that I actually thought I was going to pass out and faint or something, because the heat, and my dumbass had a long sleeve shirt on, but, it was just so fucking hot in there, I actually felt like I was going to pass out. I was drenched in sweat. Everyone there smelled like shit, like complete donkey shit. You couldn't even walk around because everyone's just, like, on each other's ass and shit, just trying to get by. It was insanely crowded. College, like, dating in this shit, honestly, this is probably the worst, and I mean the worst place to ever find a relationship ever, period. I mean, good lord. I went with 2 other of my friends, and they, the whole time, were, like, trying to get with girls and shit. I mean, it was, like, kind of cringe, but let me like, explain, like, everything, because I tried to, like, get some footage and shit. I did get some footage, but it's just so bad. There's just so many people, and the music was so ear raped that I literally couldn't fucking hear anything. But, man, oh man, I just observe everything there, like, all the people approaching and shit, and all I can say, man, is just, it's impossible to pick up a fucking girl from these types of things. Let me just run down exactly what happened, because this is, like, pretty sad shit, what happened to my friend. I don't know where to start, because a lot of, like, I watched a bunch of fucking bullshit. Like, there are so many people. There's this kid jester maxing his balls off. If you don't know what that means, it's basically, like, clowning yourself and, like, trying to be the funny guy and, like, make people laugh. He was, like, standing on this thing, like fucking punching himself and, like screaming and, like, oh, look at me. He was, like, dancing, and, like, all the girls, like, ha ha ha, just laughing at him. Honestly, if you're gonna do that, it's not really the best fucking thing at all to get girls at all, making fun of yourself and, like, hurting yourself. Like, the dude was literally, like, punching himself in the face. He was like, oh, look at me. It was really cringe and hard to watch. He was, like, a short manlet, just got up on the fucking thing, and just, like, he stood up on this table. He's, like, dancing and, like, making an ass of himself. Really fucking cringe. I don't know what his goal was, if he wanted to, like, get a date or just impress people, but that's not the route to go at all. Like, I don't know why the fuck he was doing that. But where should I start? So before this whole party started, my one friend, he saw this girl that he recognized from, like, 2 years ago, because he used to go to the fucking college there, and he approached her and shit, and, he got her Snapchat or whatever, and he said to her, he's like, hey, we're having this fucking party tonight, you want to come? And she was like, yeah, fine, I'll go. And, he's just, like, talking to her, and then she's like, oh, and then, yeah, I'll go, cool. And, my one, manlet friend, who's, like, really short, was like, saying, like, oh, bro, you scored, she's coming to the party, bro, she definitely wants to be with you. And I was just thinking, like, maybe not. I mean, shit, like, maybe she just wants to go. And guys, this shit gets, like, worse. Like, I literally can't make any of this fucking shit up. Like, it's fucking insane. So, the party starts a few hours later. He invites her over. She's like, oh, can I bring some of my friends and shit? And so she brings her friends, which are, like, I don't know, they're just, like, your average girl. I mean, girls, you notice, like, girls don't go to these things by themselves. They usually go with, like, friends or some guy or something to, like, feel safe. And, like, it is what it is. Like, I get it. Like, I don't know. Like, that's just, like, a thing they do. They go in groups. But, so she comes there. And keep in mind, guys, she was not attractive at all. And he even knew it. My friend was just trying to get laid. I mean, that's literally what he told me. And that's what we were saying to him and shit. He's like, yeah, I know she's ugly, but I'm just trying to, get laid, lose my virginity already. He's like, what the fuck, And we were like, yeah, it is what it is. And let me run down her looks. She had, like, a pill head, like, her head was in the shape of a pill. She had really, really crooked teeth. Like, her teeth were, like, super fucking crooked. She had bug eyes, like really, her eyes were, like, really weird. Like, they, like, bulged out for some reason. And her nose was, like, really big and, like, crooked. I don't know what race she was. I think she had dark skin, so I don't know what race she was or any of that. But, so she comes over to the party and starts talking to my friend, the one that invited, and he thinks he's, like, gonna score with her, and I am too, because, like, I noticed, because she's not a looker, like I said, she's a solid 2 out of 10. That's not even being mean. I mean, she literally didn't look attractive at all to any of us, but my friend, who's actually, decent looking, he's probably your average guy, like, he's fine, he's not too tall. Well, it just kind of, like, hurts him. He's, like, 5'10", a little kind of short. I mean, 5'10", obviously girls prefer a 6-foot guy, but you honestly don't even, like, notice the difference between 5'10" and 6 foot. So he's, like, 5'10". He's not below average at all. He's, like, a decent looking fucking guy. And so they're talking, and while they're talking and shit, like, it's just so awkward. Like, I'm just watching them, just looking at them. They don't know I'm watching them. I'm just, like, watching, like, the whole interaction and shit. And just, like, cringing, and like, he is too, because, like, the whole thing was, like, awkward. Like, she was just the awkward as fuck person, like, super shy, and he was, like, trying to genuinely talk to her and say shit, and she just wasn't interested. She wasn't showing any interest at all. But my friend was, like, trying his ass off, and I thought, like, maybe something would happen, maybe he'd, like, get laid or some shit. But the whole fucking time, like, she just keeps leaving him. Like, literally, she'll walk away from him, and then this is what my dumbass, she'll walk away from him, she'll start talking to, like, other guys and other people there, and my friend will follow her and, like, try to talk to her. Then she'll walk away to another people, then he'll follow her, and I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? So he like, comes up to me, and I'm like, just stop following her, she's obviously not interested and shit. And this is where it gets bad. So I already know, like, just give up. There's literally no point. She keeps walking away from you. It's obvious. Like, you just said you're the most awkward conversation on the planet. So she keeps fucking walking away from him, and he's like, bro, what should I do? Should I just go up to her right now and say I want you? And I just started cringing my ass off when he said that. I'm like, dude, don't simp for her, man. That's so bad. She's a 2 out of 10. You're like, what the fuck? Why would you say that? Like, go up to her. Imagine that shit. Imagine having, because he was literally about to do that until he talked to me. He's like, I'm just ready to go up to her and say I want you. I was like, dude, what the fuck, man? Just let that shit go. And anyway, he's like, fine, and she lets her go. She ends up leaving with this other dude who completely height mogged him. If you don't know what mogging is, it's basically when you basically look better. He was taller than him by a long shot. He was, like, taller than me too, and I'm fucking tall. He was, like, 6 foot like 5 probably. Definitely, he was probably one of the tallest fucking kids there. And she just, like, left with him, and my friend was, like, so, like, fucking devastated. I, like, felt so bad for him, dude. Like, the whole night he was just, like, going in a rage, like, just talking about it. He wouldn't stop talking about it. He's like, bro, this doesn't make any sense. Bro, she's a 2 out of 10. She's ugly. Like, I'm actually decent, bro. What the fuck, bro? Why didn't she go with me, bro? And I'm just like, dude, she fucking saw a better opportunity and took it. Like, what do you want me to tell you, I mean, shit, dude. The guy she left with, she was talking to this dude, like, smiling and laughing. Like, I was watching. Like, my friend wasn't really, like, paying attention. But she kept, like, walking away from my friend, like, after he, like, kept beta male orbiting and trying to, like, talk to her. She fucking finds, like, this group of dudes and is, like, talking to this guy, who's, like, fucking, and she's, like, laughing and shit, and, like, you could tell, like, they're getting along and shit. And I just really felt bad for my friend. I mean, we came back to the house, and he was just, he kept talking about it. He's like, I don't understand, bro. What the fuck? She wasn't even good looking. I should have hit, bro. I should have hit her, bro. I should have fucked her, bro. What's going on, bro? This doesn't make any sense. And he just wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. I'm just like, dude, that's how it is. I mean, that's just how it works, you know. She saw a better opportunity and took it. I don't know what to tell you. Just get over it and just do something else, dude. Like, shit, he just would not stop talking about it, you know. And then she started texting him like late at night and shit, like all this random bullshit. And get this is where it gets really brutal. He said something like, are you doing something tomorrow? Like, he said that to her. Like, she just randomly hit him up like in the midnight and shit. And she said like, oh, he said to her, like, she was saying all this weird shit. He didn't even know how to respond because she was just talking about, like, you know, some stupid shit. And he said, are you doing anything tomorrow? And she said, why? And I was like, oh no. And then he said because I want to see you tomorrow, like, or I want to hang out with you tomorrow. And then she said, why? And I was like, it's over. Like, it's so, I just told him, dude, stop fucking texting her and shit. And then he just keeps getting more and more mad. He's like, dude, I don't understand. She's ugly, bro, and she didn't go for me because I'm actually decent looking, you know. And let me explain something what I kind of notice with these parties and shit. Usually these parties aren't ratioed. They never are. All the times I've ever been to these stupid college parties that I sometimes have fun at, they're never ratioed evenly. There's always more guys than girls. I don't think there's ever been an even number of guys and girls or more girls than guys. There never ever is. It's usually more guys. So that in itself is obviously gonna leave people out of the dating game. But still, dude, like, it just fucking, it's pointless to even try at these things anyways, because it's just like such a bad environment. My other friend, who's a manlet, he's like 5'5". When we got there, he was literally talking to every fucking girl he could, and I was like, oh shit, you know, good for him for fucking, you know, trying and shit. I mean, let's see what happens. But I was just like watching him the whole time, just talking to all these fucking girls. He talked to every girl, and they were just showing like their body language that they were just uninterested in him. There's this one girl, this blonde-haired girl that was taller than him. She was probably like 5'10" or something. She kept having to look down at him to talk, and I was like, ooh, like, that's bad. Like, and you could tell she was so uncomfortable, like, just by the body language of some of these girls he was talking to. You could just tell they were uncomfortable. Some of them, like, even laughed and shit. Like, I saw when he walked away, they would just look at him and laugh. I didn't tell him because, like, I didn't want to make him feel even worse. But yeah, man, it's just fucking brutal out here in these fucking college parties. It's literally the worst fucking place to ask out girls. So yeah, they're just like clowning on him and shit. And these guys, man, there, they're all thirsty as fuck. They are just like trying whatever they can to get with any of these girls, dude. Like, they will jester max. There's a couple of jester maxers there that were just trying to like dance and be a super clown. And like, there's this one kid, he was like so weird, dude. He was the creepiest fucking weirdo kid, and that in itself is like just so fucking bad. Like, he was just like a creepy weirdo dude, and he was like really short too, and like all the girls were just like uncomfortable. I was just watching this kid. They were so fucking uncomfortable because of how fucking weird this kid was. And you want to know what I noticed? Like, with this whole, this confidence shit, I mean, what really is fucking confidence, you know? Because no one as long as you're not, like, a fucking creepy weirdo, it doesn't fucking even matter if you're confident or not, you know what I mean? Like, that's just fucking bullshit, dude. Like, let's say this shit, for example. Let's say you're not confident and you're awkward and shy, but you're fucking super good looking. Like, you're the best looking one at the party, but you're super awkward and shy, you know? Then the girls will see you as, oh, he's so cute. He's the shy, awkward, cute guy. Oh my God, he's so quirky. But, you know, if there's a guy who's, like, ugly as shit and shy and awkward, they're just gonna be like, oh, fuck that guy. Like, you know what I mean? So, you just can't win with that shit. I mean, and the guys there too, there weren't even that many like guys that were fucking I hype mocked the fuck out of those motherfuckers. Like, there's so many short people. I think there was only like 2 or 3 guys that were taller than me. Like, I hype mocked these motherfuckers so bad. Like, I was like towering over everybody. I don't know why the fuck everyone was so short there. But yeah, like, this whole fucking like, oh, if you're awkward and shy, bro, you're not gonna get any girls except for when you're fucking good looking. And the girls are like, oh my god, he's so cute, he's awkward, shy, and mysterious, oh my god. Like, can't you see that happening? I don't know, dude. That's exactly what I fucking see happening. But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, shit. This kid, though, man, like, he was like bugging out. Like, he was like cracked out of his head. And he was just, like, being a fucking creepy weirdo, dude. And, like, that in itself, like, a combination of his looks and his fucking him being creepy just fucking made all these girls, like, so fucking uncomfortable. I mean, holy shit, dude. He had, like, a really weird-shaped face, too, and he was, like, super short, like, probably, like, 4'11". I just felt bad for the kid. And he was jester maxing really fucking hard. He was, like, getting on the table with this other kid, and they were just dancing and screaming and shit. It was really, really fucking hard to watch. They were like punching each other, and everyone was like, oh my god, ha. Like, so cringe to watch. But yeah, I just observed all this fucking shit happening, and it's just so bad, dude. For your average guy, you're just really fucked at these things. I mean, holy shit. You want to know what else I think it is? And I noticed this with every single thing, like, about the party. All the girls, they don't start the conversations first, you know, at all. I was just, that from, like, all these things I go to, I noticed they don't start the conversations first. It's always, you'll get the guys will just come up to the girls. And I noticed that, like, just watching it, like, there'd be one guy going up to this group of girls, talking to each individual one, and then the guy would leave, and then another guy would come up and talk to all the girls, and then leave, and then another guy, and then, so just a bunch of guys. The girls are just waiting to be approached. I mean, that's just how it is. It's like a norm to have the guy approach. I mean, that's just how it works. And yeah, I feel like that kind of makes the female ego fucking high, because, you know, you get all these guys approaching you, talking to you and shit, and then they're probably like, oh, let me pick the best one that, you know, talk to me, the best one, looking one, or whatever, that, you know, because, like, my friend talked to all these fucking girls that were getting talked to by, like, all these other guys, and nothing even happened from it, like, and he was even saying that shit when he got back. He was pissed. He's like, bro, this shit, it sucks talking to these girls, bro. They just say the same shit over and over, and, oh, how are you doing? What's your major? And he's like, it goes nowhere, bro. It's over. Yeah, I mean, shit, dude. These things are fucking brutal. I really don't see any hope in getting a relationship at one of these college parties at all. And if you're, like, a kid watching this, going to these college parties, I mean, you're really fucked here, because it's probably the worst environment to fucking pick up any. You probably have more success cold approaching some random on the fucking streets than at a party, dude, because you can't hear anybody. The music is beyond ear rape. Like, you can't even hear your own fucking thoughts. Like, it's that fucking loud. It is insane. It hurts your ears. And the amount of people, too, dude. And like I said, the fucking ratio problem. That's always a problem when I go to these things. There's always a lot of guys, and it's probably like there's, like 70% is guys and 30% is girls. So obviously people are going to be left out. And not even considering the girlfriends that actually have boyfriends, because a lot of those girls had boyfriends, you know. A lot of them did. And whenever, like, they'd say that shit, like, we'd just walk away. They'd be like, oh, I have a boyfriend, and then they just fucking walk away. It was like, it's fucking stupid. But yeah, I mean, this is just not a good place. I mean, there were lots of ugly girls there. Lots of them. I don't know, they just were not attractive at all, and they were still getting hit on by these guys. That's just how it is. I mean, the guys weren't even the good looking. No one in the party was fucking good looking at all in this shit I went to. Like, literally, like, barely anybody, even the girls. So, I mean, You know, everyone was if anything, everybody could have fucking looks matched there, but I guess not. I still can't believe that girl that my friend fucking invited, the really ugly girl, she left with this guy, dude, that was taller than him and shit. I fucking feel so bad. But dude, I don't even know what else to say. I know I'm gonna forget some shit to say, and I'm gonna be like, oh shit. But these college parties, dude, it's really over for your average everyday fucking looking kid, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know. Even if you're a 7 out of 10 as a guy, you're kind of screwed. I mean, none of these girls are really looking for relationships there too in the first place. Like I said, they all got fucking boyfriends and bullshit, and I don't know. It's just like annoying as fuck. I wouldn't even know where to start with this shit because they're usually really, really drunk and just really off of some kind of drug. So they're kind of cracked out. They just like slur their words and like talk all weird and shit while you're trying to have a genuine conversation. It's just really weird. There's this one girl like I was talking to that had like, she was out of it, dude. Like on Mars, like she was on something, and I was just talking to her, trying to have a normal conversation. She's like, I like your hair. Like, it was so weird. She's like, you look cool. And just walked away. Like, it was so weird. I was like talking to her for 2 minutes, and like just mid-sentence she just walks away. I was like, nice. Like, so fucking weird, dude. It's like these people have no social skills. And you want to know what I noticed too? None of these fucking people are happy, dude. Even the ones with that are getting laid at this shit, the guys, the girls, the ones in relationships, they're all fucking depressed and angry as fuck over there. Like really, it's fucking weird. There's this one kid literally having sex. I'm not even bullshitting. Literally having sex with a girl in the middle of the party, like up against the wall. And I'm just looking at them like, what the fuck? The dude's got his pants down, and the girl's like, it's fucking gross. And I'm just looking at this shit like, is anyone seeing this shit? Am I fucking like what the fuck is this? And I went up to my friend's fucking room, you know, his frat room, to get away from everybody, because like the shit was ending, and it was just so hot down there that I just couldn't fucking do any of that shit. So I just went up there the last 5 minutes of the party, because it was just so goddamn hot, and he had nice air conditioning. So I just was laying on his bed, and this fucking dude, the dude that was fucking the chick against the wall, you know, comes in and shit, and he just lays on the floor next to me, like literally right next to me. And he's like pissed drunk and passed out, and I'm just asking him about this shit, like, and he's literally going like super deep. He's like, bro, he's like, no matter how much pussy I get, bro, I'm always fucking depressed. He's like, I hate this shit, man. And he was like so fucking drunk too. He's like, I want to kill myself, bro. He's like, I'm never happy. And I was like, whoa, dude, like, what the fuck? And he's like, bro, shit, all these fucking girls and shit, they don't fucking stick around, bro. It's bullshit. And he was just like getting really fucking like depressed and shit. He was like having like saying the same shit I was like fucking saying. He's like, bro, he's like, even the girl I was fucking, she just didn't seem interested. And I was like, rape? Like, what? How could you have sex with someone who's not interested? Like, what the fuck? But yeah, and he was like crying about this shit. He's like, bro, he was like, I could get all the pussy in the world, it doesn't mean shit. And he was just like opening up and being like really fucking weird while we're just laying down like on the shit. Just this random kid, I don't even know who the fuck he is. And this shit it was like so funny. But I just don't think these fucking people are happy in general, dude. I swear to God, Gen Z is the fucking doomer generation. Just anybody. Like, some people are worse than others, but fuck, dude. I feel like all these people, like, with this hookup bullshit too, they're just fucking genuinely fucking unhappy. Monogamy is dead. This hookup culture shit is stupid. Dating is dead. I mean, dude, why can't these girls... I feel like even if you do get a girl at one of these parties, they're not going to be monogamous, you know? They're just going to cheat on you and shit. And it's not to say the guys won't do that either, because guys fucking do. Guys and girls do. I mean, duh. But I feel like if you're like one of like a person like any of us, like my friends or anybody at the party, you know, you're just like scared as fuck that the girls are gonna like cheat on you and shit. So you're gonna like isolate them from like talking to other guys and shit because you're insecure. I mean, it really would happen because like there's this one girl we were talking to. She was saying how like she cheated on all her fucking boyfriends and shit, and it's like, why would we trust you to be in a relationship with you? Like, what the fuck? Like, you just admitted to cheating on tons of boyfriends and shit. Like, it was so weird. I was laying on this fucking my friend's bed, and like all these people just start coming in the room and laying down next to me, just talking about shit. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, it's like dude, literally everyone is fucking depressed at these things too. It's like no one's happy at this shit at all. It's just like they're just doing it to escape, you know, from their shitty lives. And yeah, like I said, dude, if you're not attractive at these things, then there's really no point to go, at all. Like I said, the ratio is fucked. There's way more fucking men than girls. And the confidence shit is just fucking dumb as fuck, dude. Like, literally, what the fuck? Because literally all you're doing is talking to a girl, like you're talking to people. Just like if I'm confident, I'm gonna be like a little more energetic and like, oh yeah, I got this. Yeah, look at me, I'm the shit. It's the same fucking shit as just talking to someone. It literally the confidence doesn't do shit. It's the same thing as just having a conversation. It's fucking stupid. You know, and if you're a manlet at these things, it's fucking like, that's so bad, dude. Like, I felt horrible for my one friend, dude. He approached every girl, and I was like getting excited for him. I was like, dude, you know, maybe he's got hope and shit, because he approached everyone, girls that were shorter than him, taller than him, just like in hopes to get a number or like their Snapchat or whatever. I don't use any of that bullshit, Snapchat, fucking Instagram, fuck social media, but he was trying to get all their like whatever the fuck these kids use, Snapchats, whatever the fuck. Unsuccessful with 100%. I mean, it's bad. I mean, it's not his fault either, because some of them have had boyfriends. But who knows? Maybe that could be a cover up to like be a not, you know, they want to reject him, so they'll just say they have boyfriends and shit. I mean, it was brutal. He just had genuine conversations with these girls, and they just all shot him down. And for my one friend that had he invited this really ugly 2 out of 10 girl just for her to, like, you know, leave him every 5 seconds and talk to this other dude and leave with him. Like, she literally put my friend's fucking self-esteem in the toilet and shit. Like, he could not stop talking about it. He couldn't get over it. He was just talking about it all night. And I was like, dude, you know, I feel your pain. That shit sucks. Like, but it is what it is. You gotta fucking move on from that shit. Like, what the fuck? There's no way I'm gonna be stuck on a rejection from a 2 out of 10 girl for like more than a day. Like, I don't know, dude. I'm telling you guys, if you're a fucking Gen Z kid and this shit, going to these college parties, trying to pick up girls, your success rate is beyond low. I mean, we're talking like the less than 1% here. But if you're, you know, it depends on your looks, like, as I fucking say, always, like, looks determine pretty much every fucking thing. But like, even these kids that were jester maxing, you know, trying to compensate their height and looks for just clowning themselves on the fucking, just by dancing and like punching each other, it just didn't work for them. Like, I just was watching them. They probably go home really depressed too. I mean, shit. Just everyone there is just like, you're just kind of screwed when it comes to relationships there. You just genuinely don't get one there. Like, it's just not how it works. You have like such a low percent. I mean, even if you're fucking attractive, let's say you're like a super top tier dude who's like a fucking 9 out of 10. Like, your success there is still not guaranteed. Like, you're not guaranteed anything no matter how you fucking look. You know? You're not guaranteed shit. Like, even these 9 out of 10 dudes, because there's this one dude who was like a super Chad, and he left with that ugly girl, but still, he fucking like wasn't guaranteed shit. Like, I don't even know what they did, if they hooked up or whatever, but still, like, if you're like a super Chad at this shit, you're not guaranteed shit. These girls can still fucking reject you. Like, honestly, if you're a girl at these things, it really is easy to get with any guy there. Because they, like, I don't know what's wrong with these dudes, dude. Like, they're just fucking overly thirsty for these girls. They will do and say anything. Like I said, jester max their ass off by, like, dancing like a clown and screaming and hitting themselves. Like, and they get no relationship or anything from it. They just embarrass themselves. Like, they will do anything, dude. Like, these guys, they'll fucking, like, persuade, manipulate these girls, say anything, do anything to just sleep with them. It's fucking insane, dude. It's just stupid as fuck. And you notice in these environments, everyone's competing against each other for these girls. Like, everyone in the room is just competing, and it's just like, dude, fuck that stupid shit. It's like just one big competition. That's just not a fucking good place to pick up girls and shit. Like, these college parties, just dating in general nowadays is just, like, fucking so ass backwards and shit. It's fucking really difficult for men, like, beyond difficult. I mean, luckily, like, I'm still young and shit. I still, you know, I got some hope, you know, I got hope. I'm not gonna, like, because I'm still young and shit, but who knows, as I get older, I mean, shit, you know, that I don't want to have no hope when I'm, like, fucking 30 or 40 and shit. But, man, it sucks. It's so bad, dude. Like, if you guys were, like, in this shit right now, like, experiencing all these parties I go to, you'd notice, like, it's just a horrible place to be. I don't like, find myself comfortable in any of those, like, scenarios and shit. And, like, just watching everybody flopping their asses off with girls and trying too hard and doing this and that. And, you know, it's just really weird. And like I said, if you're a girl there, all you have to do is wait to get approached, you know, by anybody, guys, girls, because the girls, just everyone talks to them. It's just how it is. Girls don't usually approach guys. I mean, sometimes they will, but for the most part, no, they don't. But yeah, that's pretty much how it is. Dating is I'm going to end it with this shit. Dating is very difficult for average and below average men. It doesn't mean it's fucking impossible, but shit, dude, it's beyond difficult. I mean, these girls really do have it on easy mode with dating at these college parties. I mean, they can seriously get with any, like, just look at that one example. That girl left with that other dude. Like, who knows what happened with that guy? And yeah, I mean, it's just tough out here. I'm not gonna, like, complain over it, because I didn't bitch or complain once at this shit. I just went, came home, heard my friends, you know, venting to me, just saying, like, oh, this is bullshit. We approached so many girls and got rejected. This is bullshit and all this shit. I just was like, yeah, that's how it is. You know, I wasn't, like, a bitch about any of this shit. I just went, observed shit, and it is what it is. You know, I always do that. I always fucking observe everything. I just watch everything and just see how just everyone interacts with each other. Because, like, I'm not going to be, like, one of these fucking people on here that with, like, no fucking experience, like, telling you, like, oh, fucking, it's, like, all this shit, like, you know what I mean? I'm not going to be like, oh, it's impossible to get a girlfriend, even though, like, you haven't fucking tried and shit. Like, I've seen these motherfuckers try. I'm literally there at these fucking parties watching these fucking people. Like, I go to these parties quite a lot, you know, and just watching these people flopping their asses off, and, like, it's just insane. Like, the dating game nowadays, online dating doesn't help. So what are your real options? You know, I don't know. I'd say cold, because definitely 1,000% at these fucking parties, you're not gonna have shit cold approaching. Like, your chances are very fucking low. And it's really, the sad part about this whole thing is both of my friends were fucking so hyped and happy. They're like, bro, we're gonna, because they had so much confidence. They had so much confidence that they were gonna get laid tonight, or last night, whenever the fuck. And it just didn't fucking happen. They just fucking flopped. And we went home at, like, the party was really short too. It was like from 10:30 to like 12 or some shit. We ended up walking home at like 1 a.m. And that's when they just vented to me, like, they were just, like, so stoked and happy they thought they were gonna, like, score. And I did too. I, like, fucking had high hopes, but, you know, this shit just never happens. Like, you know how many times we've been to this shit where we fucking, you know, we'll be like, oh shit, you know, you guys are gonna get laid, oh my god, like, we have, like, hype for this shit, and then just come out with nothing 100% of the time. Like, it kind of sucks. But like I said, I'm not gonna fucking bitch about it at all. Like my friends are a whole different story. They were just crying and complaining the whole night about this shit, and I was just like, I felt really bad for them. You know, my friend getting, like, fucking completely, like, the body language, they were just like, oh, like, get away from me type of shit. He didn't really pick up on it that much. He did with this one girl, and he got, like, really upset, and I was like, oh, dude, that's brutal. Like, I feel bad. Like, I end up, the funny part is, I end up feeling depressed, not because of myself, but for my friends and shit that get fucking rejected. Because, like, I know what that shit's like, and, like, it's just sad to watch. But, yeah, it is what it is. Hopefully, hopefully I'll get, you know, the hope is still there. I'll let you guys know what the fuck happens at another one of these that I go to, you know, soon. If some shit happens. Probably not, but, you know, we'll fucking see. Humans are evolving too fast and we don't even know it. I mean, holy shit. Do you guys realize, like, how new, like, everything is? Like, I never actually, like, you know, took the time to actually realize how new society is and technology is. I mean, holy shit. Movies and TV, you know, they haven't even been around for 100 years, you know? I think that is one. Even cars, you know? The fucking cars came out, what, 1913. Like, everything is just so fucking new. Like the point I'm trying to make is, take a look at society 70 years ago compared to now. It's just fucking insane, like, the progress, like, how fucking fast. And no one seems to realize that shit. But, you know, what I was trying to say was, you know, we're evolving so fast and we already ran out of ideas for everything, you know? Like, you wonder why everyone's fucking depressed. It's because, like, TV, movies, everything has been done before. And movies and TV haven't even been around for that long, and we're already out of ideas. You know, we have to keep rebooting these shitty fucking movies that, you know, no one gives a fuck about, like, 20 times. It's fucking ridiculous. And music, too. Music is dead as fuck. I mean, it's just the same shit at this point. Like, we already ran out of music ideas and shit. You know, genres, that shit didn't take long. You know, like, actual recorded music. What I mean by that is, like, you know, CDs, fucking, now everything's, like, on the phone and shit. I mean, you know, at least back then, you know, with CDs and shit, it was, like, easier to become an artist. Now you get paid through, like, what, streams? I don't know how the fuck that works. That shit doesn't make sense. Like, this whole, like, people getting paid, like, to do TikToks and stuff and all that shit doesn't even make any sense, you know? Because you're not, like, doing anything that, like, contribute to society, and they just pay you based on, like, ads and stuff. I don't know how that's, like, that just seems like a waste of money, like, to give to somebody. Like, these people on TikTok make so much fucking money because they get, like, millions and millions of views and shit. And it just doesn't make sense. Like, no wonder, like, everyone wants to be a fucking influencer and all that shit. I mean, I understand that, because, like, no one wants to be a wage slave. But, like, dude, everything is just so fucking, like, everything's been done before. The world is basically now is just, that's why everyone's a fucking nihilist and doesn't give a shit about everything, because everything's been done before and everything is pointless now. You know, I mean, shit, we've pretty much stopped evolving, you know? I mean, if we're already, like, keep on rebooting these shitty movies and can't come up with any new music genres, you know, hear this. I've been, for, like, what, 15 years, the same bullshit music on fucking the radio. Like, dude, it's so bad. Like, pop music and rap will never die out. You know, they will last forever. I guarantee you that. Electronic music, you know, like trap, dubstep, rap, that's the only genres that are going to be relevant in, like, a decade. I mean, holy shit, even look at the 2000s compared to now. I mean, there's so much has changed in just such a short amount of time, dude. I mean, holy fuck, and these phones, it's just gonna get worse from here on out. I know people say, like, oh, society's gonna collapse, but no, I don't think society's ever gonna collapse. I just think, like, everyone's gonna be fucking angry and, like, miserable and lonely. That's my prediction. Like, for the future, it's just gonna keep going up more and more and more, like, people just being miserable and angry and just lonely. Like, I could just see that happening, because it's already happening now. I mean, holy shit, dude. There's, like, really nothing you can do about it. I mean, you can't even connect with people nowadays because everyone's off in their own little fucking bubbles and worlds and shit. I don't know. It's just sad, like, and weird to think about how fucking fast we're evolving, you know, as a society, like, with every fucking thing. I can't even imagine 200 years from now, because you want to know something, like, 200 years before, like, what would we be in, it would be 1821. I mean, you can't even compare. Like, if you took someone from 1821 and plopped them in 2021, they'd be mind-fucked. I can't even imagine 200, 300, 1,000 fucking years from now. Like, holy shit. I can guarantee you we're gonna have some shit where you can, like, plug your brain into, like, a computer and, like, you live in a virtual fucking fantasy. I could just see that shit happening. Then that would be the downfall of society, you know, because no one would get rewarded for everything. Everyone's just like, oh, I can be on the internet in my head, you know, in the comfort of my own home and shit. Like, then that's probably when society would be a little fucked. But I mean, holy shit, dude. Even now, like, everyone has everything already. The internet gives everybody everything. I mean, for example, like, with porn or whatever, people don't even have to, like, get in relationships anymore. Just sit at home coping and just jerking off all day playing video games. I mean, even though you're miserable, it's like, why even bother with, like, half of this shit, you know? And that's sad. I do wish I could, like, live in a different time zone or an era, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm born now, so. But yeah, it's just fucking insane to think about. Even, like, let's pretend, like, 20 years from now. I can't even imagine what kind of technology we'll have then. I mean, shit. I'm excited and curious, but not really, to see, like, the future, like, 1,000 years from now. That'll be kind of cool. But yeah, that's my thoughts on this shit. Society is fucking evolving way too fast, and it's only been, like, 100 years, like, in just all this technology and shit, and everyone's already bored and miserable. It's, like, it hasn't even been that long, so yikes. I don't know what the future is going to hold for, like, the next couple, like, decades with these next generations, but holy fuck, dude. Definitely can't be good, I mean. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. Alright. Today I'm going to tell you how a teacher, my Spanish teacher in high school, thought I was a school shooter. And this shit used to make me so mad, like, because there was, like, a running joke in the school, like, oh, he's the school shooter. Like, it was a joke, like, even though, like, obviously I'd never do some stupid shit like that. I was just a normal kid. And they used to just, like, say that, you know, it wouldn't really, like, affect me that much. I wouldn't, like, cry about it or anything. I'd just be like, all right. Like, it was just like a meme, like a joke, like, with me. Like, people would just say, oh, you look like a school shooter. You're going to shoot up the school. You know, it was just a running joke. But I mean, my fucking teacher, like, you don't realize how, like, mad, like, my mom was, too, after I told her this shit. Like, she was about to go down to the school when I told her about all this shit, like, and just fucking start, like, yelling at the people for, like, because let me explain something. My teacher, my Spanish teacher, she would always make jokes and shit like a child. Like, she was a child, like mad childish. She would always be like, oh, you know, you're gonna shoot up the school, and she would be, like, weird to me. She was, like, scared of me. I'm like, fuck off, like. And obviously, like, I'm just a normal fucking, it's just a fucking, like, why do people, like, think that shit? Like, did any of you guys, like, growing up, have people call you a school shooter? It was because of the way I looked, but, like, dude, it's just, that shit was annoying when the teacher started doing it. You know, the kids, whenever all the kids would say that shit, I didn't give a fuck. But when the teacher and shit started saying it to, like, the whole class, and, like, it was just annoying. Like, she would literally say, like, oh, he's gonna shoot everybody hide, you know, be fucking annoying, make these childish jokes. I mean, you're a teacher. Like, I could have got her fired for that. My mom was right, you know. Could have got her fired for that shit. If I, like, brought a recorder to school and, like, recorded her saying that shit, she would always be like, oh, check his backpack for a gun, oh my god, like stupid shit. It's like, you're a fucking teacher, why are you fucking saying this shit about me? Like, do your fucking job and teach. Why are you fucking... It was every day too, and she would always like be so weird around me. Like, she would always be like creeped out around me. Like, the whole vibe, like, she genuinely thought I was gonna like shoot people, and that's just like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like, it's just so stupid. Like, I'm the complete opposite of that. I was like the nicest fucking kid in school. I didn't give a shit about like, you know, any of that. And she would always be like, oh, you're gonna shoot everybody, ha ha ha, and like laugh about it, and like to the whole class, and like the whole class would like say that shit too, like, oh, you're gonna shoot us today. It's just like fucking annoying. And like my teacher would like make this whenever she'd talk to me, because like she had to for like the shit, like the because it was a Spanish class, like we'd have like one-on-one like interviews and shit. She'd always be like so creeped out, like her whole mood, like you notice this shit, guys, like you will notice like someone's behavior, and like she would like creep away and like back up and just be fucking weird. And I used to be like, what the fuck, like, because I don't even think it was a joke. Like, she genuinely thought I was gonna shoot people. I was like, what the fuck? And I remember coming home and telling my mom one day, she got so fucking mad. She was like, she said what? And I was like, she's been making jokes that I'm gonna shoot everybody. She was like, literally like grabbed her car keys. I was ready to go down to the school, and I was like, no, like, it's fine. But yeah, dude, that shit's fucked up, dude. How are you gonna be? She was like 50 years old, like making jokes and like being dead serious. Like, she actually like was scared for her life. Like, I was gonna shoot her. Like, what the fuck? Like, cause that was around the time the Parkland shit happened, and like she was like scared of me and shit even more, and I'm just like, fuck off. Like, I remember one day, it was me and her alone in the classroom, cause I got there like super early. I had like lunch before, and I got there like really early, and it was just me and her in the class, and you can just feel the fucking vibe, feel the vibe. And she was like looking at me, and she's like fucking scared. And I just like had to say some shit. I'm like, are you scared? Like, what's the fucking deal and shit? I was like, do you think that I'm actually gonna like shoot people? And like, do you think I'm actually gonna be a school shooter? And she's like, no, but your vibe and your look, it just makes me uncomfortable and shit. I should have recorded that. I would have got her fired on the spot. But like, she was basically like saying like, oh, with your look, I mean, you keep to yourself, you're really quiet, you're a little mysterious, and like, it comes off as creepy, and you say and do some weird things, and because like I used to like, I guess, like say stupid and weird shit in class, because I guess that's, I don't know, like she'd overhear me. She said she would like hear me talk about like weird shit. And like, yeah, I remember that shit. She would listen to my conversations. Like, because I had like a lot of people I knew in that class. She'd listen to my conversations, and she'd come over. She'd be like, what'd you say about that? Like, she'd be like concerned and shit. I'm like, I'm just fucking talking to my friend and shit. Did I hear you talking about a gun? Like, fuck off. I was talking about like fucking Call of Duty and shit. Like, Jesus Christ. I was a kid, man. Just most unprofessional, childish shit. I don't know, man. Any of you guys have like teachers and kids at school, call you a school shooter and shit, even though you're the complete fucking opposite and you're just, a normal, like, nice kid? I mean, it's just fucking like weird, I always like, people would always say that shit. I don't know. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. Old ways of doing them simply do not work now. Especially like dating advice in general about anything. How we're all taught like, oh, respect your elders, and they're the wisest ones, they need to lead the younger generations. Like, I'll make a counter argument that shit is just simply not true, because how the fuck can these old people who are like in their 60s, 70s, 80s, plus, have any clue about what's going on now as a kid? They're not growing up now in the 21st century, 2020. They're not a teenager in the 2010s or any of that shit. They're clueless. Like, for some reason, it's like in their heads, they cannot fathom that life has changed even in the slightest. They probably think like, oh, my old dating advice is gonna work for these youngsters. Like, let me give an example. Like, my dad, not too long ago, I was with my dad, and this motherfucker, we were at, like, this restaurant and shit, and there's this waitress that he was like, oh, she's cute, you should go for her, and blah, blah, blah. Like, he kept telling me, like, to, like, hit on her and shit, and, like, I'm just like, that's fucking cringe. She probably has a boyfriend. Like, there's just no fucking point in doing that shit. She was out of my league, too. She was fucking, way, like, there's no way, like, I would be able to pull a girl like that, so I was just like, fuck that, you know. My dad's like, oh, no, you can get any girl you want, you just gotta talk to her, and, you know, he was, like, basically saying all this weird shit. He's like, oh, I bet you're a sneaky dater or whatever, you swoop in from the sidelines. I had a friend who did that back in the day, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, Jesus Christ. And this, my dad fucking embarrassed me so bad. Like, he was saying, like, when we were paying and shit, he's like, oh, you got the check? He's like, oh, I forgot, you're fucking, you don't have a job and you gotta rely on dad to pay for everything. He's like, you're in your 20s, you don't have a job. And it just embarrassed me in front of that girl. So I was like, alright, well, fuck this shit, you know. That shit was fucking annoying. It's not like I would have fucking gone out with her anyway. I mean, I didn't even like her that much. Like, how the fuck can you... That just proves that looks matter. Like, Jesus Christ, my dad was like, oh, you gotta go for her, ask her out. She's, oh my god, she's so hot, even though I don't know anything about her. Like, it's just fucking, like, ridiculous. Like, oh, she's so hot, you gotta go out with her. And, like, I don't know, I just... Because I didn't know who the fuck... Like, she was just some random girl. Like, what the fuck? But, yeah. It's just fucking insane. Like, old ways of doing things just don't work now. Like, I'll always see, like, these boomers who are in their, like, 60s, 70s, like, crying about how, like, oh, people in their 20s, they're all neats, they don't have jobs, they don't go to school, they don't do this, they don't do that, they're all blah, 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 you know, crying about this shit. Like, even, like, not too long ago, like, one of my mom's friends was, like, saying, like, oh, she's, like, old as fuck and never had kids. She's like, oh, he's in his 20s, he's never had a job before. And, like, it's just shit like that. Like, they don't understand, like, that everything has changed now. Everyone, I swear to fucking God, everybody I went to school with is a NEET. Every single one of them. I do not know one person that is going to school or has a job except for, like, one or two. And they don't even have jobs. They've never had jobs. They're just going to school, you know? Just everyone's a NEET. The new norm now is to stay with your parents till you're, like, in your fucking 30s. Like, I swear to God, that's, like, a new norm. And I know it's stupid, but, like, dude, that's just how the fucking world is now. Like, no one drives either. I barely know anybody that, like, drives, like, has their own cars and shit. It's just, like, fucking stupid. Like, everything has changed. Like, look at Dr. Phil. That motherfucker is an outdated psychologist. Like, get somebody new in. His advice is trash, you know. He is 70 years old. He doesn't know shit about, like, dating. That dating could be any different. The dude, anybody who's old anyways, like, in their fucking 50s plus or 60s plus, any of that shit, they don't know what dating is like now because they don't have to, you know, date. They're either married, divorced, and not, you know, caring, you know, they're MGTOWing. No, I'm just kidding. But, like, they just don't know how to, like, how dating works now and how this online shit fucked everyone's, like, preferences up, you know, men and women. Like, Jesus Christ, you know. I mean, men don't even date anymore. We just get what we can get. They don't even understand that. They think, like, oh, if you're just out there and personality and kind and, you know, you'll get all the girls you want just by your personality. And no, it's looks first, personality later. Like, focus on your looks first. Like, Jesus Christ. They think that personality is going to get you somewhere. I mean, even my grandma, I was talking to my grandma, like, last year. She's, like, 104. And I was asking her about, like, how she met my grandpa. And I remember her specifically saying, like, she had to be with him, even though she didn't like him that much. Because, like, when they first started dating or whatever, she had to get married by the time she was 20, or else, like, it was, like, a norm back then to get married. When you're, like, a teenager to, like, 20, or else you were, like, an outcast from society. And, like, she was saying that shit and said, like, she settled for my grandfather because, like, he provided and shit, and, like, she just stayed home and wasn't allowed to have a job. I mean, they got married in like the 40s, I think. 50s, 40s, no, 30s or 40s. I don't know. She's 104. That's fucking old. But like, yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how much shit has like changed for the worst. I mean, Jesus Christ. She even told me like he went away like when they started like dating when they were like 16 or some shit, and like my grandfather had to go to like some, I don't remember exactly what, military, I have no idea, but for like a year he was gone, and she told me like she had like gotten with another dude or some shit and like broke up with him when he came back. I was like, Jesus Christ. And she said like, you know, they were married till my grandfather died. They were married for like 80 years or some shit. 80 fucking years, 70, 80 years. And like, whatever they did worked, you know. She just said like she had to rely on him for like money and shit. And, you know, they had their fucking struggles, but they were fine in the end, you know. They just stuck it out. But like, that shit just doesn't happen anymore. You know, girls can make their own money. If they see any instance of like toxicity in a relationship, they could just leave it and know they can get better. Like, honestly, I'd rather like if I'm in like a shitty relationship, I'd rather make that shit work instead of like move on. Like, all right, because girls do that a lot, you know. They see one like red flag or like one bad thing happens, and it might not even always be your fault, and then they'll just like leave you for another dude. It's like, fuck, you know. I mean, I don't know, even like 80% of women file for divorce. I mean, that's just fucking insane. And like, these old people just don't understand, like, oh, dating is different now? How could that be? You know? Oh, you know, life is different now as a teenager? Huh? I couldn't have guessed, you know. I know I didn't have an iPad and iPhone and technology when I was 18. I thought, you know, my advice would work. Fuck no. We have the internet and this bullshit. Everyone's living in a virtual fucking world now. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, that's what I think. I just think outdated advice doesn't work, and you should only listen to people that are within your age group, because like they're probably gonna know the best about shit. Because like that's just how it works, you know. We're evolving like together at the same time. Like, obviously old advice might work with old people. I mean, who fucking knows? But the world is changing so much, you know, and if you're growing up in it, this is why I think like kids are like the smartest. Well, pretty stupid, but like smart. You know, even though they're recording their stupid TikToks, they're like smart about shit. They know what works and doesn't work, you know. They know that like sitting in front of a camera and lip syncing gets you $1 billion. So yeah, that's what I think about this shit. I just don't think old advice works for young people. All right, today I'm gonna tell you how confidence works, like how it actually like fucking works. You know, not this like people say like, oh, just be confident. It's gonna save you, bro. It's gonna be the savior of everything, and you're gonna get all the girls being confident and blah blah blah. Like, no, let me explain like true confidence. So, let me give an example. Not looks, but like, let's say, I'm trying to think. Bowling. Let's say you're a dude. There's two guys. There's you and there's some other guy. And you're both in a bowling league. And, you know, everyone's watching you and shit. And the other guy, you know, he gets a strike every fucking time. Literally every time he'll get a strike. He is a fucking god at bowling. He is unstoppable. And everyone is on his cock saying, bro, you're amazing, bro. You're awesome at bowling, bro. Oh my God, man. All that's going to do, them saying that shit, it's just going to boost his confidence through the fucking roof. He's going to be like, oh shit, you know, I'm the shit. I'm getting all these strikes. Maybe I'm a fucking god. And he's going to be cocky. You know, he can afford to be a douche. He can do whatever he wants, you know. He feels like he's a god. He's like, yeah, I'm getting all these compliments. Fuck yeah, I'm the shit. Fuck everybody. Then meanwhile, let's say there's you who's also in the bowling league. You suck cock at bowling. You barely fucking hit any pins. You get gutter balls like half the time. You just suck complete balls at bowling. And you try to get better, but you kind of still just suck balls, and you'll just never be as good as the dude who gets a strike every time. And let's say your bowling teammates say like, oh, bro, you suck balls, man. The fuck? Why the fuck are you even on our team, bro? You suck balls at bowling, man. You need to get better, bro. Fuck you, bro. Like, all the people on the sidelines watching are gonna be laughing at you like, oh my god, he's so fucking ass at bowling. He can barely hit a fucking pin. Oh my god. And, you know, after hearing all this shit and, like, seeing people, like, chuckle and laugh at you because you suck balls at bowling, you're gonna be like, your confidence is gonna be in the fucking shitter. You're gonna be like, oh, dude. You're gonna be, like, upset as fuck. And then, of course, you're gonna get that one dude who's like, bro, don't listen to the crowd, bro. You know, they don't know what they're talking about, man. You're a decent bowler. You'll just get better, bro. Trust me, man. You're good, bro. I mean, honestly, that false hope kind of shit where people, like, tell you, like, oh, you're worth it, man. That shit's, like, even worse because it just, like, verifies the fact that they're just saying that to be nice and, like, that you actually do suck at bowling. So you are going to go home with your confidence so bad, you know, you're probably going to want to sit inside and, like, cry and be like, oh, fuck this shit, you know? And, yeah. And meanwhile, the guy who just is striking everything, he's like, damn, bro, life is great, you know, and he's going to have natural, true confidence, you know. Now let's, like, get back to, like, looks and shit. The same exact thing is for looks. You know, if you're an attractive guy, very attractive guy, and people tell you, like, oh, you know, you need to be a model, bro, you're so hot and good looking, and you get girls, like, always wanting to, like, talk to you and giving you so much attention, you know, on their best behavior and, you know, basically being, like, really nice to you and everyone being nice to you and telling you how good looking you are, your confidence is going to be sky high. You're going to be like, damn, I'm the shit. I can get any girl I want. Fuck yeah. This is awesome. And you're going to be, like, really happy and shit. Meanwhile, let's say there's a guy who's, like, 5'2", mediocre looking. He's not going to get any attention. He's going to get, like, people laughing at him, maybe even calling him ugly. And the guy who's 5'2", you know, he's going to go home fucking miserable and sad and depressed. He's not even going to have any motivation to go outside at all because, like, all these people are being mean to him and bullying him, you know. He's sitting inside. He's like, oh, you know, fuck this shit, you know. Everyone keeps calling me ugly and laughing at me. I keep getting rejected by girls. And then meanwhile, he'll get people, like, walking by him and saying, like, oh, bro, you're a fucking loser. Fuck you, bro. You know, you just sit inside all the time and you're a fucking loser, man. That's just going to drain his confidence, you know, to the point where he's just unmotivated and doesn't care about anything because people keep telling him all his life, like, oh, bro, you know, you're ugly, you're too short, and, like, getting rejected, and, like, people just not liking him because of how he looks. That's just going to drain his confidence and his self-esteem to the point where he just wants to just sit inside and do nothing and be an outcast from society because he already is, like, and just isolate himself. Meanwhile, the guy who's very attractive and gets compliments all the time, he just loves going outside. He loves the attention, and it just makes him really, really happy. You know, I mean, obviously not everyone can, like, have that shit. And, like, of course you can fake confidence, you know, having fake confidence. Like, let's say you get bullied all your life and all this shit, and, you know, you just, like, are like, fuck this shit, I'm gonna be fake confident and, like, try to impress girls and blah, blah, blah. It's just not gonna be, like, the real thing at all. You know, like, true, real confidence, you know, to where you're, like, really happy. Because, of course, you can fake confidence. But you're still going to be miserable and sad, you know. You're not going to know what actual confidence feels like, you know, to where you get complimented and you're like, whoa, shit, you know, you get, like, that huge ego boost. But, yeah, I mean, like, that's, like, kind of sad, you know. It's fucked up, but, like, that's just how things are. I mean, I don't make the rules. But, yeah, I mean, I think I've already talked about this. I've had girls call me ugly, all this shit. It's, like, both. I mean, I don't even know what to think anymore. I've had girls call me attractive. I've had girls call me ugly. Maybe they were, like, bullshitting when they called me attractive, but even when I was a kid, I had this lady who wanted me to be a model when I was a kid. Like, she was, like, freaking out. She's like, you need to be a model now. Oh my god, you need to be a model. You need to be a model. It's too bad I aged pretty bad. You know, I got really shitty skin now, and you know, my teeth are not looking too good right now. And kind of let myself go. I mean, that's my fault, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, true confidence, that shit must be great. But some people don't understand, like, that's how it works at all, But, yeah. Like, let me know what you guys think about this shit. Alright, today I'm going to tell you a story of this disaster Halloween party I went to when I was about 14. And how I just flopped with these girls, and the whole thing was a disaster. So basically, when I was young, middle school, I had this friend who was openly gay, and, he used to dry hump me at his sleepovers and, like, be really weird. I'm not gonna get into that much, but, like, the dude made me uncomfortable. At the time I was young, I didn't know what he was doing to me and all that shit, but basically, he, and this was the last time I ever saw him at this Halloween party. He basically, he on Halloween, he asked me, he's like, hey, you want to come over to my Halloween party? And I was with my other friend, my good friend at the time, and I was like, yes, only if I can bring, my friend, because I don't want to just be with him, because, like, I was always, like, awkward and uncomfortable with him. So he's like, oh, okay. Like, I basically, like, made him invite my friend over, or else I wouldn't have went. Kind of fucked up, but, I invited, so we both, what is it? Get in my mom's car, she drops us off, and literally, as she drops us off, there's this whole sea of girls, and him, and they're all like, oh my god, hi guys, hi, and me and my friend are like, oh shit, like, because the thing is, he did not have one guy friend except for me. All of his friends were girls, and every time I hung out with my friend, like, all of his friends were girls. And his house, okay, let me explain something. His house, he lived in a mansion. His mom had 3 like, different kids with 3 different husbands or fathers, and the last dude she settled with was this really weird beta male provider dude who was super rich. I don't know what he did, some, like, computer thing. Very rich, and he ended up moving into a mansion when they got together or whatever, but the dude was a literal textbook definition of a beta male provider. And they were living in a literal mansion. And yeah, there's all these girls, and I'm just, like, super, like, awkward and uncomfortable and shit, like, already. Like, we get out the car, and they're like, hey, guys, oh, my God, hi. And me and my friend are like, oh, my God. So we just, like, go sit in the corner of the house, because we didn't know how to, like, talk to these girls or anything. We were, like, really out of place there. Like, we both felt like we didn't belong. We're like, oh, shit, we kind of fucked up. And all of a sudden, these 2 girls come out of nowhere. They're like, oh my god, hey guys. And they were dressed in, one of them was dressed as like a lumberjack, and the other one was dressed as Marceline from what was that show, Adventure Time. And they're talking to us and shit pretty much the whole party, and it was going so well. They were super nice to us, like, they were awesome. We basically talked about, like, life and, like, just deep shit. Like, just fucking everything. And the whole thing went well. We did, like, activities and shit. Like, the whole party, itself wasn't bad at all. What I'm about to tell you, the aftermath was what's terrible. You guys are probably gonna know where this is going, but basically, yeah, the whole Halloween party, we're hanging out with these 2 chicks. Me and my friend are hanging out with these 2 girls, and we like them. They're cool as fuck, and they like us too. They're like, oh, you guys are pretty handsome, and, like, all that cliche shit. They said they didn't have boyfriends, any of that shit. And keep in mind, like, we're 14, and they were too. But yeah, and, like, my friend, my gay friend, went to a theater school, like a prestigious, like, theater arts school. That's why, like, those girls didn't go to our school. And yeah, like we're just like having so much fun. Like the shit was going like fantastic with these girls, you know, they're fun to like talk to and hang out with like this whole time. And near the end, you know, they're like, oh, you know, let's exchange numbers. Like we gave them, you know, our numbers, they give us, you know, their numbers, and we ended up making a group chat. And you know, I left, I was like sad to leave. I'm like, oh shit, they were cool. And you know, my mom get back in the car, and I told my mom like, oh, we got these two girls' numbers, and my mom's like, oh my god, you got their numbers, I'm so proud of you, you're talking to a girl. You know, like typical shit. And you know, we get home and shit, and we're texting and shit. I'm like, oh fuck, you know, maybe they'll like, you know, like we'll start like dating them and shit. Like I don't know what was going in my head, because I was like actually happy for once, you know, talking to them and shit, like new people to talk to, not just like the fact they were girls, just because like they were cool and like I don't know, they're just fun to talk to. So yeah, we're like texting them, and then like after that shit, like after that night, guys, it like I don't know what the fuck happened at all, but their whole mood, personality, whatever, just shifted, and they were mean, nasty. They were like annoyed at us all the time, you know. In the group chat, me and my friend asked like a few times, not too much, but we asked like, hey, you guys want to hang out, you know, you guys want to like meet up or something. They would always make an excuse or say like, oh no, and they get like really annoyed. Like we tried to Skype them and shit, and we did a couple times, but it was just not the same. They were like really weird. Like their whole mood just fucking changed, like for the worst. And I was just like, okay. So like it was really weird. We're just like talking about the normal stuff. Like even when we were like calling in a Skype call, they were just like uninterested and like being mean to us and like weird, and we were like, what the hell's with that? And like they started like ghosting us and shit, like in the group chat. I had one of the girls like text me individually, like the one girl that I liked, and she was like, oh, you know, you guys are like pretty annoying. And we weren't even saying anything annoying until we did a little bit of what they call gesture maxing there. We literally tried everything after they like started ghosting, because after they start ghosting, like there's no point. It's pretty much over at that point. So we're just doing like saying stupid shit. I remember one time we said like, there's this YouTuber named Custom Grow 420. He's like a dude that smokes weed. And we said like, oh, that's my dad, just like stupid shit. And cause like it was already over, we knew it was over, and then we were like, what the fuck, you know? We thought like we were gonna like start dating them and shit. Like I had a crush on that one girl, and I was like trying to hit up her phone. She just wasn't responding, and it eventually just died down. And like me and my friend, like we had to talk about that shit. Like when we were like young, and we were 14, we were like, well, what the hell happened? You know, they were so, cause guys, like they were so interested in us and shit, and we're having such a good time, like such a good time. I'm telling you guys, like at this Halloween party, like I literally didn't want to leave, cause like how cool these girls were. And then the second, like the next week, like their whole mood just changed, and they became just like mean to us, and like it was just so weird. You could just feel like the vibe, like that they just didn't, you know, fuck with us anymore and shit. And it just ended. They just ghosted us, and I remember getting like really fucking depressed. I was like, fuck this shit, you know. That was like the first like true like thing that made me like like rejection, I guess, because like I told that girl like I liked her and shit, and she even like the thing is like she told me like, oh, I like you and shit, like that night. And it's just like after that shit, the whole fucking thing just changed. She's like, yeah, I don't like you that much, and I don't understand what happened. I mean, I just can't like oh my god, I'm stuttering like a fucking idiot, but I literally can't wrap my head around that shit. It happens all the time, you know, to me and my friend, and even most of you guys too, I've heard. Like it just like is so weird how this shit, like let me run it down. You'll have a girl that shows some kind of interest in you, And then like a week later, the whole thing flips around and she's like completely uninterested. I don't know what to make of that. It's probably because I'm no Chad, but I don't even know at this point. Like, what do you guys think of that? But yeah, that's basically my Halloween disaster. You know, trying to get these two girls to date me and my friend. I mean, it was bad, but yeah, let me know what you guys think, or if you have any like Halloween stories that went bad or something. I don't know. I tried recording this video I think twice, and someone keeps interrupting. You know, I keep getting interrupted by a phone call or something. But let me explain this. Guys, you want to grab your popcorn because this is insane. I am convinced we are living in clown world. I am experiencing it firsthand on the battlefield. This is probably the most depressed I think I've ever been in my life. You know, parties, I can conclude that parties are not for normies and are not for subhumans at all. You know, it is just insane. You know, insane. I don't even know where to start with this shit because so many brutal, horrible things happen. And it's just like, good God, you know. I lied to my mom. I told my mom, because she always says before, she's like, oh, be confident. You're going to meet somebody at the party. You're going to meet somebody. She's been saying this every party I've gone to so far, which has been like quite a lot. I need to stop going to these things because they're just destroying my mental health. But she always says it, like, then when I come home and say, yeah, nothing happened, no girls talk to me, she always goes, aw, and like she gets like really sad. So this time I just decided, you know what, I'm just gonna lie and say like, oh, I kissed a girl or had some girl that liked me, because like at least my mom's happy. You know, and she was like, oh my God, no way, you got a girl, oh my God, is she pretty, is she, you know, if only it was real though. But anyway, where do I start with this story? Shit, so many. Let me start with the good thing that happened. So basically after a while, you know, in the party, I was sitting on this couch, I was tired as fuck, I was by myself because I was like, fuck this shit, I'm tired. So I was laying down on the couch and this kid comes up to me. And that's another thing. You guys would not believe how many people came up to me and said, hey bro, have you seen that new Ryan Reynolds and Dwayne the Cock Baldson movie on Netflix, bro? Like, dude, these normie shows, and like, I don't have Netflix. Everyone has it. I don't have it, you know? It's like normie talk is so annoying. But anyway, I thought this kid was gonna say to me, like, come up to me. He was like, oh, yo, what's up, bro? You okay, bro? Because I was like, just like tired as fuck with my head back. I'm like, oh shit. And I was like, god damn it, he's gonna tell me about Dwayne the Bald Coxon and Ryan Reynolds. But he didn't. We ended up having like a very philosophical conversation about the black pill, you know, Darwinism, Stoicism, just different ideologies. Very, very interesting, you know, conversation for like an hour or two. You know, pretty high IQ, just fun conversation. I don't think you could find that type of, you know, conversation with, you know, with a girl at that shit. Because this dude was, like, smart, you know. He knew a little bit about the black pill. He even said, he's like, dude, the black pill sounds like ultra cope. I'm like, dude, literally, like, tell me about it. Like, if you can't cope, like, you're fucked, you know. Like, you need your copes, you know, when you're black pilled. He's like, oh, yeah. You know, we're talking about God and shit. Supposedly he's an atheist. I'm not. We're talking about that. Just, like, a bunch of different, like, ideologies and shit. Really cool shit to talk about. But other than that, man, there's usually that one person that makes, like, things, like, kind of, like, bearable and fun, you know. And, yeah, basically, I don't know where to start, like, because this party was fucking brutal. Let me just start with my manlit friend. So, let me run down my manlit friend who's 5'6" and flops with every girl imaginable because of his looks, nothing else but his looks. He has a very small head, like a abnormally small head, a huge nose, recessed chin. He's 5'6", you know, the whole like subhuman package he's got going on. And like they're all hyping him up beforehand because he invited this girl that showed up actually. She was the first one to show up with her roommate. Her roommate was very overweight, and all the orbiters were like hovering around her in a circle. I was just sitting on the couch watching them. But yeah, he was talking to the girl, and the whole it seemed like it was going okay. She was out of his league completely. I'd say she was like a 7 and he's like a 2 out of 10. Definitely out of his league completely. So I already kind of could guess it was gonna go fucking nowhere. Which it did. Let me just get to how brutal it was. So basically, I already noticed, because I was watching everybody, I noticed she kept saying, like, oh, where are your roommates? Are more guys gonna show up? You know, just she kept saying that a lot. And he was being confident and shit, literally, like, because I even told him that shit. I'm like, dude, because, like, I was making a video on that shit, like, what is game and confidence or whatever, like, like, I made it already. And I was like, you know what, let's actually test this shit out, you know, see if it's legit, you know, not just sit and complain about, like, oh, game and confidence does nothing, you know, even though you haven't tried it. So let's actually test this shit, you know, let's test this hypothesis. Does game and confidence actually increase your attractiveness? And the short answer is no. The more I observe everything, it looks, for both genders too, because I was talking to my other friend. He literally, I don't know how the fuck, he's a Chad now, pretty much. He blackpilled these 2 girls, told them straight to their faces, like, oh, you have good personalities, but I'm just not attracted to you girls, sorry. And he, like, kissed them and shit, and, like, it was just, it was brutal. He put them down brutal. Like, he literally told these girls, like, oh, you guys' personalities are good. And you want to know the thing? He's always trying to tell me how, oh, confidence and personality is the only thing that matters in relationships, bro. Because he's trying to always, like, say, like, I'm wrong with all this shit. Meanwhile, he just told me yesterday, like, yeah, you know, I really love these girls' personalities, but the attraction wasn't there, the spark wasn't there, and I had to call it quits. I was like, just so laughable, man. The more I just go on, I'm not trying to have, like, a god complex, but it's just like I'm right about everything, it seems like, nowadays. I mean, Jesus. You know, because I'm actually actively observing things as I go on. I'm not just one of these fucking dudes who sit inside their house and spew bullshit like, oh, you know, confidence gets you nowhere, or just, you know, all this shit. I'm experiencing these black pills firsthand, watching them occur. And attractiveness is life, you know. It really is. Good God. If you have good genetics, you're set, you know. You got poor genetics, you're going to struggle. That's just, I don't make the rules, that's just how it is. But anyway, this girl, it's just insane. Like, she kept like, but the whole thing, it seems like they're having, like, a mediocre time. She likes him, you know. And I was like, oh, maybe he's gonna, maybe he's gonna, like, hook up with her or something. And you know, the whole party goes on, they play beer pong, whatever, and my friend asks her, it was the bizarre, and he could not stop talking about this. This was in his head rent-free, and still is tonight, probably. He told me he's severely depressed over this, but basically, he asked, he's like, hey, you single? And she said, that's not something you ask somebody. And she got, like, really angry and left, and we were all like, what the fuck? Because even she even said to him, it was so cringe, she's like, I'm a psychology major, and I can detect that from body language that you're interested in me. It's just so cringe. But anyway, he flops. She just storms out angrily. I don't know if that's a word, but angry. She just storms out. And I'm like, oh, it's so over. Like, damn, that's brutal. This motherfucker, he couldn't stop talking about it. He was like a broken record. He's like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? And, like, at the after party, all of his, like, because there's, like, 5 guys left. And they were all like, bro, you weren't confident enough, bro. You weren't, you didn't have good enough game, you know, you weren't kind enough. Literally, the dude said that, and I literally had to step in and say, you guys are all lying to him. It is his height that is his problem. No girl likes guys who are 5'6", you know. And they're like, bro, don't be mean, bro. I'm like, I'm not being mean, it's the truth. And I told him, I said, dude, you should wear lifts. You know, go to, like, a party where no one knows you and just try lifts, you know, increase your height by 4 inches so you'll be like 5'10". And he's like, nah, bro, nah, I'm not doing that, bro. And I'm like, dude, girls wear makeup. Why can't you wear lifts? I mean, that's a pretty good point if you ask me. But yeah, I told him, like, dude, just wear lifts, you know, see if you get, like, a different response, if people like you more. I mean, it's not going to change your face, but it's going to change your height. in that moment. Just see if people treat you different. You know, I say he's average looking in the face. He's got a bit of chin recession. He does have a positive canthal tilt and blue eyes, so that's like pretty much all he has going for him. But if he got those extra inches, I seriously think he'd just be like a normie and probably struggle a little bit less, you know? And I told him, and I tell him this too, I'm like, dude, just go for your looks match. He's like, nah, bro, I should go for whoever I think is attractive, bro. I'm not going for the bottom of the barrel. I'm like, dude, you have to. He's like, nah, fuck you, bro. I'm like, all right, you know, suit yourself. I mean, my advice is gonna work. You know, at least try it. He's like, nah, bro, I'm just gonna, you know, maybe I wasn't confident enough, bro. Maybe I wasn't. Because it was so cringe, guys. These kids were like, oh, you know, maybe. And I just had to, like, blackpill these motherfuckers and say, I literally said, like, they're all just listening to me talk about this shit for, like, 20 minutes. Like I was making a video. They're just silent listening to me for, like, 20 minutes talk about this fucking shit. I'm like, it literally is all about his height, you know? You think that girl... If I said, you think if he was a 6'5" Giga Chad, and the only thing I can infer, and I told them this too, I said the only thing I can infer of why this could have happened is she saw the opportunity to come to this party, you know, because he invited her, and she was probably like, ooh, free party to go to, free beer, and she was probably having high hopes to meet the 6'5" Giga Chad. I literally said that like in that way. I said she was probably trying to meet the 6'5" Giga Chad and hook up with him. You know, because she kept asking, like, oh, where are your roommates? Are there any more guys showing up? You know, and the reason why she gave that weird excuse and stormed out was because, you know, Giga Chad was not showing up. So she was like, all right, I got to make my excuse fast to get out of here. And she did. I mean, of course, we don't know what happened, but, I mean, it makes sense that probably happened, you know? She was like, and I said, if he was 6'5" and had the sharpest jawline and hunter eyes in the world, do you think she would do this? You know, she would be all over him. They're like, oh, like, yeah, you got a point, bro. You got a point. Damn, maybe it isn't about confidence. Maybe he just needs to look better. Maybe he should get a haircut. I'm not even kidding. It's just so funny, dude. These normies just, like, they understand it, but they can't, like, fully get it. I did have, like I said, this one normie I was talking to, he really did understand the black pill a lot. You know, he thought all I had to say was very, very interesting. And what he had to say, too, about everything, too, was very interesting as well. So I'm glad I had someone to talk to about it that understood it. But, yeah, man, that shit was brutal. And the more brutal part is when we were about to go to sleep, you know, he was showing us his room and his bed and shit because we slept over his house. And my one friend, like, right next to me is like, oh, if everything worked out, you would have been fucking her. And he was like, yeah. And you could just see, like, he literally, like, smiled. He's like, yeah. And then his face just, like, went so, dude, you could just feel the whole shit. Like, he had a tear in his eye. It was so brutal. He's like, yeah, maybe next semester, though. And it was so brutal. Because you guys realize, I think I said this already, but every semester, you know, he tries with one girl. He finds one girl to be friends with, and he tries to, like, hook up with them or get with them. And it always fails 100%. And he's like, maybe next semester. And I'm like, it's probably not going to happen. And my friend's like, dude, come on. You're always negative. I'm like, what? I'm just being honest. And, yeah, it's just like, yeah, you're probably right. Nothing's probably going to happen. He's like, I'm just going to focus on my, you know, job and career and school and stuff. He's going to school for, like, some hard shit, you know. He's, like, going to be the stereotypical beta doctor. You know, he's going to make the big bucks, but be a beta, though. So, damn, that sucked. My other friend, on the other hand... You know, he chatted it up in there. Like, he was a Chad. I couldn't believe my fucking eyes. He literally got some girl to get attracted to him. And, like, took her outside and made out with her. He said it sucked, though. But I couldn't believe that. As far as myself, like, the thing is, like, when I got there, there's only two girls. One of them my friend was trying to get with, and the other one, all these four dudes were trying to get with. But then, and it literally actually got ratioed out. All these girls just showed up out of nowhere. It was a literal ratioed party, 50-50. And I was like, oh shit, you know, it actually got ratioed out. Like, an hour later, they just showed up late, all these chicks, and it ratioed out. There's this one Jester Maxer kid, so corny and cringe. Like, the dude was a manlet too. I say he's like same height, like 5'6", like pale white skin, like laughing. He had like an ugly laugh and like a super, because you gotta realize, oh yeah, my other friend I forgot to mention, who's 5'6", his voice is a literal 1 out of 10. He sounds like a chipmunk, like it's so bad. But same with this kid too. His voice was annoying. He was like jester maxing and dancing and like flirting with the girls and like making the cringiest eye contact and shit. It was just so bad. Like I couldn't believe it. It was just like the most cringe. He was dancing to like the Apple Bottom Jeans song, and like all the girls were like, oh my god, yeah. And then they were saying like, oh, being funny gets a long way, because we had like a debate at the end too, like being funny and shit. It's just like, I don't know, it's like people, they find my shit interesting, but they're like still saying like, oh, it's not real, attractiveness doesn't matter, your personality is all that matters. And then the more I talk, the more they're like, oh shit, he's right, we gotta stop him. It's just funny as fuck, because like there's this, I forgot what I said, but there's like at one point when I was like saying shit and they're like, oh fuck, you're right. But yeah, it's like I don't like, people say like, oh, if you weren't on this black pill bullshit, would you be happier? Answer is not at all. In fact, I could argue that I'd be more depressed, because the same outcome always happens no matter what. Before I was black pilled, now that I am, same outcome always happens. Now I can just cope and realize like why this shit happens. It's a lot better now, in my opinion. And I get to have this nice channel where I just like vent and like talk about my shit, But fuck, dude, that shit was brutal for my friend. I had like a couple girls come up to me. I had this like really annoying girl come up to me and be like, oh, why are you sitting here? And I was like, I don't know. He's like, you seen the new Ryan Reynolds show? I forgot what it's called. It's called like Red something. I think Red Notice. She's like, you seen Red Notice? I'm like, no, what is that? I'm like, you're the 5th person to talk about that, And she's like, yeah, you don't have Netflix? I was like, no. She's like, you're weird, and just walked away. I was like, yeah, like, I don't fucking have Netflix. Everyone else does, seems like. Maybe I need to get Netflix to be attractive, but, fuck, dude. It's just so insane to think about, just everything that happened. I was just so depressed at night. I was like, dude, it always ends up the same. No girl interested in me, as always. And of course you got the people saying like, oh bro, have you even tried? Did you try? At this one, kind of, but not really. My one friend, he didn't have to try at all, actually, and he even told me to, and I kind of watched him. This girl literally like came up to him and was like hooked. Like, I was like, dude, you're a Chad, like right now, because she literally came up to him and like hugged him and shit, and like didn't even know him. It was like hanging I was watching him, like she was like sitting on his lap, and like I was like, dude, what did you even do to like get her to do that? He's like, nothing, bro, she just did that. She just came up to me and did that, bro. It's like, I took her out back and made out with her too, which I watched them do that too. But it's just like, honestly, like that's the reason, if I had that shit, like then it wouldn't matter, because like, but girls don't do that to me, so yeah. Like, it doesn't matter if I try. I don't know. I mean, I did a little bit this time. Like, yeah, as I said, I will admit I didn't really try as hard, but it's like, I don't care now. Like, it's just, I don't know, dude. It's just, I usually know, like, nothing is gonna happen. Because, like I said, this ratio was good this time. But the girls, they just didn't like me at all. I talked to every single one of them, actually, but they didn't show, like, that interest like that girl did with my friend. Because, guys, like, when I tell you, like, he didn't do anything. Like, she literally just, like, came up to him and, like, put her hand around. Like, that's what he said how it started. Like, she came up to him and put her hand around, like, his neck and shit. And they were just, like, sitting and talking. And then, like, she was just, like, fucking with him. Like, literally, like, she liked him a lot for some reason. I don't know why. Well, actually, I know why, because he's attractive to her, duh. But, the point I'm trying to make is he didn't do anything, and he even told us that, because I was, like, asking him, like, how the fuck did you do that? And he's like, oh, I didn't do anything. She just came up to me and did that. I was like, oh, shit, so you're a Chad now, damn. You get to enjoy life like the top 20% of guys. He's like, I guess so. But, yeah, if I was more attractive, like, I'd probably have that happen to me, too, sure, maybe. But it's just, like, even then, like, some girls don't do that. Like, that's kind of odd for a girl to do that. She, like, fucking, like, put her hand around his or her arm around his neck and shit, and was just like hooked on him and shit, like wouldn't stop talking to him and shit. Like, I don't know. But I talked to all the girls there. They just thought I was like weird, you know? Like all the shit I would say, because like I guess I am, because I don't fucking fit in with this normal like Netflix and DaBaby music. And supposedly the Baby dropped a new album. They're like, have you heard the new DaBaby album? I'm like, who the fuck is DaBaby? No, I'm just kidding. I know who DaBaby is, but I just don't listen to that motherfucker. Like, I don't care, you know? I don't care about this normie shit. I mean, they do find me interesting. It's just like they think I'm weird. So it's like, if I was more attractive, they'd probably think like, oh, he's so mysterious. Oh, he's really cool. But like, nah. But yeah, I talked to them. Didn't go anywhere. Didn't really make an effort to. I never want to give my hopes up. But overall, the shit was like, I feel better now talking about it. Like, I don't even feel depressed anymore. But fuck, I was like so fucking depressed. Like, after that shit, I was like, I'm gonna be alone forever. Like, good God. Because it's like watching all my friends succeeding now. Well, one of them. The other one just fucking flopped, good God. And the pain in his eyes, guys, when he said, oh, you know, maybe next semester. And his face just like went so sad and he had a tear in his eye. I was like, oh, that's fucking brutal, dude. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting shit. There's just like too many things that happen there. I'll tell you guys a story about like my one friend who like dumped these two girls. It's just like, I don't know, I'll like mention that in another video. But basically for now, like this whole thing was a flop for like my one friend and me. You know, girls, they talk to me, but they just don't show interest, and that's okay, I guess. It is what it is. Teen love and old nostalgia. You know, teen love, I mean, I was gonna make this video reacting to this other video called The Teen Love Pill. It's a brutal video. It's basically like this little slideshow cartoon thing of like missing out on teen love, how like all the good ones are taken now and you're out of the dating market and you're getting older and blah blah blah, and you missed out like on a crucial, you know, stage in your life through teen love. I know like some people take that shit really seriously, like teen love, like they literally like that's like that's like keeping them up at night and shit. For me, let me explain something. The only reason why I would want teen love is because nowadays, or why I would have wanted it is because nowadays, it seems like every girl I come into contact with, you know, they have had at least one sexual partner, you know. There's nothing wrong with that, but the thing is, the ones that I've been talking to, you know, at these parties, like listening in on them talking to my friends and shit. There's this one girl, the last party we went to, her body count was nearing the 100. She's like, oh, you know, because like we were talking about that, we were like sitting in a circle, like talking about sex and shit. I was just listening in, and it just like literally blows my mind because these girls, they're not old, you know, they're like 21, 22, and it just fucking blows my mind how they were just sitting there and their body counts were triple digit or nearing triple digit, and while like because we're sitting in a circle, like talking about that shit, like sexual like partners and stuff and like body counts and stuff like that. And this one girl had like 107, and we were like, what the fuck? Like, cause how can you even like, how could you, this is like the problem, how could you like have a relationship with somebody who has had like so many other experiences? Like, it's gonna be so new to you and they're just not gonna care about it at all, you know. At least I think they're just not gonna care. They're gonna be like, oh, you know, she's just another dude, a replaceable dude. I mean, because you know what I mean. I would just want that new experience with somebody. I wouldn't want somebody with like a body count really high with tons of experience and shit, and like, because it just beats the whole point, you know. Because none of us watching this video, and me myself included, have any idea of what a real relationship is like. You know, but yeah, because like I don't know like what's normal in a relationship and what isn't, because I've like don't have any experience like whatsoever. So what am I supposed to know and do? Like, that's why I'd probably like be like a beta buxer, because like I'm so clueless. about like dating and relationships. Most of us are. I find it's like only the same dudes who like get all the girls, and like while the rest just don't get anything like at all. Starting to believe that more and more as the days go on. But I mean, yeah, teen love, did I miss out on it? And do I regret? Well, how can I regret it? Because I tried, there are some nights where I like think about like getting rejected in high school, but it's like, it doesn't, like, at the end of the day, like, would I be happier from it? Probably. Like, if I had a relationship in high school, but I can't change that shit, and it doesn't really like keep me up at night. Like, for some people think about that shit hardcore, like, oh, I missed out on teen love, it's over. But for me, I don't like take that much thought into it. Maybe because I'm still young. Maybe I'll think about that when I'm like 30 or 40 and still no girlfriend, no nothing. Maybe I'll be like, oh, I missed out on teen love. But for now, I'm not thinking about it that much at all. Alright, today I'm going to tell you a story of my very first rejection. I can't believe I forgot about this. Like, I had a video on it before, but, I completely forgot. And this goes as far back as elementary school. It was in first grade, so let me just get right into it. I was in first grade. I was a horrible fucking kid in first grade. I was always doing something stupid. It's not that I was horrible. I was always doing something stupid, though. Getting in trouble. Everyone thought I had like ADHD, autism, or something. I got tested for like autism and ADHD like so many times or whatever, and doctor was like, oh, he doesn't have either, he's fine. Do I think I have autism? No. I think I'm fine. Or ADHD? No, I don't think I have that either. I mean, there's just no, I just don't think so. But they thought I did, and I was always doing something stupid, always getting in trouble in school. But there's this girl I remember I had a crush on. She had blonde hair. I don't remember her eye color. I can barely remember her face. This was very, very long ago. But the reason I remember this so well is because of like what happened, like how much trouble I got in after this. But like, basically, like, yeah, let's call the girl Sarah. So I had a crush on Sarah like a lot, and everyone knew it. The whole entire like class, my first grade class, knew I had a crush on Sarah. So they would always like say that shit, like, oh, you have a crush, what is that, like the sitting in the tree, like KISSING, sitting in a tree, whatever, like that stupid song, however that song goes, they'd say that, and everyone just knew it. I remember one time, like, I lied, and I said, like, oh, me and her, we made out on the school bus or something. Like, I lied to everyone, and like, she found out. She's like, I didn't do that. And then she'd always say like I'm ugly or whatever. Like, she would be like, oh, you're weird. She wouldn't say I was ugly. She'd just say I'm weird. And she's like, you're weird, over and over again. But yeah, she would just call me weird all the time. She wouldn't say I'm ugly. She would just call me weird. And there's this other kid. Let's call him Joe. So Joe, that kid, so I don't know how, like, he had a crush on her too, and everyone knew that too. So the whole class would be like, oh, Joe has a crush on her too. Oh, and so do you. You guys have to fight. Blah, blah, blah. Like, just be like, because we're in first grade, like, duh. But and I remember they sat at the same table, and like they just liked each other more. Like, he was the Chad. In first grade, they just liked each other more, and it used to make me jealous and shit. So I'd always try to like Jester Max or like do something to like get her to like me, like do something, because I was a super Jester Maxer when I was really young. I was always doing something really stupid. That's probably why I got in trouble so much. But I have like an endless amount of stories from elementary school I could share. Like, you guys have no clue. I was always in the fucking principal's office. But yeah, what is it? What was I gonna say? The girl, Sarah, one day we were on recess, we're on the blacktop, and we're waiting to go inside, the school, so we had to like wait in line. Each class had to wait in a line. and stand on the blacktop, in a straight line. And I remember he grabbed her and kissed her, and he said, "Oh, you're never gonna have this." Like, he looked at me and said, he kissed her and then looks at me. They both look at me and he's like, "You're never gonna have this." And then I said, "I'm gonna kill you." Like, it just came out of my mouth. I said, "I'm gonna kill you." And then literally all the teachers, everyone went, "Oh my God, oh my," they started fucking freaking out because I said that. Like, I just impulsively said that because that kid just pissed me off, and like, that's the first thing that came out of my mouth. And they're just like, "Oh my God, what, the principal, get the principal." So I end up in the office for like fucking hours and hours till like fucking, what is it, like 5 o'clock, and yeah, like for hours, they had to like conduct like some investigation or some bullshit. They had the fucking social worker. It was fucking, that's not the first time I've had a social worker, talk to me in school, because I'm always doing some bullshit. I already had another story where I was gonna tell this other story. I told my guidance counselor and my principal, because I got in so much trouble. I told them that my mom was like a drug addict and abused me just so I could not get suspended, even though she didn't. I just made that up to not get suspended. And it was so bad. I'm so stupid. Like, me and my mom laugh about that shit now, but like, my mom was pissed because I just like lied just to get out of trouble, even though it caused more problems. But yeah, we had like the social worker and shit, and all this fucking shit like happened, and I'm just like, kept telling them like, he kissed her in front of me. It was like, I obviously, just said that because I was mad, and they were like, "No, it's deeper than that. They were just like fucking like delusional about it. They're like, "Oh, you need help, your son needs help, he needs to go into a program, he threatened another student, oh my God," and I'm just like sitting there like, what the fuck are they talking about? I just said it because it was like impulsive. The fucking kid just kissed this girl I like in front of me. Jesus. "Oh, he's threatening other students, he's threatening them." Fucking in the office for hours. But yeah, that's basically like the first, like, it was so bad, guys. Like, there's so much funny shit like that happened in my life. But yeah, that's one of them. The kid literally just fucking kisses her in front of me and says, "You'll never have this." He's like, "I bet you wish you would though." And it just pissed me off, and I said that. And everyone just flipped the fuck out. All the kids, all the teachers, like, "Oh my," like, you should have heard and seen them. It's like I fucking, like, someone died, That's how, like, everyone reacted. And I didn't know what was wrong. I was like, "Oh shit." Like, I was like, "Oh fuck," I said that. Even though I didn't mean it, because, like, the kid just pissed me off. I couldn't have said, like, "Fuck you" or anything. Like, I had to say that. But yeah, that's pretty much, like, my first ever rejection. What is the purpose of life? I mean, I don't really see any joy in anything anymore, I kind of like ruined nostalgia. Let me explain what that means. So basically, like, when I was a kid, I had a really good childhood. And like, there was certain like movies, toys, things I used to like do and play with that I thought were like the best thing on earth. But like, after revisiting it, like a movie, I forgot what movie I just watched. Oh yeah, Forrest Gump. I watched that when I was a kid, and I rewatched it. I was like, this movie was ass, I don't remember the movie being this bad, Same with like a lot of other shit I've been doing. Like, another video game. There was a video game I used to play 24/7 when I was a little ass kid. I thought it was the best thing ever. It's called Sonic Adventure 2, and I just replayed it the other day. I was like, what the fuck? This is terrible. Like, this game is horrible. So like, it just like ruined the fucking nostalgia I had for it, and I was like, oh shit, and like, as I like just go on, it's like, what the fuck is there even to do, that's fun? Like, I honestly don't know what I could do to have fun. Like, I already explained, I have friends, I hang out with them, I go to parties and shit every now and then, but it's not like fun. I don't know like the reason why I'm actually, going to these things at all. I'm grateful I have my friends and shit, but it's like, what's the point of everything? Some people say like, oh, the point of everything is to, the only reason to life is to pass on your genetics or your genes, and that's it, or whatever. Probably. I mean, literally everything we do, at least I think now, is for sex and shit and like relationships. I mean, even these parties, everyone always like, I remember like the first dude that got there, he's like, are there gonna be girls that show up? If not, I'm out. And we're like, yeah. He was like, yeah. And like, they eventually did, but it's just like, that's like the only thing like people find like joy out of, in my opinion. You know, sex. Like, that's like the only thing. I mean, when I try to like revisit everything, I mean, maybe I'm just getting like stale and sour, but like when I try to revisit shit from when I was a kid, like these movies, I just ruin them. I'm trying to think of another movie I ruined. Oh yeah, I just tried watching what is it called, The Polar Express again. I was like, fuck, this movie was ass. I remember that shit was so awesome when I was a kid, you know, going to sleep like right before Christmas and shit. And now the movie's just ass, you know. They ruined it. So it's like, what the fuck is the point to everything? You know? Like, what is the purpose to be here? Because, like, shit, like, I honestly, like I said, I just don't know what to do that is fun and, like, excites me and shit. You know? I think the only thing that would, like, be fun is probably, like, getting a girlfriend and shit, like, in real life and shit. That's probably the only thing that, like, would be fun. Everything else I can think of, like, is just boring to me, you know. I mean, I don't sit inside all day either. Like, that's another thing. I always try to like find, because I'm always out, I'm always fucking busy doing shit, and it's just all boring, you know. Even like when I hang out with my friends, it's like kind of fun in the moment, but just boring like after. I don't know, man. Like these parties too, like I said, like they just are boring, like giga boring, you know. Like it's fun in the moment, but I just come home depressed as fuck, you know. Same outcome, no girls give a shit about me, but it is what it is. At least I do get to see my friends and stuff, but it's just like nothing is fun anymore. What is like the purpose, like we're here for? I mean, if you look at everything, it's like kind of fucking mind-blowing, like the world and how everything's like put together. Like, it doesn't make sense at all. Like, if you, like, disassociate, you'll be like, what the fuck, you know? Like, really think why everything is the way it is. It just doesn't make sense. You know, it's kind of weird to think about. But, I mean, yeah. I feel like this is probably, like, my prediction. I think we're getting to a point where there's so many people now, like, population and shit, and it's becoming so fucking easy to do anything that it's just boring, and it takes away the point of life, you know? Like, who the fuck, like, everyone I know from school just sits home on their fucking video games and shit and does nothing. I mean, it's just, like, life is too easy, and there's too many people in the world, so, like, everything is just easy, and that makes everything boring. Because I honestly can't think of anything fun to do, ever. But, yeah, let me know what you guys think.
Hi, Stacy. Oh, hi, Sheldon. I was wondering if maybe sometime this week, you wanted to go out and, I don't know, go to a movie, get something to eat, like a date? Oh, Sheldon, that sounds really nice and all, but I'm just not interested. Sorry. There's somebody out there for you, though. Oh, it's okay, Stacy. I understand.
Oh, Sheldon, how was school, sweetie?
Oh, Mom, I got another rejection.
Oh, sweetie, remember what we talked about? You have to be kind, sweetie. The personality is the only thing that matters. Be yourself, sweetie. There is somebody out there for you. You are the best son. I love you so much.
Oh, okay, Mom. Thank you. I love you too. I guess I'll just keep trying then. There's this girl in my chemistry class, Brianna. She is so pretty. She has the most beautiful brown hair, most luscious eyes I've ever seen. And after today's class, I'm gonna make my move. Oh, that's my cue. Brianna, wait up.
Oh, hey Sheldon, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good, Brianna. I've been holding this in for so long. I know university, it's coming to an end, and I probably won't ever see you again, but I just really wanted to let you know how I feel, Brianna. I think you're really pretty, and I was wondering if maybe someday, we could be together. I can take you out on a date, we can, get to know each other.
Oh, Sheldon, that sounded really nice, but I'm currently dating somebody. Didn't you know that?
No, you never said so.
Sheldon, I'm really sorry. I'm sure you'll find someone someday, though.
Oh, sweetie, it's okay, sweetie. Just remember Mommy's words. Be confident, be kind, be gentle. All the women will love you, Sheldon. You're a good boy.
Mom, I'm 24 years old. I got 1 semester left in university, Mom. I haven't had my first kiss or a relationship yet, Mom.
Sheldon, it is okay, sweetie. Somebody will love you for who you are on the inside, sweetie. That's all that matters. Just be kind.
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Oh, hey, Sheldon, what were you up to this weekend?
Oh, nothing really, just sitting out at the house, just chilling out. How about you, man?
Oh, just Thanksgiving with the family, and you know how it is with the family.
Oh, that sounds really nice, man.
Oh, Sheldon, I meant to ask, what's your current relationship status like, man? You never really seem to, talk about girls or anything.
Oh, it's kind of a long story.
Have you been in a relationship, bro?
Well, no, I haven't.
Bro, what? I got this guy, he's a pretty good dating coach. His name's Rich Cooper. You might want to check him out. He'll probably help you out with your dating situation there, bro.
Oh, what'd you say his name was? Rich Cooper?
Yeah, bro. Just, Google, just go on richcooper.com. You can find his services. I think it's like $9,000 a minute.
Oh, alright, I guess it doesn't hurt to check it out. Let's see, richcooper.com. Here. Alright, I think this is it. Let's see. Tactical soap, no. $9,000 session, no. Oh, here. Book now.
Hey, man, I'm glad you chose to meet up in the McDonald's. It's kind of a weird place, but, so tell me a bit about your situation.
Well, I'm 41 years old, and essentially, I'm a virgin.
Oh, bro, you came to the right man, I'm gonna fix you up, clean you up, and you're gonna be a slayer, I mean, just face it, you're in your prime right now.
Oh, really? What do you mean, prime?
Well, you said you're 41, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in your prime, bro. Like, all the women, they're gonna start chasing you soon, bro. Just trust me. Just gotta follow my advice.
Oh, okay. What's your advice then?
Well, first, you need to start out with a shower. Here, I'll give you tactical soap for free of charge. Next thing you want to do is just be confident.
But my mom tells me to be confident, and it doesn't really work.
Oh, I meant shit. Good game. Good game. You have to have good game.
What's that?
You just gotta be flirty and shit. Alright, whatever. Next thing you need to do is you need to get a haircut.
Rich, I'm bald.
Shit. Alright, screw everything I said. Just get in the shower.
Oh man, after this shower, I'm gonna be a real slayer. I'm gonna use that cologne, the tactical soap. I got this all on board. I'm gonna have some good game, be very flirty and seductive. I know I'm gonna get a girl tonight. Dang, I can't wait to thank Rich Cooper. Hey Beatrice. Sheldon, what the hell do you want? Hey, I was wondering if you wanted to, hang out tonight, I've seen you at work. I think you're really pretty. Sheldon, shut the hell up. You're 4'2". I only date guys who are 6'5". I don't care about you, Sheldon. You're annoying. But Beatrice, I think you're really pretty. Shut up, Sheldon. None of that is working. I go back to work and shut up. I don't understand what's wrong. I tried the tactical soap. There's no other options. I don't know what I should do. Oh, hello?
Hey, this is the hospital. Is this Sheldon?
Yes, Sheldon speaking.
Your mother, she's in the hospital right now. She just had a mild stroke. We don't think she's gonna recover, so it would be in your best interest to get down here as soon as possible.
Oh my God, I'll be right down there.
Mom, what happened? Sheldon, sweetie. This might be Mommy's last breath, Sheldon. I know you're in your 40s, Sheldon, and you've never had a girlfriend before. It's okay, sweetie. It's okay. You are a good, kind man. Although Mommy has no grandchildren, I will always love you, Sheldon. Mom, no.
Blech. Sheldon, is that you? Oh, Stacy, hi. It's so great to see you. It's been so long. Sheldon, oh my God, I can't believe. Look at how much you've grown. I mean, look at you. You're awesome. Wow, thanks, Stacy. That's some nice compliments. I know this is probably out of the question, but you know, after the recent passing of my mother and you know, with everything that's going on, I just really need somebody right now. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out or I don't know, date. Oh, Sheldon. Actually, I'd love to. Really? Really? You mean that? Yeah, just hold on. Let me just get the kids real quick. Kids, this is Sheldon. Oh, you have kids? Yes, I have 4 of them. Oh, that's okay. We can all be one big happy family. So I'm not really the sexual type. I've been through lots of traumatic experiences in the past. Oh, that's okay. I totally understand. You know, sex doesn't matter anyways. You know, it's overrated. I love you for who you are. You know, everything's gonna work out fine. I'm looking forward to spending my life with you. Oh, Sheldon, thank you for understanding.
Hey, bro, I heard you was talking to Stacy, man. Yo, how you hitting it off with her? You getting that bang, bang, bow, bow, bow in, bro?
Oh, no, there's none of that.
What are you talking about, bro? What do you mean?
Oh, she said she's not really the sexual type. I don't know.
Oh, bro, wait a minute. You're telling me you still are a virgin, bro? Have you at least kissed her?
No.
Bro, how do you even call this a relationship, bro? What do you even do, man? Do you, like, I don't know, what do you do?
Oh, I mainly just, you know, watch over the kids and, you know, buy groceries and, you know, just work on the house and...
Bro, okay, that's a little strange, but, I mean, hey, man, I'm happy for you. If you're happy, I'm happy, man.
Hey, Sheldon, sorry for the call and, you know, all that, but I really wanted to tell you, I don't think this is gonna work out, Sheldon. What do you mean, Stacy? I thought we were close. Sheldon, I know it's been almost a year, but, you know, I don't feel that spark or connection with you, Sheldon. I'm sorry. Your personality is great. You're a really, really nice guy, but I just don't feel the spark. You know, I want that drive, that, you know, butterflies in my stomach. There really isn't any of that with you, Sheldon. Stacy, what do you mean? I hate to break it to you, but I found someone at work today, and I'm sorry, Sheldon. He's actually here right now. Where is he? Sheldon, this is Jeremy. Jeremy, say hi to Sheldon.
Hey, what's up, man?
Stacy, this is your new boyfriend? Yes, he's a motivational speaker. He's really great. Second I saw him, I just knew we clicked. Our personalities, you know, everything clicked when I saw him. Our personalities aligned. I just had butterflies in my stomach. It was true love at first sight, Sheldon. Stacy, how could you do this to me?
Hey, don't worry, little bro, you know, I mean, just look at me, bro. You can achieve greatness, man. Achieving greatness. Just be yourself, man. I'm sure there's someone out there for you, bro. There always is, man. I mean, just look at how successful I am. I mean, I put in the work. You know what I'm saying? I put in that work, I mean, if I didn't get arrested, I mean, shit, I'd be a nobody, I put in so much work, getting those handcuffs on and that picture taken, man. I mean, damn. Too much work. And I'm pretty much retired for life. But yeah, little bro, I mean, you definitely can reach my level. Yeah, don't take it too hard, man.
Why does this always happen to me? I don't understand. I did everything right. I was nice to people. I was kind to people. But they all just bullied me, and nobody wanted me. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm sorry I failed you, Mom.
Prom was fucking brutal. Prom was probably like the most fucking shitty, prom is just shit in general, it doesn't even matter like what the situation was. Prom was just a waste of money. I remember my dumb, and I fucking hate my friends for this shit. They kept crying and being like, bro, come on, bro, you have to do prom, bro, come on, it's gonna be the last year, bro, do prom, bro. And I kept telling them, fuck off, I'm not doing that stupid shit. But they eventually peer pressured me into going to prom, so I had to buy a fucking suit, blow more money on that bullshit. It was like $200 for the fucking ticket itself to even get into prom. And I was like, what the fuck? You want to know how retarded my friend is? My friend has all these mental disorders and shit, and he needs like medication or whatever for it. And they patted him down because they have to pat you down or some shit. This motherfucker, they pull out a bag of pills and shit. And they had to my friend's an idiot. I was like, why couldn't you just kept that at home? He's like, oh bro, what if I have an anxiety attack or something happens? But anyway, I don't know, it just made me think of that. But anyway, prom, fuck that shit. Prom was the worst fucking garbage on the planet. I regret going 100%. If I didn't go, I'd probably have a good $300-400 back in my pocket, fucking blowing my money on that trash. Anyone who didn't go to prom, you're lucky. You didn't miss out on shit. I remember my friend, we were, there's a dance floor or some shit where everyone was fucking dancing. And I mean everybody. There's not one person in their seats. Everyone was on the dance floor dancing. And I was just standing there. It was 1,000 degrees. And it was so cringe just watching everyone dancing and going ape shit. And, it just fucking sucked. I was just like, what the fuck is this shit? So I sat back down at the table, all alone, and no one was there. And my oneitis was there, too, at the table next to me. I was like, fuck, you can't get more brutal than that. And she had a fucking date, too. She had a fucking date, and I remember this shit. It was some gay kid, though. I was like, what the hell? I don't know if they were just, friends or whatever. But that was her date, this gay kid. And I was like, shit, sitting at the table right next to me, and I was just watching them dancing, the slow dancing. That was the brutality. It was I laugh at it now, but back then I was miserable. The fucking brutality. I remember specifically they were doing the slow dancing shit where you had a partner and you do the slow dance. And I was just watching. I was the only one sitting at my fucking table. The only one sitting down in general. Just the only one. Just watching the whole dance floor, slow dancing with a partner. Watching my oneitis slow dancing. It was so brutal. And my friend comes over. My manlit friend who's 5'6". We're just sitting together, me and him. We're just fucking miserable. And he's like, damn, bro, this is fucking brutal. This sucks. And I'm like, yeah, I know. So this motherfucker's like, I'm gonna go all out. So he goes on the dance floor and starts fucking mosh pitting and shit, punching people and pushing people to the music. It's so fucking stupid, dude. I was just watching his manlit ass throwing mosh pit kicks and shit, and throwing his hands around, just pissing everyone off. But it's just I literally just sat. The only thing I did, my fat ass just ate a bunch of food, and that's all I did. I just sat in the back, and I wasn't fat like I am now. I was about 170, and I was just fucking eating all the bread and like all the food, just sitting by myself. And I remember the soy boy, the kid that was in this band I wanted to be in, and that told me no. Basically the story I told a while ago. He was like, "Oh, bro, you okay, bro? You okay, bro?" And I was like, yeah. And then he just walked away. And so, because I guess like it was my oneitis, this gay kid that she brought, that kid, and it was just like a bunch of like people, like normies at that table. And they were just like so brutal. Like I can't even like explain how brutal prom was. You know, it was like one of the last like experiences of high school. Not my last, but one of the last ones. You know, just the brutality of it just sucked. Fuck prom. You know, if you guys are young watching this shit, don't go to prom if you don't have a date. You're gonna end up like fucking miserable. I mean, I went with 4 of my friends. It's still miserable. You know, friends aren't gonna like solve the prom issue. I mean, for me at least. I mean, fuck, I blew all this money and shit. Came home, and the thing is, my friend, you know, we took like different cars, and my one friend drove me. It was just me and him sitting in the car. This motherfucker smelled like absolute shit, like absolute like dog shit, because he was like dancing the whole time, like on the fucking dance floor, sweating his ass off. Smelled like donkey shit. So I had to sit in the car with him smelling like a fucking shit. That was so brutal. And I came home and I lied to my mom. I said, "Mom, it was the best time on the fucking universe. You know, it was the best moment." And she was like, "Oh, I'm so happy for you," even though that night I went home so fucking miserable and depressed because of my oneitis, slow dancing with that kid. Fucking brutal. But yeah, I'd do anything to go back and just not go to prom. That shit was a fucking waste of money. Alright, today I'm gonna tell you why genetically engineering, you know, humans is not gonna be a thing in the future. We might stumble upon the technology, you know, to genetically enhance embryos to become, you know, to have everyone be a 10 out of 10 Chad and Stacy. But here's what's going to happen, you know, the second we invent that technology to, like, genetically enhance children before they're born, you know, in the womb, it's not going to fly with everybody. You know, there's going to be so many copers who are like, "Oh, that's, you know, everyone's special the way they are. We don't need to genetically enhance. You know, this goes against our morality. Everyone's perfect the way they are. Everyone is," you know, just that cope. I can already see that happening, so it's not going to be a thing. And it made me think, there's this one movie, I forgot what it's called. It's called, like, Galactica or something, I think. It's some weird name. Ethan Hawke is in it. And it's a movie in the late 90s where everyone's genetically enhanced. You know, they got genetically enhanced in the womb, came out 10 out of 10 Chads and Stacys. And he is trying to, there's like 2 separate, they're divided into 2. One of them's the Chads and the other one's the normies. And the genetically enhanced people work at like this one location or whatever because they're so skilled because of their genetics and looks and all that. So the dude who was a normie, you know, he was like, "Oh, you know, I can do it. I can prove them wrong, that the genetics don't matter." But here's the funny part, you know, in the movie, he literally has surgery to lengthen his legs and face surgery. So, I mean, you tell me, you know, the whole message of that movie was, "Oh, everyone's perfect the way they are." You know, if he was so perfect, why do you have to increase his height and face? You know? I don't know, man. It's just like, if we ever have this technology to genetically enhance humans, I mean, good God, can you imagine, like, if all of us were genetically enhanced at birth? We would be praising our parents, you know? We'd be 10 out of 10 Chads, have life on easy mode, you know? It really is, even, like, if we didn't have the genetic enhanced technology, it's a coin toss, you know? You either have bad, neutral, or amazing genetics, you know. It's random. You have no control over it, and it's not fair, but that's just how it is. But it's just like so weird to think about, like, if everyone, like, if we ever have that like technology to make everyone a Chad or Stacy, you know, how I can guarantee you that there will be people out there like forbidding it and like saying, "Oh, this is horrible," and it's not going to become a thing. You know, it's not going to become mainstream to genetically enhance children and their looks, genetics, whatever. Fuck, what was I was going to say something else. I forgot what it was. But, I mean, that's pretty much it. you know, genetically enhancing people before they're born is not going to be a thing, you know. Just think about, like, it's so, like, crazy to think about people who were, like, short growing up, and then, like, let's say you're 5'2" in, like, your freshman and sophomore year of high school, and then you just have a growth spurt, and then you're 6'3". It's literally night and day how you get treated. You know, like, I observed this all the time, you know, in high school. The short kids were the most vulnerable. You know, they got picked on and bullied so much. The ugly kids, too. You can't win, you know. They don't have control over it. It's just how they were born. And, like, if we could genetically... That would be weird if everyone was a Chad. I don't even think attractiveness... Like, what would even happen if everyone was a Chad and Stacy? But, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, all I had to say. Alright, I've been saving this video for a while, but let me tell you how delusional, like, normies are. You know, sub-5 normies who it's over for, how delusional these guys are, you know. Let me tell you all something. Just because you receive a compliment from a female, it does not make you attractive. You know, it does not mean that you are attractive. You know, let me tell you what happened, you know, what led this video idea on. A couple days ago at the gym, my friend, he brings this, like, drawstring backpack thing with, like, yeah, it's an Adventure Time one. It's like childish as fuck. It's like a 5-year-old fucking backpack thing. And this girl in the gym was like, "Oh, I really like your backpack. Nice backpack," you know. And then my friend, he's like, bro, he's like tapping me on the shoulder 10,000 times. I'm like, what? You know, it's fucking annoying. He's like, "Bro, she likes me, bro. I know she likes me, bro. She complimented my fucking bag, bro. She likes me, bro. She thinks I'm hot. Should I go talk to her, bro? I'm like, dude, you're fucking delusional. Are you out of your mind? Do you really think that she thinks you're hot because she complimented your fucking backpack? Like, are you out of your mind? These normies are delusional. Delusional behavior. I could not believe what came out of his mouth. I'm like, dude, just because she complimented your backpack, you know, she didn't say, "Oh, you're sexy," or "Oh, you're hot," "Oh, I think you're cute." You know, she didn't compliment, like, any of your facial features. She just complimented maybe she liked Adventure Time, you know, the fucking backpack, you know, maybe that's, like, it, you know, she just liked it. I'm trying to think of something else, you know. Let me try to think of, like, a scenario or something. Like, let's say this. Let's say, I don't know, you're in an art class or something, and your friend is, like, drawing a really nice piece, and some girl comes over and says, "Oh, I like that art piece you're drawing." The dude who's drawing the art piece is going to be like, "Oh, she likes me, she complimented my art piece, she likes me." You know, that's the type of delusional thinking, you know, and I just never understood that shit. You know, all my friends do that, you know. I've seen it way too many times, you know. "Oh, this girl said hi to me. She likes me, bro. You know, it's like they're like coping so hard. It is actually like I can't even, it's so cringe to, like, watch, you know. Like, my three close friends that I'm still friends with after high school, do this shit way too much, you know. They think, like, "Oh, these girls like me because they said something to me. They said 2 words to me. They said, 'Oh, hi, how are you?' You know, they like me, bro." Like, you get, like, if you think that, you're delusional, you know. You are completely delusional. I mean, if only they saw, like, girls when they're Chad struck, it's like they'd be like, "Oh, I guess I'm, like, super delusional." They be like, "Oh shit, you know, I am delusional." Because they don't, like, just because you get a compliment about something, like, if they say, "Oh, nice haircut," or something, they're not fucking that doesn't mean you're fucking attractive, you know, or they're attracted to you. Just probably means you have nice hair or something. You know, like, "Oh, nice haircut," it means you have nice hair, you know. Doesn't mean anything else. You know, if she's not, like, constantly bugging you and trying to, like, you know, flirt with you and shit, if she just gives you one compliment and walks away, it's probably nothing, you know. And my stupid friends are like, "Bro, they like me, bro. Oh my god, bro." You know, shut the fuck up. Like, dude, delusions. I've seen that shit so many times. You know, it's always the guys who are sub-5 and that it's over for. It's sad. I mean, I used to think that shit too back in high school whenever some girl would say, like, "Oh, your hair's cool." You know, like, just because, like, you dye your hair or something, you know, of course you're going to get some people who say, "Oh, that's pretty cool." You know, it doesn't mean they like you. Like, it's just crazy, you know. It's just mind-blowing. But that's my thoughts on it. Anyone else, like, have, like, delusional normie friends? You know, because I haven't made a friend ever since high school. You know, I'm done making friends. That's just a lost cause. I gotta stick with the ones from high school because I'm never gonna make a single friend again. Not with, like, everything. Because, guys, and this is another advice. Even if you hate your friends, you know, just keep the ones from high school, because you don't make friends after high school. You really don't. But, yeah, does anyone else have, like, delusional normie friends that do this shit, or delusional people that think, oh, she complimented something, oh, she likes me, bro. You know, this is going to be a pretty interesting video, but I haven't taken a picture of myself in God knows how long. You know, years and years and years. The only photos that exist of me are from, like, people that just take them of me, like, randomly, like my friends for their stupid Snapchats or Instagrams, or yearbook photos from years ago when I was in high school, or actual photos, like the, you know, on the paper or whatever, from when I was like a really young kid. Those are the only like, I haven't taken a picture of myself in literally years. I guarantee you a decade. I actually don't even think I've ever taken a selfie before. Like, I'm not even joking. I always like get people like taking pictures of me, like, even though I don't. Like, there's this one kid I used to be friends with, like, a very, very long time ago, in middle school. This is when, like, iPhones were, like, popular and shit. He always used to try to take pictures of me, and it always used to piss me off, you know, because I looked even worse, or just as bad back then. And I always would be mad, you know. He'd try to, like, take a picture of me, and I'd just, like, flip off the camera, be like, dude, like, don't take a picture of me, you know. Like, let's say hypothetically I have kids, right? If my kids are like, oh, daddy, let's see pictures of you when you were a teenager and when you were in your 20s, I'm gonna have nothing, you know. Chad and Stacy, they're gonna have, like, thousands and thousands of, like, Snapchat videos of themselves, photos, Instagram photo, you know, all that, because their lives are just, you know, that great. They don't have any reason to be, like, self-conscious and, like, insecure about taking photos or anything. And they have, like, literally everything documented. Like, Jesus, these Gen Z kids have literally everything documented. So, I mean, that's, like, kind of cool, I guess, for, like, the future generation to see, like, everything. But I'm not gonna have any of that, you know. I just don't, and I don't plan on taking any pictures of myself. And to make shit even worse, let me tell you something that happened that relates to this, you know, like, not having any photos. There was this girl who I used to go to elementary school with, you know, almost 2 decades ago, you know, a very, very long time ago. My friend, he was like, or she was like bugging him for my number or whatever to, like, talk to me. And this was like 3 years ago. And, you know, she was begging him for my number, and he finally gave it to her, even though I told him specifically not to. And this girl, I didn't even know her. I literally, not even joking, only knew her in kindergarten, you know, and that's because we were in the same class. And she, like, started, like, texting me, like, randomly. She's like, oh my God, it's been so long. I'm so happy to talk to you. You were so cute in kindergarten. Oh my God, we need to catch up. We need to meet up. Oh my God. You know, just, like, super happy to talk to me. And I was like, whoa, what the like, that's weird. Like, guys, it's like, no one does that, you know. It was, like, really weird. No one just messages you like that. Like, that's like me talking to some random kid from preschool that I never talked to. Like, I didn't even remember her at first, you know. I didn't really remember her until she showed me a literal picture of us in the kindergarten class. I don't even have that picture. It's so old, you know. She showed me the picture. I was like, oh yeah. She's like, oh, do you remember that one time where this kid did that? And I'm like, no. Like, it was just weird, you know, just weird. Like, I was like, no, like, I don't remember that. Like, what the fuck? Like, you know, I don't remember any of that. And she's like, come on, show me what you look like now. I bet you're so handsome and cute. Come on, show me. She was asking me these weird, like, personal questions too, you know. She was like, oh, are you a virgin? You have a girlfriend? Have you ever kissed anyone? You know, all this shit. And I was just like, oh, no. She's like, oh my God, that's really hot. You know, show me what you look like. And I was like, oh shit, you know, guys, I thought this was like my in, you know, I thought I'd finally get a girlfriend, you know. And then she, like, kept asking me, you know, every day, like, come on, show me your face now. You know, just send me a picture of yourself. It's all you got to do. You know, you were really cute in kindergarten. And I just never sent it, you know, because guys, I'm insecure. You know, I already know I'm not the best looking. And I just never sent her the picture. So she just slowly just didn't talk to me, you know, slowly stopped talking to me. And I was fine with that because she was weird, you know, but I was, like, kind of sad at the same time. I didn't talk to her for long, though. It was only like a month, maybe. I would just talk to her like every day. And then this is another thing that happened. Like a year later, after that, experience, she messages me on my Instagram. She finds it because like my dumbass linked the number to my Instagram and she found it. And keep in mind, on my Instagram, I have literally zero posts. I have no pictures of myself at all. Nothing. Not even in the profile picture. And she was like, oh my God, your Instagram, oh my God, you don't have any pictures of you on here, oh my God, And I was like, oh yeah, I don't see a reason to, all that shit. She's like, come on, show me what you look like, come on, and then she invited me to her sister's quinceañera, and I was like, oh shit, maybe I can like, make her my girlfriend. Like that was what was going on in my head. And I was like, oh shit, but she kept saying, she's like, oh, I'm not going to tell you where it is, if you don't show me your face, I really want to, and she kept going on and how like excited she was to finally meet me after all these years. I don't know what her intentions were. I don't care now. I don't know if she just was like overly friendly or whatever. It was just, the whole thing was just weird. But the second I showed her my face, and this was probably like the first photo I've taken in like ages, I showed her my face, and like it all just changed after that. It was just so fucking weird. She called it off. She was like, oh, and I FaceTimed her too. Like after she called it off, I like got sad. I was like, what the fuck, what's wrong now? She was just talking about how she's so excited to meet me and all this stuff. So I FaceTimed her, and she was like, oh, my sister's plans change. Like she just had like this weird, like, cause I called her on the phone before. She was like all overly happy and excited, like I think she thought she was talking to a Chad. Like I'm not even joking. Like she was literally like so happy to talk to me like before in the past when she didn't know what I looked like now. And she was like before she was like, oh my God, I want to meet you so bad. Oh my God. Like just happy, And then when I talked to her, when I FaceTimed her, after I sent her the picture to find out what was wrong and shit, she was like, she just had like this mood, and she was like, oh, like her whole like vibe and mood changed. And I was like, oh shit. I didn't think it was over, even though I should have known. But she was like, it went dark, she was like, oh, it got canceled, it got called off, sorry. I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. I mean, it was okay. I mean, I didn't have to go there. I wasn't like too depressed about it. Keep in mind, this was like 2 years ago. And she removed me as a follower. And I found that like quite odd, Like she removed me as a follower. And I was like, okay. Like she didn't block me. She just removed me as a follower. And I asked my friend, I'm like, dude, like check her Instagram. This was like months later, because like I didn't know she removed me as a follower. And sure as shit, she went to the quinceañera. Like she literally like lied to me, and like that hurt even more. I was like, damn. Like she straight up lied to me. She went, like it was like her and her family and like all these other kids from my old elementary school, and like she just straight up lied to me. Just because I guess I don't even know what happened. When I showed her, I should have just made it a surprise. Should have been like, oh, I'll show you when I get there. My face. I shouldn't have fucking showed her my face. Like it's my fault. But yeah, she just had like a whole different vibe. It's just crazy, man. Whatever, all excited, oh, you were so cute in kindergarten, I'm Macaulay Culkin, I'm like that dude Macaulay Culkin, I aged pretty bad, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know. Or what the deal was, but it's just like, this is another reason why I just don't take pictures of myself, and I don't have any pictures of myself. Like, I literally have none. You'll have to, like, I don't even know where you'd get a picture of me, Like, my friends have pictures of me. That's it, Like, I don't have any photos of myself. Like, if someone wanted, like, I'd have to, like, actually take a picture, like, in the moment. Because I just, like, these people are just ruining my mental health. And, like, this is why I don't take pictures and stuff. But, yeah, this video's getting kind of long. But, yeah, that's basically why I don't have any pictures of myself. Like, do any of you guys take pictures or no? I made a video a while ago on why I do not take pictures of myself anymore. And, like I said, my friends take pictures of me every now and then. I always try to hide, but I'm going to ask them to delete it. Delete any pictures they have of me, any pictures they take from me in the future that anybody takes of me. because this is getting ridiculous. Let me explain what happened. So a couple weeks ago, my friend he showed his coworker, who's she's 25, showed her a picture of me, and he said that I was the most hideous, ugly man-child, and she said it looked like I had like a baby face and like an underdeveloped face or something. I don't remember. And I was like, thanks for telling me. Thanks for the self-esteem booster there. I mean, it's good to like at least know what girls actually think of me, like an insight. But after he said that shit, I was like, yeah, like thanks for the self-esteem booster. But that wasn't even bad. And why I'm making this video is because it gets way worse. Just a couple days ago, because she keeps talking about me. It's like, I don't even know this girl, and she keeps talking about how ugly I am. It's like I'm in her head rent-free, It's like she has nightmares about me. My friend keeps telling me, he's like, oh yeah, every time I mention you, she just calls you ugly and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, like, whatever. And to make it more brutal, I was like, I'm curious, what does she look like? He sends me her Instagram I look at her, and oh my God, I have never seen anyone in my life more unattractive. A lazy eye, literally a lazy eye, 4'11", the most bulbous nose, terrible skull proportions. I've never seen, and I was like, oh my God, I was like, there's no way. And to make it more, this is just going to keep getting more brutal. This is why I have to talk about this shit. It's so fucking hard to cope with this shit that just happened. So, she's had multiple, the only reason why he showed her my photo is because, first he was trying to hook me up with her, because he knows I'm a loser. And the reason is because she cannot find a steady relationship or boyfriend. She keeps on breaking up with guys, all this stuff. Has a new guy every other week. He said that she's had around like 85 boyfriends by 25. That's an insane number, by the way. And I'm just like, okay, like that's brutal because of how she looks. Like that would never happen if she was a guy. I'm just like, good God. But why I'm making this video is because just a couple days ago, her boyfriend, and guys, you will not believe this shit. Guess what he looks like? He's not a Chad. You probably are thinking, oh, he's a Chad. But get this. He is 5'8", bald, and he's in his 30s. I am fucked. What the fuck is that? And I said to him, I'm like, dude, like, is she attracted to him? And this is what he tells me. He's like, oh, no, bro. We already went over that. She said she's not attracted to him, but it grew on her after a while because of his personality. And I just, like, face-palmed so hard. I'm just like, dude, I can't with this shit. There is no fucking way. This is the shit I have to deal with, I'm like, there is no way, no way. I mean, it's already over for that guy. It's already over. The black pill collects, it's going to be over for that guy pretty soon. From what he said, that she can't hold a relationship. He's like a military vet. It's over for him already, even though he's in a relationship. It's going to come collecting soon. I already know it. But good God, guys, what the fuck, man? That shit is insane. This is like my life, If she, I don't even have any words, I don't even have the hypocrisy, the everything, like that none of that makes any sense, none of what I just said makes any sense, like in the real world, like this shit is just so bizarre. Like, and she said, like, oh, to me, to my friend, and she doesn't even, it's not like I'm like far away. I could have taken her out on a date if she thought I was or whatever, if she thought I was attractive. It's not like I'm light years away and she ends up with this dude, like, and I already know it's going to be over for him. Like I said, my friend said she goes through a boyfriend a week. She can't hold one ever. But it's just like, oh my God, dude. Like, I have no chance, I got to get the fuck out of the city, man. I hate the city. It sucks. But I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what happened. You know, it's just so brutal and bizarre and just whatever, man. It's just there really is no winning for me. But yeah, that's pretty much it. The new Matrix movie sucked. You know, I don't care about movies. I don't care about any of that shit now. But this, I've been looking forward to it for God knows how long. You know, a really long time, and I was severely let down. I should have known. You know, every movie now is just a copy of a copy. You know, just same bullshit, boring as fuck. Like the new Spider-Man shit. Like, how many Spider-Man movies do we have? Good God. You know, the whole movie, everything just sucked. You know, even when I got to the movie, I always go to the movies by myself. You know, I never go with anybody. And even because I went late and that stupid Spider-Man movie is playing, so when I got in the shit, like, these kids took my seat because, like, they were movie hopping, you know, and I was like, it's my seat, and they're like, oh, fuck off, you're fucking blah, 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 and I was like, whatever. So I just sat on the floor for, like, the first, like, 10 minutes. Then the dumbass gets up out of his seat to go to the bathroom, and I just fucking sit in it. Then, like, all the kids start getting mad, and, they couldn't do anything because it was literally my seat. Like, I paid for it. If the security guy came, he would have kicked them out and shit. So they just, like, got super mad, were, like, cursing me out and shit, and just left. But that doesn't even matter. I didn't care about that. The movie, that's what I was gonna say. The movie just fucking sucked, man. It was just so bad, you know. The whole thing was confusing. Like, the intro, you know, the whole, like, first, like, hour of it, you know, like, oh, Neo, he's in the Matrix within a Matrix within a Matrix. Oh, we need to break him out of the Matrix. Oh, he's in hiding. Oh, like, just stupid shit. I'm just like, what the fuck is this? You know, just this normie shit, like, all these, it's just like they're in the real world, you know, and it's just so boring. No action at all. There was literally no action scenes. There was only about, like, 3 action scenes. And I was like, this is so boring. Good God. You know, they, like, break him out of the Matrix, blah, blah, blah. It's basically they repeated, like, the first one. It's like the whole thing was just a shitty reboot, you know. Morpheus, he's like a new character. He was like a bot or something in this one. They didn't bring back the old guy. This one was like a Morpheus 2.0, and he was a nanobot. I was like, Jesus Christ, like, this shit is so stupid and corny, you know. And the whole movie, like, Neo had to find Trinity. Like, oh, it was basically like a cheesy love movie. That's pretty much what the movie was. It was so dumb. You know, like, oh, Neo has to find Trinity. Oh, he needs to do this. He needs to, you know, and they just, like, fight the people, get her, you know, predictable, blah, blah. And the movie, like, ended so fast. Like, once they reunited, it, like, pretty much ended. I was like, what the fuck? That was the most boring movie I've ever seen. What a fucking letdown. You know, I've never been that disappointed in a movie in my life. You know, fucking Neo, like, this whole, like, confusing as fuck, like, first hour, I'm just like, dude, like, made no sense. Like, the first, like, 3 movies will always be better than this garbage. They should have not brought back the Matrix. They made up, like, some plot, like, story, like, oh, because they died in the third one. They're like, oh, we brought them back to life to harvest them for this new Matrix because they're the key to the Matrix. Them together, they're too powerful. We can't ever let them see each other. It's just like, it was so bad. Watch it for yourself. See how bad it was, but man, oh man. You know, they should not keep rebooting movies over and over and over and over, you know. I can guarantee you there's going to be another Matrix, you know, good God. But it just sucked. You know, the movie, I thought it looked promising, but nope, straight up garbage. How come people don't understand that I don't have, like, any hobbies at all and don't have any interests in literally anything at all? You know? There's this kid who I go to this, like, it's like kind of like this 7-Eleven thing where they, like, make you food and shit. It's literally like a 7-Eleven but with, like, a different name. And I go there and there's this fucking kid I see, because I used to go there, like, every day. But I see this fucking kid every single day, you know, and finally one day he just, like, talks to me. That's like one thing you don't do. You don't ever want to, like, make friends with those people there. You just want to get in and out. But now every time I see this kid, he just, like, talks to me for, like, 10-20 minutes, you know, about, like, stupid shit. But one day he was, like, talking to me and shit, And the kid is younger than me too. You know, I think he's like 19, and he's still a fucking teenager. And he's telling me, he's giving me all this advice and shit. Like, I forgot how the conversation started. This was like a month or two ago, but it's basically telling him like, oh yeah, I'm just going to college for like no fucking reason. I don't care about any of this shit and blah blah blah. He's like, oh, don't be down and don't be negative, bro, and you'll figure things out, and you need a passion. Everyone has a passion in life. Everyone does a job. Everyone has a passion. And you know, I'm going for, I forgot what the fuck his stupid degree was, some like dumb shit. I think something with computers, but it was like IT work, I think. But he's like, oh, everyone has a passion, bro. Everyone has a passion. You just gotta get through it. You'll find yourself, bro. You'll find yourself. No. You know, how the fuck, you know, isn't it possible for me to not, you know, like he says like, oh, anything's possible, bro. Like, isn't it possible for me to not ever have a passion about anything or give a fuck about anything? You know, because nothing ever changes, you know, and nothing ever will change. I mean, holy shit. You know, just look at me, you know. Even my mom said the most blackpilling thing the other day. She's like, you're getting really fucking old, you know. You need to find a girl now and, you know, find a steady job, like, now. Or else you're gonna, like, be so fucked, you know, come your, like, 40s and shit. And I'm just like, yeah. You know, because that's insane. But, like, yeah, this kid was like, oh, you know, you have to have a interest to anything. What are your interests? And I'm like, nothing. You know, I don't have any fucking interest. He's like, oh, that's not true. What kind of music you listen to? What kind of TV shows you watch? I'm like, I can't listen to music anymore. You know, I just fucking hate it. I don't like it at all. It's a shit retarded cope. All this new music sucks now. He's like, oh, you said you used to listen to music? I'm like, yeah, but I don't now, and I don't care about it, you know? Same with TV. All these new movies suck. Every movie sucks. I don't have, like, any interests with that at all. You know, he's like, oh, you have to like sports. You have to like sports, bro. Come on, you have to have a passion about sports. Everyone likes sports. I'm like, dude, that's the last fucking thing I will ever enjoy. When I was a kid, I played every sport, but I got bullied so bad, you know, that I literally quit all of them. It's not because, I know you guys are gonna say like, oh, you know, you let those bullies take control. You know, you have to do what you want to do. But guys, like, I just fucking hate it, because I remember I played baseball. You know, these kids used to shit on me. These super tall kids. You know, they used to be like, oh, you're so bad. You're so fucking garbage. You're so garbage. And I used to fucking hate. This was like when I was really young. I was in like first grade. I used to hate going to baseball. You know, baseball practice and the games and shit. I always used to cry right before the shit to my mom. I used to be like, no, I don't want to go. She's like, oh, it's too bad. It's too bad. And I ended up, I had to go. You know, and I was like, I just fucking hated, like, I used to always miss the ball. I just sucked so bad, you know, they were right, and I sucked dick at baseball. I hated going, so I just quit. You know, why fucking do something you hate? You know, if I was getting bullied and I loved baseball, I'd keep doing it, but I fucking hated it so much. I don't know if those kids made me hate it, but I just hated baseball. You know, I tried soccer when I was younger. That shit was horrible, because I had this friend, this fake fuck. I was in, like, 4th grade. My mom made me try soccer with him and shit. I didn't score one goal the whole like season. And this kid always used to like fucking make fun of me and shit, like my friend, and used to like talk shit to this one kid about me and be like, oh, he's so bad at soccer, so bad, you know, because I didn't do shit, you know. I hated it. I was like, why am I playing this if I can't even score a goal and this shit is like so bad? Now, for basketball, you know, I had passion for fucking basketball. Like, I actually enjoyed it, but the same thing happened. They're like, oh, you're so shit, you're so shit, you're so shit. And I stayed on to basketball until I got to high school, you know. I stayed with it, even though, like, because, guys, everyone talks shit about, like, me fucking playing basketball ever since I, like, started playing, you know, when I was really young. From, like, 1st grade to 8th grade, I was playing basketball. I loved the sport. But I just fucking quit after the 8th grade, because the whole year, everyone would always, like, make fun of me and shit. And I used to hate going. Like, I hated going to basketball practice and basketball. Like, I hated it so fucking much, but I still went because I, like, actually had a passion for basketball. But that shit all died down 8th grade. I was just like, all right, whatever. Like, I tried out for the fucking varsity bullshit. That was brutal as fuck. beyond brutal, guys. The brutality of that shit, trying out for the varsity bullshit. I did that in what is it? In what was it? 6th grade. So I was like 12. Tried out for the varsity fucking shit, whatever it was, and I made it. You know, I made the fucking team. That was like a select few people. You had to like try out. There's like hundreds of kids, and they only picked like a handful, like a small amount, and I got picked. You know. And guys, it was so brutal. They shit on me the whole time. You know, I hated going so much. Like, my mom would be like, why the fuck are you doing this then? And I was like, oh, I like basketball. But, like, the kids would just shit talk me. And the coach literally hated me. I never got put in. You know, I literally, you know how, like, in that shit, they don't have to, like, put you in if they don't want to? They did that shit. Like, I never got any playtime at all, you know? And I remember this kid would always like yell at me all the time and shit. He'd be like, "Oh, you're so bad. You're like, I don't know why you're here. You're just so fucking bad." And he used to go off on me and shit. But the coach literally never put me in until like one day he got in trouble, and like one of the fucking like refs was like, "Oh, you haven't put him in at all this entire like 4 quarters and shit. Like you can't do that. You know, you have to put him in at least once for like 5 minutes." Puts me in once and I fucking score on the wrong goal, you know. It's just like, I'm fucking retarded. My life is a joke, you know. It's just like, whatever, man. People wonder why I don't have any hobbies and passion for anything, because everyone always has to ruin it, you know. I don't care about anything. I don't do any sport, any hobby in my free time. I don't have any desire to, and people just can't understand that. They think I'm some kind of fucking like freak, like, oh, you can't do that, and they'll get like fucking like anxious and like scared, like, oh, you have to have a hobby. Like, it's so fucking weird, dude. Like, that's so weird. Like, whenever I say I don't have a hobby for anything, they're like, oh, yeah, that's impossible. It's impossible. You have no passion. You have no direction in life. It's like that kind of reaction. Like, people are so fucking weird. Good God, you know, especially that kid. He's like, oh, it's impossible. I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen it before. Like, you know, you always hear all these people bitching about shit online. Like, oh, my life is so bad. You know, I have all this money and a girlfriend or a boyfriend. And, you know, while me, I'm just literally sitting doing the same bullshit every day. No matter what I pick up and try, I just become bored of it and fucking hate it. You know, like any kind of activity I try to pick up to like, you know, cope, because I fucking hate everything. Like any new kind of thing, I just get bored of it in 2 seconds. Like, let's say I buy something that looks cool, just get bored of it in 5 fucking seconds. You know, that's why I don't buy anything anymore. That's why I don't buy any like kind of cool like gadgets, toys, you know, anything, because they just fucking bore me to death. Like in 2 minutes, I'm just like, all right, whatever. Just so I don't buy anything anymore. I don't have any, like, there's no passion or drive or hobby that enjoys me at all. Nothing. And people cannot understand that. They think I'm some kind of like freak, like, oh, it's impossible. Like, that's the reaction. Like, whenever I try to tell people, like when they try to talk to me, do small talk, and they ask, because that's like what happens. They'll ask me, they'll do small talk, you know, they'll come up to me, you know, at whatever family gathering, anywhere, school, try to talk to me about anything, and they'll say, oh, what's your hobbies, interests? I'll be like, nothing, you know, but come on. They'll get like really mad. I'm like, it's nothing. Like, there's no hobby or passion, you know, nothing going on. Even video games suck now. Everything is just fucking boring, you know. Everything sucks. There's nothing fun to do. Literally nothing is fun. Nothing is fun at all. There's no hobbies, nothing. I mean, and just people just cannot grasp or understand that. Alright, today I'm going to tell you about the time I tried to message my oneitis, you know, after getting rejected, like a couple years later. Now, I've had like a fair share of oneitises. I think I had like 4 in high school. I got rejected like, I think 6 girls in high school. The oneitis, this one oneitis, you know, I had a crush on for like 2 years. And I remember like the beginning of the year, senior year, she sat next to me, like, because the teacher made her, and she was like begging the teacher. She's like, please don't make me sit next to him. Please don't make me sit next to him. Please, please, please. Just begging. And I'm just like, fuck, you know. She was always like in a mood every time, like I was there and shit. I talked to her a couple times, you know, and you know, we didn't really talk too much. She only sat next to me for like 2 months. Then like the seats changed. But it that's like not like the story. Basically, like, I think I've said this on my channel before, but like it was like the last year of like the last day of school, like last day of like high school ever. There's like this party at this kid's house. They like texted it in the group chat, like, oh, party at blah blah blah, because I was in this like prom weekend group chat with the whole grade, and they're like, oh, party at this guy's house. And I knew the kid, but everyone was invited. The whole grade was invited. And me and my 3 dipshit friends were like, oh, we gotta go to this bro. We gotta go to this bro. So we fucking walk there because, you know, they got hammered drunk. And, oh yeah, it's so funny because my dumbass friend, and I recorded this shit. This idiot, okay, my 5'6" manlet friend asked this girl if she wants to fuck. And the girl's 6 feet tall. That shit was fucking hilarious. You know, he literally asked her. He fucking said, they were talking and shit, and he said, oh, you want to fuck? And he's 5'6" and she's 6 foot. She said no and just walked away. Shit was so brutal. But for me, this girl, you know, it was like early in the parties. The girl, you know, that my oneitis like came up to me and shit, and we were like talking and shit. She was like all nice, and she's like, do you hate me? And I'm like, no. Like, what the fuck? I don't hate you at all. That should have been my chance to like say, you know, like, oh, I actually really like you and shit. But you know, I have the lowest IQ like to exist. And I was like, no, I don't, you know. And she's like, oh, I thought you hated me. Huh? Okay, that's good, you know. And then she like walks away, you know. And you know, later down in the party, it's like nearing the end, I have this one Chad friend who's a Giga Chad. He wasn't really a friend. He's just some kid I talked to. He's in a group, you know, they're all standing in a circle. It's him and all these girls, like probably like 10 girls just standing in a circle. And it's outdoors, keep in mind, this party. It's outdoors in their backyard. You know, everyone's drunk and hammered. You know, I'm just cringing my ass off watching these kids fucking drink and slur their words and all this bullshit, trying to like say, oh, come on, bro, drink, bro. Because if you guys don't know, I don't drink, do drugs. I've never tried it, never will try it, ever. You know, never try weed. I'll never drink beer. They're like, oh, come on, bro, gotta drink, bro, gotta drink. But anyway, I recorded so much shit on that day too. It's like, I like to document shit. Because I know I'm never going to experience shit like that, you know, like again, really. Because like, I'm getting older and like, I don't have friends that do that. You know, I'm not like a fuckboy Chad at all. You know, it's like just a rare coincidence. I happen to like go to a couple parties here and then. But they're all the same. They're all cringeworthy and stupid. But yeah. I approached them. They're in a circle, group of girls, and my oneitis is in there, and they're talking. Cause my oneitis, guys, she's sub 3, she was obese, sub 3, and they were talking. You know, they were like, oh, we can't find anybody for, you know, her. Like they said her. I'm not gonna say her name, but oh, we can't find anybody for, you know, she's still a virgin, can't hook up with anybody. You know, we have to find her somebody. Then my Chad friend, you know, the kid I talked to, he looks at me, he's like, oh, how about him, you know, why can't you two hook up? And like, he's like looking at both of us, you know, me and my oneitis, he's like, why can't you two hook up? And she literally just, her eyes get super big, she looks at me, and I said yes, like I literally said, yeah, sure. And she looks at me, she runs away, like literally she looks at me, her eyes get huge, like bulging, like huge, and then just ran, like she fucking bolted. And everyone around me, like all the girls like that are in the circle and him, they all just burst out fucking laughing, you know. And in my head I'm like, fuck, you know. I'm like, what the, like, where, like, there's my chance right there, you know, if I even had one to begin with, you know. And I was like, shit, you know. So I like, there's like 10 minutes left of the fucking party. I like tried to find her. I don't know where the fuck she ran off to, you know, but I couldn't find her. The rest of the fucking, I was just looking for her, and I was like, all right, there's no point. And then the shit ended, and that's when I got giga depressed. You know, I was like the most depressed. I was like so depressed after that shit. I interviewed the Chad. You know, I have that video. I fucking literally interviewed the kid. I was like, all right, explain what happened tonight. And yeah, I mean, it just sucked. But anyway, what I was trying to say is, like, I messaged her, like, 2 years later and shit. Like, I told her, like, all this shit, like, oh, hey, how you doing and shit. Like, I messaged, and this was, like, I was, like, a simp, kind of. Like, I fucking messaged her, like, 5 times in a row, like, every day. And she knew who I was. She didn't respond at all. And then just one day, she just randomly messaged me and said, stop harassing me, and then blocked me. I was like, wow. You know, like, wow. Like, I'm stupid as fuck, but yikes, guys. That was like pretty brutal for me, because it was the last, guys, it was the last, like, ever party I went to in high school. That was the last time I saw any of those kids. Last time I saw any of them, you know. And, yeah, you know, that was it, you know. And then I remember a week later, I got super sick. I got, like, 2 ear infections and, like, all this crazy shit. But yeah, like, I tried to message my oneitis later, like, 2 years later after that, you know, because I was, like, thinking about her and shit. And she just said, stop harassing me. I literally just said, oh, hey, you know, remember me and shit, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, I really liked you. Just normal shit, you know, like, about, like, 5 messages. She says, stop harassing me, and blocks me. It's over. It's over. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Spiritual healing and spiritual gurus are the biggest cope on this entire planet, you know. I know people, like, do spiritual healing for, like, therapy or whatever. But, guys, every encounter I've had with these people, you know, these, like, spiritual people who, like, say, like, oh, I can see into your future and all that bullshit. Like, let me tell you, when I went to the strip club years back, there's a stripper who, like, she was talking to me and my friend. She said she does, like, spiritual healing and guidance and all this bullshit, can tell your future, do readings or whatever. This shit is just so cringe and bizarre to me. Like, I don't understand, like, how people think all this shit is legit. But, you know, I was sitting in my seat, she was sitting, like, on top, like, of me and shit, and she had her hand out, she put her hand on my forehead, and she's like, oh, I'm gonna tell your future and all of your problems, and it was so fucking weird. She was, like, making, like, slurping noises. Like, she put her fucking hand on my forehead, she was like, whoa, she was fucking, like, screaming. She's like, extracting from your third eye, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, this shit was so weird. And she said, I'm not even joking, she said, oh, I sense it, you're gonna get married in 6 months, oh, you're gonna have a baby in another 2 years, oh, and fast forward I can't even get a text back. It's been well over 2 years since then, but can't even get a text back. And yeah, she was wrong. But she just did that to all my friends, and we were just fucking dying. Like, we couldn't believe this shit. She's like, oh, I charge 100. I do this, like, I forgot what she does, like, tarot readings and all this bullshit at some like, that's what she does for a living. Like, her second job is spiritual healing or something. And she said she charges $130 an hour for that shit that I just did, like, where she put her fucking hand on my forehead and said, oh, extracting, like, she was screaming. She was like, oh, extracting, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, dude, these people are fucking nuts. You know, Jesus Christ. Like, I couldn't believe this shit. I'm like, you charge $130 for this garbage? Like, are you out of your mind? You know, she was telling all my friends, like, oh, I see a very dark future. Oh, no, in another year, a family member is gonna die. Oh, no, it's, like, such common sense shit. You know, maybe I should be a spiritual guru, like, one of these people. I'll just, like, go up to the manlets and be like, oh, I can sense, oh, you are very depressed, oh. Like, be, like, one of those fucking people. Just, like, it's so, like, obvious. Like, there's this one girl, this summer, I was at my friend's, his frat house, his all-Indian frat house. And they were throwing a party. I was sitting in his room, just doing absolutely nothing, just sitting in his room. And supposedly, like, the cops came or some bullshit, and this girl and her boyfriend just came in the room. I was like, what the fuck are you doing in here? They're like, oh, the cops are here. And then, like, they were talking to me, like, the dude was, like, talking to me, and this girl was like, oh, I'm actually a spiritual, whatever the fuck it is, like, spiritual guidance person, reader or whatever, so she like had me put my palm out. She was like, oh, you're a really nice guy, but you're really depressed inside. It's like just common sense shit, you know, just by how someone looks, you know, like, oh, I can tell you are very, very depressed, and you're just touching my palm and shit, you know. And it just reminds me, like, all of this shit just is like so stupid, and like I don't know how people like it's just like bizarre. Like, cause I had this one friend who does all this shit. He's got like tons of mental illnesses, and he thinks like getting like a spiritual healer is gonna fix him and stuff, and he uses that as like therapy or whatever. But he was telling me like, oh yeah, this lady. It's always a lady that does that shit. You know, the spiritual guidance and healing and tarot cards and all that. It's usually a lady. It's never a guy. I don't know why, but he said that the lady said that she was like some like old grandma lady, said to him like all this shit. Like, she had him lay down, and he was going through his past lives, and he was telling me about it for like 2 hours straight at work a couple months ago. And I was like, are you for real? Like, he was like, oh, there's this one life where I was a Neanderthal, and I had my Neanderthal buddy, and we were walking through the fucking woods, and we got stuck in a cave, and we died down there. And then in another life, I was a goldfish. And in another life, I was an eagle flying through the sky, and a hunter shot me. And in another life, and I'm like, I just couldn't believe it. Like, I was just like trying so hard not to laugh. I'm like, you actually believe this shit? You know? Like, how the fuck, like, oh, I saw so many of my past lives. There were so many past lives. Oh, like, what does that even, how is that gonna help you at all? You know, how is these spiritual healers, how are they gonna help you at all? I honestly don't see how. Like, I don't know, it's just fucking bizarre. But that stripper who had, like, 2 jobs, she did that, and, the spiritual shit was fucking bizarre, man. Who the fuck does that shit? She kept saying, extracting, making these fucking slurping noises on my forehead, like touching my forehead, like, oh, it needs to come out, the information needs to come out, like, what the fuck? She's like, oh, you're gonna get married in 6 months. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I haven't had one girl interested in me in my life. 6 months. Jesus Christ, it's been years, you know, years and years. I can't like, I don't understand any of this shit, dude. It is the biggest cope. Like, if you pay for these spiritual healing sessions, she said 130. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. But if you pay for that shit, I mean, yikes. That's all I have to say is yikes. It's always the ones that you get along with that don't like you. You know, it's always the ones that you have common interests with that don't like you. You know, every fucking time. I've had a few of those, and those ones hurt the worst to get rejected, you know. I mean, if personality mattered so damn much, then why are there so many dudes, those nice guys, that are friend zoned, you know? Like, it's fucking hilarious. But one of my oneitis is, I think, like, my initial oneitis from high school. There's like, it was like the first day of my junior year, and there's this girl. It was like this astronomy class, which I fucking hated, by the way. That class was fucking horrible. But for some reason, there's only 7 people in the class, including me. I don't know why. There's just nobody in there at all. And like, since there's so many seats, like, the teacher just put me and her next to each other. I don't know why, she just did. Like, oh yeah, that's another thing. I sat by myself, like, the whole, you know, after she, like, left my seat. But anyway, she sat next to me for probably, like, 3 months, I don't know. And, we would, like, talk every day about shit. We had, like, so many common interests. I think I kind of already talked about it, but she, like, was in, like, a band and shit. Like, she was a metalhead, and so was I at the time. I don't care about music now, but she liked the same bands I did and shit. She was this fucking goth girl, all that bullshit. And we had, like, so many common interests. She fucking played video games and shit. Same music. You know, we just got along. Like, I've never gotten along with someone that well before. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, because I usually never get along with girls, and she was, like, kind of like a friend. Like I got along with her like that. I don't know, it was weird, and I never have. So I thought, like, oh, you know, she's girlfriend material. And we talked for like 3 months every day, you know. And I didn't ask her out anything, you know, but I really liked her a lot. Like, I would think about her like every day. Like, I'm not even joking, like every day. And then like all of a sudden, like her friend came in the class like 3 months later, late. I don't know how. It was like right before the first quarter or whatever ended. She came in the class like on the second to last day of the quarter. And they sat together while I sat alone, like by myself at the table, because like I said, there's only like 6 people in the class, 7 people. And I was alone. I got like sad, you know. I'd still like talk to her every now and then when we had like a little like project to do and shit. But yeah, like we got along. And I already said like another story on my fucking channel where I tried to get in that fucking band with her. That shit was so bad. But yeah, we had like so many common interests, you know. And that was like, I thought like we were perfect, you know. She was the oneitis. I was like, oh, there's gonna be no other girls like her and shit. So I fucking like, I planned it out like when I was gonna ask her out. And it was like the day before, it was like the day before Memorial Day, whatever, in May. And I fucking asked her out. And because I thought in my head, like literally in my head, this is what I thought. I was like, in my blue pilled mind, I was like, oh, you know, we get along so well, she's gonna say yes no matter what. Like, I remember I was so stupid. I was like, oh, she's gonna say yes no matter what. There's no way she can't say yes. You know, I was like, oh, it's like impossible. There's no way. And she fought, and I remember it was after the class. She was in the hallway by herself, and I fucking walked up to her and said, it was so fucking cringe. And I bet people are gonna say, oh, you just didn't have good game, good confidence, and blah, blah, blah. But dude, literally, how the fuck can you get along with someone like that, talk to them every fucking day, right, and have them reject you? Like, that doesn't, like, think about that shit. How the fuck, that's like making friends with somebody, and then one day saying, like, oh, you wanna, I don't know, actually, I don't know how to compare this to anything, but like that's what happened. I asked her out, you know. I said, hey, you know, you want to hang out sometime, you know, and all this shit. And she just looked at me, like she took her fucking earbuds out. She just looked at me and she said no, and like had like the most weird face on and just walked away. And then after that shit happened, oh my god, it was so bad. I didn't talk to her. I didn't even look, like she didn't even look at me. It was so brutal. Like there's no, like I was like, it was fine. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, we would talk all the time. You know, we were like friends and shit. And I thought like, oh, I had such a good chance. But apparently my face said otherwise. I mean, that's the only thing that literally I could infer. I mean, the personality was spot on. There's no other, like, if personality mattered so much, she would have been my girlfriend right there. But, yeah, she fucking just said no, had like the most disgusted, weird look on her face, and then just walked away, and it was so awkward. And then, after that, we just did not talk. She didn't even make eye contact with me ever again. It was just so weird, and I just couldn't wait to graduate, or what was it, like, get out of that year. And I'm glad I did it in the summer, because fuck, that was so awkward. I had like a similar thing in college. My first year of college, there was this nerdy like anime weeaboo girl that used to sit next to me at the computer desk thing. We used to talk a little bit. She liked anime, all this bullshit, you know, video games too. We got along, you know, common interests. And when the day came, you know, to ask her out and shit and like talk to her, she just got all fucking weird and like just, it was, and then just stopped sitting next to me. It's like, what is the problem? Well, I already know what the problem is. It's my face. But it's like so stupid. It's always the guys. It's always the ones that you get along with. And I had another one like that when I was really, really young. When I was like 11 or 12, there's a girl like that who I got along with that just like thought it was fucking hideous. Like, you don't win with that shit. Like, you can have the best personality in the fucking world, but if you don't have a decent face, you're fucked. Like, that's just the truth. Like, I can't explain to you like how fucked like I got like when hearing that shit, you know, and then they just stopped talking to me, like having all those common interests and getting so along with them just for them to say, oh, you know, or no, you know, and just like, I don't know, like it's just fucking like horrible. I've had that happen like 2 or 3 times. Most of the shit I've done though, are cold approaches. That's where like 90% of my rejections come from, is cold approaches. I think I've only done like 4 warm approaches from girls that I had common interests with and talked to, but it's always those ones that don't want you. Like, you notice that shit. It's always the ones that you get along with, that like you, that just don't want you at all. Alright, today I'm going to tell you why you cannot afford to miss out on young love. You know, this one friend I had in high school, I was friends with him for like a long ass time, ever since like middle school. And we were both like immature as fuck. We were always in the office like every 5 seconds, like every fucking, I'm not even joking, like every day we were doing something stupid, getting sent to the office, you know, getting suspended, all this bullshit. And it's so fucking, it's like, it blows my mind because when we were 16, like, he got a girlfriend and his whole everything just changed. Like, he went from being like this immature kid, you know, like both of us, and he just got his shit together all because he had a girlfriend, you know, to motivate him and like get him to do shit. You know, it's kind of weird to think about. Like, he literally, I didn't even know who he was anymore. You know, I was like, what the fuck? Because I've never seen a change like that in my life. I've had a fair share of experiences like that in my life where I've had like friends get girlfriends and then they just fucking change and switch up. That was when I was younger. I don't have like many friends anymore. But yeah, when I was younger, I had too many people I knew just fucking did that shit. You know, they got a girlfriend and they just like changed. But yeah, this kid, and now it just blows my mind because now, you know, he got his shit together. He fucking changed completely. He what is it? He got a job. He lives on his own now. He's getting married to her. It's just like mind blowing. You know, we're the same age, and he's just like so much better than me. You know, like, with everything. And he even told me, like, I was talking to one of my friends on Xbox that I used to go to school with, and he told me, he was like, oh, bro, you know, I heard, you know, he's talking shit about you, bro. And I was like, all right, what did he say? He's like, oh, I don't want to tell you. I don't want it to ruin your friendship. I'm like, I don't care. I haven't talked to him in fucking years, you know. I could give less of a shit. Like, what did he say? And supposedly, he said that I was like the most immature like person on the planet, that I'm gonna die alone, and that I'm a fucking complete loser and shit. I'm like, dude, like, I didn't get mad because like, he's kind of right, but like, he would have been the same as me if he didn't have this fucking, if he had the same shit happen to him, you know, that happened to me. I can guarantee you he'd be like me right now. You know, he just happened to have that one person, a fucking girlfriend, to just like make him more mature and all this bullshit. And then he fucking tells my friend that he said that I was a fucking immature retard who's gonna live with my mom and mooch off my mom forever. It's like, I don't even have a choice with this shit. You know, like, why would I move out? Like, why would I move out to live in a shitty apartment, like, wanting to fucking die every day? Like, that shit would be so bad. I can't, like, just living in the smallest apartment just by myself every day, just going to work, coming home, going to work, coming home. You know, like, and this motherfucker's like, oh yeah, he's such a loser. Like, I'm pretty sure his like mental health would be fucked if he had 40 rejections too. But unfortunately, he got lucky. You know, he doesn't have to experience any of this shit. He doesn't even understand. He literally, like, I called him on the phone like not too long ago. Like, he just randomly FaceTimed me, and he was like telling me like shit. He's like, oh bro, just get a girlfriend. And I said, that was literally his advice. Like, he looks like an adult, like, grown man now. He looks like a fucking 40-year-old man. The shit is so funny. But he called me, and he FaceTimed me, and he said, like, I was telling him all this shit, like, and he's like, oh, just find a girlfriend. Just get a girlfriend. I'm like, dude, it's not that fucking hard. I mean, it's not that easy, you know? It's fucking hard as fuck. He doesn't understand that shit. He's like, just get out there and get a girlfriend, dude. It's like, you don't understand, like, how hard this shit is. Like, honestly, like, if I had a better face, I'd probably be fucking fine, you know? If I had a better face, I'd be fine, because, like, the voice and my height is, like, good, but it just doesn't fucking matter because my face, like, I don't know, it just fucking sucks. You know, how he didn't miss out on the shit on, like, young love. And, oh, yeah, that's another thing. I doubt, you know how they say, like, oh, only if you have a high school girlfriend or boyfriend, there's only a 4% chance you're going to be with them or something? I call bullshit on that. You know, it's much higher than that. Like, most people I've seen from high school, they're still with their girlfriends and boyfriends from high school, and this is years later. So I think that statistic is bullshit. And think about this, like, there's always going to be, let's say you do break up with your high school sweetheart or whatever, like, and let's say I like get with some girl now at my age, like, they're always going to think about their first love and shit, like, that's just how it is. Like, they're always going to have that one chat on the back of their mind. So you really can't fix the problem. Like, even if I do somehow get a girlfriend, the problem's not going to be fixed. Like, it's just like, it's not going to really do much, because always in the back of their mind, there's always going to be so many people that mocked me, and like her sweetheart Chad from school and shit. It's just like, damn, you can't really win. And like I said, my friend got lucky. He has no idea like how lucky he is. He doesn't have to deal with anything. He has a job and a wife now, actually, because like they're getting married or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. He fucking told me, he's like, oh, maybe we can meet up one day, bro. I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you're probably just gonna piss me off and shit. Like, I don't care about that. He's like, oh, maybe me and my girl will meet up. I'm like, dude, I'm not fucking doing that. Like, I don't care. Like, meeting up with you like years later, it's gonna be awkward as fuck, and like your girlfriend's there, and I just don't care, dude. What are you gonna say? Like, oh, I did my successful thing, and I don't need to hear any of that bullshit. You bragging about your life. But I mean, yeah, that's why you can't, because I feel like there's so much shit, so many like things you miss out on, like with your fucking development, like your cognitive development and social awareness and social development, you miss out on if you don't have like a relationship or like many friends when you're younger. I mean, that wasn't really a problem, like the friend thing. I just didn't have that many friends. I usually had like a couple. I never had like more than 5 friends in my life, I don't think. Like, I never had more than 5, but I still had them, But I mean, yeah, that's why you can't afford to miss out. I mean, just look at him and look at me. We were the fucking same person up until he got a girlfriend. Then he just switched his whole life around, started beta buxing, and lives on his own with her, married. Like, just blows my mind. Alright, I'm pretty sure I have this video on my channel, but I didn't really go into detail with it at all. But I should have had a recessed chin. If you didn't know, I was born with a tongue tie. They usually, it's kind of common, kind of not. But they usually, when you're born and they see it, they'll cut it off for you. If you don't know what it is, it's like, like the little line like under your tongue that like connects to your tongue to like, I guess like the bottom of your mouth. It's where it's like connected way too tight and you can't move your tongue at all. There's like different levels of severity, but mine was pretty fucking severe. I couldn't touch the roof of my mouth with my tongue. I could never stick my tongue out of my mouth. I pretty much could do nothing with it. And that causes lots of problems. Like, you guys probably have, like, I'm pretty sure there's people watching this that could have it and just don't even know. Because I didn't know till I was about 6 years old, because the doctors didn't see it when I was born. But it causes so many fucking problems, with speech especially. My posture was terrible. Every time I tried to stand up straight, the muscles in my neck, would just tense up, and I always was hunched over all the time. You breathe out of your mouth. Like, that's super common. I was one of those mouth breather kids in elementary school. I always breathe through my mouth because of my tongue tie. And yeah, I was one of those kids, my breath smelling like shit, just breathing out of my mouth. But yeah, had tons of problems, all because of one little tiny fix. Like, just tiny thing. You'd think it wouldn't do much, but it's insane, the difference. But I'll get to that later. But how I like found this shit out was I was like 6 years old. I was in kindergarten, and I remember I came home from school and I was laughing. I was on the couch, I was watching something, I was laughing, and I remember my mom I was looking up, and my mom looked at my mouth, and I remember she screamed so loud, and I was like, I got all scared and started crying. And it was because the roof of my mouth, I had so many teeth that were behind my other teeth and shit. Like the roof of my mouth was like super narrow. My chin was very weak too as a kid, like pretty recessed. I didn't have a jawline or a chin. I mean, that's not really like a bad thing as a kid because you don't like, I guess you don't fully develop, your jaw. My parents never even said anything about it, me having like a recessed chin when I was younger. But, yeah, she looked at my mouth, screamed. She was like, oh my God, we got to get you to the orthodontist or whatever. And we went over there, to the orthodontist when I was 6. And the dude was this old boomer, outdated traditionalist. Oh my God. Anyway, the dude, he looks in my mouth and he's like, oh, you got a very severe tongue tie. And then the dude kept asking kept saying to my mom, why didn't you get it fixed? Why didn't you get it fixed? And my mom kept saying, I don't know. And he kept saying, why didn't you get it fixed? And mom's like, I don't know. And he's like, you need to get it fixed. Like he kept saying it over and over again. I didn't get it fixed. I literally did not get it fixed. But anyway, he gives me this palate expander thing that goes on the roof of my mouth. Because since my tongue, that's like another thing. If you have a tongue tie, it makes the roof of your mouth, it makes your whole jaw narrow, like very narrow. Your mandible, I guess, narrow, and the fucking roof of your mouth, super narrow. Like the best way I could describe it is like the roof of my mouth, it's like very, very high. Like it goes up really high. Or it did. And it was very, like, the way I could describe it, I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, if you cut an orange in half and, like, squeeze it, like, that's, like, how narrow it was, I guess. That's kind of a bad analogy. But, yeah, I had teeth behind teeth because my mouth was so narrow and small because of my fucked up tongue, fucked up my whole entire mouth, jaw, everything, all because of one tiny little thing. And he said that to my mom. He's like, you should have got this taken care of when he was born. He has got so many problems. He's like, we're probably going to have to pull tons of teeth and all this shit, when he's older. But anyway, he puts in this palate expander thing on the roof of my mouth, and it was the most barbaric. It was like a medieval torture device. He gave my mom this key, and like every week, she would put the key like in the roof of my mouth, twist it to like expand, I guess, like the roof of my mouth. And I remember screaming in agony, and my mom would always cry because I guess she was like, she thought like she was hurting me and shit. But who uses that anyway? Like, who does that? It was like a little key. You put it in the top, and you turn it like 3 times, and it just stretches out, and it hurts so. Like I don't wish that on anybody. It hurts so bad. But yeah, and then I got one on the bottom, which sucked so bad. I remember like a month later or whatever, I got one on the bottom because my bottom teeth, same thing. My jaw was super narrow, recessed, all that bullshit. Got one on the bottom, and I couldn't eat anything because it was so big. It was just this fucking weird. I don't know how to describe it. It sucked so bad, guys. It was the worst thing on the planet. Just like this little thing that went like behind my teeth. It was really big though, like, and I couldn't eat, and I remember crying like for fucking ever, because all this shit in my mouth hurt so bad, and I had braces on top of all that too. Like he eventually gave me braces, like all in like the same month. I had so much metal in my mouth, and I remember like later down, like maybe a couple months later, I broke the bottom one. I don't know how I broke it, but I broke it, and we went back to the orthodontist, and he just took everything out of my mouth. Like he took the fucking palate expander on the top of my mouth out. He took my braces off, and I remember, I don't know what happened. I don't know if like my mom told him to do that or something. I don't know like what happened, but he just took everything out. And of course, like my teeth were still fucked up. Like they didn't even change from any of that at all. Actually, didn't change. Still, my jaw, my jaw was fucking narrow. The roof of my mouth was still super narrow, high up, and my teeth were all behind each other, sideways. Like, I'm not even kidding, my teeth were sideways. I had a lot of teeth that were sideways. I had braces for 11 years. But yeah. after all that shit, the dude just takes off my braces, and then 2 years later, I moved town. You know, I'm still young because no one has braces at 6 years old. That's like kind of unheard of. I don't think that's like really common at that age, but they thought it was so bad they gave it to me, I guess. He even said that. He's like, he kept like belittling my mom for not taking care of my tongue tie when I was born. She kept saying like, oh, you know, he's got all these problems now because you didn't. And then my mom was getting mad. But anyway, yeah, all that shit happened. We went to another orthodontist in my new town, and this dude was a fucking legend. He's the reason why my chin is probably not fucking recessed, you know. He gave me pretty much the same things, except it was like more, it was better. You know, he gave me the same palate expander thing, except it was like smaller and it didn't have that key in it. So it just like, he just put it on, it didn't like hurt at all. You just had to like wait, you know, there's just springs in it. Same thing on the bottom of my teeth. He said it was like I remember like he was telling me about it. It was like a mandibular expander. I don't remember what the term he used. But he said that it's going to widen my mandible to make room for my teeth. And shit. And he gave me like all these jaw exercises, like tons of jaw exercises to do to like fix my jaw. And he told me, he said, eat hard foods, but like don't avoid them just because you have braces on. It's gonna. I've never seen such like a based like doctor, based in Blackfield doctor in my life. You know, he told me to eat like chew hard foods, but don't like get discouraged because I have braces or something. I can't really remember, but he told me just not to be afraid to chew on foods because he said he wanted my jaw to like become stronger or whatever. And this is when I was like really young. I was like probably 10, or I don't know, 9, 10. And yeah, I did all the shit he told me to do, these fucking stupid exercises. I had the stupid braces in my mouth, you know, for fucking years because I had teeth that were, like I said, sideways. So they had to fix those, like switch them around, make them like straight. God, I had so much like dental work done, you know. I mean, thank God my parents were able to afford it, you know. Thank God, you know, my dad had the beta bucks, or else I would have been beyond fucked, you know. But yeah, the thing is still like my chin and jawline is fine, you know, just normal, but my ramus is short. I don't know what like could have made it like that. I don't know if that's just I don't know. That's like the only thing. I mean, at least my chin is like okay, you know, my jawline is good. Like that's like the only thing. Like think about this shit. If I had a recessed chin, it would have never began. You know, it would have never began. If I'm already getting rated a 4 out of 10, 3 out of 10 by multiple people, good God, God knows what I'd get rated as if I had a recessed chin. I'd probably be a 1 out of 10. Because if I'm getting a 3 and 4 out of 10 from people, like it's over. Like it would have been over if I had a recessed chin. But anyway, going back to the tongue tie thing, it wasn't until last year I decided to get it fixed, you know, because I always had trouble with speech, you know. And anyone who's watching this, if you have a tongue tie or think you do, if you have like a speech impediment, like next time you go like the dentist or something, have them check if you have a tongue tie and fix it, because it is life-changing, you know. But yeah, I was never able to touch the roof of my mouth with my tongue. I could never stick my tongue out of my mouth ever. You know, my tongue was pretty much just stationary. You know, it never moved. It probably moved like a millimeter to the left and right. That's pretty much it. Like that's how bad it was. And I got it cut. You know, I went to the doctor, got it cut. You know, I just one day just decided like I'm gonna fix my tongue tie, because I never really cared about it after a while. You know, after my teeth were fixed, I kind of stopped caring. You know, but yeah, I got it fixed last year, and the second like she cut my to release my tongue, like instantly like my whole back, neck, all that shit like made like such a weird noise, like a popping noise, and I stood up. I never stood up that straight in my life, and I had no pain at all, and everything was like all like gone. Like, I don't know, it felt good. I was like, what the fuck? And then I was able to talk, like, you know, easier. I was like, what the fuck? Since when is talking this easy? You know? I like couldn't believe it, you know. I was like, when is talking this easy? And so she didn't really cut like too much of my tongue, but I finally was able to reach the roof of my mouth, you know, touch the roof of my mouth with my tongue. That was a weird feeling. And I was finally able to stick my tongue out. I was gonna go back like a month or two later to have her like cut more, you know, to make my tongue longer. But I was like, had second thoughts, because like, why do I need my tongue to be super fucking long, you know? Like, it doesn't matter, you know. And the recovery shit, like, it hurt like a bitch after a couple days, you know, that I got it done. It hurt like a complete bitch. But if you guys like have a tongue tie and you don't know about it, like, why doesn't anyone ever talk about that shit? You know, a tongue tie, that will fuck you up. It will fuck your whole life up. Like, think about this shit. If my parents didn't buy me, you know, braces and all that shit, you know, it would have been over. Well, I mean, it's already over already. I mean, but you know what I mean. It would have been even more over. But yeah, man. If you have a recessed shit, I mean, if you have a tongue tie, you know, get that shit fixed. It is literally life changing. You know, even if it's like a little severe, I mean, get it fucking done, because it'll like change your whole everything. Like, I don't know. Like, everything fucking changed after that, you know. Especially, like, the whole thing, like, the posture thing was, like, the craziest. Because, like, I've never been able to stand up like that before in my life. I was always hunched over, and I could finally just fucking stand up straight, you know. And, like, same with the talking. That blew my mind, too. I didn't mumble anymore. You know, I had to be in speech impediment classes when I was younger because of this fucking tongue tie, this easy fix, you know. I feel like that's the cause of people's lisps, you know, tongue ties. 100%. Because I can't see anything else like causing that, you know, because that's what happened to me. That's what happens to a lot of people. You know, they have a tongue tie, they don't know it, they have a speech impediment, all these problems, and they just go their whole lives and they just have no idea, you know. I wasn't gonna be one of those people, you know. I wanted to get it fixed, you know, for a while, and I finally did, and I'm glad I did. But yeah, this video is getting long. Pretty much summarize, I should have had a recessed chin. If I didn't have those braces, I'd probably be a 1 or 2 out of 10. And yep, pretty much it. Alright, today I'm gonna tell you why thinking about your future is the stupidest thing ever. You know, when I was younger, I always had people, you know, guidance counselors, everyone saying, think about your future. You have to think about your future. Think about your future. Even now, think about your future. Think about your future, you know, over and over like a broken record, you know. But the future, how can I think about something that's imaginary bullshit? The future is not real. It's all in your head. It's all made up. There's no such thing as the future. You know, like, I remember I had to see this like therapist lady when I was like 12 because I had like mental breakdown in school and like this whole shit, and they basically told my mom he needs to see a therapist now or we're gonna fucking have him. It was this whole fucking like thing, but I basically had to see like this therapist lady when I was 12, and I hated it. All we would do was play Uno, and all she used to tell me was, think about your future. Like, how can you think about something that is fake? It's all in your head. The future is not real, you know. It's all made up. And like, these people, you always hear that cope too, or I don't know if it's cope, but basically like people saying like, because when I was younger, like my parents used to say like, oh, maybe you can have that toy for your children when you grow up, or, you know, maybe you can do this for your wife when you grow up. It's like, what wife? What the fuck are you talking about? You know, especially one of my friends the other day said like, I predict like in the future, like, I just know I'm gonna get married like maybe in a couple years. It's like, you haven't even talked to a girl and the clock is fucking ticking. Like, what wife are you talking about? You know, that's all imaginary bullshit in your head. Like, guys, how many times have you like planned something out, you know, like to go somewhere, and you always picture it in your head like how it's gonna be, you know, like trying to predict the future, you know, like picture like, oh, it's gonna be like this, and when you get there it's nothing like it is at all. You know, it's because it's all imaginary bullshit in your head, and there's literally no point in thinking about the future. You know, that's why it saves me, like, so much time, like, not thinking about the future, like, at all, you know? Because it's all imaginary bullshit and doesn't exist. So there's, like, no point in thinking about it. I mean, I am kind of a hypocrite because I do think about the past a lot. You know, I'm stuck in that. Even that, you know, even with the past, that's all memories. It's still all in your head. You know, people don't even remember shit right, you know. But still, I mean, I'm kind of stuck in the past, you know, of just shit that happened in my life. You know, imagine I had PTSD or something. But, I mean, yeah. You know, the future is way different than the past, though. Because the past, you know, it happened. The future, it hasn't even happened yet. And these people were like, you got to think about it. Think about what? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, this is what they're trying to say. Oh, get anxiety and get anxious over thinking about your future that doesn't exist yet. It's like, fuck that shit. That is like the dumbest shit on the fucking planet. Like, oh, let me think about my future. I'm like, hell no. You know, all these guidance counselors, all these people, you know, trying to tell me like, oh, you know, your future is so important. You have to think about your future all the time. Think about what you're going to do. Think about your future wife. Think about your future kids. What future wife and kids? You know? Jeez, you don't know what can happen. You know? Like imagine this, like someone saying, oh, my future wife and kids, and then like the next day they get into like some horrible accident. It's like, you didn't even see that coming. And I love, oh yeah, you guys gotta love this one. This one's fucking great. When people say, I knew that was gonna happen. You know, like, let's say, like, I don't know, you, break something, you know, like, you accidentally break something, and then, like, the person, like, sitting next to you, or whoever you're talking to, oh, I knew that was gonna happen. You know, if you knew that was gonna happen, then why did you, like, not tell me beforehand, or not, you know, because there's been times where, like, I'll be, like, let me give an example. Like, I remember I was riding my bike, and I fell and, like, scratched my pinky, and my mom kept saying, I knew that was gonna happen, I knew that was gonna happen, I knew that was gonna happen, over and over. And it's like, if you knew that was gonna fucking happen, then why'd you let me ride the bike? That's just, the future is all bullshit. All bullshit. Not real, fake bullshit, you know? Obviously, the present, like, I know it's cliche and, like, stupid, and, like, that's even more annoying to hear, like, for me, like, oh, stay in the present, bro. But that really is, like, the only thing that's real, you know? I mean, the past, it's like, that shit's in your head, too. But, I mean, at least it happened. You know, it's different. That the future hasn't. That's what I'm trying to make. These people try to belittle me and say, oh, you have to think about your future, man. I have to think about what? It's fake. It's fucking fake. Oh, my God. You know, like, all these people used to, like, fucking scold me, like, oh, you're a loser, bro. Gotta think about your future. Like, my friends, like, oh, come on, you gotta think about your future. It's like, fuck off, you know? I'll just deal with whatever the fuck happens every day, dude. It's like, what are we talking? Like, oh, let me get my, you know, my magic device so I can see into the future real quick and tell you what happens. It's like, that's not real. You know, your head, when people say think about your future, whatever you see isn't real. You know, that's pretty much it. You know, I might make this a series, but normies, man, you know, never trust normies. They will do anything to hurt you, you know, all this shit. But man, oh man, there's tons of fake people, horrible people out there. And, it's really hard to have a good friend now, you know. Let me just explain, like, what happened. This was years ago, though. Years and years ago, on how I pretty much almost got molested when I was 12. Now, when I was 12, I had no idea what sex or being gay meant or was. You know, my mom never really, like, went over any of that shit. She kind of, like, I don't know, shielded me from the world. I mean, that's probably part of the reason why I'm fucked up now. But, you know, I had no idea what any of that was. You know, I never learned any of that shit or what it meant, sex, being gay. But I had moved schools. You know, I used to live in a different town, but I moved to a completely new one, had no friends, you know, had to start over completely. And I couldn't make any friends at all for, like, the first, like, year and a half. But when I was in 6th grade, I had met this kid who was gay. He told me he was gay, but I didn't understand what that meant. I mean, it should have been so obvious because he had pink hair. Literally, he had pink hair. His nails were like colored. He had like red nails. The voice, everything. I should have just if now I would know, duh. But back then when I was a kid, I had no idea what any of that was. And we became friends. And keep in mind, he was 6'4" at 12 years old, insane height, insane height. I was a little baby manlet when I was 12, but he was 6'4", insanely tall, And what had happened was, we were friends. He was one of my first friends, and I was like, oh, this is great, And he would do shit every now and then, just randomly squeeze my arms and shit, and it was fucking weird. He would just randomly push me and do weird shit, and I didn't really get mad over it because I didn't have any friends, and I was I need him as a friend, so I'm just gonna sit here and take this shit even though it's kind of weird, but that shit. And then he invited me over to his house for a sleepover. And this is where it started getting fucking weird. Like I said, I didn't know what sex was or any of that at 12. But he got on top of me. I remember it was late at night. I was on the couch. We would sit on the couch and watch TV and shit. I was on the couch and he got on top of me and started dry humping me, and I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I was oh shit, what the fuck? And he was so big, guys. I said, he was 6'4", and I was probably 5'4", a whole foot difference. I was tiny, this tiny little fucking kid. And he just dry humps me, and I tried to get out because I was so confused what was happening, and he kept saying no, and pushing my head into the fucking pillows and shit. And I was what the fuck? I didn't think much of it because I didn't understand. Guys, I didn't understand. That was the whole thing. I didn't understand what this was or what he was doing. I just thought it was a little strange, But, that shit happens. And, I keep going back to his house for sleepovers. I kept going back to his house because, I said, didn't understand. Kept doing the same thing, over and over. Every time I tried to get out of the couch and move away from him, he used to just say no and just squeeze me and pin me to the couch and shit. And I used to be what the fuck, because it got annoying because I didn't understand what was happening. It got annoying as fuck. And then this happened a lot, probably 10, 15 times, and you're probably thinking dude, why'd you keep going back? You're stupid. Well, I didn't know what was happening, and I was so desperate to have a friend at the time because no one liked me and shit. So I was might as well just put up with this shit, whatever this weird thing he's doing. I just thought he was weird. Until one day, he pulled his dick out, and I was it's over. I was shit, it's over. I'm gonna get fucked, literally. And I was just he tried to get on top of me. I did the same shit. I tried, because I was so scared because he had his literal dick out. The dude, it was just fucking weird. He got on top of me and I kept trying to get out, and it was just the most disgusting shit. And I finally I literally broke free. I broke free from that shit, of him. He had his dick out. He was trying to get on top of me with his dick out. I finally broke free and I ran out the house. I was I need to leave. And he was oh, come on. He's just standing there with his dick out. He was trying to grab me again. He had his dick, his dick was hanging out, swinging out. And he tried to grab me, from escaping his house. And I got out of his house. And it was 2 a.m. It was really late. And I was walking home, and to make it even worse, there were these 2 dudes. I don't know if they were teenagers or what, but they were smoking cigarettes on the porch, and they threw something at me. I don't remember what it was. They threw some liquid at me, and they started screaming and shit and chasing me. So I started running and screaming, and I got home, and my mom, she was what the fuck are you doing home now? I was I didn't want to tell her what happened, and I said, I was just tired, I want to come home, To make it worse, you know, I eventually, like a year later, I got actual good friends and shit. You know, like actual good friends. I told them what had happened with that kid. They thought it was like the funniest fucking shit ever, you know. I mean, I think it's pretty funny now. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm just laughing at it because, like, I'm coping hard because it actually traumatized me. I have no idea. But they thought it was funny as fuck, you know, laughing over it. And, like, just, like, making fun of the kid for it. And I remember some normie kid found out. Some, like, random kid found out. And he started, like, making fun of me for that shit. And it used to piss me off, just, like, laughing at me. Just, like, he wasn't even my friend. He was just some random normie. Just laughing at me and shit. And you're like, oh, haha, you got dry hump, bro, haha, you know. And then, like, everyone found out. I don't really know how. I think because, like, I don't know. Someone must have told somebody. I don't really give a shit, but back then, like, just so many people would, like, these random-ass kids that I didn't even know, you know, just, like, were talking to me about it. Like, oh, haha, bro, you got fucking dry hump, bro, you know. And we all know, guys, this is no, like, secret or anything. We all know if I was a girl, that he would have been in jail. It would have been over for him, and I probably would have gotten tons of support. But since I'm a male, no one cares. You know, no one cares. And since I technically didn't get, like, penetrated or whatever the fucking word is, like, because he did fucking, like, sexually assault me. No doubt about it. You know, dry humping me, pinning me down to the couch, like, punching me and shit, like, squeezing me. And there were nights, and he would try to kiss me too, guys. You know, he never did, though, because my head was always down. But he tried to kiss me, you know, and it's like, if that ever happened to a girl, like, you already know, like, it would have been over for him. But, like I said, since I'm a guy, it doesn't matter. But anyway, I think when I was 18, I finally told my mom, and she got, like, pissed I didn't say anything. She's like, oh, why didn't you tell me anything? I would have fucking, you know, done something. It's like, I was, like, too embarrassed, like, that shit was, like, giga embarrassing. Like, how the fuck can you have that shit happen to you and, like, not have people make fun of you, you know? But, I mean, yeah, like, that shit was just fucking brutal, you know? The normies, like, the year later, these random-ass kids I didn't know, you know, just, like, making fun of me for that shit. I mean, my friends, you know, like, it was funny as fuck, just, like, laughing about it with my friends. But when these fucking normies, it was just, like, annoying, you know? But, yeah, I finally told people... like, told, like, my family and shit when I was 18. They didn't really, like... And I don't... Like, I already know... The kid... keep in mind, the kid, like, I don't know what he does now. He... Oh, I forgot to mention this shit. You're gonna fucking laugh your fucking asses off at this shit. He's, like, Norwood 4 right now. His hairline is fucked. It's so fucking over. Like, that's what he gets. You know? His hairline, it's over for his hairline. Him, and I saw his boyfriend too. His boyfriend's balding as like, he's on Norwood like fucking 8 already. That's how bad his hairline is. You know, he has the U, like the U, and they're only like in their 20s. You know, shit is so funny. But yeah, I don't trust people. I really do not. Most of that shit was my fault anyway. I should have known, but I was too young. But yeah, that shit happened. It fucking sucked. I think it's safe to say now that I'm over it. I don't think about it. I don't think I'm traumatized by it, only because I don't think about it, like, at all, you know? Only once in a blue moon. That's pretty much it. But yeah, man, that's just, like, being a male and having that shit happen to you, no one gives a fuck. No one ever will give a fuck. I'm pretty sure, like, some people have had that shit happen where just no one even cares if you tell them. But, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what happened years ago. Alright, today I'm gonna tell you the reason why you are forgotten. You know, now what do I mean by this? Basically, you know, if you're talking to a girl for like a couple days, maybe even a day, you know, you think it goes super well, you're like, oh my god, it went so well, you know, we really clicked and got along, and then just like that, she forgets about you and stops talking to you completely, you know. Like, you get ghosted pretty much. And with my generation, you know, Gen Z, like I said, there's so many delusional guys who think that just because a girl says hello to them, that, like, oh, it must mean she likes me, bro. It must mean she wants to have sex with me, bro. Like, I don't know, like, why that thinking is so common, because I see it a lot. It's complete delusional, by the way. No girl who says hello to you or just, like, talks to you for, like, 10 minutes, like, wants you. Like, that just makes no sense. they have to show signs. I mean, just like a simple conversation doesn't mean anything at all, you know. But the reason why you're forgotten, you know, is because they live such fast-paced lives. You know, we'll never understand it. That's just something guys won't, you know, do. They don't live fast-paced lives like that. Guys aren't accepted everywhere, you know. Like, let me give examples, you know, of college parties, because these things are like, this is like where the big, because I see this everywhere, the fast-paced life thing, you know. And I've been saying this for years, you know, the fast-paced life shit. But with these college parties, let's say, for example, there's like a dude who's like sub 3, goes to his first party, you know, he gets invited somehow, and he goes there, he's like, oh my god, this party's great, oh my god, you know, just like freaking out, like, oh, this is amazing. And then he finds some girl who's on his looks match level, starts talking to her, and is like, oh, you know, they get along well, or whatever. And then, yeah, he thinks they get along well, he comes home, you know, he's still thinking, he gets her number or whatever, he's still thinking about the party, you know, a month later, like, he texts her a little bit, and then it just, like, he gets ghosted, you know, while he's, like, still a month later just reminiscing over that one party, like, thinking about how great it was. But little does he realize, you know, they live such fast-paced lives that she's already on to the next party within the day. You know, it's party after party after party. You have to see it with your own eyes. It's actually crazy, you know. And if you're a guy at these college parties too, you're disrespected. No one cares about you. I can't tell you how many times I've almost gotten in fights at these parties. If you're a guy at a party, just everyone hates you. Because it's like one big competition. It's like another, for every guy there is, it's like they hate each other because, like, oh, you know, there's another guy here, you know, it's gonna ruin my chances with this girl, bro. Like, that's like really the thinking that goes on. You know, the main reason why people party, I notice, is either to get drunk or fucking like hook up with girls and shit. Like, it's so cringe. But yeah, the competition shit, like I always say, it just sucks. These guys hate you, you know, and they're always unratioed too. That's why, like, you're not accepted anywhere as a guy, because like, let's say I went over to the next, like, frat house or whatever, to like go to that house. They're gonna be like, oh, bro, screw off, bro, you gotta pay money, you gotta pay $20, you know, to get in, bro, or else you're out of here, bro. And then even if you do, like, get in, they're just gonna hate you and not want to talk to you. But if you're a girl, they'll be like, oh my god, come in free, you know. It's like that kind of shit. No one likes guys at parties at all. I'm telling you, like, if you've ever been to a party, guys aren't your friend there, except for the people you go with. The more people you don't know, the more guys you don't know at a party, the more they hate you. You know, that's just how it is. They'll shit talk you. Like I'm telling you guys, there's been so many times where I almost got my ass kicked, like, for no reason at all. Literally no reason. I'm not even kidding. Like, just for existing, and being there, you know, like, just almost getting my ass kicked and shit, and, like, have people, just shit talk me. I don't really care when people, like, talk shit to my face, because I just, like, laugh, and it makes them more mad. Because, like, why fight back with that shit? That's fucking stupid. But, yeah, like, that's pretty much what happens. But if I was a girl, you know, I'd just be accepted everywhere, everyone would just be all over me. And, like, they just have a fast-paced life and just go out all the time. They're just gonna meet another guy, you know, forget about you completely. That's just how it is. I mean, there's nothing else to say, you know. That's how they live, you know. On to the next guy. There's always going to be someone that mogs you. Like, let's say you talk to a girl at a party, you're like, oh, it went so well, you get her number, and then the next day she already met a better looking guy than you. That's just how it is. I see it all the time, you know. Like, I've witnessed it. I don't know how they live that life too, you know. Like, there's this one girl, because I haven't been to, like, one of these college parties in, like, ever since October. I only go when my normie friends invite me, and I cope way too hard with these parties too. I always think every time I go to one of these parties, like, that something is gonna happen, like, I'm gonna meet some girl, or but I never meet anybody ever. And when I do, same thing, you know, just get forgotten. I usually get ignored though, and I always have to be the one to talk to people. No one ever, like, approaches me because I'm unapproachable. But yeah, like, they live fast-paced lives, you know. They're accepted everywhere. Everyone always wants to come up to talk to them, you know. And that's why, you know, there's too much competition, too many guys, and then they forget about you. You know, that's why these guys they think like, oh, I have to gesture max. Oh, I have to try to be overly funny to, you know, do this so she doesn't forget about me, and I have to do this. It's like, what's the point? That's like so, like, such a waste of time in my opinion, having to do all this extra shit, you know, just to compete with the Giga Chads, you know, just like gesture maxing extra hard, being nice extra hard, for what? Just for her to forget about you and move on to the next guy already? Like I was saying, the one I went to, this party I went to in October, it was like this little tiny house party my normie friend invited me to, and it blew my mind because like there's this girl there that he was trying to get with, and everyone, like, every time she would like walk away from us, like all of her friends would talk shit about her, like, to us, and say, oh, don't hook up with her, she hooks up with guys every day, she parties every day, she gets drunk every day, don't do it. You know, my friend like didn't care, but he still got rejected by it. He still didn't like do anything with her at all. But it's still, dude, it's just like, what the fuck, man? Like, I can't understand how you can live that lifestyle where it's just like every day you're partying, every day, like, you know, you're accepted everywhere. Because who would, like, just picture in your mind like an ugly like dude compared to just like a blonde haired like 20-year-old girl. You know, who would you want to talk to and like, you know, accept into your party, you know? But yeah, these parties are overrated, and you're forgotten. You're forgotten so easily, just like the snap of a finger. You're forgotten. Like my oneitis, guys, it's actually really sad. It like gets me like depressed sometimes, because one of my oneitises, that like supposedly had like a hard time, you know, finding guys. You know, we would have been like perfect for each other or whatever. But the one that supposedly had a hard time finding guys, supposedly my friend told me like she's always at his frat and she's always hooking up with like so many guys, and that just like made me sad. You know, I'm just like, damn, you know, she finally got to college and is just like, you know, living the typical fast-paced life now, and I'm just another forgotten soul. Brutal. I wasted my time here at college. Please do not make the same mistake I did. You know, anybody who's young watching this, who's graduating high school, thinking about going to college because you have to, do not do it. Only go to college if you have a burning desire or passion for some kind of a degree you can get where you want to, like, what kind of job you want to get. Like, unless you have some kind of passion for like a degree, do not go. You're just gonna end up wasting your time, and then all of a sudden you're graduated and you're like, now what? I think part of the problem started like years ago, because I've been living more than half my life with my mom. My mom's a single mom. You know, it happens. That's like very common now. But for more than half my life, and this is where I think the problem happened with myself, is that I came home to an empty house because, you know, after my parents got divorced, my mom had to wage slave for like 14 hours a day at a job, and I literally wouldn't see her for days and days, ever. So I'd come home to an empty house after school and just like, either just, you know, watch, because what can you really do? You know, I just come home, watch a little TV, maybe play a video game, eat whatever I want, do pretty much whatever I wanted, just walk around the house naked, do anything really. And while it sounds like, you know, the dream as a kid, I mean, look at where it's gotten me. You know, I feel like my brain has not progressed ever since the age of like 16, you know. I still feel mentally like a child, and I think part of that is due to me just being isolated in my fucking room for a while. Now don't get me wrong, I do go outside, like, especially as of now. You know, I still have friends. I always had friends, but I never really hung out with them like a lot, like most people, because I know some people hang out with their friends daily. I was never like that. It was usually me like once, maybe a month. But I still feel like my brain has not developed, you know. And when I got to college, I remember, because I didn't want to go to college. I didn't see a point, because there's nothing, like I said, I have no passions for anything. I don't care about anything at all. No one really, like, I didn't have, when I was growing up, like, half of my life for that second half, like I said, I just sat home and did nothing, so I had no one to, like, do anything with, I guess, or show me anything cool, like, because back when my parents were together, it was, like, my mom used to take me out everywhere, do shit, because my mom was a stay-at-home mom. She used to take me out everywhere, and it was fun, you know, I used to do shit all the time. I was involved in, like, tons of sports and all this shit, but once I hit, like, the age of, like, 11, that shit was all gone. My dad was a beta boxer, and my mom was stay-at-home, you know, like the way it should be, or at least I think, you know. And yeah, I just would spend all day with my mom, but when they got divorced, I was literally just sitting inside of a house, doing nothing, for years and years until I graduated high school, not knowing what I wanted to do, because, like, no one ever gave a shit. You know, people are going to say, oh, it's your fault, you didn't, you know, you should have gotten involved in a hobby or done something when you were alone. Well, it's too late now. You know, obviously part of it was my fault, but, like, it's too late now. But yeah, when I got there, I remember, because I was there, these fucking people were like, why are you here? What's your, you know, why do you want to be in college? I'm like, I don't know. I'm just here. I don't know. Like, I don't give a shit about anything, really. And they're like, oh, okay. We'll put you in the liberal arts program. That's what we do to all the new students who don't know what they want to do in life. We put you in the liberal arts program, and, you know, in a year or two, you're going to figure it out, and then you're going to switch your major to whatever you want to do, and then, yeah, so you got to start out at liberal arts. So I did that, like everybody else who didn't know what the fuck they wanted to do. And I ended up, I'm pretty much going to graduate. Been here, like, 4 years now. Pretty much going to graduate with a liberal arts degree that I just don't, like, I'm not going to use. Like, what am I going to do with that? Even the first job I had, in October, the dude literally, he didn't even, like, look at my resume at all. Like, he literally just walked in. It was a weird environment anyway. That was a weird job. But even for future, like, the job I have now, like, you don't need any kind of degree. And I feel like with the cost of living too, especially where I'm at, it's just like, you're fucked. You're fucked. And rent here for, like, the average rent is like $3,000 a month for, like, a studio apartment with 1 bedroom. You can't afford that. And this shit is just like mind blowing. And then my mom, like, she's telling me to go on for my master's. You know, to completely finish college for, like, 6 years, and I'm like, she keeps saying, like, oh, you're gonna regret it later. It's like, what? I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, why? What would that even help me with? I'd still have the same mindset. Like, nothing ever really changes. I mean, we can barely even fucking pay rent with both of us having jobs. You know, and people want to, like, shit talk me and scold me for living with my mom. It's like, she needs me. Like, we need each other. Like, you cannot live on your own here. No way, no how. Unless you're making at least $100,000, which very few people make. Even these majors, or these degrees, they don't even guarantee you shit. They don't. Like, the cost of living is so fucking expensive now, and, like, these boomer old people who are retired don't understand. They're like, oh, you just gotta get a job, you know, it's easy, you gotta, and then you'll be set. Like, you compare the cost of living and minimum wage and all that to now, it's crazy. I mean, it's so bad here that the minimum wage is like $7.25, but you cannot find a minimum wage job here for less than like $15 or $16. That's how bad it is. Like, every minimum wage job here, like, the jobs I've had so far have not paid less than, like, $15. They usually are like $16, $18 for just these shitty McDonald's minimum wage garbage jobs. You know, that's, like, kind of a lot. Well, it's not a lot. You still can't live on that here, but it's more than the legal minimum wage, $7.25. But yeah, these people, like, if you want to go to college, you have to have some kind of thing you want to do that you're passionate about. That's just how it is. I mean, you cannot go. You're gonna waste your money, your time. The whole time, guys, I was in college, I only probably talked to maybe 1 or 2 people. I did not talk to many people at all. And especially since two out of the 4 years this pandemic shit happened, where I was on the fucking computer in my house. That shit was so garbage too. You definitely can't make friends in that fucking environment. It's just like a whole big mess. The whole world is just like a whole big mess, growing up in it. I can't imagine like what any teenager's like gonna be like in the next, even now, Jesus Christ. I couldn't imagine being in high school now. Oh my God. Shit must be terrible. How do you fucking socialize in a high school where, cause I heard like my 5'6" manlet friend, his brother in high school, they don't even, go to high school. They have like these, half days or some shit where they'll go like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for like 4 hours. And they're not even allowed to like sit next to each other. It's just like crazy shit, man. But, yeah, college. I really fucked up big time. Because it's like, what am I going to do now with this garbage degree? These people even told me, because I even thought, I was like, all right, maybe I'll have someone here who's going to, inspire me to do something, talk to me, do something, That never happened. I've talked to like a little tiny bit of people, but they never were helpful or did anything. I was always in that fucking advisor's office telling her, oh, I don't know what I want to do with my life. And she would be like, oh, you'll figure it out. Newsflash, you don't just figure things out. The amount of times I've been told you'll figure things out by these people at my college, like these advisors I've sat down and talked with like numerous times, at the end they always say, you'll figure it out. You don't. Like, these people, it's just like a whole big fucking mess. Wasted my time. And yeah, like they told me, they're like, oh yeah, this, like when I started this college, like I sat down with some people, they're like, oh, it's okay, you don't know what you want to do, sweetie, you're young, you're 18, you'll figure it out in like the next year or 2. And then when those went by, it's like, still I didn't figure it out. They're like, oh yeah, usually students within like a year, half a year, maybe even 2 years, they'll figure it out, and then they'll switch their majors to what they want. And I never figured it out, so I stuck with this liberal arts shit. And here I am about to graduate 4 years later. And it's like, for what? Like, what job am I going to get with this? What job do I even... The question is, what job do I even want with this? I don't, like, want any job. like any one of these, like, liberal arts jobs. Like, what even could you get with that shit, Man, oh, man. It really sucks. Even, like, my friends are flopping hard. I mean, Jesus Christ. My 5'6" manlet friend thinks that just because getting his 10-year doctor degree, that he's going to be some big and bad alpha male. Like newsflash for him, he's 5'6" and he has the worst jaw and genetics I've ever seen. It's over. Like, no amount of doctor degreeing and, like, beta buxing can fix that fucking shit. Like, it won't. And even my other friend, you guys can't believe how bad this shit is for my fucking jet. Like, it is so bad. It's like everyone I know, I don't know how many of you guys are actually, like, in your early 20s, early to mid 20s, but this shit is just so laughable how the fucking world is. I can't imagine if you're a teenager. Like, my one friend literally dropped out of college the first, like, couple of months, had all these mental breakdowns, got these fucking, just got fucked up. Like, he was normal, guys. Like, he was literally normal. And he had all these mental breakdowns all because of college, and, like, he's a neat, kissless, hugless virgin on all these, like, disability things, and I'm just like, what the fuck happened to him? Like, Jesus Christ. It's just sad. No one knows what they want to do, really. But yeah, if you guys have a passion or something in a career, go for it, because you're lucky. You're one of the lucky ones. I mean, if you're like me, I'm a loser with no dreams and desires. And the only thing I actually enjoy doing is this right here. Like, it's kind of ironic. This is the literal only thing I enjoy, like, out of anything, really. This is the only thing I look forward to doing. It's just something fun, like making videos, just something fun I do that I just enjoy a lot. Because I get to talk about this shit. Imagine if you're fucking sitting in your household day after day and you have no one to talk to about this shit. Like, you'll go nuts. Like, you'll be like, what the fuck, and get like all depressed and shit. Like, at least I have like all you guys and shit. But don't go to college if you don't know what you want to do. It's as simple as that. And like, I literally wasted my time. I wish I was like young again, so that I could just like never mind, that's cope. Nothing would have changed if I was in the same, if I had to do things over again. Never mind. But yeah, that is pretty much it. I am a true failed normie. I had potential. I had many dreams and hobbies when I was younger, but all that shit went in the complete toilet, man. And it's too late now, I mean, we have such a short time to like do things. Literally all kids are potential, but once you reach a certain age, it's like you're fucked. You have to be an adult and do adult shit. There's no time to like play and do any garbage, sport or hobby. You can't be the fucking next I don't know, Michael Jackson NBA sports player, when you're like fucking 40. You can't. That's like all a young person thing. Why do you think like 90%, maybe even more, like 95% of these musical artists that are famous are anywhere from like 14 to like 20? Like, they're super, super young. Like, very, very young. Same with like NBA players. They're all in like their early 20s. And have been doing it for years, when they were kids and stuff. I mean, there were things I was passionate about that just went in the shitter. Sports was one thing I was very passionate about, and every sport I played except for even basketball, I got fucking bullied at, and like just like every time I go to practice, I just fucking hated it. Baseball, that was the worst. That was the worst sport I ever played, cause there were these two kids. I don't know why. Like I just sucked balls at baseball. Like, I was terrible. Like, at practice. Like, they would always, like, say, oh, you're so bad, oh my god, and they never would, like, do shit, like, they never, let me play, so I just kind of, like, sat there, like, during practice and shit, and, like, when the game came, like, I missed every ball and shit, like, I never hit the ball once, and then they would, like, go off on me and shit. That's why I hated baseball, and I remember, like, telling my parents, like, oh, I don't want to go, and they'd be like, oh, you have to, come on, it's baseball, come on, and I fucking hated it, because of those kids. And, same thing with soccer. I remember, like, in elementary school, I tried out soccer. I never scored a single goal the entire season. I had this friend, like, I went with at the time, and he was so fake. Like, he wouldn't even talk to me. He just talked to all these soccer kids who were, like, super good. Like, everyone on the team was super good but me. I was a noob. I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I sucked so bad at soccer. Like, you guys don't know how bad I was at soccer. And I remember they needed someone for the goalie. And since I was there, like, they just put me as the goalie for some reason. I don't know why, but I remember this like it was yesterday, because I remember, like, crying like a bitch when I got home. It was, like, 6-0. Like, we had 6 points, they had 0, and then I became the goalie, and they scored 8 points in under like a fucking minute, and everyone was screaming at me. And then the coach was some British dude. He was screaming, so he's like, oh, what the fuck, y'all fucking shit, what the fuck. He was just like screaming and cursing, and I remember going home crying, and I was like, fuck this shit. And then my parents were like, oh no, you gotta finish soccer, you gotta, and then I never scored one goal. And everyone just like fucking shit talked me. And we're like, you're so bad, because I was terrible, Jesus. And then, what other sports did I play? Basketball. Well, basketball, that was the one sport that I actually was kind of good at. Like, I never gave up on it, until, like, I think my last year of middle school. And that's when I started, like, because I always did have people shit talk me in basketball, but I never really cared because I actually enjoyed the fucking sport. Up until it got really bad. Like, I remember I joined this tryout travel team in middle school, and I think the only reason I made the team is because like one of the parents who like ran that shit knew my parents, so like they were like, oh yeah, he's really good, let's put him in. And the coach like of the fucking thing never put me in the game. Like he never did. I was just a bench warmer, literally like a bench warmer. I just sat on the bench, and while all the other kids were like playing the game, I never like ever went in. And like I remember my mom was like pissed off. She's like, oh, why aren't you putting him in? And he's like, oh, I don't have to, like all that shit. And I remember one day he put me in because like he didn't have enough people. He's like, oh fuck, I have to put him in. So he put me in, and I scored on the wrong goal. I scored on the wrong basket and gave the other team a point. And I was so fucking embarrassed after that shit. And then I never went in after that. And I remember like one day there's a candy shop next to the basketball thing, like before we had the game. And I remember I was eating candy before the game, and then this kid like he would always say like, oh, stop eating candy, oh, you're wasting everything, oh, you can't eat before you play. He was just getting all mad and shit. No one liked me on that travel team at all. They all hated me. Like they fucking hated me for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah. The basketball, eventually like 7th grade, 8th grade, I played like the recreational basketball, like with all the noobs, and it just was a fucking mess. Like they never passed me the ball. It was just terrible. So I was like, you know what, fuck high school basketball, because this shit was a nightmare. I didn't go into basketball for high school because I was like, fuck this shit. Should I have? I don't know, probably not. I wasn't like the best fucking basketball player. You know, I wasn't the best. I was just like average, maybe a little below average, but I liked it. And that, yeah, I remember like my last year, I remember like dreading going to that's what happened to every sport. I just would dread going to the fucking like the sport, the practice and the games, and I'd be like, fuck, I wouldn't want to go because like how bad it was. And then yeah, I ended up having to go, and it just drained my mental health. Because I remember this one kid in 8th grade, he was like we were sitting down, it was a game, he's like, dude, you're fucking terrible. He's like, you suck at defense and you can barely shoot. He's like, no wonder no one gives you the ball. And that was like pretty much the day I quit. Like the day, it was like after that shit ended, like the whole basketball thing, I was like, fuck this shit. Like, why am I doing this? I've had multiple people say that shit. And of course they say the quote, oh, rise above those people who talk down on you. That's such cope and stupid bullshit. Because if you suck dick at basketball, how the fuck can you rise above? Like, you're still gonna suck dick. Like, there's nothing you can really do, you know? I was always terrible. Like, I played basketball for fucking years. Like, I'd say, like, I actually don't even know how many years, but a long-ass time. And if I was below average those years playing, like, what would I ever have become, you know? But, same thing with Rubik's Cubes, man. I used to be so passionate about those for some reason. Like, I remember I got one when I was, like, 7 years old. That was another super failed dream and hobby I guess I had. Like, Rubik's Cubes and shit, like, speed solving it. I remember, like, I got it when I was 7 years old. And there's no YouTube at the time, so I couldn't look up how to solve it. So I, by myself, I could only solve the first 2 layers without any, like, help. And then I got a DVD. I remember I got a DVD. And then I finally learned how to solve it. And then I remember, like, my first day of middle school, like, a couple years later, I was solving it, and my neighbor was like, oh, bro, that's so cool. You got to bring it to school, bro. Everyone's going to think you're cool, bro. So I brought the fucking Rubik's Cube to school. I solved it outside because, like, for some reason, everyone had to wait outside before the classes started. And everyone was like, whoa, oh my god, whoa, you're a genius, you have such a high IQ, whoa. And if you don't know, if you can solve a Rubik's Cube, you already know that it doesn't take any thinking power. You can be a fucking moron and solve it. It takes no skill at all. You could probably learn it in a day. And then you're set for life. You can pretty much just do it whenever you want. But speed solving it is a little different. I mean, you have to learn a lot of shit for that, but it's still all muscle memory. You know, it's all muscle memory. Once you get, it's just a lot of work. But it's muscle memory. You know, you don't have to have this enormous IQ, you know, to solve a Rubik's Cube like people think. You can be a literal idiot and solve it. You know, it doesn't matter. But basically what had happened was I brought it in, I thought like, oh, I'm the shit. And then one day randomly, like a week later, this kid brought in his and was just like solving his shit, and like everyone was watching him instead. I was like, what the fuck? And then a month later, literally everyone started bringing in like different types of Rubik's Cubes, just mogging me into oblivion. Like this kid, I remember I was sitting in science class, this kid to my left was solving a 5x5 Rubik's Cube. The one to my right was solving a 4x4. And he was like, oh, can you solve this? And I was like, I don't know, I've never solved any of that shit. And then I was trying to solve it like a normal Rubik's Cube. And he's like, oh, you're so stupid, bro. You need to solve the centers first. You're such an idiot, bro. And I was like, all right. Like, he just went off on me. And I was like, how long did that shit take to... It took him, like, so quick to learn that shit. The bigger cubes, like, obviously are going to take a while. Like, and they were just mogging me. Like, they would bring in, like, 8x8s and shit. Well, I still didn't even know how to, like, do anything but the 3x3. And I remember I was sitting in my math class, and this kid next to me is like, bro, you're overrated, bro. You need to quit. He's like, you're fucking garbage. And I was like, all right. But I remember we had, like, this competition shit, and, like, in school, and I just got completely obliterated. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I literally went home and I learned all... Because this kid, like, he would, like, race me, that nerdy kid... who brought it in a week later after me. Like, everyone was like watching him and shit all the time because he was so fast. And I would like fucking race him in the shit and just get smoked. And I remember I went home and learned all the algorithms you could like fucking learn, solve it fast, and I still wasn't fast enough. He still shit on me. You know, I was just terrible. And we had like a competition in school. I fucking did terrible. I remember I even went to like one of those like Rubik's Cube competitions when I was really young. I was probably like 12, 11, and just got I didn't even get a second round. That's how bad I did. I went in like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do so good. I'm gonna win like top 3 and get one of those prizes, and then I just got completely obliterated. I mean, you look at it now, there's so many people who mog you. It's insane. You might think you have a talent for something or you're good at something, but all it takes is just a quick Google search of what your talent is, and you'll just be blown away. Your jaw will drop, because there's people that are so good at what you're doing that it makes you question your existence. You know, that's why I fucking hate the internet. That's why there's no such thing as like local talents anymore, because you could just Google, like, let's say some kid brings in a Rubik's Cube and solves it like at a mediocre pace. You just look up fastest Rubik's Cube and fucking solve, and then you see these kids just like going so fast, and you're like, oh, this kid was garbage, you know. But I've had too many failed dreams and shit. I don't even want to get into like other shit because it's just like so depressing, you know. Now I'm just here with like no passions or hobbies and shit, you know. Just a below average, completely failed normie. Imagine if I was a succeeded normie. I mean, who knows like what would have happened if I went to some prestigious school and had lots of friends and, you know, looks maxed when I was younger. Who knows, you know, because I got the height for it. Just the face didn't quite work out. But yeah, I might make a part 2, I don't even know, but I had too many failed dreams and passions and stuff. There are snakes and fake people everywhere, man. You know, I can't tell you how many times I've been let down. You know, it's more than normal people, for sure. I've been let down, disappointed, you know, by something like being told like, oh bro, you want to do this, and then it just not happening, or somebody promising me something, or something that I'm looking forward to that just completely gets canceled. You know, and it sucks. I'm pretty sure you guys know what I'm talking about. But don't you guys ever get this feeling, I don't know if it's just me, but this weird feeling that whenever you're with like a group of people that you know, they just don't like you at all. You know, they hate you. And at any moment, you are completely disposable to them. You know? Like, they're not your true friend, or like, you just deep down know that they don't care about you at all. I don't know why. Like, with some people, like people I talk to, I just get that feeling that they're just using me for something. Like, let me tell you why I'm so agitated. If you know, like, I always talk about this shit. Music. I used to like enjoy listening to music, making music, you know, all that stuff. I played instruments. All that's behind me now because it's just another failed, dead dream. You know, it's just something that, like, I had a little tiny point in music where, like, I had people who were actually behind me and liked what I did and shit, but that's all gone now, and they never really, like, it's just, like, there's too many fake people. But let me explain what happened. Basically, like about 4 years ago when I started making music and shit, there was this kid who messaged me out of nowhere. He's like, "Oh, bro, can you mix and master my song for me, bro?" And I was like, sure. I did it I don't know why I did it for free. I just said sure. Like, I don't know why. I was just like, all right. And I did it, sent it back to him. And, you know, me and him talked and shit for like a while. And then we became like, I guess, friends. I don't know. Like, I would just like talk to him like every day and shit, like on Discord. And he would always be like, "Oh, bro, we need to link up, man. You know, your music is fire, bro," and like all this shit. He's like, "Oh, we need to hang out." And then he literally moved like 20 minutes away from me. Like, I'm not even kidding. He lives so very close to me. I think it's like 15, 20 minutes away from me. And just this summer, literally just this summer, he asked me, he's like, "Oh, bro, you know, I'm gonna have a show. I'm gonna headline all these artists, bro. Are you down?" And I was like, "Yeah, like hell yeah, I'm down." You know, because I've always wanted to perform, you know, and do music and shit. Like, and that shit has like always happened where I'm about to like perform and then some bullshit happens and I end up not doing it. I mean, at this rate, I'll never ever perform ever. There's been too many times where I'm about to perform or do something and then it just doesn't happen, gets canceled. So I just I give up, you know, I don't care. But he asked me, he's like, "Oh, it's going to be like a 4-day event. You know, you can bring as many people as you want, dude. There's going to be like so many people at this venue and all this shit." And I was like, "Yeah, I'll do it." You know, like I told him like, "Yeah, this shit'll be fun. You know, my life is so fucking boring that this will probably be the only fun thing I'll do." I'm just kidding. I didn't say that last part. But that's pretty much what was in my mind. I'm like, finally, I get to like do something fun for once, you know, instead of just going to school and work and coming home doing nothing, just miserable, daydreaming about shit that could have happened, you know. So I was like, finally, something interesting, you know. Maybe I could have like had some like a lot of fun there, you know. I know I would have. But anyway, literally like a couple days before the show, he tells me, he's like, "Oh, bro, I don't know if you can come because I got to pay all these artists, you know, I got to fly them all out and I got to pay them to perform." And I'm like, "You don't have to pay me." You know, and the only reason I said that he didn't have to pay me is because I live, like I said, the venue was so close to my house, literally so close to my house. And I was like, "I'll do it for free." You know, I know there's no, you don't have to pay me for transportation, anything. I'll do it for free, you know. He's like, "Oh, okay, that's cool." And then a day before the show, literally a day before the show, he's like, "Oh, bro, sorry, you got canceled, man. Sorry, no one can come. Sorry, bro." And it was like literally a day, like one day before the show. And I got like depressed. I was like, "Oh, all right, you know, it is what it is." It got canceled. And then come to find out, the next day, he lied to me. He posted on his Instagram like story and all this shit. He was at the show, you know, he had all the artists that he said he would have, and all this shit, and he lied to me. You know, he just completely lied to me. And then I asked him like a couple days later, I'm like, "Did you lie to me? Like you told me it was canceled." And then he literally like didn't respond for days and days. He just left me on red. I was like, wow. And then he just randomly came back and said, "Oh, sorry, bro. Like we couldn't, it got back on, but, I'm sorry, bro. I forgot to remind you, bro." I was like, okay. Like, how does a show get canceled? How do you plan it out for months? Like 2 months? How do you plan a show out for 2 months? It gets canceled and then like the day before, like that makes no sense. You know, I'm pretty sure he just straight up lied to me. You know, and he's always telling me like, "Oh, bro, you know, we need to link up, man. We need to hang out." Come to find out, he literally, the kid literally flies people out, you know, and like has them at it. Because he lives in a mansion. He's some 22-year-old rich kid, lives in a mansion. And he flies out all these artists and shit. And he doesn't even invite me. And I've been talking to him for fucking years, guys. Never invites me over to his house, and I live 10 minutes away from him. He'll fly people out fucking across the country, you know, fly these fucking kids out, hang out with them, doesn't even like mention shit about me, you know, doesn't even ask me or anything, you know. And whenever I say like, oh, you want to hang out, he's like, oh, sorry man, you know, even though you live fucking 20 minutes away from me, bro, sorry bro. I honestly think he just used me for like, the first thing, he used me to mix and master his shit when he started out. Second thing, he got a fucking feature from me and shit back when I actually had people who listened to my music. But now everyone, it's just like everyone, no one gives a fuck anymore. You know, now this kid built his own little tiny fan base and shit. And while I fell off, it just, you don't win. Like, you really don't win. And seriously, what did I do wrong? You know, I was always nice to him. I fucking talked to him for like years, you know, like 3-4 years. And for like the last 2 years, I was like really close with him. And he just doesn't invite me over to his house. He doesn't like any of that shit. You know, he never asks me to hang out. And when I ask him, he just doesn't like fucking say anything. He's just like, oh, sorry, bro, I'm busy. Busy with what? Like, you fucking post, like, even, like, the reason I'm making this is because literally, a couple days ago, we flew out like 10 fucking artists, you know, and they all had like some fucking house party and shit. And like, they've been like staying with them for like days now. And I'm just like, dude, like, you couldn't have fucking asked me, you know, I could have just fucking drove there, you know, to your house. It's just like shit like that, like the disappointment, you know. It's like you look forward to something and then you just get it all crumbled away. Honestly, guys, if I'm being honest, not trying at all is better than trying and getting shit on, you know, because like, I didn't do anything wrong to this kid. Like, I fucking talked to him more than probably the people that he flew out. And I can guarantee you, if I had like more clout as a fucking musician, you know, now I just quit. I literally don't give a I deleted everything. I fucking quit. I don't care. But like, even back then, like, if I had more clout, all this shit, he probably would have been sucking my dick, been like, oh bro, come to the show, bro, oh my god, bro, you know, just like all over me, all because like I had more clout and shit. Like, if I did, it's just like everyone uses you. There's no one. It's so hard to find a real good genuine friend, especially in this fucking online shitty era, you know, with all these kids. Like, oh, you have to have a lot of followers, bro, for me to fuck with you. I can't just fuck with you because you're cool, bro. You have to have a lot of followers, bro. It's like, whatever, man. You know? Like, it's just, like, stupid as fuck. Even my one friend, like, my good friend, like, told me when I told him, like, this. I literally just told him, like, not too long ago, because it just pissed me off so much that he, flies out these fucking people once a month, hangs out with them at his house, at his mansion, and doesn't even invite me, you know, even though I've been talking to him way more than all these people. And my friend told me, he's like, dude, like, he's just using you, you know, he just fucking used you. He doesn't care about you at all, you know, like, no, you'll notice, like, no one cares about you, you know, with this music shit. Everyone wants to just use you and shit. But like, yeah, there's been like so many times where I've like almost performed and like done shit and it just doesn't even happen. It gets canceled. Something stupid happens where it doesn't happen. And I'm just giving up. I'll never perform. I'll never be a good musician. That's just how it is. I mean, you get lucky or you don't. All this shit, all this internet shit is all about luck. You know, if you don't have the looks for it, like if you can't sit in front of a camera and you know, be pretty and lip sync for TikTok, then you have to do some other shit, you know, and get lucky with it. Because there are people who make music that are sub 5, like a lot of them, and they're only good because like their music is good. You know, some of them are faceless. Most of these musicians are faceless, and it's all about the music. And you gotta get lucky with the shit. You know, you gotta know the right people and all this bullshit and blah blah network blah blah blah. It's like I actually did have a lot of connections and networking people, like people that I used to network with and connect. Like I had so many fucking people that I used to talk to that just I don't even remember half of them. I lost all their fucking they don't contact me, I don't contact them. It's just a big mess. It's over, you know. It really is over for anyone who's a musician, you know, trying to make it. You better hope to God you know the right people, because that's all it's about. All it's about is knowing the right people and making good music. I mean, that really is. Because there's been so many people I've been jealous of that just come out of nowhere. They'll know some like do like some YouTube channel with like millions of subscribers. Like they'll know the person, then they'll just get their music uploaded for free on there, then they blow up and like they forget about you. It's just like, man, you don't win. You don't win. You can, and even that shit, you can have the best fucking music there is. If you don't know the right people and can't get your shit out there, there's no point. You know, there really is no point. But yeah, music is a failed dream. I quit that shit months ago now. Actually, I think when I quit music was the day that fucking kid told me, like lied to me. I just quit because I was like, there's no point. Like there really is no point. I've had that shit happen to me way too much. Even when I started out, just everyone's fake, no genuine good people, and I've been let down too many times, and I don't want to fucking do that again because it just takes a toll on your mental health and shit. Like having that fucking kid lie to me and then not invite me over to his house multiple times when he could have just called me up and been like, "Yo, bro, want to hang out?" And I could have just drove over there in 10 minutes, you know. And meanwhile, he just flies out all these people from across the fucking country to hang out with them instead. It's like, people are so fake, man. I don't think I did anything wrong. But yeah, that's pretty much it, man. There's no such thing as a late bloomer. You know, you either get it or you don't. This is like my theory. If you miss out on key social experiences when you're young, you know, having like lots of friends and people who care about you, then it's gonna fuck up your development for the rest of your life. That's at least what I think, because you become socially awkward. You can't talk to people. You really don't know how. Anyways, no one really does in this era, I noticed, because like most people are socially awkward. Like in my generation, they don't, because everyone's in their own little worlds. But if you miss out on like having friends and shit, you're just gonna struggle, you know. And the time is so short, you know, like to where you actually, like, I'd say from like your teenage years, like anywhere from 15 to like 30 is your prime, you know, where you have to like get your shit together, find someone, you know. It's just gonna get harder after that. And you want to know what blows my mind? These older generations, I don't understand how like everything like was so early for them. All my grandparents, you know, my grandparents on my mom and dad's side, they all got married when they were 18, had a kid 20. And that just blows my mind how that's like not even like people nowadays live with their parents, you know, for years and years. It's like a norm now. No one gets married, and if they do, it's like in their 30s and shit now. Like the average age to get married is a lot older now. But this late bloomer, that's not, everything should be early. You know, this late bloomer shit, you're going to come to a point where you're going to be so old that it doesn't matter, like, if you bloom or not. You're just so old. Like, let me give an example. My old neighbor, and I felt so bad for this guy. I hope I don't turn into this fucking guy. This dude, he lived with and my mom knew him, we knew him, but this dude lives with his mother. The dude is like 50, I think he's like 55, I don't even know, he's old. He gets drunk every single day. He's on disability. And me and my mom went to go see him one day. And when we were sitting down, he had piss and shit stains on his pants, like in the front and back. And he smelled so bad, missing all of his teeth, balding. You know, the dude has never had a relationship, or from what I can fucking see, you know, never married, never had a kid. And it's like, who would even want to marry someone like that? You know, this drunk, balding, toothless dude who lives with his parents on disability, or his mom on disability. That shit, like, scares me, honestly. If I become like that, like, yikes. You know, late bloomer. That's like a whole nother level of late bloomer. I can guarantee you, like, people are going to tell him, oh, it's okay, you're 55, you're going to bloom eventually. No, you don't. Like, if you're at that point in your life where that shit happens, you're never gonna mature. Because I've seen some like people who are that age and they're just not mature and that's just over, you know. I don't think I'm ever gonna mature because I feel like my mindset is too like underdeveloped. I don't know like if that's just me, but I don't really know how to do shit, you know. Everything, I don't know. Like I just feel like I missed out on a lot of stuff, you know, like a lot. I don't know like if you guys think like you missed out on shit, but I think I definitely missed out on a lot of stuff. And I remember one time specifically, when I was 19, my mom, she got her first boyfriend, and this dude had two twin daughters, who were, I think at the time, I think they were 21. And yeah, I remember I was sitting down, like I was laying on the couch, because they were sleeping over our house. I was laying on the couch, and his daughters were like laying on this mattress and shit that we brought up, and we were talking. And I was basically saying, and this was years ago, this was like probably like 2017, 2018. I was pretty much saying the same shit I'm saying now. I knew it was over back then, you know. And I told him, I'm like, I'm 19, I'm still a virgin, like everything sucks. Like I'm still in the same position I am in now, you know, nothing changed. And they kept telling me, like, oh, you know, relationships aren't everything. Look at us. We both lost our virginities at 20. So next year, you're definitely going to lose it, you know. And now, like, that I'm way over that age of 20, it's like, what the fuck? Like, it didn't even happen. You know, they kept telling me, like, oh, you're probably just a late bloomer. Like, I remember them saying that, like, you're a late bloomer. You'll figure things out, you know, just keep your head up, be happy, be positive. But you don't really... You're not when you're like this, you're not positive or negative. You're just numb. You know, you don't really care about much. Nothing really excites you. But they're basically telling me like, "Oh, keep your head up. There's a girl waiting for you. You know, you're not a bad-looking dude." You know, they kept telling me that, like telling me I wasn't bad-looking. And supposedly my mom said that shit too. She said that they said I was good looking, like, when I was out, I forgot, I was out, like, doing some shit, I forgot where I was, but supposedly they were talking about me to, like, my mom, they said I was, like, handsome or some bullshit, I don't know, but, like, that's the problem. Way too many people, especially boomers, have said, oh, you're so handsome. It's like, if I'm so handsome, why do I get rejected so much? You know, why do I not have a girlfriend? Why all this shit, you know? And it's just like, I'm sick and tired of hearing it. Like, oh, you're handsome. Handsome people get results, and which I do not have. So that obviously means that I'm not. And I already know I'm not the best looking. So a majority of people aren't that good looking. And this is probably an unpopular opinion, but men as a whole just aren't good looking, you know? They just aren't. It's very, like, I find it hard to find, like, an actual good-looking guy, you know? But, I mean, yeah. You know, I already know I'm below average, and, like, these people try to tell me I'm handsome and shit. Oh, you're a late bloomer, you'll figure it out, you know, you're handsome, you got it, you got this. Yeah, just trying to encourage me, but that encouragement isn't reality. It's not going to do anything. But, yeah, they were sitting on the couch, or laying on the floor. I was sitting on the couch. They're just trying to tell me how, you know, it's not over, I'm going to find someone, you know, I'm still young, which they were kind of right. I mean, I still am young. Well, you know, at the time I was, like, still a teenager, but, they're telling me, like, yeah, you'll find someone, and I kind of thought, like, maybe they're right, you know, maybe I will, and even now, maybe I will, maybe I just don't even, I can't even put any brain cells into it, you know, without, like, I don't know, I just don't really think about this shit, but yeah, they're trying to tell me, like, oh, they're just gonna meet, and I can make, like, a meme about that shit, like, some dude, like, having people tell him, like, oh, you're 15, oh, you're gonna be, trust me, by 15, you're gonna get your first girlfriend and figure everything out, and then, when he's 18, there's gonna be people who tell him, oh, when you're 18, you know, you're gonna figure everything out, you know, and then, you know, just so on and so on until he's, like, 60 years old, and they're telling him, oh, you know, maybe at 65, that's the golden age. You're gonna figure everything out. It's like that late bloomer, you know. It's not real, you know. And here's the thing. Let's say you do hopefully bloom late, like in your early 30s, maybe if you're lucky, or your early 30s. You're going to be so psychologically damaged from all this life bullshit that you're just not even going to understand like what the fuck like is going on. Like let's say you get a relationship in like your early 30s, like your first relationship in like your mid 30s. You're not going to know what's normal or not in a relationship, but you're going to be so psychologically fucked that it's just not even going to like work out. I mean, maybe it will, but it's just, and from everything, I don't know, man. But late bloomers, you just gotta figure shit out when you're young. There's no such thing. The older you get, it just puts so much stress on you and shit and pressure on you. Figure it out. Oh my god. Oh, maybe you're a late bloomer. Oh no, you're not. You gotta figure it out now. You know, see how that shit can like get you fucking like paranoid and shit. Hearing that shit, like people say that. Oh. Like mixed shit, like, oh, you have to figure it out now, you're getting older, oh my god, and then you have people saying, oh, chill out, you know, you're gonna figure it out soon, and then it's just like, whatever, man. But yeah, that's my thoughts on late bloomers.
You know, I can't tell you how many times I've heard the quote, get out there and meet people, from like anyone. Like I've been hearing that like forever now. It's like copy and pasted advice that I just need to get out there and talk to people, and then I'll get everything I want. I'll get tons of friends, you know, a nice girl will come along. But honestly, if you're at that point where people are telling you that, you know, all the time, that you have to get out there and talk to people and meet people, then it's probably already over. You know, if you have to force yourself to go out there and talk, like all of this stuff should be natural, you know. If like, let's pretend like everyone is told this, you know, oh, you got to get out there and meet people, you know, let's say, because that's pretty much like I hear that everywhere, like all these TED Talks, like it basically everyone says like, oh, you know, if you want to be happy, you got to get out there and talk to people. If everyone is told this, then why has no one come up to you and tried to meet you? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's exactly what I mean by this shit, like the whole get out there and meet people. If people haven't come to meet you, then chances are it's probably already over. You know, most of my friends have just come. The friends in school that I had growing up, I didn't have to like get out there and talk to them and like try hard, you know, to make friends. It kind of just happened. But now that I'm out of high school and shit, you know, and hearing people say like, oh, you know, you gotta get out there and meet people, and like, I've been trying to do that and nothing really happens, you know, it just like goes nowhere with like anything. It's over. You know, all of this stuff should be natural. If you've ever chadfished or catfished as a girl, like on anything, then you already know like that you get like if you've ever been a girl, pretend to be like a girl on a game or anything really. Instagram, you already know you get flooded with if you've ever pretended to be a Chad before, you get flooded with thousands of messages, you know, thousands of people praising you, you know, all because you look good. I mean, and it's just like all natural, you know, you don't have to like try your ass off to get out there and meet people. Like I can't believe just the other day, and this is another thing too, men and women cannot say the same things. Like, let me give an example. Like, just the other day, I met my friend's girlfriend, and she was telling me like how she was telling me like this advice, like, oh, you need to get out there and meet people. And she said, if I ever like come across a person who's transgender, then to call them honey if I don't know what their gender is. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, I can't call someone honey. I'm a guy. You know, like, guys can't say certain things. I already talked about this, too, like, at these, like, frat college parties, you know, that no one likes you there at all. You're just, like, another, like, competitor, I guess, and it's just, like, whatever, man. Like, the people that you don't go with, don't like you at all. Like, that's just how it is. I don't know why. I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but every single college party I've went to, like, these guys always want to fight. I think because they like get drunk and like I don't even know, man, but I can guarantee you if I was a girl, they'd be much easier to talk to people. They would just come up to me because I mean, you already observe it, like
it should be natural, you know? People just kind of like talk to each other. You shouldn't just have to like force yourself to like talk to people just to hear them say like, "Oh, sorry, I'm busy, I'm busy." That's another thing. I noticed ever since I graduated high school, trying to make friends and talk to people, you always get hit with the "Oh, sorry, I'm busy, bro," you know. And I never really have ever been approached, you know. Like I said, I'm the most unapproachable person ever. You know, no one ever like if you saw me in public, you would not want to come up to me. I already know that. Like just the way I look, it's over. Like for my social life, pretty much. I mean, I don't really know what else to do. You know, and this world is like pretty much online now. There's not really much I can even do. You know, I mean, college was a flop for social, like, interactions and stuff. I mean, man, oh man, you know, I swear, if you come to a point where you have to, like, take these people's advice and, like, try your hardest to talk to people and meet people, then it's over. It really is. I mean, like, and just for them to say, "Oh, sorry, I'm busy," or, like, ghost you, or, because I've had so many, like, fake, weird people, like, I don't even want to get into it. It's just like depressing, to be honest. Like people will like you're so disposable. You know, if you're an ugly male, you are disposable. You know, people will use you like, "Oh, hey bro, can you help me with this homework assignment?" And just like not even talk to you at all. Like, I mean, that's really how it is. You can get out there and, you know, meet people as much as you want, but you know, the second you become non-useful, you're disposable, you know, or they just hit you with the, "Oh, sorry, I'm busy, man." But I mean, yeah, like that's pretty much it. Getting out there and meeting people, like just, oh my god, it hasn't worked for me, like trying. And of course, you know, people say, "Oh, you know, when you stop trying, that's when, you know, people come around in your life." It's like, that, how does that even make any sense? If I just like stop talking to people, people are just gonna, I already like know I'm unapproachable. I'll never get anything handed to me. I always have to try and ask people. I mean, it's good like to do that. I mean, you know, so you can like learn how to talk to people, but it's just depressing, you know. You don't really feel, I don't know, accepted by anyone, really. At least for me, because I don't think I've ever had like any girl, any guy approach me. I've always been the one, except for the only place where I've ever like had like a natural connection with people is in school. You know, when I was really young, that was pretty much it. And after that, it's just been a struggle to like talk to people, because like you always have to you know, try your ass off twice as hard for just like little to no results. I mean, it sucks, but I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, getting out there and meeting people, man, it's just not working like at all. I don't even know where to go now to meet people, now that I'm like school just like is boring, and I know I'm not going to meet people there. I've been trying for like 4 years now, haven't met a single person in my college at all. I've only had, I think, one person come up to me, but it was for like, it was so weird. It was like for, she needed something, I don't know. But if people, and that's another thing, like I said, you're disposable. Like people, they just want something from you, you know, and then they're out. But I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. Alright, I'm gonna tell you why I don't trust normies, part 2. You know, I've been talking about the friendship pill for the past like couple days, but I think it's important. You know, you miss out on a social circle when you're young, you're just gonna struggle. You know, no friends equals no life. Imagine trying to go on a date with a girl, or talking to a girl and telling her you have no friends. You know, it's just gonna be over. But yeah, man. Friends are just gonna get harder and harder to make. And I always say this: you cannot find a genuine good friend who is not fake. You know, if you're sub 5, you cannot find a good genuine friend. You know, those days are over. Those are all you know, school days. As I say, it should all be natural. when you're younger, that's probably when you'll meet like the real people, and then you'll just slowly expand your social circle. But like it's just like, if you miss out on that, I mean, what do you really do? But anyway, what I'm gonna say too is making online friends has always been easier. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure you guys like know that too. Like, making online friends has just always been easier. But anyway, during the time of the election, so I guess like 2 years ago, or late 2020, during that summer, there were these two kids I used to talk to, and by kids, I always call anyone under 30 a kid. I don't know why, but I used to talk to them all the time for like a year, and then the summer, this kid, he was like, well, first let me say, he would always send me like metal songs and have me like, he'd be like, oh, can you make a beat out of this? And I'd make a beat and send it back to him. I did that like regularly for this kid, but he asked me, he's like, oh, since we live so close, I'll pick you up, we'll go to a show, we'll see a concert. I forgot what the band was, but it was some band. He's like, oh, we can all go, go to the show, hang out and chill. I was like, alright, that's fine. And keep in mind, he had a girlfriend who was from Mexico, and she didn't speak any English at all. Like, literally, I don't know how, like, she just didn't speak any English. I think at the time, I think he was like 21 or 22, and she was 18, but she didn't speak any English, like, at all. And this is where, like, this is why, like, people, it's so hard, like, people are just so weird, man. But let me tell you what happened, why this, like, all went downhill, and why I have such trust issues, and like, people just like mentally, like, my mental health and just everything from people and all these experiences I have just like sucks. So basically, it's the time of the election. We're all sitting in a Discord call, him, this other kid, and his girlfriend, and I said, like, this was during the election, I said, oh, I hope Donald wins. I said that. And like, he literally went off, he started like screaming. He's like, how dare you, bro? My girlfriend, she's from Mexico, bro. How dare you, man? You support a piece of shit, bro. He's just like screaming at me. I'm like, whoa, dude, like, it's not that deep, like who cares, it's not that deep. He's like, yes, it is, bro. And then he like translated what I said to his girlfriend. Supposedly his girlfriend like called me a piece of shit, like, and all this shit. And I was like, okay, like, just going off on me. And he was just like yelling at me. I was just kind of sitting there like, what the fuck? Like, have you guys ever had a friend who just like gets really angry or like does something and you don't know what to do? It's like they're a different person. I was like, what is going on? Is he serious? And eventually, like, he hung up. And this is where it like gets like really weird. Every day, and I mean like every day after that, he sent me like death threats, like, every day. I'm not even kidding. He just sent me like voice messages yelling and shit. He'd be like, oh, it's like, I'm gonna pull up to your house, oh, you better be ready, I'm gonna be outside, and like, all this fucking shit. He's like, oh, I stay strapped, like, all this bullshit. I'm like, dude, over that, you're so weird, man, like, fucking weirdo. That's why I don't trust people. He's just going off and off. He's like, oh, bro, trust me, I'm gonna come to your house. Bro, you're done for, bro. You're done for. And I'm just like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, I swear to God, guys, he sent me messages every day for like 2 weeks, just like all this shit. Like, oh, I know people, dude. I know people that get shit done, bro. Oh, you're done for. Like, just like all this shit, like sending me voice messages, like 10 voice messages a day, He's like, oh, you made my girlfriend cry, bro. That's not okay. You don't want to know what happens when people fuck with my girl? You're dead, bro. I'm just like, man, chill. And I didn't block him because I think that's pussy shit, blocking people. I kind of would just like listen to his voice messages and laugh my ass off because it's like, what do you even do? The kid literally sent me death threats and all this shit for like literal 2 weeks. And I'm just sitting here like listening to all these voice messages he's sending me. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, and here's the fucking hilarious part, the hilarious part. Like, after he eventually stopped, sending me all these messages and shit, and one day he randomly asks me, he's like, hey man, sorry about, what happened, bro. This was after, Biden won. Sorry, man, what happened, man. Sorry, hope we're still cool, bro. Sorry. And I'm just like, all right, whatever, man. Whatever. And then all of a sudden he's like, hey, can you make me another beat? And I just said, because I was like, wow. And I said, no. And they said, fuck you, bro. You're like just going off and again. And I'm like, yeah, you're fake, dude. You're fucking weird. You weirdo. Supposedly he married that girl, and I shit you not, got divorced 6 months later. 6 months later. Marries her, gets divorced 6 months later at 22 years old. I mean, I called that. I really called that because, like, I mean, I honestly thought, like, she only did it for the green card, which I get. I don't even know what the story is or what happened, but they got divorced within 6 months. And yeah, like, the kid is just a loser. You know, a loser. And that's why I don't trust people. Again, I have shit like that happen on the daily. It's nothing. That shit is nothing new. You know, I have to deal with shit like that all the time. There's never any normal people in my life. You know, everyone always wants something from me. Either that or I'm just ignored. So it's just whatever. You know, like the kid obviously only wanted me because he only wanted me to like make beats for him and shit. Like, how funny is that? That reminds me of, like, I could have sworn there's like a meme like that, like, where the dude he was literally just yelling at me, you know, and then just he calms down. He's like, "Can I have a beat, please?" And I say no, and he goes off again. He's like, "Oh, fuck you! I was just kidding. You're a fucking douchebag. Oh, I hope you die." You know, just going off again. It's so fake, dude. So many. You'll notice, like, I've tried really everything to make friends, guys. I've tried musician maxing. I've tried, you know, status maxing with that shit. It just fucking nothing works. And you notice that, like, all these people you used to, like, talk to, they just don't care about you. They're all just online people anyway, you know. They're not, like, real people. I would have met those people. I would have met them, though. Thank God I didn't. Even the in real life people I've talked to, I think, honestly, in my opinion, in real life stuff, like confrontational in real life stuff, is like the worst. I've had a lot of confrontational stuff in my life, where people like want to beat the shit out of me for like me doing something or something happening, like over something stupid. But I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's why I don't trust people. Alright, today I'm going to tell you what irritates me the most about being alone. You know, if I could summarize it, because I don't really know how to word this, it's basically you miss out on everything and then that's it. You have to grow up and do grown up shit. Like ask any old person, ask any boomer about like their life. They'll be like, "Oh, my late teens and 20s, it was the time of my life. I had so much fun, so many guys, girls, you know, friends, and you know, all this shit." And for example, like my one friend in this frat house, he'll always send us pictures of like him with girls and shit, like in his bed, like together. It's kind of like gay, but they'll just be like, "Oh, I fucked this girl last night, bro." And he said to me like a couple of days ago, he purposely failed like a semester so he could stay there longer. He's like, "I don't want this to ever end. This is the most fun I've ever had in my life." And it's like, yeah, you know, like I didn't do any of that shit. It's like, imagine this. Imagine you're born. You wait for this, like, insane, you wait for some rise, like, that everyone's telling you about, like, oh, like, all the hype, like, oh, you're gonna have a girlfriend, you're gonna have lots of friends, you're gonna party, you're gonna do all this shit, just for it to, like, not even happen, or just be fucking horrible, and then all of a sudden, oh, you gotta grow up, you gotta get a job, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. It's like, who the fuck, like, no wonder no one wants to work. You have no fun, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, gotta work now, gotta be a man, no fun anymore." It's like, what fun did I even have in the first place? Fuck this shit. If this is gonna be my whole life, fuck that. You know? From the second you're born, just everything uneventful and boring, and like, it's just like, it sucks. You know? Like, my friend's sending me pictures of him with girls, meanwhile I can't even get a text back. You know, I can't even get a fucking hello. Can't get a match on any of these. Fuck dating apps. I'm done using those. Fucking stupid. But I mean, you know, like what I mean. It's just nothing works. Like nothing I do works. I even go to his fucking frat house, which sucks, by the way. I come home more miserable and depressed than before I went. You know. After I come home from those, like, parties, I just come home more depressed because, like, it's the same shit. It's, like, the hype shit. is like what's like brutal about it. You know, everyone's telling you like, oh, you're gonna meet all these people in your life and have such a nice teenage life and do all this stuff, and meanwhile it just doesn't even happen. None of it even really happens. You know, of course, like I've had a couple good moments. But honestly, like if you have to think about your fun times in life, it probably sucked. You know, if you can't just pinpoint fun shit that happened, it probably sucked. Like, I really can't pinpoint shit. I have to, like, actually think about fun times in my life. You know, I can't just think about something that was fucking awesome. You know, like, ask any of my, like, any, like, young, like, teenage kid, like, Chad or Stacy, like, oh, what's, like, something fun? They'll tell you, like, oh, last week I went to this bomber party. It was so fun, bro. Oh, my God, we did this, and I met this guy, and, oh, like, you know what I mean? So like it's all the hype, and you don't live up to that shit. Like nothing ever even really happens, and then all of a sudden you're thrown into adulthood. It's like, all right, you got to be a man now. And it's like, what the fuck? You know, where's my fun? You know, where the fuck is my fun? Like, what happened? You know, I have to be a man now? Like, what the fuck? And I think I'm like underdeveloped too, because I missed out on like a lot of shit, like with my social skills, so it makes it even more brutal. But I mean, yeah, that shit really, like, it just, like, makes me depressed sometimes, you know? Like, my friend, like, having the time of his life and shit, like, oh, you know, bro, I can't wait. Like, can you guys believe this idiot purposely failed so that he could stay behind, so that he could stay in his frat house longer, because it's that fun? I mean, it must be something else if he's purposely failing, because no one in their right mind would do that unless it's worth it, you know? But yeah, when I go to his parties, man, like he'll invite me to one once every like month or two, and I just literally don't even like. At first, I don't feel welcome there. No one ever really comes up to talk to me, and when I talk to people, it's pointless. It really is pointless, because I've gone up to people, like tried to start conversations. It's pointless. You don't get anything out of it. You really don't. You just talk to these people. Oh, hey, what's up, man? Oh, you know, just like a little small talk. You get nothing out of it. You know, I mean, the only thing you probably could get out of it is like, I guess social development, but it's just small talk bullshit. It's not gonna like really do much, you know. So I usually what I do is I'll just like small talk. I don't drink at those things. Maybe I should. I don't know. They always say like, oh, you know, drink to get social, but I think that's like a cope. I don't want to get like hammered or drunk and like embarrass myself more. I don't want to be drunk in public, like around people. I don't know. That's just like embarrassing, in my opinion. I don't know. But I come home disappointed every time and just miserable. Like they're really not worth it. You know, going to like parties and stuff. Like honestly, sitting home, like if you can believe it, like coming from like my mouth, like saying this shit, staying home and doing nothing is better than going to a party and being ignored. It really is. And just coming home with no results or anything. It really is. You know, like I try to be nice to these people, and it's just it really goes nowhere. It has been going nowhere for like ever now. But yeah, that's what irritates me the most. It's like all of us, like everyone's hyping you up when you're younger. Like they're like, oh, you're gonna have this amazing life. Oh my God, I can't wait for your teenage years. When you meet friends and have a girlfriend and do all this fun, amazing stuff. It's like, what fun stuff? You know, I'm old enough now. It's like, where was my fun when I was younger? Now on top of that, I gotta find a job, do all this shit, be a man, pay bills, do more boring shit, have less time than I did when I was younger. No wonder people don't want to work. You know, no wonder. I mean, it's just, I don't even know what else to say. I mean, it's just, that's like what irritates me the most, just looking at everyone's like fun lives when they were younger, when they were in their teens and 20s, and then looking at you and you not having that at all. It's brutal, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm not, whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
I have never had a deep conversation with somebody. You know, I keep things to myself all the time, which isn't good. It's not good at all. But I made a poll 2 days ago asking if any of you have been accused of something you didn't do. Now, in my life, that has happened to me so much, especially when I was younger. Nowadays, nothing really happens. I really don't do much. But when I was younger, it happened all the time.
especially in elementary school. Those are like my PTSD days. If you didn't know, I think I already talked about it. I don't know. I was very short. Like, I was the shortest kid in the school. I don't know why. Like, my dad was always scared I wasn't gonna grow. I didn't hit a growth spurt till I was in, like, I think the late 4th grade, 5th grade. Which by then, like, middle school was like mediocre, high school mediocre, but elementary school, man, nothing will ever be more brutal. Nothing. I was the smallest, tiniest, most vulnerable person ever. Tiniest, most vulnerable kid. And the first memory I think of why, or the first like instance of why, I think I'm this way. Because all these things, like the accused, this is like what I want to talk about, like the getting accused for not doing anything, because that has happened to me so much, and there's some of them that I just haven't left my mind. But what I was gonna say, it was in first grade. If you didn't know, I used to get bullied by girls, and you're probably thinking like, oh, it's no big deal, but it was a big deal. It was physical. Punching, kicking, spitting. One day, one of the girls brought what are those things called? Lighter to my arm. They both held my arm out and lit my arm up. Burned it. Still, no one did anything. I remember my mom, called the school, and it was just this whole big mess. Very brutal. They didn't do any. No, of course they wouldn't do anything. Who would? You hear, let's pretend you hear that without any context. You hear girls are bullying a kid, like a guy. You're going to laugh. It's not, people aren't going to take that seriously. But it was serious. It was worse than any male bullying I've ever had in my life. The worst thing I've ever had in my life. I wouldn't wish this on anybody. Never. But basically, the first grade teacher, someone drew like all over the girls' bathroom with chalk. And like everyone knew about it. They were trying to figure out who did it. And supposedly it was like one of the girls who bullied me. And one of those girls told me, they said, I'm going to tell the teacher that you did it and you're going to sit there and take it. And I was like kind of scared because like I never wanted to get in trouble. Even though like I did kind of like get in trouble like sometimes in elementary school. I was always scared I was. But basically like it was after recess. The teacher, she was like a new teacher. And she searched my pockets. Like, she's like, all right, I'm going to search your pockets. And that's what she did. I had my winter jacket on. She, like, searched all my pockets. And she's like, oh, do you have any chalk? So you said to one of the students that you drew in the girls' bath, you're the one who's doing all this, And I looked up. Like, right as she said that, she's like, is this true? Are you doing this? I looked up at the girl because she was in the class. And like, I just said yes. Like, I was so scared that I just said yes, even though I didn't do it. I of course, like, why would I do that, I just said yes. And then, of course, they had this whole investigation. I was in the school until, like, 8 o'clock. And the principal, like, they knew I didn't do it because, the only reason they knew I didn't do it was because, first off, I was in a special reading and writing class. I didn't know how to write, at all. Like, I had terrible handwriting and I didn't know, like, what any of that was. And they're like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. Why would he go in the girls' bathroom, and write curse words on the walls? It doesn't make sense. And of course, it kept, happening. So they were like, yeah, he didn't do it. That was like the first. That's a very, very strong memory, I guess. I don't know why I remember that. Like, that's like one of the only memories like I really remember. Or one of the. Not one of the only memories. I mean, like, just like when I think about my childhood, that's one that sticks out. Now this next one, same year. This one actually, I'd say it was very, like, literally traumatizing. I had reoccurring nightmares of it for years. But I went to the YMCA with my mom's friend. I mean, my friend's mom and my friend, like, two of my friends and his little brother. It was like the four of us, I think, and we were playing basketball, and then the big kids, like these teenager kids, took over. So we went on
they had like these mats, like these blue mats. We were sitting on them, and I was playing my Nintendo. We're just talking, and all of a sudden, one of the teenage kids just comes charging, like running, like full rage, angry. And I'm just looking, and I was like, what's going on? And all of a sudden, I just go flying. My little tiny, like 2-foot self just goes flying on the floor, and he steps on my neck, like, and he just stood on my neck, and he had like one of his friends just punching me in the stomach, just like running my pockets. And he was screaming in my face. He's like, "Give me my fucking phone! Give me my fucking phone!" Just like screaming so loud. And of course, all the parents are oblivious to what the fuck is going on. And I genuinely thought I was gonna die. I couldn't breathe at all. And this went on for like 30 seconds. Couldn't breathe. Very long time. And this kid's just punching me, rips up my shirt, like one of his friends. And all of a sudden, this fucking dude saved my ass. He just came and he starts yelling. He's like, "What are you guys beating up that little kid for? What'd he do to you?" Blah, blah. Just yelling. And the kid's like, "He stole my phone." Of course, I started crying because he lifted his foot off my neck. I could finally fucking breathe. My shirt was all ripped up. And when I got up, and this is like low IQ shit. My friend at the time, he said, "Oh, you kicked it under the bleacher. I saw you kick it under the bleacher." And then he got like all embarrassed and walked away. And then one of his friends, like the kid who was punching me, he's like, "You need to grow up, man. Stop being a bitch," and walked away. And then of course, my friend's mom. I keep messing that up. I don't know why. My friend's mom comes back over. "Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Oh my God!" And I wasn't right after that one. Not for like a long time. I had reoccurring nightmares every night of that. Barely getting any sleep. I would dream about it every night, him just stepping on my neck. Just over and over, just repeating in my head over and over and over. That one was a bad one, but not as bad as this next one. I think I already talked about this. I almost am 100% positive. If I talked about a story, this kid pretty much like molested me when I was 12. And after I had told, because I never told anybody at all. I just told one of my friends, or like a group of my friends, and I had told them. They just kind of like laughed at it. It was what it was. And the kid, I remember my mom went out to go do something. Like we were in the car, we're sitting in the back seat. Mom left the car to go get something, can't remember. And he looks at me and he says, "If you ever tell anyone what I did, I'm going to kill you or someone else is going to kill you." And I got like so scared. He's like, "Trust me, if you ever say anything, I always know. And I'll send someone to kill you really fast." And I got so scared, because I had already told somebody, I had already told my friends what he did. And after that, I couldn't sleep for like that whole entire like year. I was always paranoid. Like I was only like working on like an hour a night sleep a night. I thought that there's genuinely people waiting outside my house, just like watching me all the time. I thought there was cameras everywhere. Like I was like, I'm not even kidding. This is gonna sound like crazy shit, but I promise you I'm not crazy. When I was 12, like when he told me that, I would spend like from anywhere from like 4 to 5 hours in my room, like looking for cameras, and shit, like in my room. Like I'd like tear up my room looking for cameras. Because he told me, like, "I'm always watching and shit. I'll kill you if you tell anybody." So I thought, like, he knew already. He was just, like, waiting to kill me. I don't know what the fuck. I was very vulnerable and gullible when I was younger and, like, stupid. Like, for example, that same year, this kid, one of my friends, like, my actual good friend who didn't molest me, he pulled a prank on me where basically he said he brought a bottle of Mio to school. It's like an energy drink, and he told me it was drugs. Now, my mom had told me ever since I was a little kid that if I was around anyone who ever did drugs, that I would be arrested forever. And I thought this was real. Like, I thought, if you were around someone who did drugs, you get arrested forever. So he's like doing it, he's faking being like high, and I'm like screaming and crying and shit, thinking like my life is over, and like of course they're like, "Oh, it's a prank, haha," and I felt like the biggest idiot ever, But I mean, yeah, man. There's just been so many times where I've been accused of stuff that I didn't even do. This next one, my friend, I have a friend who watches my channel. He's gonna laugh at this shit because he was there for this. Basically, this manlet, and this was when I was like in 8th grade. I was like more, I don't know. I guess, well, I was older for one, so I was taller. And this manlet, this frog, like this dude looked like a frog. He had lipstick on. He was gym max to no end. Like the dude had the biggest muscles, but he was so short. I swear, like 4'11". Like I'm not even joking. Comes up to us screaming. My one friend bolts, and my other friend, you know, we're just standing there. He's looking at me. He's like, oh, just like screaming at me. You know, he's like, oh, how dare you, my wife. And his wife is just like trying to like pull him away from me. She's just screaming at him like, stop, 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 like at the top of her lungs. He's just like charging at me like chest bumping me, and he's like, I'm gonna knock your braces out of your face. Get the fuck out of here, you disrespect. And we weren't doing anything, guys. We weren't doing a damn thing. I thought this dude, well, the only conclusion we could come to is that he was roided up. He was on roids or something. I don't know what else, like, I don't know. I really don't know. And I remember I was like shaking after that show. I was like, what the fuck? Because he was like chest bumping me and shit. It was like so weird. And he was just screaming. He had like a lipstick on. I don't even know, man. He was a ginger and he was roided up. And he was like 4'11". But man, it was crazy. But yeah, there's just like, I don't understand. Like, you want to know what like the worst thing about like all that is? Like, getting like falsely accused of just anything at all. It's like you're oblivious, like you don't know what's going on, and someone just comes up to you and says, you did this, and you're like, what? Like, let me give another example. When I was at the pool, same year, 7th grade, I think, yeah, it had to have been like 6th or 7th grade. I actually don't even remember what the year was, but this dude, this bald dad, comes up to me. I had just gone to the pool, like just gotten there, like literally, guys, I just got to the pool, just got there, with my mom, my friend, and the dude. We're just sitting. We're like sitting on like one of the like the lawn chair things. The dad comes up to me. He's like, "You touched my girl in the pool," and of course, you know, my mom and my friend knows we just got there, and we were like, "What the fuck?" You know, like, what? He's like, yeah, you think you can get away with that? Oh, I'm calling the cop. It was this whole big scene. My mom was yelling at the dude. And I was just sitting there, just, like, not even saying anything at all, you know. Even when I went to the psych ward, because I went to a psych ward when I was 12 for, like, that shit, like, the paranoia thing. Like, I had a mental breakdown, you know, thinking that there was people, like, talking to me and, like, out to get me. When I went there, like, when the people were, like, trying to, like, the doctors, like, whatever the people were trying to, like, talk to me, I never said anything. I never said a single word at all. I was always the quiet kid, you know. That's, like, I think that's why people were scared of me, too. You know, in high school, too, like, it was, like, just a running joke. Like, they're like, oh, the quiet kid, oh, you don't want to talk to the quiet kid. You know. But, I mean, you find out, like, you talk to me, I'm fine. You know, I don't trust people. I mean, that's just the way it is. I don't know. But, yeah, anyway, going back to the pool thing, the dude was just going off on me. He's like, you touched my daughter. You touched my daughter. You know, just getting in my face. I thought I was going to die because the same thing. Like, that's not the first time I had that happen to me. And, it was so weird. That was a weird fucking one. That was almost as weird as the dude with the lipstick. But I don't know what's wrong with people. I don't know if it's my fault or their fault. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Maybe because of, like, the way I look. That's always been, like, a thing. Like, oh, the way I look. Like, if you saw me in public, you'd think, like, you know, he's a fucking weirdo. Like, he probably did something. I'm not doing shit. I'm just chilling here. You know, that's all my life. You know, in high school, too, everyone's always, like, been scared of me, too, because of the way I looked. Like, I have a story on my channel. My Spanish teacher thought I was going to shoot the school up, you know, and I was just, like, she thought, like, that she was scared for her life, you know, because, like, she would always say, like, oh, you're so quiet. It's, like, whatever. Like, I'm not even saying anything, and, like, you're paranoid, you know, like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's why I think that's a reason why I'm unapproachable, or was unapproachable. Well, still am unapproachable, but I never would do any of that shit. You know, these people are just like, you know, they're only judging me based on the way I look. You know, I'm just like, that's just the way the world is. You know, I know that especially. You know, you're judged on the way you look. People were scared of me. People are scared of me because of the way I look. You know, especially in high school. Like, what teacher does that? You know, oh my God, get him away. He's gonna shoot everybody. Oh my God, you know, making jokes like that. Like, that's the most unprofessional shit ever. You know, people scared of me just because of the way I look. Won't talk to me because of the way I look. You know, it's the story of my life. Maybe I need to, I don't know, get better facial bones, get a haircut. But I don't know, man. That's just like the whole like story, like the whole like meaning behind this video is, I don't know. I just never really had a deep, connectful conversation with anybody in real life, because of that. That's pretty much it.
So I started my first day at college, you know, since the winter break. I don't know when I'm going to upload this, but it was horrible. It always is horrible. My entire school experience, from when I was younger, from when I was a teenager till now in my 20s, it's just terrible. Every time I've always come home from school so numb and so depressed and full of misery that I just don't want to do anything. School, like, always ruined, like, my mood. I assume, like, lots of people that does that too. You know, I'm not just me. But man, oh man, you know, school just boring. And today, it's so funny, you know, and ironic. Every time, like, I leave the house, like, even, like, my first day, my mom, she said, she's like, oh, maybe you'll, because my mom's like a positivity guru. She's always like spouting out this positivity crap that I'm not trying to hear. She's like, oh, maybe you'll meet somebody. Maybe you'll meet somebody. Oh, if you put your mind to it, you're going to meet somebody. Oh, maybe you'll meet a girl. Trust me. And this is, you guys want to hear something hysterical, you know, just so funny. Every single like year, every single even day, you know, every single week, my mom always says, oh, you're going to meet somebody. You're going to meet somebody. I just feel it. You're going to meet somebody. And it never has ever happened for years, guys. Years. Never. You know, she always keeps saying it. Oh, this is our year. Oh, you're going to meet somebody. You know, she's going to be coping to the grave. It's just, at this rate, it's not going to happen, you know. She keeps saying it, and she even said it, like, every day I leave for school, she says, oh, maybe you're going to meet somebody. If you put your mind to it, it's going to work. You'll meet somebody. Network with people. Network. And it just doesn't happen. Never has happened. You know, you're probably thinking, like, oh, have you tried? Yeah, I've tried. It doesn't work, especially in this era. Like, let me explain to you why it's even worse now than when I initially started, like, years and years ago. It's because now, you'll get, like, a picture in your head. So, basically, I go into the class. There's only 7 people. All guys, by the way, except for one girl walked in late. There's only one girl in my class. And all guys, they all have hats and masks on, you know, all spread out across the room because no one's allowed to sit next. They have like duct tape on the seats, like caution tape, and it's just such a weird environment. And no one said a single word to anybody at all. No one said one word. It's the most awkward class I've ever been in my life. You know, most awkward, just weird environment. You know, no one said, and that's how it's been for the past like 2 years. You know, my mom saying, maybe you'll meet somebody. You're gonna meet somebody. No, I'm not meeting anybody. And then of course she's gonna say, not with that attitude. It's like, what? Who cares? Whatever happens, happens. You know, it's not like it just doesn't matter. You know, there's one girl in my class, you know, and I highly doubt she's you know, scouting me out and thinking, oh my God, he's pretty handsome, you know, because there's other dudes in my class and she probably has a boyfriend, and who even like cares, you know. I'm not really like, I don't know her, I don't really care. But even in my last semester, you know, it was the same thing. There's this one girl in my class, the rest are all guys, and you wouldn't believe, you know, the amount of like the dudes were just like flooding her, you know, just saying like, oh, can I help you, you know, like after like a couple weeks, you know, everyone kind of like got like comfortable. They're just flooding her, you know, and I was just sitting alone at my desk, like doing nothing, you know. I was just like struggling. No one came up to help me at all. and I asked for help. No one even like did anything at all. Because you want to know something? As a dude or someone who doesn't have anything like to offer, if you're ugly, like if you don't have anything to give to these people, like if it's not, if it doesn't benefit them in some way, they're not going to help you at all. They will not help you. But they were all over this girl in my last semester, just like, oh, can I help you? Oh, here, this is how you do this, this is how you do that. And she was like, oh my God, thanks guys, oh my God. And I'm just like sitting there like, dude, like, where's my help? It's just like, that's like irritating, but I got through it. I passed, I barely, I did it myself. But, this class today, good God, I came home, I was so miserable, guys, so miserable. I was just like, what's the point? Why am I even here? I'm just wasting more time. I'm sure you guys know too. Like, some of you guys are either in college, have been there. How many of you guys actually had a fun college experience like they say it is, Man, I'm telling you, like I said, that's the worst part about college, is the overhype that they give you. They're like, oh, you're gonna meet all these people and have so much fun and all this stuff, and you don't live up to it. You try, but nothing really happens. But my first day, dude, like everyone is literally in different desks. They have it blocked off, the glass things to where we're in such a, like, we're in odd times right now, man. Like, even if that didn't, because when I was in college, it was even worse, like, before all of this, like, weird shit, because I actually, like, people would actually talk to each other. I mean, now no one even does anything, like I said, people have hats and masks on, you can't even see anyone's face, no one really cares, but, college today, boring, and just miserable, it could be worse, but I literally, guys, I sat down, I was so miserable and just bored. I just heard the dude talking, no one said a word to each other. It was just awkward and just weird, but, that's how my first day went. I just sat there, did literally nothing at all, just listened to this dude talk, and left, and came home. That's the story of my life, guys. Go somewhere, do nothing, come home. That'll be the story of my life. It has been the story of my life. Even in high school, go to school, come home to an empty house, do nothing. That's pretty much how it's always been, and probably always will be. But yeah, that was my first day. I have always been a paranoid, anxious person from as long as I can remember. I think the reason why it started was obviously when I was younger, due to bullying, because I was very vulnerable and small when I was younger. But now it pretty much like stuck with me, and especially like now, it's better now, but the pressure from everyone nowadays, like, oh, you're getting older, from like my family members, like, oh, you're getting older, gotta settle down now. Every time I see any of my family members, my mom's, friends, my dad's friends are like, oh, your son, what's he doing? What's he up to? Oh, is he getting his life together? Oh, he got a girl yet? It's just like all like so stressful. These people just bombarding me with this shit, from everywhere. I can't catch a break. I really can't. It's every day. Have you figured out your passion? Oh, you gotta get a girl. Oh, you gotta settle down. Oh, you're getting older. Oh my God. Oh, look at his kid. Oh, his kid's doing way better than you. Oh, just this constant like shit, 24/7. This like pressure. And meanwhile, my good friend from school doesn't have to work a day in his life. He has benefits because he got diagnosed with bipolar depression. He has his own like little tiny apartment, and he pretty much lives on his own, doesn't have to work a day in his life. All he does, he has a medical marijuana card. Weed's illegal here, but he has like a huge discount on it, and all he does is just smoke weed all day, sitting in his apartment and pretty much doing nothing. He doesn't have to worry about anything at all. And it's just like, and he even told me, he's like, oh, I want to get like a normal job to be a functioning member of society because it doesn't feel right just living off the government. I'm like, dude, you don't have to like work, and you're literally set, you don't have to do anything. You know, you don't have to work a day in your life. You know, you got it fine. You know, I don't know. It's just, and he wants to work. He's like, oh, I want a normal life. I want to find my purpose in life. I'm like, dude, you don't have to do anything. You're free. You know, you can chill out, do whatever you want whenever you want. Like, isn't that nice? He's like, yeah, it's awesome, but, you know, I want to have a purpose in life. I want to work and, you know, just be a member of society. I'm like, dude, it's just like the amount of shit, like I don't know. It's like always something, you know, like, oh, you need to get a better job. Oh, you need to do this, finish school. Oh, you got to go for more school. Oh, you need to get a girl now. Oh, you need to, just like all the time, man. You know, all the time. And it's like, whenever you try to tell people like you're depressed, it never even does anything. Even like, can you believe I told my mom, like I always try to like talk to my mom sometimes, and literally all she does is mock me. She's like, oh, boo-hoo, poor baby, what's so bad that you're depressed? Get over it. You know, that's like going to the hospital with a broken arm and having the doctor say, oh, haha, you broke your arm, whatever, haha, you'll get over it. That's not how it works. You know, you don't want to do that. You know, if someone comes to you depressed, you don't want to do that, you know. And of course, like, I know you guys, like, if you're I don't know, Gen Z or a millennial, your old parents, you know, whenever you try to like talk to them and have a serious conversation, you know, they just get mad, like, oh, you're just not doing it right. Oh, you need to, all you kids are the same. Oh, you're such a whiny generation. Oh, you kids are all the same. You need to grow up. And oh, you know, they get all mad. It's like, what do you even do? Like, really, what do you even do? I don't know, man, but like I've always been like paranoid and like always worried about the future. I mean, nowadays I don't even care about the future. I don't even want to look at the future, you know, because I know it's like all in my head, all bullshit. But it's like I don't even want to think about it, you know, because I don't even see one. You know, I don't even know what's gonna happen. I mean, when I was younger, like I used to have like a huge imagination. Of like shit that could happen. Like, oh, I had like so many like dreams and shit when I was younger. But those like slowly, like over the years, just like faded away kind of. I think I wanted to be like a train conductor when I was like really young. I'm talking like like 4 or 5 years old, I don't know. And I had like all these jobs I wanted to do, and I like always would picture myself with like all this stuff, you know. I thought that like when I was like really young, like I said, like 4 or 5, I thought like by the time I was like 18, 19, I'd have like a girl and, you know, live on my own and do all this like cool stuff. I mean, I probably would have done that if it was like the 1980s, but we're in a different time now, you know. These old people think like the world still is the same, you know, you can just walk out there and get a job, you know. You guys wouldn't believe how hard it was to get my first job last year. You know, I know they're talking about how like, oh, you know, it's easy to get a job now because of like all this like stuff that's going on. That's not true at all. It took me so long to get this job. You actually wouldn't believe. You can't just walk in and get a job. I tried that so many times and it just didn't work. It worked. I tried it like so many times. Last time I did it, it worked. Like, I walked in and I was with my friend and we got the interview, but it took so many, and people are like, oh, it's easy to get a job now, it's easy. It took me so many you know, tries just to get that one job. It's just like, whatever, man. You know, these college degrees, it's so sad too. These college degrees, man, they're not even like guaranteeing you anything. You know, people bust their ass at school for years and just end up wage slaving. That is the sad, in debt, never being able to pay it off. That's sad, you know. I don't want that to be me, which I mean probably will be, but who knows. It really sucks. It really does. But yeah, the thing that irritates me the most is like whenever you try to talk to anyone, where's empathy? Like, where is that nowadays, you know? There's like no empathy for me in real life when I talk to people at all. Man up, grow up, you know. Especially when my mom does that shit, like, oh, you know, you gotta quit being a baby, you're a man now. Oh, what's so hard in life? You got it easy. You kids got it so easy. And it's just like, whatever, man. You know, no one knows what's going on in your head. And people just obviously don't understand, like, depression, and always make it worse. You know, you always end up getting gaslighted. Therapy, that's never worked. It's just like, I don't know, man. The only thing that would work is literally me just, I don't know, hanging out with my friends and just, like, meeting someone. I don't know, but it never happens, because, like, I'll tell you, like, whenever I do see my friends, I only see them, like, once, maybe, like, a month or two, once every month or two. When I see them, I usually feel fine and happy. It's good to see people and, like, hang out with people, but, like, I haven't met a new person in ages. No one, like, gives a flying fucking nowadays. They really don't. It's, like, so hard to find someone, especially, like, after you're out of high school too, especially. No one wants to be your friend. But, I mean, yeah, I don't really know what to do, And, like, everyone always says, this is another thing that really sucks when people say, oh, you just haven't tried. You just haven't tried. Oh, you're being a wimp, bro. You need to man up. You haven't tried, bro. I wish these people would, like, spend a day in my shoes. Like, I really wish they could. But all they want to do is just sit back and gaslight you and say, oh, you just complain too much, you just need to get over it, bro. You're just like, adding more fuel to the fire. It's like, who cares? I wish you could spend a day in my shoes, them thinking like, oh, you have it so easy. You just don't try, bro. I wish, they'd spend a day in my shoes, but, yeah, man, anxiety, paranoia, that's like the story of my life, man. It really sucks. It really does. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Getting a life is outdated and overrated. I can't tell you how many times I've heard the insult "get a life," especially from my neighbor when I was growing up. He always used to say that, to get a life, that I was a loser. You're never going to hear actual successful people and those Chads and Stacys criticizing you to get a life. It's always the normies with that boomer mentality, or like actual boomers. Like, it's always them who are criticizing you and saying, get a life, get a life. But what actually do they mean by this? It's always the first thing is always get a job, support yourself, maybe go to a bar and nightclub every weekend and have fun because your life is boring. Who even wants that cliche, outdated life anyways? I mean, really, and for some reason, people think that getting a job, like that's automatically not going to make you a loser. You want to know what happened when I got my first job? Because I've had multiple jobs now. I go to school, I have a job. You want to know what happened? Like, my parents were like, oh, you got to get a job and go to school. Finally, I get a job, right? And then once I have the job, you got to make more money. You got to get a better job, It's like, what? I already like got a job. Now what? I still need to get a life. I'm still a loser. It's like, whatever, man. Like it. And you watch any Dr. Phil episode, because I've been watching Dr. Phil lately. I don't like Dr. Phil, but every single episode where there's a troubled youth, like a teenager, Dr. Phil always belittles them. He just makes fun of them pretty much. And then he says, you need to get a job. And then the whole audience is like, yeah, you tell him, Dr. Phil, yeah. It's like, that's so stupid. They think a job is going to, like, get you a life or fix all your problems and everything. Oh, you live on your own, you get your own car. I have my own car. I work and go to school. The only thing I don't do is live on my own. And the reason for that is because my mental health will go in the complete toilet. It will go in the toilet. Because you want to know why? Coming home from work and school to an empty apartment with nobody, days on days, just keep going. I can't do that. How can you function? You come home to nothing every day, How can you do that? I don't want to do that. I don't want my mental health to go in the toilet, coming home to an empty apartment day after day with nothing changing. I don't want that yet. I mean, and people think like, oh, that's the reason why you don't get girls, bro. It's because you live on your own, bro. It's like my friend who was he's got what is it, SSI? I don't know. He was living with his mom, jobless, off of disability, still going on dates, getting girls, matching with girls on Tinder because he mogs me, and it's just like, I don't know. These people are like, oh, you have to get a job, a car. He doesn't even have his own car. He doesn't have a car. He used to live with his mom last year, and he doesn't have a job. And he still has date after date after date, And meanwhile, I can't get anything, It's just like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you live, what you do, oh, you need to get a life and then you won't be a loser anymore. I feel like this is the thing, I feel like people categorize losers with their looks, because if you see a dude with a recessed chin who's short, you're going to automatically think he's a loser and you're not going to know anything about him. You're just going to think he's a loser because of the way he looks. But if you see some Giga Chad with a super chiseled jawline, you're going to think he's a winner just because of the way he looks. Like, people categorize people and call them losers just because of how they look. Like, it doesn't actually matter what they do. You can be like a manlet millionaire and they won't even know. They'll still call you a loser because of the way you look, those first impressions. If looks didn't matter so much, why do we have that quote, don't judge a book by its cover, don't judge people based on their looks? I mean, it's just like, and I fall under that shit too. People look at me, even my mom said that shit. She said like, oh, maybe the way you look, people are gonna think you're a loser and stuff, and they're gonna judge you, and you need to look past them because of the way you look, and it's just like, whatever, Like, people think I am like a drug addict, like, by the way I look. I don't know why. And especially like the kids with like the bug eyes in school, like everyone used to like make fun. Like, there's this one kid in my school with super big bug eyes. We always used to like call him a crackhead. It's like, the way you look is literally your life, But anyway, getting a life, it's outdated. Like, it's so outdated. It was so different back then. I look at footage, like, I always watch like old footage from like the 80s. Like, everyone seems so much more humble. Maybe I'm wrong, but someone left like a comment, I think yesterday or the other day, saying how like the older generations, like, they could like leave their doors open and not have to worry about anyone like robbing the place, and like everyone knew each other. I mean, that's so true, because like my mom, she's a boomer. She tells me that shit all the time. She's always, literally every day, she's always complaining about like this generation and how her generation was literally superior compared to this. Like, she always says how everyone knew each other. She always says like, oh, you kids you have it so easy, but you're all like inside and isolated on your phones. You have all this technology. It's so easy now. Back then we had to do all this. And she was like saying like it was more fun without the technology and all this shit. Like, she always wants to go back to like the 80s. And it's just like, it's a different world. That this getting a life thing can't apply now. I know so many people who are just flopping at life completely, like, just still in their mid-20s, just don't even have their shit together. Guys mostly. I don't know any girls who like don't have anything figured out. And it's just like, what do you even do? Where do you start? This getting a job obviously isn't enough. I have a job, I have my own car, what do I need to do? Live on my own just so I could be miserable in my own apartment, And then people are going to say, oh, you just need to change your attitude. I don't really have an attitude. I don't care. Really. I like all of this shit. Like, people think that I genuinely talk to people like this, and I'm genuinely like negative around people. Like, obviously your first impression, you're not going to fucking do that, Like, oh, that's the reason why you can't get a girl, is because you're negative. It's like, I'm not going to act like this in public. Like, you got to realize that, this is only for here. Like, what goes on in my head, I'm not going to like talk to people in real life about, I'm not going to like go up to some girl and start complaining about shit. I'm just going to like greet them, and then they'll be like, oh, hey, we'll talk, and then nothing really happens. But it's like, yeah, it's like that shit. Like, getting a life, completely outdated. Getting a life was something for, I think, like the 90s and below, honestly. getting a life. I can't imagine, like, I think my grandparents had it the easiest, Like, my grandfather was working since he was, like, 14, had a house, and got married by the time he was 18. Like, can you imagine doing that? Can you imagine actually getting married and owning your own house? And the house that he got, I can't remember how much it was, but it was so cheap, like, that anyone could afford it nowadays. But, like, I can't remember. I just remember it being super cheap, like, the house. Especially my grandmother, her house was, like, dirt cheap. It was, like, $50 a month for rent or some shit, some crazy shit. But, I mean, yeah, getting a life, it's overrated and outdated. It's obviously not the same anymore.
Hey, Jade.
Oh, hey, Bobby.
I was wondering if, I don't know, maybe you wanted to hang out. I got you flowers, since it's the last week of school. Go big or go home, as they say.
Oh, Bobby, that's really, really sweet, but I'm actually seeing someone right now. I have a boyfriend.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Sorry.
It's okay, Bobby. I'm sure there's someone out there for you. I'll see you around.
Oh, alright, I'll see you around.
I can't believe Bobby asked me out today.
Really? What did you say to him?
I pretty much just put him down easy. I told him I had a boyfriend, even though I obviously don't. I don't want to hurt the kid's feelings. Maybe there's someone out there for him, just not me.
Definitely not me either. I can't imagine if he came up to me and asked me out.
Hey, Rebecca, since it's the last day of senior year, I was wondering, if maybe you wanted to go get some frozen yogurt. I've had my eye on you for a couple weeks. I think you're actually pretty cute. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out.
Bobby, that is the worst pickup line I think I've ever heard. No. There's someone out there for you, but it's definitely not me, Bobby. Just leave me alone.
Oh, sorry to bother you. Oh my God, Gwen, I can't believe we did it. We got through college. We've been together with each other from the start as good friends, and honestly, Gwen, I want to take this friendship to the next level. Gwen, will you please go out with me on a date? Oh, Bobby, that's really nice, but I think we should just remain friends. I'm sure there's someone out there for you, but I don't feel that spark or connection with you, Bobby. And to be frank, I'm actually not even looking for a relationship right now.
Oh, hey, what are you guys doing?
Oh my God, Brad, is that you?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, nothing. How are you doing? How's it going?
Oh, it's going all right, Hey, Gwen, I was actually gonna go bowling. If you want to come, you can. As like, I don't know, a date or something.
Oh my God, Brad, I'd love to. I'll be right there.
Oh, all right, just get in the car. Let's go.
Sweetie, why are you so depressed? You just graduated college. You should be proud. Mommy and Daddy are so proud of you.
Mom, I thought by now that I'd have a girlfriend. It doesn't matter what I do, just nothing is working. I don't know what to do anymore.
Aw, son, you see, I was a late bloomer just like yourself. I didn't have a girlfriend at your age either. Ask your mother. Your mother had 10 boyfriends before me. Oh, this is true. This is true. I had 10 boyfriends before I met your father. You see, sweetie, after all the boyfriends, I realized that I wanted a man with lots of money to provide. I wanted a man with a good personality. And that is all that ever matters. See, son, you gotta, you want to know what you gotta do, son? You gotta be confident. You gotta be kind, be funny. And remember, confidence does go a long way. I may be 60 years old and completely fucking oblivious and out of touch with the younger generations, but, you need to ask out girls, you need to listen to their feelings, talk to them, and, whenever there's a puddle on the side of the road, you need to place your jacket right over the puddle and have them step on it so they don't get their shoes wet, son. Works every time. That's how I met your mother. Ha 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 ha.
Alright, Dad, I guess I'll take that into consideration.
Oh, and son, you start work soon. You can ask out some girls at your job.
Oh, yeah, I haven't thought about that.
Hey, Karen. We've been coworkers for about, I don't know, 4 to 5 months, and I was wondering, you're pretty cute. I was wondering if, I don't know, maybe you wanted to hang out. Maybe get a drink tonight. Whatever floats your boat. We can do whatever, whenever you're free. Oh, Bobby, you're a really nice guy, but with the divorce that just happened to me recently and with the kid, there's a lot of stress on my life. I really don't want to put any of that on you, Bobby. You're a really sweet guy, like I said, but, I'm sure there's someone out there for you. Just this part of my life right now, I'm not really looking for anybody. I'm sorry, Bobby.
Oh, that's okay. I'm gonna go to the bar with one of my friends tonight then.
Hey, Bobby, how's it going?
Honestly, man, to be honest, it ain't going too good.
Why, what's up? Talk your mind. What's up?
It's with the ladies. I'm a 30-year-old virgin. How does that even happen? I need help, man.
Oh, bro, trust me. 30 years old, it's bound to happen sometime. There's someone for everyone. As I like to say, there's plenty of fish in the sea. There's definitely someone waiting for you on the other side of the rainbow, man. You get my drift?
Yeah, I get it.
And man, being confident goes a long way. Confidence is the story of my life. It doesn't have to do with the fact that I'm 6'4" and a famous actor, but, being confident, being funny definitely goes a long way. Being kind goes a long way. Have you tried, making deep connections with girls before?
Yeah, I actually had one girl I talked to for years. Her name was Gwen, but she rejected me.
Man, maybe you just weren't confident enough. That's only my explanation. Can't really think of anything else. I know you're 5'5", but confidence really does go a long way. Trust me, man. It really does.
So, what do you suggest I do?
Oh man, you need to buy a Harley. You have to buy a Harley. That motorcycle has balls attached to it. If you have that shit, you're a man. It's gonna get all the girls crawling all over you, if you know what I mean. You gotta buy the Harley, and just sit out on the street. They'll come to you. Trust me. You just gotta act confident. Confidence goes a long way. Kindness goes a long way, and you're pretty much set, man. But trust me, that Harley, oh man, gonna get the girls all over you, bro.
Oh, alright, I guess I'll check it out.
Welcome to the car dealership. How may I help you?
Oh, I'm looking for a Harley motorcycle.
Oh, huh. That's strange. You're about the 5th guy walking in today, actually, asking for a Harley. Yeah, we got a couple left.
Oh, I'm the 5th guy? Today? Really?
Yeah, it's not uncommon to see guys in here asking for Harleys. Usually get 5 a day, 10 a day, And they all look like you, too. I don't know, it's kind of strange.
Oh, so you're saying Harleys are pretty common?
Yeah. There's usually desperate guys trying to get girls that get them, but I'm sure your reasons are different.
Oh, actually, on second thought, it's best I just go.
Oh, alright. Well, you interested in any other cars?
No, I'll just go.
I don't even know what my options are anymore. It's like nothing is working. All this advice just doesn't even work for me. You know what? I'm gonna go to the mall tomorrow, and I'm gonna ask out a girl who is so hideous that she has to say yes to me, and I know it's gonna work. Oh my god, there's one. This girl has to say yes to me. Hey, wait up.
Oh, hey, how are you? What's going on? You need help with something?
Oh, no, I just spotted you from a distance, and I thought you were really pretty, and I was wondering, maybe today if you wanted to, spend the day in the mall together, and, just chill out.
Oh, sorry, I actually have a boyfriend.
What? There's no way you have a boyfriend. There's no way you have a boyfriend.
Why are you being so rude? Steve, get over here.
You messing with my sugar mama, little bro?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you better call me sir. You're like female height to me, man. I'll curb stomp your shit, bitch.
Sorry, sir. I better get going right now. Sorry.
Sugar mama, this little kid hurt you?
No, he didn't hurt me. He's just a creepy weirdo.
What? That's not true. I didn't know. I didn't know you were taking. I'm sorry. I'll just leave. I'll leave. Man, it's been a rough day. Man, I think I just gotta go to my boss. He seems to know everything. I just gotta ask him for some advice. Man, this sucks. I don't even know what to do anymore. This is my last hope. Listen, boss, I came to you today just for help. I really need your help. I don't know what to do anymore. Every girl I approached goes nowhere. Nothing ever seems to work out. I really need your help. Everyone always tells me to come to you. Since you know best, what do I have to do? Nothing works.
Hey, listen, man. Listen. Alright, I'm gonna start you off, alright? Positive vibes only. I'm gonna tell you one thing. You put your mind to it, it'll happen, brother. Anything is possible. Look at me. I am a walking success proof that everything is possible, my brother. Everything is possible if you put your fucking mind to it. Anything is possible. You gotta keep that positivity in your head and don't ever let it out. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
You gotta join a dance class, okay? You gotta, talk with the ladies for a couple months. Maybe a little boring, but you gotta eventually step up. They're gonna like you after a while. Then you gotta strike your move, okay? You gotta go for it. There's somebody for everyone, brother. There's someone waiting out there for you. I just know it.
Oh, thank you. I'll join the dance class and I'll tell you what happens afterwards. Hey, Sarah. It's been like 5 months in this dance class. I was wondering, you're pretty cute.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Oh, it's Bobby. I've been here for 5 months, like I just said.
Oh, I thought you were new here, sorry.
Oh, well, anyway, I was wondering if you wanted to hang out or go on a date or something, I think you're cute.
Oh, no, sorry.
Really? That's it? Just no?
Yeah, I'm just not interested. I'm sure there's someone out there for you, though.
Oh, you know what? No worries. It's okay. It's completely okay.
Hey, thank you for coming with me to visit my grandmother. This isn't always easy.
No worries, sis. I got your back. Hey, wait a minute. Is that Graves? Am I reading that right? Is that Bobby Smith from our school?
Yeah, didn't you hear he actually died pretty recently of a heart attack?
Oh, wow. I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, he supposedly never had a wife either. He died alone.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, doesn't take rocket science to figure that out. But, wow, that's sad.
Yeah, he was a really good kid. He had a very good personality, very sweet and kind. Too bad he wasn't that good looking.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, sometimes I wish he had his personality and my husband sometimes.
Yeah, honestly, me too.
Well, I gotta get home because, I don't want the husband to go on one of his drunken rages again, like always. So I'm gonna get back home, get to the kids, and I'll talk to you sometime.
Oh, me too. I gotta get home before my husband does that too. See you later, sis.
Bye.
Bye.
You are truly alone in this world as a sub-5 male. No one is coming to your rescue. No one will help you. If you ask someone for something, you might as well just do it yourself because they're not going to follow up. They're going to say, yeah, I got you, but they're not doing anything at all. Nope. Man, it's brutal. I can guarantee you if I was out on the street, on the sidewalk, bleeding, no one would care. They'd just walk right over me. It truly is brutal. I made a post yesterday. These 3 kids, I had to ask 4 people of where this piano sound came from. This mainstream, and all these mainstream trap beats, this piano. Sorry, bro, can't tell you. It's a real secret, bro. I don't want to leak out the sauce, bro. These 3 people I asked. The 4th person finally told me, but I wasted half my day. First person I asked said, oh, I can't tell you. It's a pretty secret, bro. And then I just spent like a couple hours looking for it. Asked the second person, said the same thing. Asked the third person, said the same thing. And the 4th person finally told me. It shouldn't take that long, I guarantee you if I was a girl coming to them, they'd just tell me right away. Actually, you know what? I should do that. You know, I should make an account with a girl and ask those 3 kids for something. Actually, that's actually not a bad idea. I'll see what. Imagine I pretend to be a girl. I come to them for something, and they'll be like, "Yes, sure, I'll give you this. Yes, yes, yes." Like, dude, people are so fake. They don't want to see you succeed. Like, guys don't want to see other guys succeed. It is the weirdest, most mind-blowing shit ever. It really is. I mean, since I was a little kid, from as long as I can remember, like, all I ever did was help people and got shit for it. Literally, like, and I still help people. You know, people tell me, oh, you shouldn't help people if they shit on you so much. But it's like, that's how I was raised. Like, I've always been helping people, but I never got anything in return. Not once, you know. Like, I remember I had a similar thing to that on eBay. I was trying to sell something on eBay. I couldn't sell it, so I messaged the dude who was selling something similar, or the same thing, whatever. And I said, hey, can you help me out? You know, I don't, this isn't selling. What should I do? He said, oh, I'm not telling you. You're just going to be another competitor. I'm not trying to ruin my business. I'm like, dude, are you serious? I only have one of these items. You have like 1 billion. I just want to get rid of this thing, you know? He's like, sorry, I am not. And he was just like being a complete douche for no reason, you know? It's just this one big competition garbage. It's like the most annoying thing ever, you know? Just, same thing. Here's another thing, more annoying. Speedrunning. I used to speedrun games. I used to speedrun Amnesia. And I remember I had asked this kid, the kid who had the world record, how to do like a strategy on it. Like, oh, how do you do this skip? He told me, I'm not telling you, dude. I'm not telling you because you're going to get the world record and I'm not risking my world record, bro. I'm not telling you. It's like, dude, I'm just casually doing this. You know, I don't care. And like, so what? Like, it is just insane, man. If you sped run any games, some people literally will tell you like, oh, I'm not telling you because I don't want you taking my world record. Oh, I don't want you. It's just like so cringe, man. You know, even in school, I never had any help with anything. You know, my advisor never really helped me at all. You know, every time I'd ask for anything, she'd just be like, yeah, I got you. I'll email you the details later and help you out. And nothing, you know, nothing at all. And like following up, it does nothing. Like, that's what people say, like, oh, you know, why are you so scared? Like for example, like my family will say like, oh, you know, how come you don't ask people for help? How come, you know, you're like, you don't really do much? It's because like, why ask somebody when you already know they're not going to do anything? You know, because I've really never had anyone like keep their word or do anything. Like, I remember this one year, this was like a decade ago. I was probably like, I was really, really young. But I think I was in middle school, and we had like this storm, like this like a really bad storm, and no one had power for like a month. I was out of school for like a month, and no one could get gas. Like, the line to get gas was beyond long, and our neighbor, it was this lady and her daughter, and she was like, the lady was like a EMT or like some hospital worker, and she was able to cut everyone on the line to get gas whenever she wanted to. And like me and my mom, you know, we were like freezing our asses off. It was in the winter, and like everything was like all fucked up. Like, it was bad. And my mom was like begging this lady, can you please get me gas? And she was like, no, nope. And like, she was just literally just telling, my mom was like getting so mad. She was like, why can't you just do it? And she literally told my mom, she's like, I don't feel like it. So my mom had me. She was like, all right, you're going to go over to the lady's house and ask her for gas because you're a kid. I don't think she can say no to kids. And I went over there, knocked on her door. I said like, oh, hey, you know, can we have gas? You know, we really need help. All the food in the fridge is done for. It's cold in here. You know, we need gas for what are those called? Like the generators, for our cars, because we couldn't get gas with the cars because the line, it was just like, it was crazy. And the lady literally, she opens up the door, you know, and when I said that, she said, fuck off. You and your mother could fuck off. Thank God we moved out here. But like, it's shit like that, you know, like, why can't you just help us? You know, like, no one ever, like, I don't know. It's just one big competition. People are too lazy. Actually, no. That's a lie. People aren't lazy. They just don't want to help you. You know, when people say, oh, sorry, I can't help, I'm busy, they're basically, in other words, they're just saying, I don't like you, figure it out yourself. Because I can guarantee you, if a Chad or Stacy came along, these people first off, I can guarantee you they'd cancel their plans. They'd cancel whatever it is just to be with the Chads and Stacys, you know? I can guarantee you that. No one is busy. You can't take like 2 seconds out of your day to do something. Like, no, people aren't busy like all day. They aren't doing anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like 24 hours they're constantly working. Like, they have time off. They just don't want to be with you. You know, they don't want to help you. I mean, that's just how it is. And same with the music thing. Like, the music industry is one of like the biggest like snake, like fake. It's just insane. If you've ever seen females in music, they are praised to no end. Oh my God, they get everything. They really do. I mean, even in my, like I had an audio production class, everyone was simping over the one girl in my class. Like, oh my God, can I help you? Oh, you want this, you want that, you know? It's just like insane. And I really should go to those 3 kids that told me to fuck off and said, oh, I'm not giving you the sauce. I should go to those kids as a girl, pretending to be a girl, and ask them for something and see what they say. I'm going to do that right after this video. And if they say yes, then it's over, you know. I mean, it's brutal. No one will help you. You know, they lie to your face. They'll say, yeah, I'll help you. Because, no, this is the worst thing. When they say they'll help you, they'll say to your face that they'll help you, and they know deep down that they're not going to do shit, but they don't want to like be mean and say no, and they just end up not doing it and wasting your time. I mean, that is brutal. But yeah, you're really on your own. I'll be on my own forever, man. You know, the older I get, the more undesirable I'll get anyway, you know. If anything, you know, the age pill, the hair loss pill is going to kick in. I mean, Jesus Christ, my dad's already balding, you know, my uncle's balding, everyone's balding now. You know, I might make a video on that, but my dad is literally balding now. You know, he's got the circle patch bald spot in the back of his head, and the hairline is shooting back. I mean, the Norwood Reaper is coming for him. I hope he doesn't come for me, but I mean, man, you know, after that's done, I mean, oh boy, definitely no one's helping me then. But, yeah, I can't trust anyone. No one does anything for me, and I always, like, just never ask people for shit, because, like, they always tell me, like, either no or waste my time. I used to think that the neat lifestyle sucked. You know, I used to think that if I got a job, it would motivate me to get up in the morning, you know, make me, maybe I'd like meet people, but no, not at all. I've never been more miserable in my life working. You know, ever since I started working, I wish I could go back to a neat lifestyle. I really do. But, man, oh man, working is the most... If I thought school was bad, work is on another level, you know. I started my first job last year, and ever since then, it's just a downhill spiral. It really is. So work is the most mentally draining place on earth. You know, everyone always wants to act professional there. I mean, I guess it depends on the job. But I have a friend who does not have to work a day in his life. Not a day in his life. He's on disability. And what I don't understand is how he got it. Because don't you have to work a certain amount of, like, hours? I mean, years? Because he literally has never worked a day in his life. He got it since he was 18. And I just don't... Or 19. I don't remember how old he was. But how it all started was he went to a psych ward when he was 18. And I did too. We both did. We just found out recently we did, because, like, I told him, like, all the shit that happened that year. And, we pretty much both went for the same reason. We both wanted to end it all, but, you know, saved by the bell. And, you know, next minute we know we're in a psych ward. And, that's not a place you want to be, by the way. It really sucks. But the doctor diagnosed him with, like, 3 different things, like bipolar, depression, schizophrenia. Like, where does that even come from? He literally doesn't even exhibit any signs of anything abnormal. But then again, I don't know what goes on in his life, you know. But by the looks of it, and he always tells me, he's like, dude, you need help. You're way worse than I am, bro. You need help, bro. You're negative. You need a blah, blah, blah. He's always telling me. And, like, all that shit. And I like don't understand, you know, how he got all this shit. And he was just recently diagnosed with ADHD and something else. And I'm just like sitting here like, what? Like, I don't get it. And he's always telling me how, bro, my social anxiety is so bad, bro. My social anxiety. But he literally talks to everyone. Whenever we're hanging out, he's not afraid to talk to anybody. My social skills are 100 billion times worse than his will ever be. My social anxiety is worse, like 10 billion times worse than his will ever be. He has no problem talking to people at all. And I always call him out on it. Because he does it every single time we hang out. He'll talk to anybody about anything. He's the most social person I've ever seen in my life. And he's talking about, oh, I have social anxiety. I can't talk to people, bro. It's like, dude, I am way worse off than you. You know? Way worse with that shit. He lives in his own, he just got his own little tiny apartment. Doesn't have to work a day in his life, and he's telling me about how, I want to find my destiny and my purpose in life. I want to start working and be a productive member of society. And I keep telling him, like, dude, why would you want to do that in a society that hates you? You know? It's like, it just blows my mind. Like, I'd take that neat lifestyle and just do whatever I wanted. I wouldn't have stress, because most of my stress comes from where I'm gonna fucking find money and shit, you know? Because, like, everything's so damn expensive. These wage jobs are garbage. It's just like, what am I even, like, I hate it. I hate working. You know, it's mentally destroying. I had a better life before I started working, I could tell you that. I mean, it all sucked, never mind. But it was better than when I wasn't working, you know? But, and he always, this is the thing, too. He downloaded Tinder for the first time. Very first time, like 3 months ago. Because, like, he wasn't interested in dating. I don't know what he would always tell me how, like, oh, you know, I'm not looking for a relationship right now. I don't really want one right now. And then he was finally ready 3 months ago. Downloads Tinder, gets all these dates. Literally he's telling me every week on a date he went on. And then he always tells me, oh, you know, I wasn't really attracted to her. I didn't feel that spark or connection. So I'm going on another date. Goes on more dates. Finally loses his virginity. You know, last week or a couple of weeks ago. And it's just like, he's like, yeah, I was finally ready for it. You know, I went on dates. I downloaded Tinder. And it's like, dude, I've been ready for years. You know, well, maybe I'm not. I don't even know. Whatever I'm doing isn't working. You know, 40 rejections in the span of, like, how many fucking years? 5, maybe 4. It's just like, dude, what do you even, he hasn't, I don't think he's been, rejected. Because, like, I don't think he's ever cold approached before. I have done so many cold approaches. That's like 90% of my rejections are cold approaches. I think all he did was Tinder and Bumble, and he just literally has a date every other fucking day, and he's telling me about it. Like, yeah, went on a date with this girl, bro, you know, and he shows me, because he's, like I said, I'd rate him a high tier normie, you know, just a solid 6. Maybe he could potentially be Chad Lake. I don't know. He has hunter eyes. He's gym maxed to fucking shreds. You know, he's shredded. He's over 6 foot. The only thing that is keeping him from, like, actually being a Chad Light, in my opinion, is that his chin it's not recessed, but it isn't strong at all. But he's got a good Ramesson jawline. He's got thick eyebrows, you know, thick hair. And it's just like I've been trying this whole time, and he just, like, comes out of nowhere and just like, oh, you know, and he wants to get a job. He literally, all he does, he can do whatever he wants. And I told him that, like, you can do whatever you want. You know, you don't have to worry about anything anymore. He's like, oh, no, bro, I want to, like, work and do something productive. It's just like, whatever, you know. That reminds me, there's this girl, this kid I used to talk to on Xbox, his girlfriend was also collecting, like, Social Security, and she wasn't even 18. She was only, like, 16 at the time. And she like got money every month. I don't remember. I don't think it was a lot, but she got money. I think she still does. I don't even know. I'll have to ask her. But, like, she gets money for, like, no reason. I can't remember, like, the whole thing. It was, I think, because, like, her parents were, like, abusive, and then her boyfriend, like, took her in. I can't remember exactly, but it's just free money, you know. It's just like, whatever. You know, how come, like, people don't give to, like, the people that actually need it? Because I can guarantee you my friend doesn't need all this shit, you know. He seems fine to me. You know, I know you're going to say, like, yeah, you don't know what's going on in his life, but he seems fine to me. He's always telling me how not fine I am. He's like, dude, you're fucked up. And, like, you're the one who's on all this shit, you know. And I remember like we were sitting in the car one day. He's like, "Dude, you have the most negative, low energy I've ever like felt in my life." He's like, "You need to get some help, bro." And I'm like, "Dude, I don't care, you know, like it is what it is, you know." Even my mom said that the other day. She's like, "I fucking hate when I'm home with you. You fucking drain my energy because of how fucking I can feel your energy. You're just the most fucking negative person ever." I'm like, thanks for the confidence booster there, ma. You know? But I mean, I don't even know what to do, dude. It's like, even when I went, because this is how it happened. Like I said, he went to a psych ward. The doctor gave him 3 diagnoses, or however you say it. He got diagnosed with 3 things. When I went to the psych ward, they literally, I didn't say a fucking word to anybody. You know, I was too like paranoid and like out of my fucking mind. I said literally no words, you know. And it sucked. And nothing even happened from that. That was the biggest waste of time, mistake ever going there. Jesus Christ. But he got like all these benefits from it. You know, they said like, "Oh, you're schizophrenic, you're bipolar, apparently you're unfit for work, so here's a disability." I guess that's what they did. I mean, I can't see any other, you know, thing. And it's so easy for him to make friends too. You know, it is what it is, man. But yeah, working sucks. Like I tell him all the time, "You don't want to work, bro. Like it sucks." He just doesn't want to listen. He's like, "Oh, I want to get off this shit and start working." I mean, I hope he does, you know, to see how bad it is. But I mean, yeah, like that's pretty much it. The neat lifestyle really was better than me working, you know. And because like everyone I work with just fucking hates me, you know. You're probably thinking like, "Oh, you don't know that. You can't read inside their minds." Like, while that's true, like you could just feel that shit. The way they talk to you, the way they look at you. You get social cues, you know. But I mean, yeah, Jesus, that's it. I mean, the neat lifestyle was pretty good. I wasted it. I really wasted those years on bullshit. I should have been having more fun, I guess, but whatever. I don't think mewing is ever gonna do anything for me. You know, at my age, maybe when I was a teenager, it would have done something. But you know, I was tongue-tied my whole life. Like I said, I can't even do it now too because of that. You know, even though I got it fixed, my tongue is just it's underdeveloped, and I can't really like put the back part of my tongue to the roof of my mouth. But my whole life I was never able to put my tongue to the roof of my mouth, which is why it like completely destroyed my facial development. You know, like I said, I had braces for like 12 years. I had to have my palate artificially expanded, you know, because my tongue, it's such a simple fix. Like, honestly, if you guys have that shit, fucking fix it, you know. It was such a simple thing that the doctors didn't notice when I was born that just fucked me up forever. It really did. You know, all that pain from braces and that palate thing where they had to put the key up. And mewing, you know, it wouldn't have done anything. You know, if I had to have my palate artificially expanded, had braces to fix, you know, my whole mouth, still to come out with shitty facial structure, I don't know if mewing would have even done anything, you know. And what I want to know is how in any way can that even remotely, like let's say for my ramus, for example, I have an extremely short ramus. How is mewing going to extend the bone? That's just crazy. There's no way. You know, my bones are developed. There's no way. Let's say my chin was severely recessed. There's no amount of mewing. Like, you could mew for years. How can that extend your chin out? There's no way. No way. I don't understand. Mewing is only something if you're a teenager. There's no way if you're in your 20s or above, mewing will have any remote impact unless you already have like a decent you know, face. I mean, obviously having good tongue posture and all that is good, but it's not going to change your bones, you know, like after a certain age. I just don't think so. I mean, I don't know, like, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if you guys have any like experience with mewing, but I mean, the only thing I really want for my face is hollowed cheeks. I already know I can't do anything about my ramus. It is what it is. And there's literal, like, it's sad to see, like, there's literal dudes who go on, like, looks maxing journeys for, like years and years mewing, like, so long, right? Just to have, like, some Chad who has never mewed, doesn't even know what that is, that has the perfect chiseled jawline, hollowed cheeks, everything. I mean, it's not fair, but it is what it is. It really sucks. But I mean, yeah, mewing, it's just not, I don't think it's going to work for me. My tongue is underdeveloped. I can't, even if I wanted to mew, like, I've been trying, like, for the past, like, couple months to try and mew. It's really not doing anything. Like, I can't get my, like, tongue to work. My tongue tie from when I was younger, the doctors, they didn't find it. I lived my whole life with it, just really fucked my face up, I really am curious to see what my face would have looked like if I had gotten it fixed when I was born. I really do. Like, I'm 100% curious what my facial development would have turned out like if if they caught my tongue tie early on and they said, oh, you got a tongue tie, well, let's fix it. Instead of waiting like years and years and years and years and having all this facial, all these braces and expanders and just bullshit, terrible teeth, just sucked, just for one tiny thing. Maybe I could have mewed then if I had my tongue fixed when I was younger. I don't know. No one ever taught me about correct posture. I've never had good posture up until I got my tongue tie fixed. Like, I've always been hunched over like a hunchback. I've never had good posture in my life. No one ever told me to have good posture. No one ever told me, like, anything about anything, really. Oh, you have to chew your food. No one, like, I feel like parents, like, should do that shit, give their kids, like, hard foods to chew for facial development, tell them to have good posture, but these blue-pilled parents, they're like, oh, it's the personality that matters. We don't care about what our son looks like. It's ridiculous, But mewing, it wouldn't have saved me. Like, I remember, literally, my friend, when we were like 16 or 17, I remember my friend, I was over his house, and he said, oh, bro, there's this thing called mewing, and it reshapes your whole face, bro. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, I just remember him saying it. And I asked him the other day about it. I said, remember that one day you talked to me about mewing? And he was like, what's that? And I'm like, oh, shit, I guess you never followed up with that. He's like, oh, no, like, he had to look it up again. He's like, oh, yeah, I do remember that. I don't think I ever did it. And I was like, dude, you fucked up. But, yeah, dude, you're either born with it or not. You develop it when you're young or not. You can't mew when you're over a certain age. You really can't. And this phalim gum that I got, or phalum gum, I just don't know how to pronounce it. It's really, I don't think it's going to do anything. Maybe I'm hoping it, like, strengthens my masseter muscles so that, I don't know, I could get, like, hollowed cheeks or something. That's like I said, that's pretty much, like, all I want for my face. My face is just bloated all the time. I don't know what the problem is. Like, I'm losing weight. I have so much fat around my mid-face and my cheeks. It looks like shit. It looks like complete dog shit. My face looks terrible, with that shit. Maybe it's because I'm Irish. I have no idea. Irish people have round faces. They're known for that. I have this terrible skin. Like, it's just genetics. Literally, my Irish skin is just terrible. Skin is always beet red, have acne all over the fucking place. I don't think there's really much I can do. I mean, losing weight, we'll still see, like, how much, like, if I keep losing weight. If I get down to, like, maybe anywhere from, like, 12 to 15% body fat. If my face is still bloated and round after that, and I've been drinking a lot of water, this diet and shit still hasn't made my face any slimmer, It's brutal. It really, truly is brutal, man. All I want is just, a good jawline, good ramus, and hollowed cheeks. But I didn't win that genetic lottery, but damn, it really does suck. I can guarantee you I'd feel more confident, like, literally, like, more confident if I had, like, a Chad jaw and, like, hollowed cheeks. I'd definitely be more confident, But, I mean, yeah, mewing, it's not gonna work for me. I mean, I'll still keep trying because I have been trying. My tongue just doesn't want to like suction like on the back. I don't know how to explain it because the back part of your tongue is like the most important like to mew, and I can't get that to work. So I don't know. And I've been chewing this Phallum gum, and it's just like I don't feel like it's doing anything, man. Like I don't know. I think this is my face, and I just got to deal with it. All right, today I'm going to tell you about the time that I tried to get a job at the guitar store. Now, I don't know why. My parents, both of them, ever since I was like 12 years old, have pressured me like almost every week, not even to get a job. Because if you didn't know, my mom and dad both started working when they were really young. Like my dad said that his first job was at a restaurant when he was like 7 years old, and my mom's first job was when she was 10, working in a factory. Nowadays, I don't even think you can do that young. I actually have no idea because when I was in middle school, that's when my mom was like, oh, you need to get a job. You have to learn to, work and be a hard worker. You got to, get out there, walk into places and get a job. But I think the legal age to work, like I wasn't even like, that was the problem. Like initially, like I wasn't old enough to work. I was like 12, 13. I think you needed to be like at least 16 years old. I'm not so sure. I think it was like 14 or 16. I don't know. But then after you reach that age, you need working papers by like the school, and like it's like this long process. But anyway, I went through like this whole process after whatever age I turned. And my mom's like, oh, you got to walk in there. You got to act confident. They'll give you the job. It worked for me in the past. That's all I did. I just walked into jobs and said, hey, you need help? But you want to know what happens? And here's another thing I can't stand. People saying how easy it is to get a job now. It was hard. It was the hardest shit to get a job, Even like these garbage jobs, it's the most difficult thing. Like, oh, because the way the world is now, everyone's looking for work now. Everything's, I don't know. Like, I just keep seeing that everywhere and like hearing that. Like, people are saying it's like the easiest time to get a job right now. But I call bullshit on that 100%. But yeah, I mean, I got the papers, whatever I needed, took forever. And that's when I started looking for jobs during high school. Because my mom literally every day, she was like, you need a job now. You have to learn what it's like to be an adult. You have to blah, blah, blah. And I would literally, like, she'd drive me around. I'd go to places. And she would tell me, like, oh, just walk in there, act confident and tell them, like, hey, are you looking for somebody, like that kind of shit, like asking for a job. So we would spend the day going to places, and all these fucking people, every single one of these people told me to go online. Like I'd literally go there, they just look at me and say, go online. And that's it. I never got one interview walking in, not one single interview walking into these places. And my mom got pissed off. Like I would come back to the car and she was like all pissed off, like, oh, so this is what we did. We just like applied. My mom like applied for me to all these places, and I got nothing back. Like no calls, no anything back during my whole like high school time. Like I never had a job in high school. I was supposed to have one, but I just never got one. Like literally nobody called me back, nobody emailed me back, nothing happened. All the places, you wouldn't believe, I probably went to at least like 30 places, Like me and my mom just like she's just driving me around like when I was a teenager. And one day she was like, oh, maybe you should go to the guitar shop. Like she kept like talking about that, like, oh, because there's a guitar shop like not that far from my house. And she was like, oh, you need to go to the guitar shop, you're gonna love it there. Ask them if they need any help, if they need if they need somebody. And I was already thinking in my head from like all the jobs that like or the people that just told me to go online, that it was like pointless, because I never had one interview when I was in high school for a job. Like they just literally looked at me like they all said the same thing, looked at me with like a blank stare and said, go apply online. And then just like that was it, I would come in there like all nice and kind, like, hey, I'm looking for a job, can you help me out? And then they'd be like, go online. But yeah, I walked down to this guitar shop, and it was like a guitar repair place. I didn't know how to repair guitars, and my mom was like, oh, just tell them you're eager to learn. They like that. They like confidence. They like, so she was like, tell them, you're eager to learn, you can learn it. And I was like, all right, might as well. So I walked in there. It was like kind of awkward. It was the the smallest shop I've ever seen in my life. Like, it was so small, guys. And I walk in there and I said, hey, I'm looking for a job, like all that shit, like introducing myself. And the dude, literally, it was this old dude. He just started laughing. He's like, are you serious? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, dude, this is the most dead store ever. We don't need anybody. And then that's when I told him, like, what my mom said, like, oh, I'm eager to learn. I can. And then he just started laughing even more. He's like, you don't even know how to fix guitars and you're coming here. And, like, he just made me feel like shit. Fuck that guy. Like, seriously, he just made me feel like shit. He was just laughing at me. He's like, why would you even come down here if you don't even know how to fix guitars? Ha, ha, ha. And I just went home. And to make it even worse, I went home, and my mom, she was talking. She was like, oh, how'd it go? And I was like, the dude, like, I told her what happened, and she didn't believe me. Like, she thought that I didn't go, or that, like, that didn't happen, or, like, I didn't try or some shit. And, like, she got all mad. She's like, oh, you're making shit up. That didn't happen. Even though the dude literally just fucking laughed in my face and said, like, yeah, we don't need anybody. This is a dead store. It was like one of those mom and pop shops where it was like owned by like a person or some shit. I don't know. But this store, like, you could tell it was a dead store. Like, seriously, who goes to a guitar? Like, he's kind of right. I kind of thought about it. Like, who's breaking their guitar anytime soon? He probably gets like one customer a day, if that. How is he going to pay me, and why would he even want me on board? But he just made me feel like shit. And then, like, after that, I was still looking for jobs. And then eventually, like, my mom gave up, like, because she was literally with me, like, some of the times, like, getting a job, like, just sitting in the back, like, watching me, like, interact with these people. And them just telling me to, like, get the fuck out and go online. And my mom was like, yeah, just wait till you're out of high school, And I did, and then I literally finally got my first job, which took for fucking ever too. Like, I had to apply online, and after I applied online, they literally didn't message me back. So I walked in there with my friend, because we both went for the job, and we were like, fuck it, let's just walk in, Finally, like, it was like weeks after we submitted that shit, we walk in, and the dude's like, oh, hey, who are you guys? And then finally, like, he looked at our resumes. He's like, oh, I guess I can let you on board. Like, he could tell he didn't want to. Like, he was literally, like, telling us, like, it's a little bit of hard work. I don't know if you guys are looking for this kind. Like, he was just, like, stalling and being weird. And me and him were just like, we want this. And he was like, I don't know. It was just weird. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It was just a weird interaction. But we eventually got the job, finally. And that was that. That was my first job, like, that I had. But it shouldn't take that fucking long, And this is not the old world. You can't just walk into places and say, hey, can I have a job? That doesn't work anymore. Every job I'm going to do from now on is all going to be online. Maybe I'll follow up if they don't fucking get back to me, like always. Because I did work once, like I said, for that job. But that dude was being a dick too. He literally was like, I don't know if you guys want this job. It was just so weird. It's like he didn't want us there. And he eventually, I guess, like, caved in and, like, hired us. But it was like, a weird... You had to be there to, like, see it. It was fucking weird. But, I mean, yeah, my mom was working since she was 10 years old in a fucking factory. You could not do that nowadays, This is a different world. I can't stand these older generations who, like, belittle all these fucking kids and tell them how easy everything should be. It's bullshit. It's complete bullshit. I can't even imagine if you're a teenager finding a job now. I mean, Jesus Christ. Probably not even I don't even know. They're probably not even looking for anybody, But, I mean, yeah, finding a job, it's not easy at all. It really isn't. It sucks. But, I mean, I have one now, so, I mean, that's that. But it still sucks. Like, the process is just bullshit. It really is. The Super Bowl has to be the dumbest thing in the planet. I never cared about sports. I mean, ever since I was young... I always thought, like, and I'm talking really young, even now, of course, like, I always thought that watching sports was, like, on another level of delusional, watching grown men throw a ball around, rooting for a team, you don't even know who the people are on it, I don't know, I just thought it was, like, on another level of delusional, and it's usually those copers, like, those, balding dad manlets, and, like, those beta bucks failing marriages that are coping with sports, like, just watching sports with their buddies. That's at least what I can observe, because I usually, all the guys, like, I only went to one football game, like, live, I guess, like, actually been there. I don't think it was the Super Bowl, but it was, with my friend and his dad back when I was, like, 10 or 11, maybe, and that was the biggest mistake going to that. I should have said no. It was the most boring thing I think I've ever been to in my life. We had to wait like 7 hours in the parking lot, maybe more. It was such a long time before the game started. His dad was one of those balding beta buxer divorced husbands. He was like all hyped about it. He's like, oh yeah, let's go, the whole time. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, this is the most boring thing I've ever done, man. Like, seriously, waiting in the parking lot. And then when the game started, it was even more boring. We're sitting all the way at the top, and there were people literally fighting. Not like physical, but, well, there was an attempt to, but literally they're just arguing back and forth. These people sitting next to me, and people like a couple seats down were just yelling at each other. Like, how delusional do you have to be to yell over a team? Like, just think about that. Yell over a team of men throwing a ball around that, you're yelling because they're not winning. Like, that's on another level of cope and delusional, in my opinion. I don't know. But these people were seriously going back and forth screaming. Security had to come like 5 times. And then finally the people, they got kicked out. And as they were walking up the steps, they tried attacking the person that was next to me. And it's just like, dude, like, I don't know, just football, these sports, people getting angry over sports. It's just like on another level of just delusional, And since the Super Bowl is Sunday now, like I think today or whatever, tonight, I just don't care about it, And the halftime shows always suck, Like, my family, we used to, like, try and watch the, the Super Bowl, and since I always thought it was the most boring shit ever, I always, like, tried to, like, go back in my room, and they'd be like, oh, come on downstairs, come on, you guys are gonna miss the Super Bowl. What am I missing? I don't care about these people. How is watching football, this boring sport, gonna even impact my life or do anything? I just don't care about it. It's really boring to me. I just don't care. I mean, I don't know if you guys care about the Super Bowl, but I just, literally, sports, watching any type of sport, in my opinion, just never appeased me, and I always thought it was, like, delusional and dumb to, like, support a team of men throwing a ball around. I don't know, when you look at it from that perspective, it's kind of funny. Watching grown men throw a ball around, getting angry if they lose. Like, there's people, I've seen guys, at bars and shit, get literal angry, like, roid rage mad, that their team, like, missed a goal or did something. It's like, shut the fuck up, Like, how, I don't know, that shit's just so weird to me. Like, these old men screaming, oh, come on, oh, how'd you miss that, oh my god, and they don't even know these people. They're just random dudes throwing balls around, But, I mean, yeah, the Super Bowl, I think it's just an excuse, I don't know, to get drunk and just hang out with people, hang out with your 1 to 2 buddies, I can just picture this, some dude, who barely sees his friends, and he just invites them all over, like, oh, hey guys, want to watch the Super Bowl? And that's just what they do, it's an excuse to get drunk and hang out with your friends. It's like the family gathering shit, like all these old, boomer parents and shit, they only see their friends like once every family gathering. This is like that kind of shit, they just see, oh, hey Jim, want to go watch the Super Bowl? And I don't know, the whole thing just never appeased me. I just think the Super Bowl is dumb, in my opinion. Alright, today I'm gonna tell you why I don't like Valentine's Day. I never really did. For some reason, like, people who are lonely on Valentine's Day get really depressed. I never was like that, even though I've never had a Valentine's Day with somebody. Mainly because I think it's just an irrelevant holiday. I always forget about it. I don't know, it just never bothered me that much being alone on Valentine's Day. But basically, this story isn't really that brutal. It's just, like, stupid what happened. But back when I was in high school, middle school, we had this thing, and schools should not do this. They really shouldn't. Basically, and I don't know if your guys' schools have done this, or if any of you watching this who are still in school that, they do this. They basically, at the end of the day, they have this thing where you can go to the cafeteria, you can buy a flower for somebody, and on Valentine's Day, they will come into the class and they'll give out the flowers to whoever, bought them for them. You could remain anonymous or put your name on it. So, I thought it was, like, a good idea to get it for, like, one of my oneitis in my class. and I put my name on it, thinking like just to see like her reaction, like, or some shit. Like I wanted to see her reaction, and so I bought the flower, and they came into the classroom. They're giving out all the flowers, and I got one, and because I've never gotten a flower, and I got one, and I was like, oh shit, and I looked at the name. It said my name and her name, and for a second I thought that like she gave it to me, but I read it wrong. Like supposedly the kid he messed up and he gave me the flower back. Like he must have like read it wrong. I don't know what happened. He just read it wrong. I guess since we were in the same class, I don't know. But it was just that moment, guys, like that 1 to 2 seconds, that one like butterflies in my stomach, like, oh my god, she feels the same way, and then just having all of that just rip away, the most brutal shit. But then I was like, I got bummed out. I was like, oh shit, and I didn't want to give it to her. Like I didn't want to like get up and give it to her because that would have been like cringe. So I just like held on to it, and like everyone was like, oh, who's that from? Who's that from? And I was just like hiding it. I was like, oh, I don't know. It's anonymous. I don't know. But I never got a flower, guys. My whole high school, my whole middle school, I never got a flower. And I swear on my life, all the girls got flowers, like dozens. Like there's this one Stacy in my class one year who got, I'm not even joking, like 20 plus flowers. Crazy. You know, all the dudes never got shit. You know, some of the Chads did, but mainly the dudes never got flowers. I never got flowers. Like this is why I don't think schools should do that. It's just like depressing. You know, never getting a flower ever, no one ever buying you a flower. Well, like you see all these girls getting flowers and all these Chads getting flowers. I don't know, it's just like brutal. And I thought I got one like finally, and I was like, oh, she likes me back. And then that like after those 2 seconds I read it and I was like, oh wait, this is supposed to be mine to her. And then it just all went away. I don't know, it's just like something really stupid. But yeah, just like that tiny little piece of hope, and then me just being like, oh, they messed up, you know. But yeah, do you guys have that? Have you had that when you were growing up, or have that currently? I mean, it's like the worst shit ever. Like coming home with no flower, like nobody buying you a flower, no one giving a shit about you, you know. I had this one Chad friend in high school. I don't talk to him anymore, but he always used to get flowers. He used to get like 2 to 3 flowers from like some random girls. And I used to be like, damn, dude. And I used to like be so depressed from that shit, like getting no flowers. Like me and all the true cells in the class never got any flowers at all. Even the normies never got flowers. Always the Chads and the girls who got flowers all the time. But yeah, schools definitely shouldn't do that. I mean, I don't know. It's just like mental health draining. I don't know, just coming home with no flower, just being miserable. But I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's like Valentine's Day in general. I just never cared about it. I always forget about it. And I don't know, it just is what it is. I just don't care about Valentine's Day. Why do old people automatically call everyone handsome? You know, why do they just think everyone's handsome? I mean, I can already tell you, I think it's 100% virtue signaling, because who is going to tell someone that they're ugly, you know, to their face and be mean? Like, no one. That's why I think, like, they all just say, oh, you're so handsome. Like, my family, all the old people in my family, my mom, my dad, just, like, everyone saying that shit. Like, oh, you're handsome. Oh, you're so handsome. If I was so handsome, why do I have no results and fail with every girl I've ever tried to get with, you know? My mom, she'll always tell me every single week, you know, oh, you're so handsome. You have the perfect nose. You have the perfect eyes. You have the perfect, you know, whatever. And I already know I'm below average, and that's just not true at all. And I tell her, like, I'm not attractive at all. I'm not even handsome. I don't even qualify to be average, I don't think. And she said, like, oh, how dare you think so bad about yourself? How dare you? How dare you? You're handsome. And then we end up, like, having a fucking fight over it. Like, what a stupid thing to argue and fight over. You know, me being handsome. That's so stupid. You know, and I tell her that. She's like, how dare you think that bad about yourself? Gee, I don't know, you know, the billions of rejections I've gotten. And for some reason, she thinks that I haven't tried at all. I don't know why. I mean, if only she knew. I kind of hope she doesn't know, but if only she knew the amount of jester maxing, me sending girls money, me just so much stuff I've done, man, that just didn't work at all. You know, being friends with girls, and all that ever did was just completely destroy my mental health, destroy my self-esteem, destroy my confidence. Just nothing ever worked. So what does that mean? That means that you're not attractive. You're not as handsome as these people are telling you, you know? Because if I was so handsome, you know, and here's another thing. I think I mentioned this maybe once in one of my videos. When I was like 7 or 8 years old, before puberty, there was this lady, this old lady that was friends with my mom, who saw me, and she was freaking out. Like, I'm telling you, like, screaming at the top of her lungs, like, oh my God, he's so handsome. Oh my God, he's got to be a model right now. Oh my God, he's going to grow up to be a model. Oh my God, you know, just going off and just screaming like that. I'm so handsome. I'm this handsome young man. I'm going to go on to be a model. I mean, Jesus Christ, look where I ended up. But, yeah, she was just going on that I should be a model, you know, and it's just, like, what the fuck? She was, like, calling all these people, like, oh my God, there's someone who's a potential male model here. Oh my God, he's so handsome. Just, like, going off, and it was, like, pissing my mom off. She was, like, you know, just, you said it once, like, calm down. But this lady was, like, persistent. Like, she was just, like, yelling, like, I needed to get into modeling. But, I mean, yeah, I've never had one girl show any interest in me, come up to talk to me. Any of that, you know, and I've seen it firsthand. It really is depressing when you see, because I've been to these college parties. I see when these girls, like, they'll approach guys who are like 6, 7s, and 8s, you know, they'll just, like, it'll just be a natural back and forth thing. They'll just approach them. In fact, I find it that girls go out of their way to avoid me, you know, the complete opposite. You know, and anytime, there's been times where I've tried to talk to girls and I can just tell they're uncomfortable, like, by the way they're talking and, like, trying to, like, get away from me and, you know, all that shit. You can tell when people don't want to be around you. I've had that. That's, like, the most brutal thing, you know, so I just kind of just drop the conversation after that, and then they just literally just leave right away. It's, like, so brutal, that kind of shit, when you can tell they're like uncomfortable. But I have girls literally avoiding me, you know, and then I watch, like, these people that they just sit there and do nothing, and they have girls approach them and all of that. I mean, it sucks. I mean, if I was so handsome, why do I have girls avoiding me? You know, why do I have so many rejections? I mean, Jesus. You know, it's all virtue signaling, you know, from these boomers. They just don't want you to get depressed, I guess. I have no idea. But there's this old lady, and I'm telling you, like, maybe 60 or 70. She's the manager of Burger King. I used to go to Burger King a lot a couple months ago. Now I don't because I'm on my diet, but she literally, like, every week I'd go to Burger King. This lady, she'd just, like, praise me and be all weird, like, oh my God, you're so handsome. You look just like my husband when he was your age, you know, and she just, like, is, like, all fucking weird to me. You know, she's like, oh, hey, sexy, oh. I don't know, it's just so weird. And, I mean, I can't imagine. That's probably how Chad's, like, that's a day-to-day life of a Chad. Except it's with people their age and it's with every girl, you know. I mean, it's brutal. That's probably how they feel, though. Like, I don't know. This lady literally just praises me. You know, she gives me free shit, and just because I look like her husband, or I looked like her husband when he was my age or some shit. I don't fucking know. This lady is really weird. But it's always these old people. I've never had one girl who was my age or, like, a couple years older ever do anything for me. They just fucking ignore me, avoid me. I mean, man, it is brutal, you know. If only my mom knew about the mall saga where I just approached every girl and just asked them out in complete desperation, where I've spent days with those girls at the mall. Just, like, and I literally, at the end of the day, they just, like, say, oh, sorry, I'm not interested. We had a fun time, though, but sorry. It really just sucks, man. It really sucks. I don't even know what the fuck to do anymore. But I mean, dude, yeah, I don't know why all these boomers just think that, oh, you're handsome. I'm like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I really don't, because I already know I'm not. You're not going to change my mind. Like, I have a mirror, you know. I look at myself. I'm not blind. I know what's attractive and I know what's not attractive, you know. I'm nowhere, I'd say, I'd honestly argue I'm at least a 4 or 3, maybe even 3 out of 10. You know, I'd consider some days I'm a 3 out of 10 when my face breaks out. You know, I get more acne and shit. Because obviously that looks even worse. Because I have days where I break out maybe like once a month. That's obviously going to fucking put me down to a 3. I mean, I'd say I'm a 3 or 4. Maybe even 3.5. I don't know. Especially now, like, I don't even understand. Like, I'm literally losing weight and I feel like my face is getting rounder and rounder. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on, man. But yeah, I'm definitely nowhere near handsome. And I can't believe, like, my mom always gets mad whenever I tell her I'm not handsome. Like, oh, how dare you? Oh, you're handsome. And this is the funniest thing ever. She always tells me, like, oh, all the old folk, all the old people think that you're handsome. See, you just don't see it yet. Once you see you're handsome, you'll have the world by the balls. And I'm like, yeah, yep, hold on one second, guys. I'm handsome. Oh my god, I ascended. No, that's not how it works, I don't know. This is just like these people with that virtue signaling. Do you guys have like old people that tell you you're handsome like all the time? Whether it be your mom, your dad, family members that just tell you you're handsome and then get mad when you say you're not. But yeah, that's pretty much it. High school graduation was brutal. I mean, as much as I hated high school and how bad it was, it's just been a downhill spiral ever since I graduated. My years of going through college, just all that is just going downhill. I'd actually prefer being in high school, but I mean, the whole thing, the whole day was just a disaster, pretty much. We had this thing. It was like basically like a ceremony. I know every like school does it, but we like practiced like the day beforehand or the day of. I can't remember. I think both. And I was literally like, since it was in alphabetical order, I was the very last person like to get called up and walk like onto the football field. I was the very, very last person. And I sat next to this girl and this kid, and I was just like fucking around like with this kid, just like I don't remember like what we were doing. But I remember, like, at the end of the day, the girl, like, that was sitting next to me, she pulled my hair, like, she yanked my hair, started screaming in my face. She's like, I swear, if you ruin my graduation, she was just going off, I'm like, chill, Like, I think it was because, like, we're just talking or something while I don't remember. It was something really stupid. Like, I was just, like, talking to this kid, and I don't think she, like, realizes that no one's gonna care, like, if you're talking or anything, because, like, everyone's gonna be, like, cheering and yelling. I don't think that went through her head, but yeah, she like got mad at me, like she was literally screaming in my face, like loud, and she was like, I swear, if you ruin my graduation, she was like going off. And I remember the graduation thing, I was the very last person, to get called up, and no one cheered for all the Chads, the normies. Everyone was like, clapping, cheering, everybody like, yeah, woo, yeah, and when I go, all you hear is my two parents, my mom and dad going, woo, yeah, son, yeah. And like two of my friends, that's it. It was literally so silent. No one did anything at all. And my mom tried telling me, oh, maybe since you were the last person, maybe that's the reason why, everyone was exhausted from cheering. No, they weren't. But yeah, I have a video. You literally don't hear anything. It's like crickets. All you hear is my parents and like two of my friends, and that's it. No one even like cheered at all. Damn, like the kids hated me in high school. They really did. High school was like just brutal in general. I mean, it got to a point where I was so miserable and depressed that I'd literally just walk out of the house at like, I don't know, like 5 minutes before, just put on a hat and shoes, not even do anything, not even shower or anything. Just walk out. Like, it got to a point where it got so bad. But that was like my last year. I never did that. I was always like showering every day, like trying to be clean, all that shit. And I just eventually gave up. And I was like, yeah, what's the point? So I just wake up as late as possible and just walk there, like put on my shoes and walk. But I remember specifically, like it was literally right after I graduated, like my mom and dad and my grandparents, they're like, oh, let's go to dinner, oh my god. And I was like, fuck that shit. Like, I just want to go home. I'm fucking miserable. I don't want to do this shit. So, we go out to dinner, and I remember specifically, because of how, like, pissed off it made me. My grandpa basically, said, he's like, oh, you gotta be a man now. That means no screwing around with girls, no going to parties, no having fun. You gotta work now, ha. Even though, I went to college, but that still sucked. And yeah, and I remember him saying that, and I just got super pissed off and depressed. And like my mom, my dad, and my grandma were like, oh, what's wrong? You're a man, you graduated, what's wrong? I never had, it's because I didn't do anything at all in high school. And my grandpa, when he said that shit, just, like, pissed me off. Like, he was just like, oh, no more partying, no more hooking up with girls, you gotta be a man, no more fun, no more fun. It's like, I didn't even have any fun. Every day was fucking miserable. Every day I woke up, I just hated everything. No one gave a fuck. Like, it was just, like, a terrible high school experience, you know? And it's going even, like, more downhill now. And, like, my grandpa, like, that's just him saying that just, like, pissed me off, you know? But, and yeah, that was the night that I also had my oneitis. Like, I finally, like, oh, God, it's just, like, I can't even fucking talk about this shit. So fucking depressing. My oneitis, like, I talked about this shit. She ran away from me at a party when I tried to ask her out, and I got laughed at. Like, I tried to, like, open up, like, my feelings and shit, and she just fucking ran away, and everyone laughed at me. Like, that was, like, the worst. Like, high school graduation was, like, truly brutal. Like, it really sucked. Like, it was just terrible. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of wish I was back in high school. Just the only reason being is because I didn't feel as stressed as I do now, I guess. I don't know, even though it sucked. But yeah, there's nothing else more to say. High school graduation was on another level of just fucking terrible and just miserable. But yeah.
Some parents need to accept that their child is a failure. I don't know why we're taught when we're younger that anything is possible if we put our minds to it, that we can achieve our dreams and do anything we want. But if this were true, there would be no competition. Society wouldn't evolve at all, and we'd go nowhere. We obviously there has to be winners and losers, or else there wouldn't be competition and society wouldn't go anywhere. You know, good genetics, bad genetics. And I noticed the reason why parents have kids is it's such a cringe reason is because they want their sons or daughters to be better than them. Like, oh, I want my son to be a successful businessman or a male model or a pro athlete or a rocket scientist. But what these people fail to realize is that average genetics or below go nowhere. They really don't, you know? And there's different types of genetics too. Like, obviously society will not let a dude who has like a 300 IQ brilliant slide, you know? Same thing, like if a dude is 7 feet tall, society won't let that slide. You know, those are the real winners of the world. And the reason why I thought of this video idea is because there's this fucking dude, and I don't know why I remember this so well, but back when I was like 7 or 8 years old, I was in this basketball team of this dad. This dude was a super coper. I overheard him talking to this coach saying how he's like, oh, my 3 sons, they're gonna go pro, they're gonna be in the NBA, they're gonna do what I couldn't have done. And this dude was a manlet, bald. He looked like Wario from the Super Mario Bros. And he waddled like a penguin. Like, the dude could barely walk. He was overweight. He like literally waddled side to side. And his son, it never began for this kid. Oh my God. And I was short at that age. I was beyond short when I was like 7 or 8. And this kid was the tiniest. He was the shortest on the team. He was this ginger kid who wore these like goggle glasses. He looked like that Cody kid from that Daddy 05 channel. And everyone made fun of him. Like, I've never seen anyone get bullied that bad. Like, I remember one day he was in a porta potty. Like, his son was in a porta potty, and they were trying to push him over. I was sitting on the bench watching, and his dad could like barely talk. Like, he smoked cigarettes, and he would always like make these fucking weird like toad noises. He would be like, but like he fucking came waddling over. He was like, stop! Like, he couldn't even fucking talk. He was just like waddling over, started yelling at everyone. I think deep down he knew it was over for his son. You know, that it never began for him. I mean, let's say he tries to achieve his dreams. He gets so good at basketball. Let's say he only reaches 5'1". Let's say that, because this kid was the shortest. I wonder who this dude's wife was too. The kid couldn't have gone over at least like 5'4". Because I've never seen anyone like I don't know. You had to see this kid. I've never seen anyone that short. And his dad was around like our heights. You know, like he was fucking that short too. So this kid couldn't have grown
to be any taller than at least 5'4". Even if he does try his best to become this pro athlete, you know, he will never be as good as those who were genetically blessed with that like 6 foot over height. I don't even think anyone in the NBA is under 6 foot. I have to look that up. And even if there are people who are under 6 foot in the NBA, they will never be as good as those people who are over 6 foot, you know, with those good genetics. Never. It's truly brutal. I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, I think, like I said, that dad knew it was over for his son. I mean, I don't know, but maybe he's just, like, blue-pilled and thinks, like, oh, he's going to achieve. Like, no. Like father, like son. They say that for a reason. He's going to suffer the same fate you did. That's why if I ever somehow find a girl and somehow have kids, I'm not going to let him fucking, you know, I'm definitely going to, first off, hope that he's not ugly as shit. Because if he's ugly, it's over. It literally never be. If my son is as ugly as me, it never began. It really, like, he's going to suffer the same fate as me. And I'll just be like, fuck, you know. But, because it truly is brutal. His dad, like, it's so funny. Like father, like son. Like, his dad is literally, he's going to experience what his dad experienced growing up. Because there's no way. You know, this kid got bullied so hard on the basketball team. You know, no one even cared. No one even noticed me. No one even cared about, like, me. They fucking bullied this kid who was even worse than me. But man, oh man. And I was never one of those people to, what was it? Like, tag along. Like, I always sat, like, whenever people were picking on people, I never did shit. Because, like, there's no point. Like, there seriously isn't. Like, if you go over, like, and make them feel better, that shit's just, like, that's going to make them feel even shittier. So usually, like, I always thought it was best to, like, stay out of those situations. Because, like, I got bullied a fuckload when I was younger. Like, super brutally and bad. And I never really, like, whenever people tried to be, like, nice and kind to me, I just was like, yeah, you're lying to make me feel better, whatever. Because I got brutally bullied when I was younger, man. And this kid, it was insane. Like, they fucking brutalized this kid. And his dad was like, oh, you watch, he's going to go pro while you guys are stuck doing nothing. You're gonna be the losers. Like, just coping. It's insane. Like, he got so mad at us when we tried to push his kid over in the fucking porta potty. Good God. But, I mean, yeah. Parents need to accept that their kids aren't good enough, you know, and stop selling them this shit that if they do this, if they do that, they can maybe have a standing chance. Like, no, it doesn't matter. Like, there's going to be people better than you. That's just how the fucking world works. All right, today I'm going to tell you about living with terrible acne. This will be probably my last video I ever talk about acne. Maybe I'll mention it again in the future. But I'm going to, like, basically tell you, like, my life with it. How brutal it is to have horrible skin, like just terrible acne. Now, the thing I've always hated about having acne is when you talk to people, they don't look you in the eyes. They look at your acne. They'll just look around your face and look at your acne when you're trying to talk to them. They don't look at you in your eyes, and it just makes you feel even shittier. And I always hated that. I hated it so much because I still have acne. And oh yeah, here's like the worst part is it makes you feel like like, all right, it's the worst self-esteem drainer ever. Worst for your confidence. You have no confidence and no self-esteem with acne whatsoever at all, especially when people talk about it, like make fun of you for it or like mention it. It makes you just feel like complete shit. And people think you're some dirty like piece of garbage. When in fact, like, I'm not even joking. It's all, my acne is all genetic. Not even lying when I say this. I have to, and I mean I have to wash my face 3 times a day and literally shower like 2 to 3 times a day because my hair is so greasy and my face is always so greasy because that's just how I am. My face is always like greasy, you know, and I wash that. For like any normal person, washing your face that much would probably cause their skin to like crack and bleed and like get super dry. Mine, no, it's just normal. And And like people think I'm some dirty fucking like person. I don't take care of myself at all. Honestly, having acne is probably like the number one thing that is keeping me from relationships, making friends, 100%. Because when you have acne, after your teenage years, it's just like not good. It really isn't good. And here's another thing that like the doctors, the dermatologists tried to tell me, because I've been to so many of those. I've been to like a couple dermatologists. They all told me like, oh, just when you're done with puberty, that's when your acne will go away. That's not true, for me at least. I have Irish skin. I was even reading an article the other day. It was like Irish men are one of the ugliest men in the world. But yeah, I have very red, and it's like my dad too. He doesn't understand like me and my mom's skin, because my mom is 60 years old. She has pockmarks, acne, just like me, and it never went away. So that's how I know I'm screwed, because my mom is literally so old and just has the worst skin like I've ever seen in my life. So that's how I know it's over for my skin. Being Irish is not good. Like, I just don't like being Irish. I wish I got my dad, because my dad, like I was gonna say, my dad doesn't understand me and my mom's skin type. Like, he's always like bitching about how like, oh, you guys just need to get out in the sun and need to get tan and need to. It's like, well, meanwhile he's fucking soothsaying with tan, clear skin, never washes his face in his life. Literally, my dad doesn't even. He has terrible hygiene, doesn't even wash his face. He has no pimples whatsoever. It blows my mind, actually. Meanwhile, me taking care of myself every day, people think I'm some dirty piece of shit because I have acne and I can't even control it. I think what could have stopped it is maybe Accutane. Even now, I don't want to fucking take that shit. I heard that like fucks you up. I've tried literally everything. I have probably like over $1,000 worth of like facial products in my bathroom that I use like all the time, like masks. I've been to facials, and here's another thing that sucks about having acne and cystic acne. It hurts. It hurts so bad. The amount of pain, is just terrible. Like, I used to go for facials when I was younger, and all it would do is just make it would be worse, because like obviously like after the facial my skin would be irritated, red, bloated. And it used to hurt. Like, I would be in there for like 2 hours because of how severe my acne was. It's way longer than normal people. Like, I'd be in there for hours. This lady just picking at my zits, just hurting so bad. Like, I'm looking in the mirror right now. I have 3 zits on my lip. I look like I have fucking hurt. I look like shit, guys. Oh my God. This is why I hate looking in mirrors. I have 3 zits on my lip right now. And I have a cyst like on my cheek that like hasn't gone away in a couple months. So I don't know if I need to get that like removed or some shit. But it's truly brutal, man. I don't wish acne on anybody. Imagine even a Chad with acne. How do you think he would do? I actually don't even know. But man, sub 5 with acne, it's over. After puberty too, it's even more brutal. I mean, fuck, dude. I just hate having. If I had clear skin, I can guarantee you my confidence would be better without a doubt. Self-esteem, definitely, because I hate, even when my acne was way worse in school, because it was like worse when I was a teenager, no doubt, but it's still just as fucking bad, like terrible now. I break out all the time. Doesn't matter what diet I'm on, what facial products I use, still break out all the time, every day. I'll get like a new zit a day pretty much, and then they won't go away for like weeks, and then they all hurt, and it sucks. It really does suck. Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say about something. Oh yeah, the mirror. That, in school, the mirror, I hated looking in mirrors at myself, like, so much. Like, I literally would avoid fucking mirrors, just looking into mirrors, because it just made me so fucking depressed, looking at my acne and shit. And I eventually grew out my hair, because, like, I used to get, like, people calling me pizza face and shit when I had short hair. But I grew my hair out to, like, cover the sides of my face, and it actually works out a little well. Granted, like, I still have very large pores, blackheads. I even tried that thing the other day, like the blackhead, like that thing that you put over your nose and you're supposed to like rip it off. It's supposed to like remove the blackheads. That didn't even work. I've been trying to get rid of, this is another one that like is even worse. I've been trying to get rid of these blackheads on my nose and cheeks and large pores for like years now. So honestly, if I had didn't have large pores and these blackheads, I'd look a little better, but still I got pock marks, so It is what it is. Those look like shit too. You think this is another thing. You think like, oh, my acne is gone, hooray! But then you're left with these pock marks that look just as bad. And since my skin is always red, it looks like it's some kind of like fucking, because I'm Irish, it looks like some weird thing, like disorder. I don't know. But no girl, and I'm telling you, no girl is ever gonna want a guy with acne. Never. I mean, and my facial hair is ginger. I'm just Irish. Like this, I'm telling you, the Irish skin is just bad. It's always red. It's the most what is it? Like, I have very sensitive skin. Like, it scars so easy from anything. It really does. Acne pill is brutal. Any of you guys out there with acne, you know how bad it is. Like, it really sucks. It's one of the worst things you can have. Because I'm telling you, the self-esteem in the shitter, always. Literally always. And when people talk about it, too, like, kids used to ask me about it and call me pizza face and shit, it was even more brutal, man, I'm telling you. And the fact that, like, all these dermatologists, like, they eventually said, like, oh, we can't really do anything unless you do Accutane because it's that bad. So, unless you want to wait till you're after a teenager when your puberty is done, maybe it'll go away, but it didn't go away, And I can already tell because my mom is the same. Like I said, she's in her 60s and she still has acne and pock marks and breaks out all the time every day. Like, she has the worst skin I've seen, so it's like, it's not going anywhere. I wish I could have gotten my dad's fucking skin, man. I'm telling you, if I had my dad, I want to see what my life would have been like if I didn't have acne. Probably just as shitty because I'm not good looking, but who knows, man? Who knows? I think that's the main reason, like, because girls will look at me and they'll be like, what the fuck is wrong with this kid? Does he not wash his face? Even though I'm washing it, like, 3, maybe 4 or 5 times a day. I wash it in the shower. I'm telling you, I just have greasy, just fucking shitty skin. It's over for my skin. That's why I don't even know if I even want to do, like, microneedling or lasering to get rid of these pock marks, because I just know I'm just going to keep breaking out no matter what I do. No matter what diet I'm on, what creams I use, how many times I wash my face, I just break out. I don't know how or why. It's very strange. I think it's just my genetics. I don't have any other, I don't know. But yeah, let me know if you guys have acne, because, like, this shit is the worst. I don't wish this shit on anybody, man. It really is brutal. Alright, today I'm going to tell you why I don't like positive reinforcement. And honestly, I think it's due to years of negative reinforcement my whole life. When people are making fun of you for something, it is true. Whatever they are making fun of you for, it is 100% true. There's no other way around it. Every guidance counselor, my parents always would tell me it's them, not me. But it was me. When I used to get made fun of for my acne and shit in middle school, everyone would call me pizza face. I'd come home fucking miserable and shit, and angry as fuck. And my mom would be like, "Oh, it's okay. Your face is good. Your acne is okay. It's not bad." It's like, these people are lying to you just to make you feel better. It's not true. And that's just like what makes positive reinforcement like suck, because like it's embarrassing. Like my mom always tells me this story, and the message behind it is like pretty generic. It's like, be kind to others, even when they're getting bullied and picked on, uplift them no matter what, even if you have to lie. It's just like, basically she said, like, when she was in her 20s, she worked this hair salon job, and this lady came in who completely fucked her hair up, like bald spots everywhere, burnt it off, and it looked terrible. She knew she fucked it up. Everyone else knew she fucked it up, and the whole workplace was making fun of her, saying, "Oh, your hair's fucked up, oh my god." And my mom, this is how she says it. She's like, "I swooped in. I said, 'Wow, sweetie, your hair looks amazing today.'" And then my mom's like, "She smiled. See, I was the bigger person. I uplifted her." But you want to hear a fucking nuclear black pill? All my mom did was make that lady feel like complete shit. Do you know how fucking embarrassing that shit is? She knew she fucked her hair up. And here my dipshit mom comes in and says, "Sweetie, your hair looks amazing." It's like, she knows my mom is bullshitting. She probably gave her a fuck you smile. Like, Jesus Christ. You know how embarrassing that shit is? Man, oh man. you know? I don't know, like, any other, like, example, like, for that shit. I guess, like, let's pretend, I don't know, you go to work smelling like shit. Everyone says, oh, you smell like shit. And then you have one dumbass saying, oh, you smell really good today, trying to be nice. It's like, how embarrassing is that? Like, that's fucking, like, that's embarrassing as fuck. And usually you'll notice that these positivity people, well, first off, they're all liars. Every single one of them are liars. They only want you to feel good about yourself, and it doesn't make you feel good about yourself because you know they're lying. But that's the main thing. They want you to feel good about yourself because they want to do it for their own egos. I've met too many of these snakes, these fucking people who just lie to you just to make themselves feel better, you know? Like for example, like those YouTubers who help out the homeless. They're not doing it for any other reason but themselves, for their own egos, for the views. That's it. Like, they don't actually care about these homeless people. It's the same type of thing with this positive reinforcement, you know. These people actually don't even care about you. They just want to inflate their own ego. That's pretty much it. They just want their egos high. You don't really find those genuine people. And again, they're still liars. Doesn't change the fact that they're lying, you know. Because how can you know, go through life, like, let's say you get made fun of for having a big nose. Chances are you have a big nose. There's no way around it. So when someone tells you you have a good nose, it's bullshit. Complete bullshit. So this is why, like, people don't understand, like, how positive reinforcement gets annoying. And here's another thing. When people are, like, going on a rant about something, I hate when, like, I'm trying to talk to people and they keep interrupting me, like, every 5 seconds. Like, I'll be going off on, like, a rant or some shit, like, to anybody, like, my friends, people. And then they keep interrupting me every 5 seconds, like, oh, bro, it's okay, bro, be positive, oh, don't think like that, bro, you got this, bro, like, every 5 seconds. It's just, like, the best thing you could do in those situations is just listen, because I don't think they're even listening. They're just, like, saying, like, trying to stop me, saying, like, oh, be positive, it's okay, man, you got this. It's just, like, all I want you to do is listen, and you can't even do that, you know. Like, seriously. And it just gets even more annoying, because, like, I know they're not listening and shit. Like, even, like, trying to talk to my mom, she keeps saying, like, I'm gonna stop you right there, it's okay, you are loved, you are worthy. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just let me finish. Like, that's, like, that kind of thing. That's why, like, it's just annoying, positive reinforcement. It's like they're programmed in their heads to just, like, be positive no matter what, you know, even if they have to lie, which is fucking stupid. But, I mean, yeah, that's why I don't like positive reinforcement. Years of negative reinforcement has truly fucked up my brain. Years of just getting shit on has truly fucked up my brain, you know, especially when I was younger and a kid, because I don't trust anyone. I don't trust what anybody has to say, and it truly sucks, you know. But it is what it is. That's pretty much my life. But yeah, that's why I don't like positive reinforcement. My voice has done nothing at all to help me with relationships. You know, having a decent voice hasn't really done much for me. I get lots of comments, though, of people saying I have a very good voice. They could listen to me for hours. I also have a lot of people saying I'm secretly a Chad behind the camera because of my voice. And that's just the voice halo effect taking place right there. You know, like, some people say it's impossible for me to be as ugly as I say I am because of my voice. That is the voice halo effect. You just think that because of my voice, you know, which is insane. But one thing my voice has proven to me is that personality means absolutely nothing at all. It doesn't mean anything, guys. I have talked to girls online who have not known what my face looks like, not known at all what it looks like, and they will actually treat me like a human being for once. I have never had one girl in real life treat me like a human being, ever, you know? And to have them treat me like a human being, it's like, what the fuck, you know? And they're probably thinking, like, oh, there's no way he's ugly. You know, he's got a solid voice. There's no way he's ugly. I'll talk to them for a week, you know? Then I'll go to show my face. Over. Never began. I either get blocked, ghosted, or it's just not the same afterwards, and then the conversation dies. It's insane. It sucks. It's the most brutal shit on this fucking planet, man. I'm telling you. And my mom's like, whenever, like, that shit used to happen, I used to tell my mom, and she used to be like, oh, at least it's good practice to talk to girls. I mean, I guess. I don't fucking know, but, you know, it really is brutal because, like, there's this one girl I talked to, and this shit, like ate me up inside. Like, I literally talked to this girl. She was, like, really nice to me. Like I swear to God, she was so nice. She didn't know what I looked like. She was just this random e-girl. And when I went to go show my face, like, I FaceTimed her. And she picks up the phone. She was with her friend. And they both started... I've never seen anyone laugh this hard in their lives. They just fucking burst out laughing, hung up, and blocked me. And I remember I was literally, like, that day I was so fucking miserable. Like, I was literally in the shower for, like, 3 hours, just, like, sitting on the fucking... in the tub. Like, it was so bad. But, yeah. My voice has proven to me that personality means dick and balls. Nothing. Literally nothing. It actually is insane. You know? And like I said, I've never gotten compliments for my voice, like, in real life. I've never had, like, any girl think, like... I've never attracted a girl with my voice, you know, except if they don't know what my face looks like. That's pretty much it. The face, I swear to God, like, it's insane. Personality means nothing. It's all about attraction. It really is. It's mind-blowing. You know, and that shit is all the halo effect. Because they think, these people, every time they don't see my face, and they're just going off of my voice, they put a picture in their heads probably of just some, like, normal looking dude or some handsome dude. I don't know. But definitely they're not putting in their heads what I look like. That's for sure. Because if they did, it would have been over. You know? But, yeah. It just sucks. You know? My voice has never helped me out. Or done anything. All it did was prove to me that personality means nothing. Seriously. It sucks. It really sucks. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. Alright, today I'm going to tell you about my very first job, which, honestly, it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it wasn't the best. I wouldn't really consider it a job, though. It only lasted, like, maybe a month or two. It was at this, like, tiny Halloween store. But the job took a hell of a long time to get. If you didn't know, I've been trying to get a job. Well, I was, like, before, like, years ago, I was trying to get a job. When I was in high school, and it just didn't work out. Everyone just kept telling me to apply online. I had literally places where I'd walk in and I'd say, hey, you know, I applied online, and then they'd say, oh, we'll get back to you, we'll email you. It's like, I'm here right now. What do you mean we'll get back to you? But anyway, this time I was with my neat friend, and, you know, since he has never had a job before, I wouldn't even consider this what we had a job. It was just, like, some part-time thing we worked at this, like, little tiny store. But we both applied online together in a call. Like, long story short, we basically ended up walking in because no one emailed us back, nothing. So we followed up in person. We came in. We went to the dude's office. And the dude was weird. He was subhuman. He was sub-fucking 2. He had a 2 out of 10 face, but he was 6'5". He was a funny dude, though. Missing all of his teeth, recessed chin, just over. Like, literally never began. But he was 6'5". And the dude, like, we saw him, and he was kind of weird, like, at first. He was like, oh, I don't know if you guys want this job. Do you want this job? I don't know. I can give it to you, but I don't know. It's like he was, like, stalling or some shit. It's like he didn't want us to have it, and we're like, yeah, we want this job. We can't get anything else. Like, we're fucked, you know? He's like, all right. And then he's like, oh, you guys start this day. And he pretty much put it to where me and my neat friend, my Chad friend, we worked the same day. Literally the same days. We didn't have a day where we weren't together, except for the first day, because he had to go, like, do something that day. And that day was hell on earth. Hell on complete earth. It was the most depressing, terrible day ever. Because I got there, everyone was a douche to me for, like, no reason. I got there, there's this one dude, he was, like, showing me around. He just had, like, a terrible attitude the whole time. He was just, like, pissed off. And he asked me a question. I was only there for, like, 10 minutes, guys. Like, I'm not even joking. He's like, okay, what part of the store is this in? And I'm like, dude, I don't know. I just got here, like, 10 minutes ago. This is my first day. He's like, I'm going to write you up. You need to know. I'm going to write you up. I'm like, you didn't even show me yet. Like, what? And he was just so mad. Like, every time I, like, did something, it was my first day, and, like, he made me so fucking, like, insecure and, like, paranoid. He kept coming over to me. He's like, oh, you're not doing this right. I'm gonna write you up. Like, dude, what? But, eventually, like, I got used to everything. Of course, you're gonna have a little slip-ups your first day. I mean, of course, who wouldn't, you know? And especially me, because I'm low IQ, like, of course I'd have slip-ups, you know? But, yeah, the dude, he kept saying, oh, I'm gonna write you up, and he just had this fucking attitude, and it made me so mad, you know? And I was telling my friend about it. I'm like, dude, there's this douchebag, just stay away from this fucking cocksucker. Like, he's fucking annoying and a douche. And I remember, and you guys are gonna think this is bullshit, but this literally, like, I need people, like, people always, like, call me out and say, oh, you're exaggerating, bro. All of this shit happens to me. I really wish you guys were here for this shit, to just watch, you know, just to shut, like, all the people that say that shit up. Because this girl, I went to introduce myself to this girl, like, one of the workers there. There were these two girls. And I went to introduce myself. I said, oh, hey, my name is, and I went to go, you know, go for a handshake, reach out my hand for a handshake. And she didn't even say anything. And I said, are you going to shake my hand? And she said, no. And I said, why not? She said, because I don't want to. And then just walked away. And it was like the most awkward shit. And that whole work time I worked there for like that month, I would try to talk to her and she just wouldn't respond. She just ignored me, guys. Like, literally not say a fucking word. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'd say, oh, hey, what's up? You know, how you doing? She would just walk right by, say nothing. Literally 0 words. Her and her friend would say dick, nothing to me. Just ignore me. And that used to make me feel like shit. And that was my first day. And I was telling my friend, I'm like, dude, this job is fucking hell, man. He's like, oh, you know, trust me, when I'm there, it'll be better. I'm like, yeah, no shit, because I have someone to talk to who fucking, like, isn't annoying like these people. And that's what it was. Pretty much when he got there, like, when we worked, because we worked every day together, except for he wasn't there for, like, another, like, couple days, like, after that, like, maybe, like, in the end. But, it was so much better. Like, I swear to God, everyone, that kid that I told him was a douche, was just fucking nice to him, just randomly, like, nice to him and shit. And then he started being nice to me for some reason when I was with him. Like, when I was with my Chad friend, he was nice to me. And the girls literally talked to him. Like, I'm not even kidding. They would say words. And then when I was with him, they would say words to me, too. Like, they would treat me like a human and talk to me when I was with my friend. Like, they would. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, I'm not even joking. You guys have to be here to see this shit. Like, people are gonna be like, oh, you're lying, bro. You gotta fucking be here to see this shit. I am not fucking lying. This shit, literally, these people were so mean to me the first day. Second my Chad friend pulls up and we're together the whole day, they just talk to us like normal people. It's fucking bizarre. You gotta fucking see this shit. It's actually mind-blowing. But, yeah, the girl, basically, like, my whole job, for the store. So basically they had my Chad friend, like, on the floor, like, helping out the customers. That's, like, pretty much what his job was, to, like, help out everyone. There's a lot of people in that fucking store. And what they made my job, I pretty much, like, I'm not even joking, the whole thing I did was sit in the back, and just take out all of the fucking costumes, organize everything, which was it was actually hard work. I'm not even joking. So many packages came in, like, all at once. I was just doing it all by myself. That was pretty much my job, just sit in the back, you know, on some true cell shit. Like, I literally, I'm not even joking, I sat in the back of the warehouse. I was never out. I was only out maybe 1 or 2 times, like, helping people. That's pretty much it. They really wanted me in the back. And they got in trouble for that shit. Those like, inspector people or whatever, like, the evaluators of the store, I don't know, like, the people that own the place, they came in, like, secretly to, like, observe how everyone is doing or something. I don't know how it works. But basically, like, my boss got yelled at because I didn't know how to do anything. I didn't know how to use the register. I didn't know shit. Like, all I was doing was sitting back there. And they yelled at him. They're like, why is he always back here? You know, we've been in the store, like, 5 times. He's always in the back. He doesn't know how to use the register. He doesn't know how to do anything. Then my boss tried explaining, like, oh, you know, he's just good at that. He's good at, like, sitting back there and doing that shit, you know. And that's pretty much it. Like, that's what I did. And my Chad friend pretty much made friends with everyone. He actually talks to some of those people, like, to this day. You know, like, he hangs out with them and shit. I don't even remember any of their names. But basically, like, he would bring them back, and he'd, like, introduce me to them, like, every time there's, like, a new person or, you know, someone I didn't meet, he'd, like, bring them to the back where I was, and he'd be like, oh, you know, hey, this is, you know, just introduce me to them and shit. And yeah, that's pretty much, like, his whole role was to be on, like, the floor of the store, help everyone. And yeah, like, I was the only one who didn't know how to use the cash register, who never, like, they did not want me doing that shit. And there's this other kid who was, like, I think he was like the lead manager. I'm not even joking, guys. He was 5'2". He told me he did modeling or some shit. He was like in the back with me all the time too. And the girls would rip on this motherfucker. Like everyone in the fucking job would rip on this motherfucker. Like the last days we had to like pack up the store. We were all together. And they're just like making fun of this kid for being 5'2". Like and I was like, dude, that's fucking brutal, man. They're just constantly making fun of him and shit, like to his face. Wouldn't say shit to me though. Like they wouldn't say anything to me. They just like be silent. But to him, they were just fucking bullying him like he was like a 5-year-old. Like, oh, you're so short, you're so short. And he was vegan too. This kid was fucking vegan. And they kept saying like, oh, that's the reason why you're so short. You're vegan. You stunted your growth. And they're just destroying this kid. Like it was so brutal. But I mean, the whole job itself, I'm not gonna complain. It was like easy money, I guess, if you want to say. Well, not really, because I did have to work my dick and balls off back there all day. But you know what it is. Like my Chad friend, he said he didn't have to do anything. He said he pretty much just was like standing around and just helping people every time they walked in. Like that's pretty much it. But I mean, yeah, I just sat back, unfolded everything, fucking put everything in the shit. Like I don't know how to explain it. It was fucking. It took like a long ass time. But that's all I did. And yeah, my first job, it was a good for a starting job. You know, I had this shit like a year ago. It's honestly not the worst. Wasn't the worst shit on the planet. You know, it wasn't that bad. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I don't know what else to say about it. It was like okay. You know, I'm not gonna complain. But yeah, that's my first job. This is who your future therapists are going to be, man. You know, if you guys are curious, this is the Chad I'm using. I only have 23 likes, which isn't that much. Well, I mean, I pretty much matched with like all of them. Like so many girls, like you wouldn't believe. So maybe that's why. And I did make this account like 2 days ago, but I have to share this because this is the hypocrisy. I don't even know what to make of this. But anyway. Well, first, this Chad got invited to a party within, like, the first, I'd say, minute of conversation, got invited to a party. I know how people say Tinder isn't real life, but how does that even make any sense? This is real life. Like, I would have been at this girl's sorority with, like, doing this party. So that doesn't even, like, Tinder isn't real life makes no sense. That quote, that thing that people say, that Tinder is not real life, makes no sense. Anyway. She said, hey, I said, hi. She said, I'm fine, you know, just openers. Then, yeah, this is where she asked if I was doing anything this weekend, and I said, nope, just rotting in my room. She said, if you aren't doing anything this weekend, me and my sorority sisters are holding a party. You down? What day? Friday night. And then, so this is where, like, she asked me for Snapchat. I said, I don't have that shit. And I remember, like, one of my friends telling me that, like sororities aren't allowed to, like, hold parties or something like that. I don't know, like he just told me like it's illegal or something, or they're not illegal, they just can't do it. I don't know. Then she said that's some old textbook rule that no one gives a shit about, plus it's better this way. We have cute guys over without anyone knowing. That's where all the Chads are at, if you're wondering. You wonder why you don't meet women. It's because they all have like these cute guys at their house. Like imagine, like no, seriously, like think about it. If like what she's saying is true, like that no one knows about it, and she just invites the cute guys, it's like no one's gonna know about it. So like you wonder why you can't meet girls in public. This is where like they all are. Then she said, what'd she say, cute guys? And I said, oh, so you're saying I'm cute? She said, yeah, you are uber cute. I don't know what the fuck uber cute means, but I said, so tell me a bit about yourself. What is your purpose in college right now? Psych. I don't know why. Okay, every girl I've talked to on here as this Chad, 90% of them are going into therapy or like psychology. It's actually crazy. But she said she wanted to be a therapist or do social work. And I said, like I said, it seems like every girl I talked to is doing psychology. And this is where she says, I've always had a way of connecting with people and comforting them. Plus, I like to help others. It's in my nature. Okay, this is where, like, I don't know. You just gotta see this shit for yourself. But I said, do you think there are some people who are going to be your patients for therapy that cannot be saved no matter how much therapy they get? She said, yes, the sad truth is that we are taught that there are some people who can't be saved, but it doesn't but it doesn't mean we should not try. Everyone deserves a fighting chance. And this is where I came in with this question. I said, let's say, for example, a 5'2", 30-year-old Indian janitor comes to you in struggles of his love life and tells you that he will never get a girlfriend and that it's over. What would you do? This is what she said. Well, first, I would comfort him by saying he is not alone. Also, that question is silly. There is someone for everyone. Everyone has a chance at love. Oh, boy. And then I said, yeah, but would you date him? And then she said, well, no, because he's a patient. And I said, all right, fair enough, fair enough. But what if this 30-year-old 5'2" virgin janitor asked you out? What would you say? And then she said, 30 years old. This is where, okay, you ready? 30 years old? Well, first, I'm only 19, so he's way too old for me, and a virgin at 30. I've never seen or heard someone that old remaining a virgin. I haven't had sex in almost a month, and I'm going crazy. I can't imagine being 30. What the fuck? And then I said, well, I'm a virgin, and it's over for me, lol. And then she said, I call cap. You are literally so damn hot, unless it's a choice. And I said, nope. No choice. Genuinely can't get laid. Every girl I talk to, I have a flop. And then she said, maybe. This is where I got her in 4K right here. She said, maybe I'd have to do a therapy session on you then with that winky face, And I said, but I'd be a patient though. I thought you said you can't date patients. Look at that shit. Caught in 4K right there. And she said, look, I'm not a psychologist yet, all right? So you can't be a patient. Then I just asked what usually happens at these sorority parties you hold. She said they are so lit with a bunch of teas. We basically invite a couple guys over and just chill. Some end in hookups, others don't. I said, what quality are these guys you're hooking up with? Are they good looking? And she said, yeah, I get really lucky. And if you were here, this is fucking hilarious. And if you were here, it would make me even luckier. I want to grab your hot body. Also, what's your height? She asked me for my height. And some of you guys told me to say like some manlet shit. And I said 5'3". And then look. She said, no, you're not. You look at least bare minimum 6 foot. Please tell me you're lying. And cause I already know, cause the dude looks like he's a fucking giant. And I said, yeah, I'm kidding. I'm 6'4". I want to see what you'd say. She said, yeah, I was gonna say if you were 5'3", I would have laughed. What the fuck? This is supposed to be your therapist. This is supposed to be I connect with people. Like, what? She said, you made me nervous for a sec. And then, yeah, this is where I said I called her out again, caught in 4K. I said, hey, wait, I thought psychologists weren't supposed to judge. She said, yeah, but 5'3" is really short. Even most of my sisters are taller than that. Pfft. She put that PFFT, that pfft, whatever. Then I said, yeah, but what if I actually was 5'3"? Would you still be talking to me? She said, of course, you seem like you have a great personality. I'm having fun texting you on here. And I said, what is the shortest you'd go in terms of height for dating? And she said, what do you mean? Like, what is the shortest guy I would date? I said, yeah. She said, well, to be honest, you are perfect height. I like guys who are at least 6'3" and up. And the lowest I would go is probably just 6 foot. If I date any guy below 6 foot, all my sisters will rip on me. So I guess the reason why these young girls aren't dating you is because they don't want to get made fun of. I said, so height is important. She said, yes, without a doubt. And then look at this shit. I said, here's another question. Would you date a guy who is 6'2", has a weak jawline, and terrible acne, who has a 4 out of 10 face? Well, that's literally me. I said, I mean, he is over 6 foot, which is good, but with a 4 out of 10 face with acne, I would have to pass. I said, what if he had a good personality? She said, I actually don't know. I said, well, let me ask, what would you do if you were talking to him right now? Like, this shit is so, hilarious, And I said, I would probably set him up with a friend because, to be fair, he is tall, but you said the guy is ugly. And I said, so what's more important, face or height? And this is where she says, it's a tough one. I'm not like other girls because I like really hot guys, but those hot guys are usually tall, so maybe face. Height is also super important too, so I don't know. And then she asked me, like, oh, you have Snapchat ready so I can give you the Addy. God, the way these kids talk is actually mind-blowing. But then I just made some excuse. I'm not downloading that garbage. I said, I'm downloading it. The internet's slow, blah, blah, blah. And she said, no worries. We can still talk on here. How big is your D size? And I said, no bullshit. It's 7.5 inches. No, it's not. I just made that up because it's like a good. And then she said, holy fuck you. This is where she starts praising me, the 6'4" height, the handsome man, the 7-incher. She says, holy fuck, you are literally a god. You are the most perfect male sent down from heaven. God, that turned me on. I said, just curious, what dick size is ideal for you? And she said, literally yours inside me. I was like, and I said, I meant inches. And then she said, anything over 7 is good. The biggest I've ever had was 10 before. It was fun. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but anything under 7 is too small for me. Maybe the lowest I'd go is 6. And I said, how about a solid 4.5 incher? She said, I would probably laugh. I've been in situations where guys have been that small and I have laughed. I said, that's mean, you know? I thought she literally told me, like, the first thing, she's like, oh, I've been a very compassionate, understanding, I get along with people. Like, what? And she said, yeah, but I couldn't help it. There was this cute guy I had a threesome with, and his dick was so small. What? Okay, yeah, what is up with girls and threesomes? And that's what I said. I said, what's up with girls and their threesomes? Like, isn't that shit, like, awkward and weird? And she said, no, actually, the most amount of people I've slept with at once, she meant to say, is 8. 5 girls, 3 guys, so I guess 8 people. I said, Jesus Christ, Lord, save our souls. Because seriously, save our souls, man. What is going on, you know, with our youth? What is this? You know? Then she said, hey, don't judge. It was fun. And I said, I'm assuming all these guys were cute. She said, well, I mean, yeah. And I said, yeah, this is weird, yeah. That right there, like, the whole conversation, like, that literally melted my brain right there. Like, she said, hey, let me know when to snap download so we can finish talking. I'm not done with you, sexy. God, you are living life on tutorial mode plus fucking infinite health god mode. Like, you really are as this dude. I mean, Jesus Christ. If you're a Chad, you got it all. You know? This will never be me in my life. Like, this will never be me. For everyone telling me it's my personality, it's my this, it's my that, I mean, just look at this shit. You know, if I was this guy, I'd probably be having the time of my life right now. I would definitely, like, if I was this guy, I definitely would have, like, followed up and shit and probably went to this, like, sorority party. But, since I'm this ugly, you know, ginger, it's over. So, I mean, yeah, like, I don't know what else to think about this shit. Like, it's so fucking bizarre, man. You can't, like, win, you know. Oh, just have a good personality. Oh, just exist, you know. How about just exist? Because look at this guy. He's just existing. And he gets everything, dude. It's crazy. But, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. You know, if you have any friends, and I mean any friends at all, the second they get girlfriends, it's over for your friendship. You know, I mean, now, I honestly, sometimes I miss high school because of the amount of black pills I would witness. But at this point, you know, it's been like, I think like 6 or 7 years since I made a friend. It's been a super long time. I don't think I'm ever going to make another friend again. I mean, I've tried now. It's just a different world after high school. But my senior year, and here's another thing. You always have to watch out. You have to watch out for any dude who's sub 5, short, you know, any of that, who gets a girlfriend. Because every time, I'm telling you, every time they break up, they go through fucking mental breakdowns. Every time. It should be a scientific fact. Because I've seen it so many times in my life where these sub 5 dudes who are in denial that it's over for them, they somehow manage to, you know, Jester Max their way into a relationship. Then they break up after a couple months, and then they have these fucking mental breakdowns. You have to watch out for those fucking people. I've seen it so many times. Like this kid I used to sit next to at the what is it, the cafeteria. I wouldn't really consider like I was friends with him. He would just sit with us for some random reason. I mean, I hung out with him a couple times, but he would just like sit next to us at the lunch table, and we just like didn't give a fuck. We just talked to him, and like I said, he was 5'7" and ethnic, and he started dating this girl, this crazy, and I mean batshit crazy liberal girl who was 2 inches taller than him. Pretty fucking brutal. But he was basically a clown. I mean, the amount of videos I've seen of this kid getting yelled at by his girlfriend in class, and this is what happened. He started bringing her over to the lunch table, and he used to give us these fucking rules. He's like, guys, please don't curse, please don't curse, please don't do this, please don't do that, please be respectful, please don't do this, don't do this. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. And the sad part is probably this motherfucker thinks that's normal in a relationship. He probably thinks that is normal. And she made him go vegan, you know? Fucking brutal. She made this motherfucker go vegan. Like, I can't even, like, I don't even have any words for that shit. You know, the whole relationship, they only lasted like 3 months. And when they broke up, because like eventually like they stopped. Like she supposedly she didn't like us. She didn't like me and my like two friends, and she got like all pissed, like had a mental breakdown on us. I kind of just like sat there and didn't say anything, and then she like stormed off. And then they started sitting somewhere else. And then like a couple months later, he came back in like a complete fucking mental breakdown. He's like, "She broke up with me, bro. Why'd she break up with me, bro?" It's like, look at you, like no what? And we asked him, we're like, did you have sex with her at least? He's like, no, never. I didn't have sex with her once. It's like, oh my God, you know, how does that even happen? You want to know, like, I don't understand how sometimes, like, does anyone have an explanation for this? Because he didn't have the beta bucks, you know, he's in high school. And, like, why do these girls get into these relationships where they're not attracted to the guy in the slightest? They treat them like shit. They don't have sex with them. They don't do anything. It's like, why would you do that? Why would she even consider a relationship if all she's gonna do is disrespect my friend? Like, what the fuck? That shit was just, like, bizarre. But the whole thing, man, and he's crying so bad. He's like, she broke up with me, bro. Oh, my God, bro. Just, like, going off. And, that's what happens. These fucking people, these dudes that are in denial that it's over, they have mental breakdowns. I call that shit the girlfriend withdrawals. They get the, and I think this is what happens. They're so not used to like having a girl present. You know, that would probably happen to me if I ever got a girlfriend and shit. I'd be like so happy because I've never had female attention in my entire life, that I'd be so happy that if we broke up, I'd probably have like a mental breakdown. I think that's what happens. It's the girlfriend withdrawals from these dudes who are in denial that it's over. But anyway, just yesterday, and this is like what reminded me of this shit. It's so funny. This motherfucker, well, it's not funny, but he posted on his Instagram story. My friend showed me it. He screen recorded it and sent it to me. He was crying, like literally crying on the camera. He's like, I have no friends left. I have nobody left. My life sucks. I hate everything. I have nobody in my life. There's nothing. I can't get a relationship. Nobody likes me. Nobody wants me. My life sucks. My life is terrible. It's over. It's over. It's like, yep, I saw that one coming, you know? It's like, honestly, I should be like one of those, what are they called? Like those spiritual readers that can like see into the future. Because all of that shit, all of those spiritual reading things, that's all based on looks, 100%. Like if I was one of those spiritual people or whatever that could predict the future, do those palm readings. If let's pretend like some 5'4" balding dude comes over to me and says, hey, predict my life. I'll just be like, I can sense that you got bullied when you were younger and you can't get a girlfriend and your life is fucking terrible. And he'll be like, whoa, how did you know? It's like all that shit is based on looks, you know? Like, and he's, especially after doing those Chadfish things, and like even I'm about to do a Stacy one soon. It's like just after seeing all this shit, it's like everything is based on genetics. Literally your entire life is based on genetics. Your entire happiness, your entire life is all based on genetics. You know, you think if that kid wasn't, well, first off, 5'7", like, I mean, that's pretty short. He was ethnic. I don't remember what exactly he was. I want to say Indian. I'm not so sure. But I mean, it was just over. It was over, and he got disrespected so bad, you know, so bad. And he hasn't had a relationship since, I don't think. I mean, I could ask him, but dude's literally crying on his Instagram saying how he has no friends and nobody likes him and it's over. Like, that's fucking brutal, man. I mean, this world is so fucked now, you know. But it really was over for him anyway. I mean, if you get into a relationship and you notice shit like that, she forces you to be vegan, disrespects you in front of everybody. I mean, it was so brutal, man. Like, the amount of videos people would record of him in the class, like, because I didn't have class with him. I just heard it, like, around, and people would show me, like, random people would be like, oh, did you see them fighting in the class, bro? I have a video. It's so funny. And she'd be literally yelling at him, like, screaming at him in the class. He'd be like, calm down, sweetie. It's okay, sweetie. Calm down. And he'd, like, just, like, trying to, like, calm her down. She'd still be yelling at him. The whole class would be laughing at him. The teachers would be yelling. Oh, my God, man. And this, like I said, 100 times, he probably thinks that's going to be normal for a relationship for his life. But, I mean, yeah, it's truly brutal. Everything is genetics. If I had $1 for every time someone said you'll figure it out, I would be a legitimate multi-millionaire. You know, over the past decade, maybe even longer than that, every conversation I've ever had with various people, they've always ended up in, you'll figure it out. But nothing has ever changed, you know. What they mean by this when they say you'll figure it out, first off, it's just a bot response. But what they mean by this is you're probably fucked and beyond saving. So I'm just going to say you'll figure it out so you don't get depressed. That's what they mean, because nothing has changed in my life. Still same old me, same old hearing the you'll figure it out, bro. You know, I saw my cousin and her husband yesterday. We had this like tiny family gathering at our house, like an after Christmas party because they couldn't come, you know, during Christmas because they got sick. And man, oh man, first off, they're both going into therapy. I shit you not. You know, they're both vegan. Her husband has a female voice. I don't know how. He's like, they're both height matched, looks matched, and they're just nuts. They're both going into therapy. The whole night they wouldn't shut the fuck up about diversity, equality, all this shit. It's like, okay, like enough. You know, they're all like, oh, we're going into, we go to protests every day. We're so much better than you guys. We go to protests every day. We're always active in the community. Diversity, equality, gender stuff. It's like, okay. You know, I heard it the first time. You know, I heard it the first time, man. You know, and her husband told me, at the end, he's like, you know, he's like, oh, you'll figure it out. He's like, I know someone who's 60 years old and he became a doctor at 60. And it's like, well, first off, who would want to be a doctor at 60 years old? You got to be delusional. That's usually around the time you want to retire. And it doesn't look like I want to be a doctor at 60 years old. You know, how is saying that shit helping me? You know, seriously, like, you'll figure it out, bro. I know someone who, you know, was like a late bloomer. He became a doctor at 60 years old. And keep in mind, they're only like a year or two older than me, I think. Yeah, I think I want to say 2 years maybe. I don't fucking know. Both going for their masters right now. Highly intelligent, by the way. Very, very intelligent. And here's the thing. I've never seen people so smart, yet so stupid in my life. They have the social awareness of a gnat, but they're so book smart, you know. But they have the personalities of wet dish rags. They talk like literal robots, you know, like actual robots. It's actually insane. And can you believe, like, her husband, before they got here, somehow this motherfucker, I don't know how I really don't. You know how these cars now, they have like this electric shit where they have the key fob. You don't need to like put the key in anymore. Somehow he started the car, walked back inside with the key fob, left it somewhere, came back out, just completely fucking oblivious to the message on the fucking dashboard saying it was missing the fucking key fob, you know, beeping. Completely in oblivion, drove over to our house without the key fob, and then he had to get it towed at the end, you know, when they were going home, he had to get it towed back, and it's just like, what the fuck, you know? How do you forget that shit, you know? I don't know, that's just, I don't know, and the amount of shit, like, the shit that they were telling us, it just, like the stories they were telling, they just have, like, no social awareness, like, they're just weird, like, I don't know how to explain it, guys, it's just, like, they're not street smart in the slightest at all. And I don't know, man. They're just on a whole nother level. And you better believe I was asking them so many questions about therapy. You know, I asked them, is there a script that you got to give? You know, like you're an actor. Like whenever these people say something, you're like pre-programmed to spew out this line. And they're like, yeah, you know, if someone says X, I say Y. Someone says this, I say this. You know, there's definitely scripts, if you want to call it. There's things you have to say. But it's usually, for the most part, empathy, advice, repeat. Empathy, advice, repeat. And it's like, oh my God. Like, Jesus Christ. You know, those are your few. And this is what made me laugh. My cousin, you know, she said she's seeing a therapist right now because she has a lot of problems. Yet she's going into therapy as, you know, to work as a therapist. I just burst out laughing. They're just kind of looking at me. They didn't really, like, laugh. They just were looking at me. I'm like, how the fuck do you not find that hilarious? You know, you want to become a therapist, yet you're seeing one right now for your problems. You know, I just find that kind of ironic and funny, if you ask me. But that's another thing. Like, how can these people be therapists? You know, they both got tattoos all over the place. It's just like a different world now, man. Like, it really is. The future of psychology, And this is another thing. They were both because they're both doing internships. They're watching, like, they're in the room while like real psychologists or therapists do therapy, and they're telling us, telling me and my mom, they're like, yeah, usually a majority, whenever the psychologists, whenever they try to empathize with the patients always get agitated, angry, enraged, or go berserk. And it's like, no shit. Like I said, like, that shit always comes across as gaslighting, because, like, no patient, no therapist is going to understand what the patient's going through. It's just going to come across as gaslighting bullshit, And then they're like, gaslighting, that's a good term. I didn't think of it like that. It's like, whatever. But, like, I also asked, I was like, are there people who go into therapy that cannot be saved no matter what you do? No matter what you do, because obviously there's no therapy for your hairline. There's no therapy for your face. There's no therapy for your height. And I told them, I'm like, are there people who cannot be saved no matter what? And they're like, no, everyone can be changed. Everyone can be helped. If they're coming to therapy, it's a start. It's possible. It's like, oh boy, man, oh man, and they're also saying too, and this is what had happened to me. This is the reason why I was scared of therapists, especially when I was younger, because I've been to a psych ward twice. When I was younger, there's this therapist. Well, anyway, this is what I was gonna say. Never mind. Let me get to that in a second. But my cousin said you have to report every negative thing they say to, like, people, like the authorities, just anyone, any, like, negative thoughts. You have to report. Like, anything, no matter what, or else you can lose your license, get sued, anything. So it's a must to report everything. And this is what had happened to me when I was like 13. I saw this therapist lady. I think I saw two that year. I saw this one lady I played Uno with, and then I saw another one the next year. And this lady, I said I was feeling I didn't say I was gonna, like, because I was just depressed, guys. I said I'm feeling suicidal. I just wanted attention. I said, I'm feeling suicidal. I'm really depressed. And next thing you know, I'm in an ambulance. Don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, I'm just getting, like, they're just like, oh, you have to come with me. And I'm just like, okay. Like, I'm 13. And I'm in an ambulance. Then I get to the psych ward. They're pumping me with shit. I don't know what's going on. Like, seriously, that event traumatized me. It's like, why trust someone like when they have your life in their fucking hands? Seriously. And the whole time when I was there at the psych ward when I was 13, they're like, why are you here? You're normal. Why are you here? There's no reason for you to be here. They're trying to discharge me as soon as possible. And that whole event really traumatized me. It's like, why would you trust someone like that? It's like, man, oh man. But, yeah, they're both going into therapy, and it's just like, is this going to be the future of psych? This is my opinion. I mean, you could do whatever you want. You go to therapy, do whatever you want. Don't go. But all of these therapists that I've talked to that are going into the field, it just sounds like a load of shit. It really does. To me at least. I mean, what the fuck? Just a script, empathize, advice, repeat. It's like, that's stupid. Anyone can do that, It's just ridiculous. They're getting paid the big bucks for that shit. And it's funny and it's so funny, like, at the end, they're like, oh, well, what's your dreams? What's your strengths? What's your, what do you want to do in life? And I'm like, nothing. I'm not good at anything. Like, I suck. And my mom was like, oh, that's not true. You're good at, and she couldn't even say anything. And then they kept saying, oh, you'll figure it out over and over, like, at least 100 times. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. It's like, nothing ever comes out of that. Every time someone ever says you'll figure it out, I'm just like, yep, I lost them. Like, they lost me. Like, they just know I'm fucked. Because when people start telling you, you'll figure it out, you're fucked. You really are so fucked. When people say, you'll figure it out, bro, they mean you're fucked. Like, because that's how I interpret it. Because, like, they ran out of options to say to you. They ran out of things to say, so they're like, shit. You'll figure it out. That's how it works. Like, yeah, that's pretty much it. That you'll figure it out, except you just don't. I've been stuck here for the past decade. Nothing has changed, It's crazy. It's crazy shit, And people think I'm fucked up. Just look at these two who are going into becoming therapists, Crazy shit. Even I'd make a better therapist, crazy. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I haven't had motivation in literal years. You know, how can you possibly have motivation with the amount of terrible human interactions you have? And like the biggest problem with motivation, why I can't even stay motivated even if I tried my balls off, is because my dopamine levels are so low. I never get rewarded for anything I ever do. You know, like I remember my mom even telling me like last year with my first job, she was like, oh, be proud, because she's one of those like, she always thinks like a job is like the fixer of all problems. You know, you need to get a job in order to meet people. You know, I've never met a soul in any job I've ever worked in my life, like ever. I've never met one person, you know, never became friends with anyone through a job. I've had friends who've made friends from, you know, work, but I've never done that. It just never happened. And like, my mom, you know, she was like, oh, be proud, you know, you're working, you know, get motivated, be happy. And like, I remember like seeing, it's like, why? You know, this shit sucks so bad, you know, and especially considering the fact that I didn't even have really much of like a good like childhood, and it's just like, oh, you gotta be thrown into this work. It's just like, fuck this shit. And once I saw the amount of taxes they took off, you know, for my paycheck, I was like, holy shit. It was like nearly 50%, half of it. And I was like, holy fuck. And my mom's like, well, that's the way the world is. Be proud, be happy you're working, you know, get motivated. And it's like everything I even like try to get motivated off of I just end up falling out of interest with it. I don't know like about you guys, but my whole life, especially like, I wouldn't say my whole life. I say it started around like middle school. I always would pick up things. This has been like pretty much me I don't know if you guys are like this, but I've picked up things like a hobby or something, and I get bored of it so fucking fast and I just quit. Because like nothing ever good comes out of it. Like I've done so much shit, even like basketball that I had like motivation and passion for. Those motherfuckers never gave me the ball ever. Like they never passed me the ball. They never did shit. The coach never put me in. So I was like, fuck this shit. Why should I like be happy and like, you know, be motivated for this basketball shit when no one gives a fuck? Because it was so bad. Like guys, I'm telling you, I never got the ball in a game ever, not once. You know, in basketball, that was like the worst shit ever. And it's like, why try? That's why, like, I give up so fast for shit. Because, like, I get super... This is what will happen. I'll get, like, super motivated. Then when it just doesn't fucking work out. And then, of course, you'll hear the people saying, oh, bro, that's how it has to be, bro. Life is hard. Things are challenging, bro. But it's not this challenging, trust me. You know, like, it's like everything I do. You know, everything I try to do, it just ends up in a fucking flop. Like, a complete failure. Like, it always, all the time. It's your mindset, bro. It's like, how the fuck is it my mindset? The kids literally never gave me the ball in basketball. How the fuck is that my mindset? You know, it's like, no wonder I'd quit. Fuck that bullshit. You know? Every club I tried to join, you know, to get motivated. Oh, I want to try this. I want to try that. Always ended up in a flop because the kids didn't fucking, like, do shit. And it was boring. So I was like, fuck this. Why should I be motivated? Even in the gym, you know, losing weight. This is what happened. Like, I got motivated, went on this fucking diet, you know, back in, like, October. Fucking lost all this weight. Here I am, like, skinnier now, and it's just, like, my face hasn't changed. You know, everything's still the fucking same. And it's like, why did I even do that? You know, why would I? It just doesn't fucking matter. You know, I lost all this weight. Like, oh, you should be proud, bro. It didn't guarantee me anything. It didn't give me any friends. Didn't get me a relationship. Didn't do shit, you know. It literally did nothing. I pretty much just wasted my time, you know. Going to the gym, that shit is hard fucking work. There's been days, it's like so on and off with that shit. It's like sometimes I think like, what's the fucking point? You know, and then others I'm like, oh, let's get motivated. Let's do it. Then it's like, it's because of the reward shit. No one like ever like does, like, I swear to God, my dopamine levels are probably the lowest on the fucking planet, you know. I mean, seriously, I don't really have a drive to go get anything. Because I already know, like, it's just, what's the point? I've tried hard enough, you know. You gotta keep trying, bro. 50 rejections are just, that's just a start, bro. Keep going. Keep destroying your self-esteem and confidence with every rejection, bro. You got this. It's like, fuck that. I've asked out the bottom of the barrel, you know, pretty much my whole life and gotten rejected. You think if I keep lowering and lowering and lowering my standards, I'll eventually find someone. You know, it's just not happening for some reason. I'm asking out the literal bottom of the barrel at this point. Obese, you know, I just don't even care. At this point, I date a 40-year-old single mom. And here's the thing. This is what people... Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know if I do that. But you know what I mean. Like, my standards are pretty fucking low. You know, and like for some reason... and this like kind of like my mom, and I had like a friend say this too, through like trying to give me like this talk, like, oh, you know, there's someone out there for you. All it takes is one girl, that one girl. And it's like, yeah, you're right, but where is she? Like, seriously, where is she? like, yeah, it takes that one girl. All you need is that one girl, but where is she? Like, nowhere to be found. Like, I'm asking out the literal bottom of the barrel, getting rejected at 6'2". It's like, what the fuck do I even do? You know? It truly is fucking brutal. You know? I don't know. And even, like, when I'm over my cousins were over 2 days ago, you know, she's married. She's, like, 2 years older than me. My mom, like, got, like, really sad after they left. She's like, oh, how come you can't do that? How come? It's like, no wonder my motivation's in the shitter. It's like, how come you can't get a girlfriend? How come you can't? It's like, come on, you're getting old. You're getting old. And you want to know what, like, the most confusing shit is when people talk to you? And I'll never, like, I hate this so much. They'll say, oh, you're still young. You got this. You got time. Just chillax. Chill out. You got this. You know, you're young enough. And then, like, the next day, they'll be like, oh, you're getting older. You settle down. You gotta do all this shit. Come on. And then it's like, you get confused. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I thought you just told me I'm young and I should chill, and now you're telling me this shit. And it's like back and forth, you know. I don't even understand. It's like stupid as fuck. Like, my parents like, oh, you gotta settle down. Oh my God, you're getting so old. Oh my God, you gotta get your shit together. And then it's like, oh, you're young enough. Oh, it's okay. You got this. It's like, what? You know, no wonder I'm so fucked up for hearing that shit every fucking day. You know, on and off shit. I don't know. It's just weird. You know, but I seriously haven't had motivation in forever. You know, it got so bad to the point where I just let myself go. Like, say like 2 years ago, I just let myself go. You know, I just fucking stopped with hygiene. Because, like, this shit, you don't realize, like, rejections and, like, the way people treat you and shit, it just, like, takes a toll on you. And you just don't give a fuck anymore. And you're like, what's the point? You know? That's why, like, my hygiene went to shit. Everything went to shit. And I was like, fuck it. Who cares? You know? And then, like, just a while ago, I started, like, getting myself back together. And then it's like, what's the point? Like, nothing is even changing. And now that I'm doing all this shit, like, seriously, nothing has changed. I'm still the same, you know, person. No gym for your face. It's like, nothing worked. Like, I lost all this weight, you know, got super motivated. And I'm glad I did, at least. But didn't do anything, like, to fix me, you know. Still the same person. Same, getting treated the same way, you know. Same shit. It just doesn't matter. Like, what I do. I just haven't had motivation in so long. But, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. Movies and TV have always been a bad cope for me. You know, I notice nowadays that people just watch shows just to fit in with society. They don't actually really care about the show. They just want to have some small talk bullshit to talk about. I mean, I used to cope so heavily with anime. This was before anime was, like, mainstream. Because now the normies took anime over. Anime's not, like, nerdy or anything anymore. But I don't watch anime anymore, but I used to so much. I would come home every day after school, like in middle school, and I'd get so immersed. It was such a bad cope at the time because I'd never had any homework for some reason. I'd just come home, turn on anime for 8 hours, and that's how you know it's over. When you're watching anime and playing video games every day after school, you know, just sitting alone in your room, that's how you know it's over, you know. But that's what I would do. I'd get super into that shit. And it just, I don't know, movies and TV always felt like a waste of time to me. And it's like, it's funny. You notice, like, all the movies that are playing right now, they're either reboots, remakes, or just cash grabs. You know, I can't tell you, like, even the new Batman movie, like I said, was trash. But it's like, I don't know, dude. Like, they keep remaking everything. You know, and it's like, how many Batman movies are we gonna get? You know, Spider-Man movies. It's like, I don't know. And I do go to the movies every time I think there's something like that's cool. Because I thought the Batman movie would be good. It was like, I give it a 4 out of 10, you know, my face. But honestly, yeah, it was like pretty shit for the most part. And all I was going to say was I go to the movies by myself. That's another, that's how you know it's over too. That's another true self trait right there, going to the movies alone. And here's something, if you go to the movies alone, I don't know why, but ever since like maybe a decade ago, they started making it so that you have to like pick your seats or some bullshit. Like on the screen, whenever you pay for your tickets, you have to like pick your seats. It's not like you just pay for the ticket and sit wherever the fuck you want. You have to like have assigned seating like you're in middle school. And every time, like I always pick the handicap seats in the back, and they just don't even say anything. They're like, yeah, you could sit there. Just like if someone needs it, you just have to sit somewhere else. And no one ever needs it. So it's like the best seat, I'm telling you. Because like they're not going to say no, you know. They just say, yeah, you can sit there. Like just move if someone needs it. But I mean, yeah, they're the best seats. They're all the way in the fucking back. No one ever picks them. And they're just overall good seats when you're by yourself. Because I don't think I've been in the movies with anybody like recently, besides like my parents maybe. I have no fucking idea. But anyway, I was gonna say about these TV shows. Oh my god, you know, there's this new show. It's not new. I don't want to know. It's called Euphoria. Everyone keeps like gargling its cock for some reason, just like hyping the show up. There's this girl in my college who said, "Oh, I have to catch up on it so I'm not left out, so you guys don't hate me." Like she said that, but she was like joking, but you could tell she wasn't joking. It's like she was trying to make a joke but be serious at the same time. She's like, "I need to watch it so I'm respected by you guys." Hee hee hee. And it's like she was trying to make a joke, but you could tell she wasn't really joking. It's like it's fucking sad. You know, is that like I said, is that what it takes to be a normie now? You have to pay attention to the latest trends. Because this show, I'm telling you, I can't go a day in my life right now without fucking seeing it somewhere or hearing about it. You know, this Euphoria show. So, of course, I had to check it out because I don't want to, like, bash something that I don't know what the fuck it is. So I checked it out. I think I watched the entire fucking first season, which I don't even know why. Just to, like, see. It's not even... Okay, here's the thing. The show is not even good. It is fucking insane. And you want to know something I find hilarious? Super hilarious. People tell me all the time, like, "Oh, you know, bro, you're very negative. People shouldn't be watching your content because you're really negative, bro." And it's like... These are the same people who are you look up any show right now that's popular, look up top 10 most popular shows right now. They're all negative, violent, just god-awful shows. You know? It's like, how are you gonna sit here and say, "Bro, you're negative, bro. People shouldn't watch you, bro." Yet you watch these fucking horrible, negative, violent shows. And listen to this violent rap music. Like, even the same shit with music, man. These people who tell me, "Oh, people shouldn't be listening to you, bro. I think you're a bad influence, man." It's like, look at these rappers you're listening to. I don't even, you know, I call rap music now beta bucks music, because that's pretty much what it is. I haven't heard one single rap song where they don't talk about money. I seriously don't. And I fucking used to make rap music, and I know all the people that I made music with in the past always have a bar about, "Oh, shawty got that bag up." Just fucking stupid beta bucks music, like, "Oh, shawty like my money, shawty like my drip." It's like, fuck off with that shit. It's beta bucks music. But anyway, this whole Euphoria show, man, oh man, you know, I watched the first, I think, 10 episodes. There is literally a sex scene every 5 minutes. There's drug use like every fucking like 10 minutes, and then there's like some violent fight every 15 minutes, and it's like, oh my god, man, this is what the kids are watching, you know? And it's like, even one of the main characters is this Giga Chad, this 6'5". I looked up the actor's height because the kid's tall. Literal Chad. He plays like some psychopath who like torments all the girls and shit. And you'll see on Instagram there's like fan pages of this guy. It's like, oh my god, man. You know, I noticed like most of like these shows and movies too, they're just Chad worship. Like I'm serious. You know, this new Batman movie, they had that Chad play him. I don't know, man. It's just like, but by this Euphoria movie, I mean TV show, I'm telling you, I've never seen such I don't know, it's just a degenerate show. Like, there's no other way to put it, you know? And there's this one character, I remember, like, the first, like, 2 episodes, like, there's this fat girl who couldn't lose her virginity, then she lost it, and everyone was like, yeah, you're a slut now, yes, yes, and I was like, oh my god, dude, how the fuck do people watch this trash? You know, like, seriously, you want to see, I'm not bullshitting at all, you watch this show, you'll be like, what the fuck, man, you know, it's crazy. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Movies, TV have never been a good cope for me. I always ended up wasting my time and getting nothing out of it. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Alright, today I'm going to be reacting to Jacked and Stacked Hardcore Self-Improvement. I'll just call him JNS, just so it's short. And I had made a video a couple days ago reacting to this photo. Basically what it was, if you haven't seen it, pretty much some dude, and I didn't write this, by the way, for some reason he thinks I wrote it. I did not write it, but it's some dude pretty much saying how, you know, your most basic people, they just go through life kinda, and they usually just stumble upon a wife, friends, a job, without really much thought or self-improvement. So I'm going to be reacting to a few things that he said. Obviously I'm not going to play the whole video because it's very, very long. It's half an hour, so if you want to watch it, I'll leave the link and you can go check it out. But I'm just going to like respond to a couple claims or things that he said.
You know, there's just normal kids in high school who just decided to play sports and women just kind of gravitated to them. Guys, sports is a form of self-improving. You know, they said how, you know, guys, we shouldn't have to self-improve at the top. Self-improvement, sports is self-improvement, guys. There's a physical component. So a lot of these guys who play football, they were lifting weights and working out in high school, right? I played football a little while, right? I was lifting weights. They had us, you know, doing weights and exercise pull-ups and stuff. So you're gym maxing. They technically are gym maxing. That already does something to your brain. It helps your motivation, your confidence, right? So the athletes, that's why athletes in high school and stuff did so well, because
so around the 4-minute mark, after he talks about nature and nurture, he brings up that sports is a form of self-improvement. But I have a question. You will tend to notice the people playing these sports have good genetics to begin with. Football, for example, you will not find anyone in the NFL who is under 5'8". And if you do, there's probably only a tiny handful. And the problem with that is, you know, are girls attracted to them? Probably not. And it's like, why would I want to join a sport where I get mogged into a third realm? And I understand that there's the enjoyment factor to sports. That's why people play them. And I'm sure there's people who only play sports to get girls. I mean, if they do that, whatever. It's their choice. But you claimed that, you know, athletes, they're more motivated, confident, because, you know, they got to work out, you know, because they're athletes. But all sports has ever done in my life, and trust me, I've done it all. I've played so many sports throughout my life. All it has ever done for me is the complete opposite. Brought me low self-esteem, terrible confidence. I was bullied horribly in every sport I ever played.
Again, coping. This is a cope. You know, this guy right here probably say, "Oh, you're coping, bro, with the self-improving." Bro, you're coping. You're coping because you know that, you know, you don't really want to put in the work because you're too lazy. That's right, sir. That's what it is. You're just too lazy, bro. You're too lazy to put in the work. So what you want to do is you want to cope and say, "Oh yeah, man, you know, it's not even worth it in the end. Like, you shouldn't have to self-improve for what someone else gets naturally." What a load of crap, bro. What a cope. The massive cope, right? Massive coper, dude. This dude who wrote this, I don't know if he wrote it, but whoever wrote it.
And there it is, the laziness gaslight that I have been talking about. There it is. You know, I really wish that these people would watch just more than one video. Like, seriously. If only he knew, if he would have even seen a video from, I don't know, like a couple of days ago. Like, seriously, I'm on a weight loss journey, which I'm skinny now, pretty much. I lost 48 pounds. I'm doing good, feeling good about myself. Can't complain. Maybe it's time to hit the gym. I don't know. And it's like, these people, first off, they don't know your life either. You know, for someone, myself, who is supposedly lazy, I sure am out of the house most of the day, 12 hours a day.
work, college simultaneously. It's hard. It really is hard. Still, while trying to maintain a social life, it is very difficult. I wouldn't call myself lazy. Very unmotivated, though. I will say that. I am very unmotivated. But still, I am proud of myself for losing weight. And this dude, he like, I don't understand. He's like, you don't want to put in the work. It's like, well, I am. You just don't see it. And here's something. Let me give an example real quick. First, I'd like to say people don't see the process. They only see the results. They never see the process of what you did and how to get there. They only see the results. And that example I was going to say is, let's say there's two men, man one and man two. Let's say they're both looking for jobs. Man one, he goes to his dad and says, hey, can I work for your business? His dad says, sure, why not? He gets very lucky that his dad's, open to giving him the job. Now let's say man two sends out 50 job applications, gets them all denied, goes on tons of interviews, gets rejected on all of, the job interviews, and then they both meet up. And man one says, oh, bro, you must be lazy. You just don't want to put in the work. You're a loser. You're just lazy. That's exactly what happens with me. These people only want to see results, no process. You must be lazy, bro. You must. It's like, no.
We all get rejected in high school, bro. Literally, no one really gets laid in high school except literally like the athletes, the cool kids, whatever. No one gets laid in high school, bro. Guys, college is not it's not what it used to be. Used to, you go to college, man, and it was just kind of like everybody was fucking, like everybody was just hooking up. It was just crazy, right? But college isn't like that anymore, man. College is not like that, right? College for most guys is shit. For me, college was just a massive struggle. I struggled to get anything, bro. It was so tough in college. It was brutal, man. I wasn't complaining though on the internet. I didn't complain. I didn't even know about this stuff back then. I didn't know this content existed. College is brutal for most guys, bro. You're not special. You're not special because you didn't get laid in high school. You're not special because you didn't get laid in college, bro. You're not special, bro. I know a lot of these guys who do this complaining, they think they're so special, like their situation is so unique. It's not unique, bro.
Okay, so he says, guys don't get laid in high school that much, which I agree. The numbers are going up, male sexlessness. I agree with him 100%. But then he also says how college, it's a struggle. It's brutal. Not that many guys are hooking up there either. But it's like, wait a minute. So when are guys having sex? That's what I want to know from what you said. So if guys aren't getting laid in high school and guys are barely getting laid in college, when are they getting laid?
I wish I was 18 again. Oh, I had the best time of my life. It's like, wait a minute. I thought things were supposed to get better. So again, a very bad point. Okay, so here's the thing, bro. Most people aren't self-improving, right? Most people in life, I got a lot of friends, bro. Almost none of them are doing the things we're doing. None of these guys are doing self-improving. Looks maxing, looking into ways to improve themselves. They're not doing it, bro. So of course, most people arrive at 30 or arrive at, whatever 30 plus, whatever age they are. And of course they make conclusions that, yeah, it was a better time then because they haven't done the work. These people are the people who wasted 18 to 30 partying, living the life up that they miss. And now they're dealing with the consequences, right? Wasted time. They didn't build anything financially. They're still in the same place they were. Maybe they made a bad mistake, got married, had a kid. Who knows, right? Most people aren't doing the right things. If you ask a man who actually self-improved and took his 20 seriously and put in work, I can guarantee you that guy will say like, oh yeah, life has gotten better. Right? Because even for me, I'm approaching 30, and guess what? Life has gotten significantly better than it was even just 3 years ago. So yes, bro, if you're doing the right things, it does get better. Unless life happens or you get sick or something happens, right? Which is just out of your control. But life does get better for the self-improving man, for the man who's putting in work, the man who's actually developing himself internally, externally, every single way, putting in the gym, jack, getting muscle early on, putting on muscle during his prime when he can actually build muscle and keep that muscle throughout his life. That's the guy who you can ask at 30 and be like, hey, how's life? He'll be like, man, life's amazing right now. I'm in the best place. So it just doesn't make sense to conclude, because you ask any 30-year-old, but you have to remember that most 30-year-olds aren't doing the right thing. They're not doing the right things to be in a better place at 30.
Okay, so this is around the 15-minute mark. It was basically after I had said that, when people like myself look up to older people for advice, they will usually say things get better with age, but they're also the same people who say, oh, my late teens and early 20s was the best time in my life. Nothing will ever top that. But then it's like, wait a minute. I thought it's supposed to get better when you're older. And he said that's a bad point because
They weren't self-improving. That's why they're looking back. Instead of self-improving, they spent their time, partying. But isn't that ideal, though? Wouldn't you want that? And by saying that, you kind of said what I was saying. You're saying that these people, they didn't self-improve in their 20s, but yet they were having a fun time. They didn't need to self-improve to have friends or relationship. They just had a fun time. And it's like, well, wait, isn't that what you're arguing against? And he pretty much is trying to just say that the self-improving man, it'll be worth it. You'll look back, you'll be proud of what you did. And it's like, yeah, like that's great. But I can guarantee you that there are some people out there who do spend years self-improving and their only potential is a 3 out of 10. It's like, what do you do with that? Because I know it's definitely possible. It's definitely happened. It's like, then what do you do? What's the solution to that? That's like a question I have. Well, what is the solution to that? And here's a problem I have. He pretty much makes it seem like I'm anti-self-improvement. I've never told anyone how to live their lives. I don't ever give advice. My channel basically consists of me just telling stories of things that happen and just, random stuff I find interesting. That's pretty much about it. If you want to self-improve, if you think you can ascend, then go for it.
I don't know who he's talking about. Most people I know who are the same age as me, they're not married and have kids. They're still free, just doing their thing. Like, they're not, I don't know who he's asking. I don't know who this guy's talking about. Clearly he didn't do enough asking around, because it just doesn't make sense, bro. Your prime, he said that, your prime, I'll argue your prime is between 18 and 30, which I don't know, it could be true. I'll find out soon. I'll be 30 soon, and then I'll keep a track on how things are going, and I'll update you guys, but we'll see soon. I don't really know. Maybe that is true. Maybe, once you're past the age of 30, maybe you do get, slower, whatever, weaker. But most of the guys I know who are in their 30s, they're fucking more jacked than me. They look better than me. Jacked, money, whatever. Like, they mock the hell out of me, and they mock the hell out of you guys probably too. They mock all of us. It's a bunch of dudes in their 30s. I don't know. He must not be getting out enough. He must not be getting out and actually seeing the real world, bro. He's just seeing through these like black pill lenses, and he's just picking out, oh yeah, see, look at this guy. He's 30 plus, and he looks like that. He looks like shit.
All right, now here's pretty much another gaslight. He pretty much said, I clearly don't go outside, which I'm almost positive I go out maybe more than him. I'm always outside doing shit. I got a busy life at that, but I'm not going to compare whatever it is what it is. But here's the thing, like, I don't know why he said that. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, that I said, you lose your friends after 30 when they get married. He said, my friends aren't married, which again is anecdotal. Nothing wrong with that. His friends aren't married. But to say that, that's irrelevant, it doesn't make sense. It's like, what is the average age to get married? I know it's like a lot later now, but it can't be over, your mid 30s. No way. Female fertility doesn't last forever. Of course, men can wait longer, but most people get married in their late 20s to early 30s. So again, people like myself who have never had a relationship get left behind while our friends move on with their relationships. It's like, how is that not relevant?
What can you do as a man to self-improve? Are you really asking that, Dbdr? Are you really asking that, bro? Okay, yes, gym. You said the gym. Diet, haircut, piercings, growing your beard, eyebrow transplant, or thickening your eyebrows or putting castor oil on them. Doing different hairstyles. You can do, gym, making your neck thicker. Even making your neck thicker will change the appearance of how you look. You can do mewing. You can do fillers. What the fuck is he talking about, bro? Mental issues, you can start to do therapy for those. You can meditate, you can journal, you can write, work on your internal confidence. All these things show on the outside too, though, your energy, the vibe you give off, right? So I don't know what this guy's talking about how can men self-improve besides the gym. Bro, you have no idea. Guys, do not listen to this. Any type of content like this, do not listen to this. I bet this guy's probably like 18, 19, 20, 21. Don't listen, guys. This guy has not lived long enough to make any type of conclusions that he should be telling other people. We don't need this content infecting young men who haven't even gave it a shot. He's already trying to ruin them because he's given up. Right? He's too lazy to put in self-improvement. Yeah, bro. You, Mr. Dbdr, don't make other people, share your misery because you're miserable. You're too lazy to put in work and at least try before you make conclusions. Yeah, because if you're 22, 21, you haven't lived long enough to actually try. It takes years as a man to self-improve, to look better.
Okay, so the final thing he said, I agree with 100%. This was one of the last things he said. He said it a couple times throughout his video, and I agree. The one thing, though, is first, and if you watched any of my videos besides that one, he would know I haven't given up yet. I mean, you might see a video one day in the future, who knows how long, that says DBDR's first date. I mean, who knows? But the not even trying thing, this is what I have to say about that. And I really hope he watches this. I really do. But when you're like me, first let me just talk about myself real quick for 2 seconds. I know all there is to know about trying. I seriously do. I used to be a huge day game coper. I used to go to the mall and cold approach girls for fun with my friends in hopes to get something. And it never worked. I thought if you said this line, did this. I used to be big into like MGTOW and red pill shit when I was a teenager. And I used to think like, oh, if I go to the mall and I say this and do this, then they'll say yes. But it never worked out. Like, it was just so bad. I have tons of warm approach rejections. It's like, if I didn't try, I wouldn't have this channel, because I have so much shit, so many things that happen. And when you live in a big city, so much shit happens, it's like I wouldn't have anything to talk about then. But it seems like on a weekly basis, everything is just something is happening, But what he said about the the young guys who are like still teenagers who haven't tried yet, I think that's ridiculous too. I'm with him on that. Because I've had people like in my comments say like, oh, I'm 18, like word for word, and say I've never tried and it's over. It's like I always reply and say, at least give it a couple cold approaches before you call it quits. Because like of course you're not gonna get anywhere if you don't try at least a couple times. Like that's what I always found that shit ridiculous. But I think that's why so many people think we don't try, is because there are people who actually don't try, who are just like your basic normal looking people who are young and they just don't try, which I said I agree with him on that 100%. At least give it a couple cold approaches, warm approaches if you're friends with someone, anything. And I'm going to say it one more time. I know he doesn't watch my channel. I've been losing weight. I've been talking about it a little bit. I've lost so much weight. I'm very skinny right now. Very skinny. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm about to say. It hasn't changed my life. It hasn't brought me any results yet. Still getting rejected, still same old life. So then it's like, okay, now what? The gym, which I'm going to do very soon. And it's like, what if that doesn't work either? See the problem? It's like everyone has a different reaching potential. Not everyone can be this amazing, Chad. Here's the thing, not everyone can even be average. If, going to the gym doesn't work, it's like, okay, now what? Now what do I do? I'm going to give it a try. I'll let you guys know how it goes. But because I have the resources, all my friends go to the gym, so why not? Give it a try. I lost all this weight, might as well build some muscle, and if that doesn't work, it's like, still, what do you do? And if you want to check out JNS's channel, link in description, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Hello, my name is Chris. I'm going to be your employer/interviewee. First, I'd like to start off, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Hello, my name is Tim.
Why does this guy sound like that? Why is his head shaped like that too? Why is he so short? I don't like this guy. I don't want him working for me. I don't like his vibe. Oh shit, what should I tell him though? I'll just tell him he's not qualified to avoid a lawsuit. I can't have another lawsuit. Alright, I'm just gonna pretend like I'm listening, and hopefully he will stop talking, and I'll tell him he's not qualified.
My educational background is very interesting because I graduated Harvard and I've been trying to get a job, so it would mean the world to me if you could hire me.
Yeah, that's great. You did great on this interview, but listen, man, I don't think I can hire you. With your past employment, you haven't worked a job, you said. I'm sorry. I don't think you're qualified enough. I'm sorry to bear this news to you, but you're not qualified.
It's okay. I'm used to hearing this news. Thank you for the job opportunity and have a good day.
Yep, you too. All right, next.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, wow. I like this guy's voice. He's got a pretty good vibe. Okay, so tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, my name is Brandon, and if I'm gonna be completely honest, I have a GED. I barely graduated high school. I didn't go to college. And I have a criminal record. But you know what they say, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, am I right?
Yep, you are correct. And as long as you're eager to learn, I don't see why not. I'm gonna let you on board. You know, the ladies are gonna love you and you will be an amazing member to this facility. Oh, and forget about the criminal record. You know, the past is the past. I'm sure whatever you did, it's fine. We'll get through it.
Okay, Timmy, what brings you into therapy today?
Well, Dr. Balls, I got rejected yet again on another job interview. It's the 7th one this week.
Wow, Timmy, that sounds like a victim mindset. Are you sure you're not just lazy?
No, Dr. Balls, I went on 7 of them this week. I went on 7 of them and each time they said no. They said, no, we cannot hire you. And it's been like the 50th one this year. It's been so many job interviews.
Listen, Timmy, I don't like when patients fucking bullshit me, okay? You're just fucking lazy, you're not putting in that fucking work, and you're lying to me. No way. No way can you have 50 fucking job interview denials over this past month, you fucking liar. How the fuck am I supposed to do my damn job if you can't even tell me the fucking truth?
But Dr. Bard, I am telling you the truth.
Timmy, shut up. You are making excuses. Please do not lie to me. Why would you come here if you're just gonna lie to me? Please get out of my office.
Listen, Dr. Bud, I don't know what the fuck your problem is, but I know you have 5 kids and you're divorced and you gotta pay fucking child support, but you don't need to take this shit out on me. I'm supposed to come to you for help, so if you're gonna help me, I'll just leave myself.
Good, get out of my office.
I think that therapy session went pretty well. You know, Dr. Bud is right. I gotta keep trying and never give up. Let me go to the 7-Eleven and see if Rajit can talk. Hey Rajit, how's it going?
Oh, Timmy, how are you doing? How's the job searching going?
Not so well. I got another denial today, and I don't even know why. I put so much work into these applications. I have a scholarship, and I graduated on Harvard, and I still don't get the jobs.
Oh, Timmy, do not worry. You can always work for me if things don't work out, but hopefully they will.
Oh, thank you, Rajit. I just want to prove all my bullies wrong. I want to prove every one of them wrong. I'm going to keep at it and keep trying and never going to give up.
Oh, Timmy, that is wonderful. Now tell me, how is the love life going?
Oh, it's really not going good. I can't find a girl. I still get rejected at that, too.
Oh, Timmy, do not worry. If you stop looking, the right one will come to you.
By the way, Rajit, how's your wife doing?
Oh, it's been hell ever since the arranged marriage back in the day. I found out she cheated on me 10 times and I don't know why. I give her everything she wants. I give her food, money. I am more than kind. I don't know why she would cheat.
Oh, I know, Rajit. That must be terrible. I don't know why she would cheat on you. You're a nice guy. You give her everything like you said. I know you're a nice man. Why would she cheat on you?
I don't know, but it's been with so many different men. So many, and I don't know why. I am nothing but good to my wife.
Oh, Rajit, it's okay. Hey, say, what's some advice you could give to me?
Oh, Timmy, when dealing with the ladies, you always want to be yourself. You want to be kind, funny, and confident. I read that in People magazine once.
Oh, thank you. But, you know, I've kind of been doing that. I've been myself, I've been kind, and I still get rejected.
Oh, Timmy, no, you are not doing it right. You need to be more kind and more confident. You need to be more confident in yourself.
Oh, thanks, Rajit. You always know how to cheer me up.
Oh, hey, how's it going over here? Oh, Timmy, is that you?
Oh, hey, Brad, how's it going?
Oh, it's been a long time, man. Hey, listen, I'm sorry about bullying you back in school, man. I really am, truly.
It's whatever. I'm gonna grow as a person and an individual, and it's okay. I forgive you.
Hey, listen, I'm about to hit the club. If you want, I can take you there. Maybe we can hang out, grab a couple of drinks, talk to some girls.
You know what? Sure, that would be fine. Thanks. Wow, this is the time of my life. I have never been to a club before. Man, this is the best. Thank you, Brad.
Hey, it's my pleasure, man. All those years I was bullying you, I had to make it up to you, bro. Oh, yo, see those two girls? Bro, they're coming towards us, bro. Act cool, act confident.
Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, guys. Yes, I'm fucking annoying. Hey, wait, Brad, Timmy, I remember you guys.
Oh, yeah, Michelle, how's it going? Just reclaiming the old nostalgic memories, if you want to say, with my boy Timmy here. Hey, you single right now?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Great, Timmy's actually looking for someone right now, so you two would be pretty perfect for each other.
Oh, yeah, we would. T. Oh my god, Michelle, what were you doing last night? Why did you say yes to that ugly freak? I thought Brad was gonna ask me out. It looked like he was going to. I mean, did you see him? He said, "Are you single?" And I don't know, I just got all mixed up and I said yes to Timmy. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's okay. Just go on the date with him and then, who knows, just ask him about Brad and that'll be it. Yeah, girlfriend, you're definitely right. Wow, Timmy, this is a very nice mall you picked out. Wow, why thank you, Michelle. So, tell me a little bit about yourself. Oh, well, I'm a strong, independent woman. I work 2 jobs. I'll hang out on the weekends, party maybe. I have a lot of friends, and that's pretty much about it. Tell me about yourself, Timmy. Well, things aren't really that good right now. I don't really have a job at the moment, but I'm just really excited to have my first date with you. I've never been on a date before, and I'm really excited to see how this night goes. Oh, wow, me too. Actually, if you didn't know, I'm actually waiting until marriage to have sex. Oh, so you're a virgin too? No, not exactly. I just, want to do things better this time around. Tee. Could you excuse me? I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Oh yeah, sure, no problem. Oh my god, Becky, you're not gonna believe this. He's 32, doesn't have a job, and he's a virgin. Oh my god, what did you tell him? I told him that I was waiting till marriage. I don't really know what to do. Help me. Oh, trust me, just, I don't know, get the info on Brad and maybe test him, see if he'll pay for any of your stuff. Oh my god, that's such a good idea. I'll see what he does. Tee. So what are we doing here again? Oh, I really wanted this ring. I was wondering if you could pay for it. Hey, excuse me, how much is this ring?
Oh, I think that's 10 grand. Yep, 10 grand for that ring.
10 grand for the ring? Wow, you got that money? No, I was actually wondering if you could pay for it. Tee. Oh, I don't got that kind of money. I don't think I could pay for that. Please, can you do it for your girlfriend? Girlfriend? You said girlfriend. Oh boy. Sure. How much would it be again, sir?
$10,000 plus tax.
Okay, I'll get this for you. Great. Can you drop me back off home too? Tee. Wow, I had a really nice date with you today, Michelle. I hope we can do that sometime in the future. Oh, me too. Okay, well, good night. Oh, wait, before you go, can I get Brad's phone number? Oh, what do you want Brad's phone number for? Oh, I just had to ask him about something real quick. Can you please give it to me? Oh, sure, here it is.
So I'm surprised you reached out to me. How'd you get my number?
Oh, Timmy gave it to me, actually.
Oh, didn't you two have a date, maybe I don't know, a couple hours ago?
Yeah, but it was horrible. It was probably one of the worst dates I've ever been on. It was just so bad.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm here for you, make you feel better.
Thank you, Brad. I really appreciate it. Listen, I really like you.
I really like you too, Michelle.
Do you think we can go back to my place, if you know what I mean?
Oh, sure. Why not? Let's get out of here.
Wow, my very first girlfriend. I proved everyone wrong. Never give up. I can't believe I did it. I'm a good man. I'm such a good man. Never give up.
I finally got my first girlfriend. I'm so happy. This is the life.
How can I avoid wasting my 20s? You know, it seems like ever since I graduated high school years ago, that time is just going by so fast, you know, and there's nothing I can do to stop time, obviously. But it's crazy. You know, it's like 12 hours a day is a day to me. You know, it's like 12 hours instead of 24. That's how fast it is to me. I definitely wasted my teenage years. Actually, I wouldn't say wasted, because I did give it my all. I really did. I really wanted that cliche, you know, normie life, that party life, relationship, you know, all of that. Which people say, like, that life is outdated. That's not how kids live anymore. It definitely is, without a doubt. There will always be people who party, have relationships in high school, have fun. Which I really didn't do anything at all in high school. I had a very miserable, horrible high school experience. Didn't learn anything, didn't get any, like, I don't know how to put this, like, social development at all. My social circle was very limited. I didn't really have many people to talk to at all. So my high school was just like a big blur. Like, nothing eventful or fun ever happened in it. And then, of course, when I graduated, everyone told me, like, oh, the fun's over. Got to start working now. Got to go to college now. But, I mean, yeah, the whole thing about, like, the high school, the party thing, people will always do that. Always. And, like, you notice, like, these TV shows and stuff that portray, like, parties and stuff. That's literally how it is. 100%. Like, this Euphoria show that I mentioned a while ago. I don't know why it's so popular. Maybe because the kids can relate to it. I have no idea. But that's literally how college parties are. They're like in the movies and TV. Maybe even like more chaotic and crazy. Like, my whole high school was just one big drama. You know, something was always happening between, like, the Chads and the Stacys and stuff. Some drama, fights, all that. You know, partying. Everyone partied. Which I was left out of right until my senior year. They had like one party I went to, but still, it's like, you know, I feel like I missed out on it. And the whole thing about, like, the I'm trying to, like, cope really hard with that. I always think, like, because here's the thing, people like myself don't get invited to parties ever, like, not once. We shouldn't. The only reason why I think I'm an outlier is because I've known someone, ever since elementary school, who's now in a frat. He'll invite me to his parties every once in a while that I'll go to. But it really does feel like the movies, because no one ever, like, talks to me and shit. It all just ends up in a, you know, I think what I'm doing is fun. Like, oh, you know, I'm gonna live that, you know, normie lifestyle. I'm gonna get a girl. I'm gonna, you know, have fun tonight. I'm gonna talk to people, just for me to, like, get ignored completely and nothing to ever even happen ever. It literally is like the TV shows and movies, because I'm watching it, you know, just observing everything like a spectator. I've tried talking to people, of course, just doesn't, because here's the thing, if people don't want to associate with you, if people don't want to talk to you, they don't have to. It's as simple as that. You know, you're not entitled, obviously, to friends or relationships. People don't want to talk to you, they won't. You know, if girls don't want to be with you, they won't. That's just how it is. I wish someone would give me a chance, but it's not gonna happen. I mean, I've tried, you know, and I'm still trying, and just nothing is just fucking working. So it's like, I don't want to waste my 20s, you know, just trying my ass off, and then just be like, oh, fuck. You know, because I'm honestly, like, I look back, like, over, I think, like, the first year of college, my mom, I think it was either my first year or second year of college. My mom basically hired these two life coaches. She found them off this website. It was this bald dude and his wife. They're probably, I want to say they're, like, in their 40s. I have no idea. But basically she was like, oh, you know, she had, like, a talk with me. She's like, oh, I just want you to be happy. You're miserable. You blah, blah, blah. And she, like, basically hired these people to help me sort my life out, to see, like, my career paths, what I want to do in life. I didn't have many sessions with these people, but basically they just gave me, like, the same crap, just advice. All it was just one big advice session. And I remember they were basically saying, like, oh, the reason why you're depressed is because you don't have goals. What are your goals? And like I said, like, I don't know, finding, like, a good career, some good friends, a girlfriend. And then this is what they had me do. I remember, like, the first day, they had me make this, like, vision board where, like, I printed out all these fucking pictures. And I put it, like, on this, like, poster thing, like, of everything I wanted. And, you know, it's the most brutal part about it is, like, it's still in my room, and I still look at it, and I've achieved none of it except for the job, which I don't even like. So it sucks. You know, they're basically like, you know, the reason why you're depressed is because you don't have any goals right now. Write down your goals and, like, start working towards them. And I was basically, like, telling them, I just want fucking friends who don't treat me like shit. I want a girlfriend, you know, a decent, like, a career path, like, something to, you know, do, because I have no desires and passions and dreams for anything at all. Like, I told them that so many times. They had me take, like, all these tests to see, like, what my best career would be, which would be, like, I took so many of these fucking tests. It was basically like, oh, what's your career? Thing was, like, I think it was, like, arts or some bullshit. Arts, video, whatever the fuck. Which is stupid. Like, what can you do with that? I don't even think that would be, like, a legit job. It was, like, arts, video editing, audio, something like that. But, yeah, I don't like any of that stuff, really. Like, art, like, being an artist, I don't know how to draw. But anyway, I kept taking these tests. I kept telling them, like, yeah, these aren't really helping. I don't know what to do. And then, I would just tell them basically, like, yeah, I just want to meet people and shit. I just want to have fun. Like, I feel like I'm wasting my fucking life, you know, just sitting here rotting, doing nothing, you know? And they were like, oh, you gotta join clubs, get out there, which obviously I've done multiple times. I think, like, the first thing they had me join, one of the first ones was, like, this, they had me take, like, this class thing at night, which they basically taught you how to, use Excel, PowerPoint, Microsoft, like, Word, shit like that. And in the whole class and the whole group I was in, they're just all single mothers, who were, like, trying to get away from their husbands. Like, I'm not even joking. I was, like, the only guy in my class, and, like, everyone was just so old there. It didn't even, like, help at all. Like, I told them that. I'm like, yeah, this didn't help at all. They're like, oh, too bad to hear that. And here's the thing that these two kept saying, you know, this couple, they kept telling me every 5 seconds when I used to get stressed out, they used to say, don't worry, you got time, you got time, you got time. And of course they kept saying, it's just, you know, just one big loop cycle again. You notice, like, when they keep saying that, it's just like, I don't know how that was helpful at all. They kept saying, oh, don't worry, you still have time, you're young. Fast forward, like, imagine if I still saw them every day, you know, like, for years, and they kept saying that, like, oh, don't worry, you still have time, until, like, the time is out. Like, you see what I mean? Like, that's why I like, when people say that, it's not, like, designed to help you, you know, like, oh, you have time, don't worry. It's like, you're gonna keep saying that until, like, I'm 30, you know, then 40, because it's gonna just keep getting harder and harder to make friends. But yeah, that vision board is still in my room, still there. Nothing on it has been achieved. And yeah, these people, they gave me the most trash advice for, they kept telling me, you know, like, oh, you're young, you know, you're a tall guy, of course, you know, the height, you're like, oh, you're tall, you know, you can easily get a girlfriend, you know, it's just, yeah. Meanwhile, they have no idea. They told me to, like, get flowers, and, like, it's just, the advice that they gave me, it just went in one ear and out the other, because I knew it wouldn't work anyway. And at that point, I think I was, like, cold approaching, like, every fucking weekend, at the mall with my friends. So it's like, and I didn't even want to tell them that shit, because, like, it was embarrassing, you know. I didn't want to tell this dude and his wife that I was actively getting rejected, like, every weekend. Like, I would talk to them. But yeah, the whole wasting my 20s, man. It's like, I don't even, like, first off, here's the thing. I don't know where to start. I've tried to start somewhere. I've tried, you know, these fucking life coach people, which didn't help in the slightest. They kept telling me to join these clubs, which I would listen to them, I would join, you know, and it just wouldn't go anywhere. You know, just nothing would ever happen. Like I said, if people don't want to talk to you, they won't. If people don't want to give you a chance, they won't. It's as simple as that. And like people just thought I was a fucking weirdo, you know, like it was just so weird, man. Like, I don't know, you know, it really sucks. So I honestly, at this point, I don't know what to do, like to cherish my 20s or some shit, however you want to say it. Because I'm looking at my two friends right now. They're living it up, like literally. My friend in his frat house every weekend, like I said before, he's sending me a picture, like, in bed with some girl, like, oh, guys, I fucked this girl, bro. Oh, my God, guys. You know, just, like, bragging about it. And he's like, oh, you know, I get drunk every night. I party every night. It's so fun. And it's like, you can't sit here and tell me, like, oh, you know, the people that party, oh, that's just, you know, people don't really do that. That's cliche. It's, you know, kids don't do that anymore. We're in a different time. We're definitely not, you know, with, like, partying and socializing. People are going to do it. You know, party, have relationships. It's not like I don't understand. Maybe, like, obviously less people are doing that now, like, duh. But why wouldn't you, like, want to be a part of that? You know, and even, here's the thing, like I said, even, like, when I try to be a part of that life, it doesn't even work out because these people, like, they think I'm fucking weird and ugly and shit. Like, I've had people call me ugly, legitimately, like, while they're drunk, and it's just, like, it hurts. Like, it really does. And it's just like, whatever, man. Like, there's this one kid drunk one time. He kept like trying to touch my acne and shit. He was like, why does your face look like that? Why do you have red dots on your face, bro? Like, just like, I don't know what he was on, but you can see how that just like fucks your like self-esteem up. Everyone just watching that shit. It's just like, and I just like ignore it, you know. It just goes right over my head. I'm just like, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I don't know how to cherish my 20s, how to, you know, make friends, any of that, you know, at this point. I mean, seriously. It seems like every day is just a constant loop of me getting excited to try, you know, getting really excited, like, I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna conquer the world, I got this one life, I can do this, just for me to go out there, to just get denied, and just come right back to my house. That's like that's the cycle. And then of course people will tell me like, oh, you're doing it wrong. You're not socializing right, bro. You're not. It's like, no. You know, I can guarantee you, maybe like with almost certainty, that they're just judging me based off of my looks and they're not giving me a chance. They're just like, yeah, this kid's fucking weird. I don't want to talk to him. But yeah, that is pretty much it. Is church the most ideal place to meet somebody? You know, some people will tell me that church, you know, getting involved in a church is a good way to meet people. They don't care about your looks. Maybe I could meet some Christian girl there who, you know, likes my personality. But here's the thing. If you didn't know, I go to church every Sunday. I used to be very, very, very involved in the church when I was a teenager, you know, like doing stuff for my church. But here's the thing. Even now, what I have to say about that is you're not going to meet anybody just going to church every Sunday. And especially like me, I can tell you this with 100% certainty. Nobody my age goes to church at all. I've never seen in these past couple months anybody remotely close to my age in church. Like, even my friends make fun of me for going to church. But, I mean, I still do it. And I'm telling you, it's 80% of it is old people. And, like, the other 20% is, like, people in their 40s with their young kids. So it's, like, nobody there is my age. Nobody at all. So I pretty much kind of just go, listen, then just come home. Like, that's pretty much about it. But anyway, like, yeah, like I said, you're probably not going to meet people that way. Because, like I said, there's nobody that's my age at all and that goes to church. But when I was a teenager, I used to be super involved in my church. I used to do this food drive thing a couple of times a month where basically they would have me. I used to volunteer at my church, and what they would do is they get food and I have to like sort it out and like put it alphabetically, which took forever, by the way. And all the people I was with about like 10 people. They were all super old. And it's gonna be weird. Like, here's the thing, talking to people with such a generational gap, you know, like 10 years, 20 years, even more, it's hard to like talk to people that are older than you. It really is. Like, it's easier to talk to people when they're around your age. And like I said, since they were all old, I just couldn't really like talk to them and shit. Like, it was just, I don't know. Like, how am I supposed... And they were all guys, you know. Some dudes with their wives. And it just, like, I was the youngest one. I was, like, 17 at the time. And, like, all these people were, like, very, very old. There's nobody my age. But, you know, that was, like, one thing I used to do. That was, like, probably one of the last things I did. But anyway, before that, you know, my freshman year of high school, up until I think like my sophomore year, I had confirmation. If you don't know what that is, if you're Catholic, you have to do like confirmation, communion. But my mom, what she did, she basically like I was a year behind. Everyone was younger than me. I was older than them. She like signed me up late, so I wasn't with my class, like with my grade, you know, people I knew. I was with like a whole bunch of like people like a year younger than me that I had no idea who they were. I didn't know any like who they were. They're just like these random, you know, kids from my school that I had no idea. So I couldn't talk to them. They all pretty much knew each other already. I was left out of pretty much everything. And I remember one day specifically, these people came. I forgot exactly what it was. I think it was like one of the last days. And these people, we had pizza. I don't know how to explain it. It was in the gym. There was like 4 tables, like really big tables. Everyone was all huddled around talking to each other. And I sat at a table by myself, completely by myself, so awkward because I didn't know anybody. Everyone, like even in my class, for the CCD thing, whatever it's called, for like confirmation, all the kids, like they knew each other. They didn't want to like, they already had a social circle. You know, and since I was like a year behind, like I didn't know them, it just like was pointless, you know, like it was just so awkward. They didn't know who I was, and it was just, I don't know, it was just really weird. Like they just didn't like me at all for some reason, I don't know. But I sat by myself, like just by myself. I remember I was wearing all black. I had black jeans, a black hoodie, and black shoes on. And all these people, like the people that were like holding the event, like they were like motivational speakers. And I remember they all came over and sat next to me, and they were just like bombarding me with questions. They're like, "Why don't you know anybody? How come?" And it was the most cringe, awkward thing. They were all just sitting like right next to me, you know, bundled around. Everyone was just looking at me. And then of course we did like some games and shit. And then we all sat down, and there's a lot of people, keep in mind, like a lot. Of people in that grade, and we're all sitting in the gym, like in these chairs, and they start giving like these motivational talks, saying like, "Oh, it's okay," you know, like cherry picking kids out of the fucking thing. Like there's this one kid who they're just like basically telling their life stories. Like that's pretty much like the whole thing. It was very emotional. Everyone was fucking crying, and I remember this one dude, like, because I just wasn't like saying shit. Like they were like interviewing me, like it was so weird. They kept trying to like get in, like answers out of me and shit. They kept like asking me the same questions over and over, and I just wouldn't say anything. And I remember this one dude, he had a bowl cut, he was a little chubby. He was like, "Oh, can you get up for a second?" And like while they're still doing the thing, I just like, he had me like stand like up against the wall, and he was basically just like face to face with me. And his breath smelled like shit, by the way. Like I don't know what the fuck. But anyway, he was like, he kept like telling me like, "Oh, it's okay, let it out. What's bothering you? Let it out, let it out." And he told, I remember, I don't know why, like I remember this so well. He's like, "I can tell you're going through that emo phase. Trust me, I was like that once too." And he lifts up his sleeves. He has a ton of burn marks on his arm, and he told me, he's like, "Oh, I had a girlfriend who broke up with me, and I did this, and trust me, you don't want to do this. You don't want to end up like this." And he was basically just like trying to talk to me to get me like to open up to him and shit. And I just wouldn't, because I was just like super, super uncomfortable. And like I finally told him like, "Yeah, like my life fucking sucks." And he's like, "See, I knew it. And like, guys, it was just like, I don't know, the whole thing was just like very awkward and weird. I just couldn't wait to get home. Everyone was crying, you know, it was crazy. So and of course, like I think the guy gave me his phone number or something. I just never texted him because I was like, "Fuck this guy." But yeah, I think he did. But yeah, that definitely. And it's like I've been to like camps and shit like over the summers, like especially when I was a teenager. I used to go to these camps, like these send away camps, whatever they're called. like for my church or for churches, and it just didn't end well. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I would make friends with some people. Maybe like one person I'd talk to like for like, I don't know, a day. Then it would just be it, and like that would just be it. You know, nothing would ever happen from it. I don't know, it's like very weird. They just didn't want to like associate with me. I don't know, maybe because I'm sub 5, but I fucking have no idea. They just didn't want to associate with me. I was pretty much like alone even at the camps too. Like, I would try to like join their circles and shit. And they like this is the thing, what would happen. I would try to like, I remember like we're sitting around the campfire and shit. And they're trying to get me to like come in that shit, like to sit next to them all. Cause that's all I would do is like pretty much walk by myself and just like, I was like pretty much on my own. And we had like a bonfire shit. And they tried to get me to like sit next to everyone, and I did, and like it was just like the most uncomfortable thing, and like they didn't want me there. It was like so fucking, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, oh, come on, and then the second I'm there, they're like, oh, never mind, go away. It's like that kind of shit. I don't know how to explain that. But they're even like, here's the thing, even this Mormon girl, there's this Mormon girl in my class in high school, and she's the second girl to ever tell me this in high school. She told me like, oh, you're never gonna get anywhere. You're ugly, you're gonna, and the sad part about it is that she was right. You know, she used to tell me, like, after like a couple like months of this class, like we got comfortable, like she got comfortable sitting next to me, and then she just started like talking really bad about me just to my face for some reason. She used to tell me like, oh, you're ugly, you're never gonna get anywhere, you have no dreams, you're gonna become a fucking loser. And She used to like tell me like, oh yeah, I'm waiting till marriage to have sex, you know, all that shit. She was a literal Giga Stacy, by the way. Like everyone in the school wanted to have sex with this girl, and like she basically was like, yeah, I'm waiting till marriage, because she was like super religious. So I don't know, man. My experience with like the church, like these quote unquote good Christian girls, I don't think they're all that great, and I haven't met anybody. You know, during my time at the church when I was younger, and even now, I'm definitely not meeting anybody at the church. But yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts. That's pretty much it. Didn't we all used to think we'd be in relationships eventually? I mean, man, oh man, if you told my 6-year-old self that this is where I'd be in 20 years, I would be mind boggled. I'd be so like devastated. I don't even know what words to even like say. You know, I would be mortified, you know, because it's like, I think this is like part of the reason why like this whole dating and relationships shit, all the rejections, all that affects me, you know, a lot. Because some people like cope with it well, like very well. They don't like, they don't really like bitch about it. They're kind of like, oh bro, you know, just focus on yourself, bro. That's what I do, bro. But I was never really like that. I've always been, I think, like a little hypersensitive with shit. I think it's like part like due to you know, the expectation from my parents, because good lord, ever since I could fucking remember, they're always telling me some shit about, oh, your wife, your future wife, oh, I can't wait till you have your future wife, oh, look at this happy couple, look at this. Like, it was just constant, like always. So I think that's part of the reason why it like affects me so much, why I get like so sad about it sometimes. Because like, even like when I was young, I was like, I don't fucking know, it was like throughout like my whole childhood, like my parents would say like, oh, maybe you can save this toy for your kid when you get older, and you know, oh, I can't wait till you have your first kiss, you know, like all that shit. Because my parents, they're like in a different time, obviously. And they both of them, my mom and dad, had relationships like when they were like fucking 10, like their first they had multiple, like the amount of shit that they've told me. My mom's had a fuckload of boyfriends. My dad has had tons of girlfriends. And there's just me who just tries my dick off, you know, comes home, and then they'd say, oh, you know, it's okay, keep trying, you know, gotta keep trying. But, and they just like didn't even have to try at all. It kind of just like, you know, happened. Like I don't know. And here's the thing, like, I always expected, like I had like, I think this is another reason, like I was saying, like a reason why it affects me so much, because I had an expectation, like during like school, that I was supposed to like get a girlfriend like everybody else. It was like a hit or miss with that, because like half of the people I knew got girlfriends, half of them didn't. I think one of my first friends who got a girlfriend, he was like 12, and the story of it, they were just friends, and then they became a relationship. Like, that was pretty much it. Like, nothing special to it. They didn't like no one like asked each other out. They pretty much just like fell in love with each other, like some kind of like legitimate like Disney shit. Like, they were both friends with each other, and they just were a relationship after a while, and it lasted like a super long time, all the way up until I think like a senior year they were together. But you kind of notice now, I know how they say you only got like a 4% chance to like stay with your high school crush. I call BS on that. I'm honestly 100% positive that most of them stay together, you know, because the amount of people that I went to high school with that are still together from high school, it's insane, you know. So I honestly think like that it's like BS, like 4% or some shit like that only stay together. I think it's a much higher number than that. But yeah, like, and here's the thing. I think the reason why, like, when I was younger and shit, like, I just by default, I thought that everyone was supposed to get a girlfriend was because I would see everyone with a girlfriend. Like, every family gathering, everyone had a wife. Everyone I've ever, like, seen, like, had a wife. You know, everyone I've, like, known, like, every old person when I was younger, like, my mom's friends, my dad's friends, they all had, like, wives and husbands, you know, and I just thought, like, it's supposed to happen. But now that I think about it, I don't think, like, single people get invited to shit, you know. They're not really, like, seen at all, you know. Like, I mean, look at me. Especially, like, 2 years ago, I barely left the house. So it's, like, I don't really think society wants you to see people, like, you know, like that until you become one of them, you know. Like, I mean, seriously, like, a single person, what reason would they have to go out? You know, when I go to the movie theaters, I see friends, couples, because I go to the movie theaters alone. Like, I go by myself alone, and I always see, you know, couples, like, all the time, you know, couples, friends, because who goes to the movies alone? I don't think I've ever seen one person alone in the movie theater, like, just sitting by themselves, you know, except for me. People usually go with a friends or, you know, a couple. Same thing. It's like you notice it everywhere. So that's why I think, like, I thought everyone was just kind of supposed to, you know, eventually get a relationship, because, like, I thought that's just how it happens, because I saw it everywhere. Like, I saw, like, oh, you know, look at this dude, he got a wife. But the more I tried, the more I got rejected. I was just like, wait a minute, what the fuck? I was like, there has to be I don't know, I had, like, this huge red pill phase too. You know, I thought that I was doing everything wrong. Like, in high school, I started watching that red pill crap, thinking, like, oh, I'm doing this wrong, I gotta be confident and show them some good game. But they don't realize, like, game, it's not gonna work for anyone who's below average, you know. I don't know, it's brutal. You know, I just thought I was doing something wrong. I thought, like, oh, you know, I'm supposed to be in a relationship, you know, in high school. It's like that fucking false expectation shit. And I can cope and sit here and tell you, like, oh, you know, it didn't affect me. Oh, you know, you just focus on yourself, bro. But that's not reality. This shit hurts. You know, I definitely get depressed over it. I'm just, like, that type of person, I guess. And, like, yeah, same thing, people would say that, like, oh, bro, why do you take it so personally, bro, that you didn't have a relationship and you get rejected, bro? Just, you know, work on yourself, focus on yourself. And I would have been doing that too. Like, I would be actively doing some shit to, like, improve myself, and they'd still be telling me to improve. Like, oh, just improve harder, bro. You know, it's like, what the fuck? You know, how much improvement do I need? This is why I think, like, the gym is the legitimate last resort. And the thing about the gym is I have a very weird frame. It's not bad, but I have a very ugly body. I have stretch marks everywhere. It's not due to anything. You know, weight gain, weight loss. I have them in such bizarre, weird spots that don't make sense. You know, it's concerning. I went to the dermatologist because I have them all over my hands, my arms and shit. It's like I'm Deadpool, you know. So I went to the dermatologist, and the lady pretty much told me, like, yeah, I don't know why your skin's doing that. So just put baby oil on yourself every night, and hopefully your skin doesn't keep doing that. Like, they just don't even know what the fuck. I don't know what's wrong. I don't give a fuck. Because I don't take my shirt off anyway. And the ones on my hands and arms are, like, not really too bad. They're pretty bad. The ones on my hands are, like, not that bad. But the ones on my arms are pretty bad. These started occurring, like, about I want to say 5 years ago. I can't wear short sleeve shirts because like my stretch marks like show through them, like because they're all over my arms. And it's so weird. Like it just randomly happened one day. I don't know. I can't explain it. The dermatologist couldn't explain it. But I don't have an attractive body, like, to begin with, because of that too. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But yeah, didn't we all used to think we would be in relationships eventually? Like, it's just that thinking when we were younger, like, oh, I wonder who my future girlfriend is going to be in high school or middle school, or, you know, when I'm in my 20s, or who my wife is going to be, just for, like, none of that to even, like, you want to hear something brutal? I don't know where my life went. Like, seriously, I don't know what the fuck happened. It's like I blinked and I'm here now. Like, I don't remember shit, you know, anything good, I meant. Like, I don't remember anything good. It's kind of like I blinked and I just missed out on fucking everything, you know? And it's like, damn, that shit sucks. But, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. Didn't we all used to think we'd be in relationships eventually just for it to not happen? You know, one thing that sucks about being a lonely is dreams. I don't think anyone's ever talked about this before, but I remember every dream I have, and once a week, sometimes twice a week, you know, I write my dreams down, like every day pretty much, like I have a dream journal. I don't think there's been a day that goes by where I don't remember my dreams, but once or twice a week, I will have this dream. They are pretty much the same, but they're insanely brutal, you know. Pretty much how it goes is I'll either be back, you know, in my first year of college, or back in high school, you know, some girl I had a crush on, my oneitis I got rejected by, some girl I used to be really good friends with. And what will happen in the dream is I'll open up to them. You know, I'll be like, oh, you know, I really liked you so much. I think I'm in love with you. You're so amazing. I hope you have the same feelings for me. You know, something out of like a Disney movie is like what I'd say, you know, in the dream. And then she'd say, you know, oh, I feel the same way, you know, every time. And we would go on dates. It could have been like, it's like any oneitis. You know, I've had like multiple dreams of like different like people. It can be any oneitis, and we will go on dates, you know, in the dream, you know, bowling, like anything, you know, and I'll be happy, you know. And oh yeah, you guys want to know something crazy, like something actually insane? I have never had a sex dream in my life. Like, what the fuck? It's even over in my dreams, you know? I mean, seriously, like, I told my friend about that. I'm like, dude, I've never had a sex dream in my life. He's like, you know, I think the only reason, like, you haven't had a sex dream is because you've never done it before. I mean, maybe he's right. I have no idea. But, I'm not even mad about that. That's, like, something stupid to get mad over. But there's literally, like scenarios, like, in my dreams where we're about to hook up. It could be anybody from, like, any time in my life. You know, I'll have my old friends, all this stuff. I'll be happy in my dream, about to hook up, and then, like, I'll either wake up or, like, something will happen in the dream, you know. And I'm not even mad about that. That's, like, something stupid to get mad over. The brutal part about all of it, you know, the dream, is waking up, you know. Like, it's so painful, like, because I think that shit is real, you know. Because I used to lucid dream. If you don't know what that is, it's basically where you can recognize you are dreaming and you become conscious. You can pretty much do whatever you want in the dream. It's a pretty fun cope, not gonna lie. That's why I write my dreams down. Like, that's why it started. And you can do whatever you want. So what I would do, and I don't even know, like, I only had like a couple successful lucid dreams where, you know, I was in control, because some people possess that ability naturally. Like, they don't have to do reality checks. What I would do is, when I started lucid dreaming, and I think I was like 14, I would look at the clock every hour and ask myself, am I dreaming? And then if I saw a clock in my dreams, I'd know I'm dreaming, and then I'd become conscious. And pretty much what happens is, it's kind of surreal. Like, it's crazy. Like, everything becomes clear in your dream, and you can feel things. Like, you can feel pain. It's I don't even know how to explain it. It's like real life. You know, I don't know if you guys are familiar with lucid dreaming, but mainly what I would do as a kid, I only had like I said, a couple successful lucid dreams as a kid. basically all I would do is fly, you know, and just walk through walls. I mean, now that I think about it, I could have probably been doing like cooler stuff. I'm kind of stupid, but you know what I mean. Like, you can do whatever you want. You could spawn people in, spawn anything in, spawn items, objects, you know, anything you want, and do anything. But yeah, man, I want to know, like, have you guys ever done that? You know, not like had dreams where you're, especially if you're older, man, that must be even 10 times more brutal. You know, 10 times more brutal if you're older. You know, having a dream about you back in high school. It's like, here's the thing. The best way I can describe, you know, the dreams I have weekly, it's kind of like an alternate universe where things worked out, you know, only to find out it's just a dream and it's not real, you know. And it just, like, you wake up, like, it ruined my morning. Like, I had a dream, this is why I'm making this, because, like, last night I had a dream, you know, where I was with my oneitis, took her on a date, told her how I felt, and she was like, oh, I feel the same way, you know, and woke up and I was like, oh, it's not real. It's not real, you know. It's like, it's painful. It really is, you know. But yeah, it's like kind of like an alternate reality. You get to see, like, you know, what could have happened, I guess. I don't know. It's like I'm coping in my dreams too, man. I'm coping in my dreams, getting rejected in my dreams. Oh my God, man. You know? It's like, it's crazy. But yeah, dreams are brutal. Whenever I have dreams like those, it does take a while to get out of bed, you know, because, like, I'll wake up and I don't know if, like, sometimes, like, I'll want to go back to sleep to, like, get back in the dream. I don't want the dream to end, you know, like, I'll be on a date with, like, my oneitis or, like, a crush I had that I got rejected by, and I'll be having a super good time, you know, laughing, talking, you know, in my dream. Then I'll wake up and then I'll just get so depressed and just want to go back to sleep. You know, guys, I'm telling you, it is the most brutal, especially if you remember everything, you know, like I do. It's so brutal, man, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, that's how some of my dreams are, you know, nowadays. I think it's been like that for a couple years now. I've been having dreams about, like, oneitises, crushes, any of that, where I've had, like, dates and stuff and dreams for about, like, a couple years now, you know. But, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much about it. Parents trying to set their kids up with a relationship, you know. Have any of your parents tried to set you up with somebody before? Because, as we all know, the older generations are completely out of touch with the younger ones, man. They really are. When I was a teenager, my mom and my dad both tried to set me up with girls. My dad still does try. He still tries. What he does, and this is the most creepy weirdo. Like, can you imagine? Okay, so what he did, I have a video on it. In October, basically what he did was, he was at the casino. He was talking to some girl, like some old lady and her daughter. And what he said to them was, oh, my son, you know, he's a handsome young man, you know, he's your age, you should get together, you know, all that shit. FaceTimes me, and I pick it up because, like, my dad's never FaceTimed me. I thought something was wrong. I thought something happened, so I pick up, and there's this girl. I'm just like, oh, hi. And it's, like, really loud in there, so she could, like, barely hear me. And, like, my dad was like, oh, my son, you know, he's a loser virgin, you two should get together, and just, like, embarrass me. Here's the thing, like, my dad embarrasses me with this shit. I don't know if he's, like, what he's trying to, like, do, like, or if he's, like, self-aware that that's even more of a turn off, you know, saying that shit, because that is definitely not the first time he's done that. But this girl, like, she's just looking at me, it's all awkward, and she can, like, barely hear me because of how loud it is, and I can hear, like, through the microphone how loud it is in there. And she was just like, oh, I'll text you later, your dad's gonna give me your number, I'll text you later. And she didn't text me, but he did the same thing a couple days ago where he was, I don't know where he was in some store. Same thing. He saw some girl. He's like, oh, you know, kiddo, I got someone who's around your age. You guys should date. And, like, it was the same thing. So awkward. You know, she didn't even want to talk to me. She's like, oh, she was a worker there. Like, can you imagine a creepy old 60-year-old man approaching you and being like, yeah, I got a son at home. He's a loser virgin. You guys should go get together. Like, can you imagine? Like, how out of touch are you? Like, seriously. And my dad did pretty much a similar thing, you know, embarrassing me. Couple months ago, I went to this restaurant with him, and there's this bartender lady or waitress, whatever you call them, where they like serve you the food, waitress I guess, where my dad thought she was attractive. I wasn't even thinking about anything. I just really wanted to eat and go home. And he's like, he kept the whole night kept saying like, oh, you know, the whole time we're at the restaurant, he's like, oh, you gotta come on, you gotta make your move, and like he was just being like annoying. He's like, oh, I bet you're a sneaky dater, you're gonna swoop in from the sidelines, you're gonna, you know, come here another day, you're gonna come here tomorrow and then ask for her number. I'm like, Dad, you really think I'm gonna fucking drive all the way out here to this restaurant tomorrow and ask this girl for her number? Are you serious? What fucking year are we in, Dad? I mean, really? Like, what year are we in? And I just didn't even care, you know. I just wanted to eat and go home. I wasn't even thinking about anything. And he embarrassed me so bad, you know. At the end of the whole dinner, he was like, oh, I'm sorry my son's such a fucking loser. He's a virgin. He never had a girlfriend. He's too much of a pussy to hit on you. Just like making me, like, it was just so embarrassing, guys. Like, I was just like, all right, you know. But he was just going on and on. He's like, oh, come on, oh, I bet you got, he was giving me like lines and shit to say, like, oh, come on, flirt with her, tell her how beautiful her hair is, oh, you gotta tell her, you gotta be like sexual. And I was just like, Dad, what the fuck, I don't care, you know. But I don't think it's like nearly as bad as when my mom, because here's the thing, my mom knows so many people with daughters, like, because my mom's friends with a lot of people. And I think the main difference between my mom and dad is my dad, supposedly he's had multiple girlfriends, not until he was older. I mean, he said he had a couple like growing up, but not nearly like as much as my mom did. My mom has always had boyfriends. And you believe it or not, guys, this is actually kind of like mind-blowing to me. She got proposed to 3 times by 3 different guys, you know, asked to marry, and rejected all of them, you know. And when I asked her why she did that, she said, oh, I just wasn't ready yet, wanted to explore myself more. If you didn't know, my parents got married pretty late. I think they were both like, I want to say 35 maybe. And I mean, yeah, it's just like they both lived like pretty kind of similar. Like they both were in different times, man. Like really, like my dad, he only had like a handful, maybe like 1 or 2 girlfriends growing up in high school, middle school, while my mom had a lot. But it wasn't until my dad tells me, like he tells me this all the time, because this is what happened to my dad. In his mid-20s, he had like I guess what they call now a glow up, where you get more handsome, whatever. But that's when he like became like this, you know, just dating all these like girls and shit. He tells me, he's like, oh, I was hooking up with every girl on the block when I was 25, you know, it's not over for you, kiddo, you just gotta get older, just stop looking. That's what I did, and then they'll just come right over to you. But yeah, that's like the story of my dad. Like he pretty much tells me like, yeah, I didn't start hooking up with girls and getting like tons of girls till I was like in my mid to late 20s. And I was like, okay, like that's what happened to you. I don't think that's gonna happen to me. But you know, that's just what he says. I don't really care. But anyway, when my mom tries to hook me up with people, oh my god, there's this one time when I was 16 years old. My mom, I forgot how she met this lady. I think she was like just friends or something. And she had a daughter who was a legitimate Giga Stacy. A legit Giga Stacy. And I remember on the car ride there to the beach, I was with my friend, and she was telling us, and this is her words, like she was like trying to hype me up to, you know, to set me up with this girl that I can like, you know, try and like get to her, talk to her. And my mom was trying to hype me up. She kept saying like, oh, you know, she's very, what was the word she used? This is her word. She said she's been around the block quite a bit. This is her fucking word. She said she's been around the block quite a bit. She's very popular in her school, you know, all that. But yeah, just like her saying that. And here's something, you want to know something super embarrassing? So we get there, like at the beach, we're sitting next to each other, and she had 2 daughters, like my mom's friend, she had 2 daughters, and the one daughter, like the Giga Stacy. So the Giga Stacy had 2 sisters that were like really old. And basically, like I would try and talk to her, right? And this is not the first time I've had this happen before, where I will talk to somebody and they won't give me a response. Like they just don't want to respond back. Like, can you imagine asking, it's like kind of embarrassing and awkward. Like imagine asking someone a question saying like, hey, how was your day? And then that's what happens. No response at all. Like, it's just silence. And then, like, it makes, like, both of us feel awkward. And then I'd, like, ask another question. Just like that, silence. So that's what happened. Like, I would talk to her. I'd be like, yo, what's up? And then she just wouldn't say anything. She was just on her phone typing. And then she just wouldn't say anything. So I was like, fuck this. So I took my friend. We went to the arcade. By the way, the beach sucks. Like, the water sucks. But the arcade and the boardwalk, oh man, that shit is awesome. I love that's the best part about the beach, is the arcade, like, in the boardwalk and shit. That's pretty much, like, the only, and I won, like, some Minecraft poster. But yeah, she just didn't talk to me. And I remember my mom, she actually got mad at me. Like, can you believe that shit? She's like, oh, you just didn't try. Why'd you do that? You walked off. And it's like, I told her, like, she was not responding to me. And you want to know what my mom told me? She said, oh, you just mumble. You don't talk loud enough. That's why she couldn't hear you. And I was like, are you serious? You know, because I actually, like, believed that a little bit. I was like, maybe she's right. Maybe, but nah. Like, is there anything wrong with the way I talk? You know, she was just like, oh, you were mumbling, you weren't talking loud enough. That's why she didn't respond to you after the 5th time you asked her a question. I feel maybe she got, like, offended I was talking to her or something. I don't even know. But, yeah, and this is the thing, like, I remember coming back and, like, she was talking to, like, her mom fine, talking to everyone fine. Like, basically what I've always been in my life is one of those, like, observers. Like, that's pretty much all I do, is just sit there, don't say a word, and just listen to other people. Like, that's all I did. I mean, I know that sounds creepy, but, like, that's all I kind of can do. You know, like, whenever I try to budge into a conversation, I just immediately get shut out of it. So I just usually listen to everything and just take, mental notes of what people are saying. And yeah, she was talking fine. And they were talking about boys, all this stuff, you know. And but yeah, the whole thing was, like, embarrassing. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I remember I came back with the Minecraft poster just looking, like, more like a nerd. But, I mean, yeah, my mom and dad, they mean good intentions, but they're not, you know, they're not really working the way, like, it should. Like, there's nothing that's, like, I don't know, every encounter I've had with, like, these setups, I guess you can call them, is just awkwardness, and there's just no attraction at all, you know, just zero attraction. Because there's been more times where that's happened, where especially my mom, she does that, because she, like I said, she knows a lot of people. That's not the first time she's tried to do that, and there's like not really stories to those. It's basically just like I'll talk to, like, some of these girls where, like, at my mom's job, I used to go to my mom's job a lot when I was a kid, and she would try to, like, set me up with them. And it was just awkward, because my mom used to work in one of those, like, hair salons, and, like, all these ladies would bring their daughters, and it was just terrible, man. It was just so awkward. Never worked out. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Have any of you guys had your parents try and hook you up with somebody and it just, like, failing completely, just miserably, and just ending in a complete embarrassment? Alright, let me explain what an open relationship actually is. As a man, you will never, ever benefit from an open relationship unless you are a Chad. Like, let's pretend, for example, let's say I get a girlfriend and she says, hey, can we be in a polyamorous relationship? Now, what that means is basically I'm allowed to hook up with whoever I want and she's allowed to hook up with whoever she wants. Now, what she really means by this is, hey, I don't find you physically attractive at all, in the slightest. I don't want to have sex with you because you just don't turn me on at all. I really, really like your personality, and I think you're a really good guy, so I'm just going to call this a relationship so that you don't get sad. Like, am I wrong? Was anything wrong with that? That's like what the definition of an open relationship is, you know? Especially, like, if I got into one, oh man, I'd rather be alone forever than be in an open relationship. You know, that's probably what I would pick. If I had to pick one or the other, open relationship or be alone, I'd be alone. You know, I don't want to be in that. And I know how they say oofy doofy is supposed to be the exception to the black pill because, you got these guys who are below average in looks with these beautiful women. But what you notice, I'd say that it proves it. It's not an exception. It proves it indefinitely. You want to know why? Because first off, they are always paranoid they're getting cheated on. These dudes are always getting disrespected because she knows she can take advantage of him because of his physical appearance. I've only met one open relationship coper in my life. Only one. And man, oh man, it's just... And let me just explain what happened. So I met this kid, I want to say about... I wouldn't call him a kid. He was like a couple years older than me. He was like in his early 20s. And this was like 2-3 years ago. When I was making music, I met this kid off Instagram. He was like around my town, like in my area. And I only met him about 3 times. I don't talk to him anymore because I don't like him. But let me run down his looks. He was anorexic. I don't know if he had like some kind of like eating disorder. I don't know the story, but he was very skinny. He was missing pretty much all of his teeth. They were all yellow, brown, rotting, falling out. He said it was due to drug use and smoking. He just never took care of his teeth. He was bald. He had a buzzed head, tattoos everywhere, sub 5 in the face, and he was 5'7". Yeah, and he had a girlfriend. Okay, and he told me his girlfriend, I forgot how we got on this topic. I think it was because I told him I was a virgin, and he told me his girlfriend was a model and an OnlyFans creator, and that his girlfriend, if she found me attractive, that she would sleep with me. Now, first off, I wouldn't even do that if she did find me attractive. She didn't find me attractive, by the way, but I wouldn't have done that if she even found me attractive, because that's just weird. And when he said that, he's like, yeah, we're in a polyamorous relationship. If my girlfriend finds you attractive, she'll hook up with you. And I said, wait, are you a cuck? And he got like offended. He got mad by that I called him a cuck. I said, are you a cuck? Because I didn't know what a polyamorous relationship meant. I should have asked him if he hooks up with anybody. Because he was telling me, he's like, yeah, my girlfriend, she hooks up with a lot of guys. I let her because we're both in an open relationship. We can, and oh yeah, and here's another thing. You guys want to know something hysterical? Because we all know, and this is just like my thoughts on like the whole oofy doofy thing. Those guys, the longevity of the relationship, the length will never, it will never be a long relationship ever. I give those relationships a couple months, year tops, 2 years, benefit of the doubt. No more than that though. Those relationships never last. And he was supposed to get married to her, and she broke his heart and went off with some other dude. Yeah. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I remember, and he was like, this was like one of the last times I talked to him too. He was like crying about it. He's like, oh, we're supposed to get married, but she called it off. She went with another dude. But now that I think about it, I thought they were supposed to be in an open relationship, But I don't know. They still follow each other. I don't know if like she just didn't want to marry him or something. I don't know the whole. I don't want to know. I really don't. But that also reminds me, I get people like too who will say like, yeah, dude, I'm below, like trying to give me hope. Say, yeah, I'm below average in looks. I'm short, but I've had multiple girlfriends in the past. Keyword multiple. They never last. The oofy doofy relationship never lasts. But yeah, what I was gonna say about this dude is I was like, so you're a cuck. You let your girlfriend hook up with whoever she wants. He's like, no, bro, no, because I'm allowed to too. And I don't know if he did or not. I don't think he did because of his teeth, especially. Like, those teeth, man. He had shit breath. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I was in the studio with him. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. This motherfucker, I was in the studio with him. He pulled me aside, and he was like, bro, if you ever call me a cuck again, there's going to be a problem. And I just said, okay. I just said, okay. Because, I felt bad for the dude. I just said, okay. Like, I always avoid drama and all that bullshit. So I was like, okay. And plus, he was, like, way shorter than me. I was looking down at him, and he's like, if you ever call me a cuck again, bro, there's going to be a problem. And I was like, okay. Absolutely brutal, man. I don't want that to be my life, in an open relationship. Oh, my God. Just insane, man. I feel bad for that dude. Even to this day, I don't talk to him anymore, but I feel bad for him. He was supposed to get married to that girl. She just dumped him. Was like, yeah, I don't want an open relationship with you anymore. I need to move on to better things. Even though, they still follow each other. I don't even know what the deal is. I should just, hit him up one day and be like, yo, what's up? How's your relationship going? I'm going to do that after this video. I'm going to ask him. I'm gonna ask him, like, yo, how's your relationships? See what he says. But, I mean, yeah, that's my thoughts on open relationships. I personally would pick being alone forever than opposed to being in an open relationship, a polyamorous, whatever you want to call it, because you get no action. You don't, that's just, you are a friend. It's no different than being just a friend. I'd rather just be friends, because that's what it is. You're just friends. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, today I'm doing another Chadfish experiment with my Spanish male model. And before I start this, I want to say, if you are attractive, you have such being attractive is such a halo effect. It is crazy. It is crazy. But anyway, this is how the conversation started. She said, hey, and I said, what's up, fucker? Just to see if I can get away with saying that. And she said, what the fuck, is that how you talk to a woman? And when she said that, I was like, oh, maybe Chad can't get away with everything. But then the conversation, continued. I said, nope, it's just my opener. I have shitty social skills. Can we play a game where I ask you a question and you respond? Then she said, ooh, what kind of game? I don't know why she said it like that. But I said, is your brain working? I said, I'll ask you a question and you give me an answer. And she said, okay, you're funny. Like, what is that halo effect right there? Could you imagine if this profile was a sub-5 dude or a normie saying that? The conversation would have been terminated, But she's over here saying you're funny. It's like, what? That was the most disrespectful thing in the world. She put the wrong your. I said, it's your, correcting her. And I said, okay, question number 1. What is the most important thing for a relationship? And she said, the most important thing is personality by far. He should be able to make me laugh like you are right now. And I said, dang, so I got a good personality? And she said, so far you seem like a good guy. Now listen, from doing all these experiments, if I had a dime, even a penny, for any time that these girls say, you seem like a good guy, I would be a multimillionaire right now. I would be sitting up there with Jeff Bezos. That's the halo effect right there. You seem like a good guy. It's very ballsy to open up with subfucker to someone. I'll give you that. And then I said, that brings my next question. What if I was a fat, ugly dude who said that, to you? Would it be different? And she said, well, if I'm being honest, I wouldn't swipe on a fat, ugly dude, so no. And I said, but what about personality? She said personality is the most important thing. And she said, well, if I got to know him better like you, I would probably let it slide. And, I just thought about that right now. I'm scratching my head. She just said, if I got to know him better like you. Like, what do you mean know me better? Like, you don't know me at all. She said, if I got to know him better like you. Like, she doesn't know me yet. I've just been asking her questions. She doesn't know a single thing about me yet, I said, okay, fair enough. Next question. What height do you look for in a guy? And she said, anything under 5'10" is a turnoff for me. Doesn't mean I wouldn't date the person if, say, he was 5'6", because maybe he has a good personality. I try not to judge based on height, but since I'm 5'5", I wouldn't date anyone shorter than me because I want to feel protected in the relationship. That's a solid answer. And I said, how many guys have you dated that were under 6 foot? And she said, okay, when you put it that way, I've only dated one guy under 6 foot. He was 5'9", and he was a douche, so he didn't last long, and I've had a total of about 8 boyfriends in my life, so most were tall, but it's not what matters the most to me. If it's not what matters the most to you, it surely is a very strange coincidence. The 7 out of the 8 guys you dated just so happen to be over 6 foot. That's just, I don't know, it's something weird to think about. But, I was curious. I wanted to know what this dude did. And I said, why? What did he do to make the relationship suck? She said, he was always angry at me for the slightest things. He was disrespectful to my parents, did things I didn't want him to do, and so on. He's the only boyfriend I broke up with because I've never been a dumper. I'm always the dumpy. That's kind of cringe. But I said, so what were the other dudes like, dating? She said, well, and you want to know something? It's kind of funny. She picks out the 5'9" guy, just out of, that's another coincidence. Out of all the people, she picks the 5'9" guy who was the worst one to date. And I said, what were the other dudes like? She said, well, we had our moments, of course, but eventually they broke it off with me because they wanted to move on to bigger and better things, which is understandable. Okay. I said, thoughts on the gym? Can a short guy compensate his looks for the gym? She said, well, I can tell you one thing you can't compensate the gym for, your personality. God, what is up with this personality talk, man? My first boyfriend the mean one who disrespected my parents, I'm guessing she's talking about the 5'9" guy, was constantly at the gym, even though I told him he doesn't need more muscles because they look gross. I would say the gym made things worse for us. Yikes. And I said, why would you date this dude if he was such a dick? You know, because I'm curious. I want to know why she would date this dude if he was such a dickhead. She said, he didn't always start off that way. We were friends since middle school, and I gave him a shot during high school. We weren't compatible, and he always wanted sex 24/7. I said, brutal. Were you not attracted to him? Is that why you said no? She said, no to what? His sexual advances. And then she said, well, I mean, I kind of was, but he always asked, which became a problem. Thank you for this talk. I really needed it. I really feel, oh boy, here it is. I really feel a spark between us. What is your Insta or Snap? And of course, you know, I stop after this because, like, it's not going anywhere at all. But yeah, this is how if you do this, you know, this Chadfishing shit, always ask questions. It's insane what they will tell you just because you're attractive. They will tell you literally anything about their lives. Any thoughts they have, they will tell you because they just don't care. You know, it's like a halo effect for you. They open up to you. It's crazy, you know. It really is. And of course, you know, every time they ask me, because I have so many of these, you know, so many like conversations like this where it's just like outrageous. You know, I could make videos on this daily if I wanted to. But, I mean, yeah, you know, anytime they just ask for the Insta and Snap, I just, you know, stop responding and all that. But yeah, man, dude, it's such, and why would she pick the 5, you know, out of all the relationship, you know, out of all the bad ones, it's just is that just another coincidence that the 5'9" dude was, the worst one, you know, and according to her, she went to the gym, it made things worse. I don't even know the story. I should ask her more about that. But yeah, it's just, I don't, you know, your attractiveness plays such a halo effect. I don't genuinely think, I know your personality means nothing. It really doesn't. Because what type of personality did I even have, you know, talking to her? I was just asking her questions. She didn't know a single thing about me, right? She's like all happy. I really feel a spark. It's like, I didn't even talk about myself. I just asked you multiple questions, you know, like it's some fucking test. Like, I don't see how, like, I had a good personality at all. And in fact, I insulted her to start off, so I don't see how I, you know, can seem like a good guy, you know, with that opener I had. So it's just your attractiveness plays such a huge role, you know, in your life, how people treat you, all that. It's crazy. It really is, man, you know. But all right, today we are going to be doing an e-girl fishing experiment. You know, we're going to see what's it like, how easy it is, you know, all that stuff. Now, hold on, let me get back to the top here. You know, first, hold on, let me show who I use. I always forget. I use pretty much, you know, average girl, but with that e-girl aesthetic. And, you know, something I always wonder, like, what my life would have been like if I was born a female. You know, would I be like I am today, where I complain and bitch about everything? Probably not. You know, if someone came to me and said, you know, here's an alternative reality, you can see what your life would have been like if you were born in the same household, same parents, except you were born female, I'd love to see that. Yo, what the fuck? Please answer. I already told my mom. Yo, I hope this kid's not serious, bro. Oh my fucking god. 6'4". Oh my god, it's fucking over. But yo, oh my god, what the fuck? What was I gonna say? And you want to know what I find mind-blowing is that, like, you know, throughout history, pretty much, like, almost, like, every female reproduced. Not all of them, but, like, I want to say, like, maybe 80% reproduced. But for men, on the other hand, only, like, 40 to 50% reproduced. It's, like, it's usually, like, the same guys, the same top-tier guys, you know, with multiple kids from multiple different women. Like, if me and Bieber were on an island, me and Justin Bieber were on an island, and there are 5 women, Bieber's taken all of them from me. Like, it's over for my genetic lineage at that point, you know. And a more brutal statistic I was reading the other day, it was 1/3 of men, so 33% of men are raising a child that is not his. And I believe it. You know, the amount of people I grew up with that, you know, had stepdads or their moms were dating guys, You know, it's just brutal. Like, even this dude I used to make music with, I was talking to him a while ago, the person he married, you know, she has 3 kids. And I talked to him about it. I'm like, dude, you know, like, does that bother you? Do you even care? He's like, no. I'm like, do you care that your genetic lineage is going to end? I'm like, don't you want kids of your own? He's like, I don't really care. I'm like, damn. Because, like, the way I look at it, it's, like, kind of fucked up. I mean, like, you get someone who, like, wants the best possible offspring, best genetics, and, you know, then after that, they look for a dude who with weak and all the, like, it's so obvious, like, these types of dudes too, because, like, the dude I was talking about that got married, he's bald, and he told me he was 5'6" to 5'7", somewhere around there, and it's like, it's so predictable, like, you could just, like, sense these guys from, like, a mile away, and they're all the same, man. Like, these dudes with the weak genetics, they always do degree coping, all the time. They do degree coping. You know, basically what they do is they're like, oh, I'm going to show them. I'm going to show my bullies. I'm going to, you know, make a ton of money. And it's like, still, none of that. Oh my, look how welcoming these guys are too. Like, hold on, let me say this real quick. Like, look how welcoming, like, most of these guys are. You know, like, if I were to do this, which I have done Tinder for myself, I don't get any likes and any matches or anything. Yo, I don't, you know? And then people try to tell me, like, bro, it's your personality, it's your lack of confidence and terrible self-esteem. It's like, oh, what the fuck, Connor Murphy, is that you? What the hell? But, yeah, it's like, no, all these apps are is based off of, like, look at this dude, like, who is taking this dude seriously? And you don't even, half of these guys on here don't even have a bio. They don't. You know, half of these guys don't even have a bio. So it's like, how are you going to sit here and tell me it is all because of my personality, my, you know, negative view on life, my terrible confidence and self-esteem? How are you going to sit there and tell me that? Yet these apps, these fucking people don't have any bios. Like, well, what am I supposed to do here? Like, you can't detect someone's personality through a screen. Like, what? Oh, look at this guy. Whoa. Oh my God. I'm using my sixth sense. Whoa, this guy's got such a good personality. It's like, no. Everyone's mind, even men, you know, men and women both do this. You know, it's biologically pre-programmed in us, you know, to go for who's attractive. Doesn't matter what the fuck's on the inside. You know, I kind of notice, like, people don't actually notice that until they're older. I think that's why, like, so many boomers say, like, oh, you know, you got to go for what's on the inside, go for the heart, you know, because they realize from their shitty marriages with Chad and Stacy that it just didn't work out, you know. But yeah, man, oh my God. It's all, and then people say, oh, bro, you know, you got a better chance in real life, bro. You just got, it's like, no, that shit is like, outdated. I just realized that, you know, not too long ago. Cold approaching is outdated. It is the same exact thing as Tinder, you know. Of course, I matched with them, poor kid. But, of course, it's the same shit. You know, like, what am I gonna do, you know? Tinder in real life, if I approach someone in real life, start having a nice conversation, if I'm not attractive, if they don't think I'm attractive, they're just gonna put me down and be like, oh, you know, sorry, I have a boyfriend. You know, it's still gonna be the same type of thing. You know, it still has been. I haven't had success with you know, cold approaching. I haven't had success with online dating. So I mean, yeah, I mean, look at how many DMs I have on here. You know, it's crazy. I don't know exactly how many likes I have. I want to say it's in, like, the thousands, without a doubt, you know, without a doubt. And it's crazy too. Like, I've done granny fish experiments, you know, 70-year-old grannies. Like, I will do this shit where I'll pick, like, a granny with, like, no teeth. And you'll see, like, I'll put the age all the way down to 18. I will genuinely get, like, 18 to, like, 25-year-olds being like, oh, hello, sugar mama, and being, like, dead ass serious, like, oh, let me suck on your titi. Like, it's so fucking weird, guys. You know, it's just, like, the weirdest shit in the world. I don't know what the fuck is going on with the world, but I mean, dating is really over. You know, even Chad doesn't do this good. You know, Chad does not do this good on Tinder. You know, for my Chadfish, I didn't get nearly this amount of likes. You know, I feel like just guys are just fucking, guys don't really give a shit. Like, they just want to have sex, you know. But yeah, there's a brutal one I was reading on here that This dude messaged me like every day that like I love you and shit. It was sad. But yeah, man, but look at how many, and like, I don't like, if a female came to me and said I'm struggling with dating, I would unironically say just download Tinder. Like you can't go wrong. You can't fail with that shit. You can't, you know. And if you put in your bio, I put in this one's bio, message me first, I'm shy. It's game. It's fucking game over. You'll get so many dudes. But if you do that as like a normie, like, oh, message me first, I'm shy, these girls are gonna look at you like, damn, this dude's a pussy, you know, he said that shit. You know, like, oh, you know, message me first, I'm shy, what a pussy. But oh man, it's just a different world. It's a different world. I'm never gonna live this life. It's crazy. Okay, so today this is gonna be a follow-up of yesterday's video. I didn't actually like go through any of the DMs and shit, so I'm gonna try and do that in this video. And I noticed, like, some of you guys pointed it out, you know, most of these dudes that were like messaging me and shit, like the most down bad, like desperate shit, most of these dudes were high tier normie Chad light. And I noticed like half the guys I swipe on here are gym maxed, most likely gym maxed. What else? And high tier normie Chad light. Most of these dudes on here, I'd say like 50% it's over, and then the other 50% high tier normie Chad lights. But I was going through all these messages, and I was trying to find, like, there were so many I was reading yesterday that were just so fucking like outrageous. I can't even find them. Even Prompto matched with me. If you guys don't know who Prompto is, I gotta find his too. And the brutal part about that is that dude has money, status, and clout. The dude is a well-known musician, very successful in what he does, yet he's on Tinder and match with me. I'd probably be like, yo, if I was this girl, I'd be like, yo, Prompto, change my life, you know, let me have fun. But hold on one sec. I got, all right, there's too much for my brain to handle. Too much attention. Hold on. I get so many of these, like, oh, you ruined my life, bro. It's so funny. There's this other dude, I don't know, like, I think like the DM's like all the way at the bottom. This one dude said, please gaslight and manipulate me. It's like, what a good personality I got there, you know. It's all about personality, is it? You know, I got so many dudes saying that, like, oh, please gaslight me, mommy. Like, fucking weirdo shit, you know. And half of these dudes aren't even bad looking. Like, most of these dudes on here mog me into a third realm. They really do. You know, especially the gym maxed ones, they do. I mean, this dude, I could tell the gym didn't work for him. But yeah, that shit's fucking brutal. Let's see. Most of these dudes, hold on. Let's see. Like, I'll just like scroll down to the bottom. You look like you'd be bad for my mental health, and I'm into that. What a great personality I got, man. Oh my god, my personality's off the goddamn charts. Didn't even say anything, and these people fucking love me, man. Yikes. What did this dude say? What is this? Hey Sam, I love your piercings. They fit you perfect. Smoke bud, drink, dance, fight crime. 500. I don't know what the fuck that means. Uh-oh, Chris, I think it's... Oh, god damn, Chris, it's over, bro. Oh my fuck. You messaged me almost a month later, bro. Oh my god, it's over, Chris. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break this news to you, Chris. Oh, Chris. It's alright, though. It's alright. Look at these dudes. They're all gym maxed to shit. Look at these guys. You know? God damn. This dude's gym maxed. You can be mean to me and degrade... Bro, you're like Chad, man. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? You're gonna sit here and tell me dudes like this are... That dude's not even bad looking. He's sitting here saying, you can be mean to me and degrade me and you'll have whatever you want. You know what? My personality, guys, it just must be off the damn charts. Oh my god. I can't even like wrap my head around this shit, man. I can't even wrap my head. Yo, I gotta find Prompto's DM. Fuck, where is it? This dude isn't... Alright, hold on, wait, where is it? I gotta find it. There's just too many. I swear to God, there's too many DMs. It's a brutal world. I don't know what's going on. You know, most of these, I don't even think I replied to any of these guys. I don't think I did. I just kind of let them, like, keep messaging me over and over. For anyone wondering, like, why they're talking about the pong thing, it's because I put, like, what I put, like, looking for a beer pong partner or something. I don't know. Damn, man. Let me see. I gotta find the dudes. There's so many dudes that, like, message me, like, more than once. You know, like so many times in a row. But yeah, look at all this attention, man. Let's see, Jonah. Damn, thanks. He likes books. I hate both of those things. What's this dude say? It's gonna be all wins or all losses. There's no in between at all. Also, your style is amazing. I love the chains, choker. See how much of a halo effect it is to be an e-girl? You know, like, put on this. And it's like anyone could even do this shit too. You just gotta put on, like, the makeup, dye the hair and shit. And then, like, it's such an amazing halo effect. Oh, Austin, bro, come on. Don't do that shit, man. Raj. Uh-oh, Raj, I think it's over, bro. He's joining a frat. Oh, Dale, I'm sorry to break the news to you, buddy. I'm not real. Bro, what? I don't want... Oh, my God, man. Bro, come on. Oh, my... On a scale of 1 to 10, I'll give you a 9 because you're the one I'm missing. Come on, dude. That's so corny, man. Oh, my God. Hey, I like your face. The fact that you have infinite. Dude, these are just, like, making me depressed, bro. This is just proof right here that, like, any girl you're talking to, like, don't think you're the only one she's talking to. Because, I mean, like, this is, like, these are too many. This is, like, too many people. Like, oh, no. Joseph. I want to feed you sushi and cuddle while watching crappy horror movies. I'm sorry to let your dream up, buddy boyo, but looks like it's not going to happen. I like your style. It's very attractive. Oh, my God, bro. You put that, like, that drooling emoji. Oh, my God. Oh, Kev, what are you... Oh. How casual is what you're looking for? I'll do... Bro, you're down bad as fuck. I put in, like, I think, like, in my bio, I was, like, looking for something casual. Let's see what this dude said. You look really fine. Yep, my personality's pretty good. You're so hot, my zipper's falling for you. Let's see. Uh-oh, it's over. I like the hair dye. Bro, like, it's like I'm not even at the bottom and I'm still, like, going through all these. Oh my God, alright. Let's see. I see red flags and I swipe right. Alright. You know what's... Oh, you know what? This is just too... My brain can't even, like, comprehend this shit. Bro, what is that? What kind of, like... Does this even make any sense? Like, what the fuck is wrong? What is wrong with dudes? Oh, shit, Chad. You seem like the crazy I'm looking for. It's, like, such, like, a weird halo effect. It's not even... I want to get drunk and sex to you. Well, that is, it's pretty good English. Are you a campfire because you're hot and I want some more? Like, you don't even have to say anything. Like, and these dudes just... Oh, my God, dude. I just can't, man. Bro, it's over, yo. Look, step on me. I mean, hi. Oh, yeah, bro. So fucking... You ain't gonna find another... Oh, my fuck. How many times did this motherfucker message me? Damn, girl, your look is fire. You look like a gamer, are you? What you looking for on here? Why don't you come on over? I'll go down on you and won't stop until you tell me so. Answer, come on now. You ain't gonna find another boy who goes down on you like me. I don't know, Matt. I think, oh, fuck, Matt, it's over, bro. Oh, shit, man. Oh, fuck. Matt, oh, goddamn. Alright, you know, that's too brutal. That's too brutal. Let's see. This is fucking Prompto. This is the legitimate Prompto. This guy is status maxed. His job is to be a musician. I mean, the dude's successful, yet he's on here, and I could have fucking matched with him if this was legit. Like, I'm getting legitimate, like, underground fucking artists, celebrities matching with me. Like, what is going on, bro? Like, I don't even know what life this is. Like, I don't. Ruin me, please, respectfully. Like, Declan, what the fuck are you doing? Doesn't even make any sense. Oh, I think it's over for this guy. That song in your bio is fire. Don't lie, this dude's a bullshitter. I put the most ass metal song in the world. I put that infant annihilator shit. Look, this is the DM I was talking about. Gaslight and manipulate me, please. It's like, I thought you had to have a good personality and shit. Like, that's not good, you know. Now you gonna make me act up. Goth girls got me. Oh, bro, Matt. Bro. Oh my fuck, bro, Matt. Calm down with the gym, bro. Holy fuck. Oh, we are in clown world and it is over, man. It's over. I'm sorry to break the news, but it seems like it's over. I mean, at this rate, I mean, who knows? I can't predict the future, but holy fuck, man. What is going on? Oh my God, bro. You're Gym Max too. You're super fucking hot. I wish you would answer me, gorgeous. Can I please get your snap? He's not that good looking, but the dude's Gym Max. It's like, you gotta compete. It's like the competition is nuts, you know? I swear to God, like, being Gym Maxed is the bare minimum, like, for anything, you know? If you want to, like, be a normie now, you just gotta go to the gym and be Gym Maxed just to, like, have a slight competition, I guess. First instinct was to ask me was to ask you to ruin my life, but I bet you're a sweetheart. What the fuck is up with that shit, man? Oh, ruin my life, please, ruin my life. It's like, why? What is that even, like, that's so corny and dumb, man. Ahmed, what are you doing? Fuck, alright. I'm not even at the bottom yet. That's the most brutal part. Like, I'm not even at the fucking kill me after we hook up. Oh my God, Jerry, what the fuck? It's just, there's just too many. These guys are down bad as shit. Oh my God. Still going, by the way. Roses are red. Damn, baby, you fine. I'll be the 6 and you'll be the 9. Bro, you got a fucking kid or something? What the fuck? Alright, well. Does anyone, like, I just find it mind-blowing how nobody bats an eye at this behavior at all. Like, no one even questions this shit. No one even, like, questions, like, anything. Like, it's just fucking weird. Like, everyone just acts like this is normal. This isn't normal. Oh, bro. This dude said, mommy. Mommy, sorry, mommy. Yo, any dude who calls a girl mommy, it's over. Ugh, man. I'm starting to get a headache from this shit, man. Like, for real. It's just too much. It's too much. What the fuck? 6'7". Oh, bro, you're so hard, bro. Whoa, you're 6'7". No one's gonna start anything with you, bro. You're so hard, bro. Damn. 6'7". That's crazy. Everyone's so damn tall, I swear to God. I don't think they're lying, because that's, like, not, like, a height you would lie about, 6'7". I mean, you kind of know if you were that tall. I don't know. Wow, goth queen. Whoa. All right, yeah, this is like hurting my head. It just keeps going and going and going. So that's pretty much it. It's brutal out here. Like I don't know what's going on, but this is the way the world is. Like guys just don't look at what these dudes have to do on here. Just jester max, clown themselves, call me fucking mommy, message me like every day for like a couple days just to get my attention. God damn. You know, gym max to shit and still doing this. You know, high tier normies and Chad lights acting like this. Like I don't know. Like I think it's over for me. Like at this point, I mean, Jesus Christ. You know, where am I going to meet somebody? I just genuinely don't think I will at this rate, you know. Tinder, like, this just proves to me that Tinder is a lost cause. Like, I'm going to stay off this shit now. Like, now that I know my competition is, how many guys are in here? Like, 300 guys? I'm getting the fuck off this app because, like, there's no point. Like, it really isn't. I mean, maybe my odds are higher in real life, but then again, who fucking knows? But yeah, that's pretty much it. These are all the down bad weirdo DMs I got. Alright, today I am going to be showing you what your competition is like on online dating apps, you know, because I feel like most normies, like the mindset is to, you know, they get the app, they don't actually know who they're going against. I mean, if you're playing a sport, you're probably going to want to see who you're going against, just to see if you have a chance or not. But, I mean, yesterday I was on like a 20, it was crazy. I was on like a 20-person streak, like swiping on dudes who put like 6'1", 6'2", 6'6", like crazy heights, you know, in their bios. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And then all of a sudden, you know, it went dark and I got a bunch of sub-5s for like 20 dudes straight. And I was like, damn, like this app is like, it's crazy, man. But, I mean, this dude right here, like what I opened the app to, see, does he even have yeah, he has a bio. Future DILF, just moved here, nice one. But anyway, I'm going to go through, like, the new DMs I got. There's just one dude, he said, slap me. Was this, you look like the perfect kind of crazy, slap me. Like, who's going to take you seriously? Like, I don't understand, like, why would that, like, how's this going to work? You know, saying slap me? Like, this dude is, like, a normie at best. Like, why would you say slap me? And here's the thing, like, I could just imagine, can you imagine, like, these red pill PUA dating coaches sitting here and telling you, bro, you ain't doing it right. You gotta, you know, do the texting game, bro. You gotta be flirty, seductive, bro. You have to know how to text. I ain't gonna give a shit how you text. Look at how many people I have to choose from. You think I'm gonna actually read this shit? I'm just gonna go on the chat, you know? I wouldn't care what these guys have to say. And, yo, most of these, what is it? Most of these, like, openers, like, these cringy pickup lines, they're cringe. They're so bad, man. They really are. Let's see, not gonna lie, I'm good at Pong. I'm not good at Pong, but I'm good at other things, bro. This dude, this dude has in his bio, he's 6'6", man. 6'6". Jeez, man. It's crazy tall. Let's see, this dude's gym maxed. I ain't even gonna shy away from this. I have a thing for, you know, goth girls, but what's up, lol. Okay, you wanna know something? Like, when dudes do this shit, when they message a day later or a week later or a month later, like, that is, like, the most, like, embarrassing shit in the world. This dude's gym maxed. And like I said before, I noticed, like, most guys on here are gym maxed. Like, that's, like, the bare minimum to, like, just qualify as a normie now. This dude blew me a kiss. Hey, you're hot. He put the swipe note. There's a guy on here. I gotta find his DM. He said, like, in his bio, he said he was 6'8" and an entrepreneur. And he sent me a message that said, send me feet pics. I was like, what the fuck? Why are you, like, okay. Let's see, Rob. Can you cut? Oh, what the I have a knife play kink. How about we get together and you sit on my lap and we can just talk about the first thing that pops up? There's another gym dude. He's trying to put in the work, I see. Let's see. Hey, I'm writing about the finer things in life. I was wondering if I could interview you. That is corny as hell, bro. Like, these are so corny, man. Man, let me check. Cute. What the hell? Is this Chad? Jesus Christ. Is this a real person? What the hell? Alright, well. Howdy, goth girl. Dopey motorcycle mechanic combo. I don't even know. Hey, lady, I like your face. Oh, this is another dude who goes to the gym all the time. Alright, well. You're cute. We should link up sometime. Damn, bro. This dude's like 4,000 miles away, and you're talking about linking up? Like, Jesus. This dude's from like a whole nother country. I haven't been in a car accident before, but I wouldn't mind hitting your rear end. Like, bro, like, who's gonna respond to that seriously, man? Like, these are the guys you are actually, when you are on Tinder, these are the guys that you're going against. These dudes saying like this just dumb shit, man. Let's see. This dude's gym maxed. It's like there's so many on here that are gym maxed, man. They got like all the 6 foot, over 6 foot in the bio, you know. See, it looks like my attempt to scare you away was unsuccessful. I guess you're more confident than average. What? What are you even talking about, bro? What does that even mean? Oh, is this dude a Discord mod? Oh, bro, I feel bad for that guy, man. He unironically needs a haircut. Like unironically needs a haircut. And, to shave. Let's see this dude, wait. Let me break your back. What an opener, bro. What an opener. Ugh, man. You really think what makes me, like, there's no way I would stand a shot, like, with all these guys in here, man. You know? Oh my god. I mean, some of them, it's like, some of them are Chads, some of them are sub 5. It's like, but at the end of the day, it's just look at this. It's just so much competition. Doesn't matter if they're sub 5, doesn't matter if they're Chad. There's just so many of them just like swarming, man. They're like swarming. Let's see what this dude said. I don't remember the last time we've talked. I think we should change that. Okay. Yes to all the goth. Oh. IFS need a big titty goth girlfriend. Damn, dude. Another gym maxed dude. I'm telling you, it's like what you gotta do is the bare minimum. You like Monster Energy drink? Of course he'd ask me that. I think this is like these are like the older DMs. But yeah, man, it's just crazy. Hey, queen. Bro, come on. See, I like to party and looking for someone to actually talk to. Also, if you okay, Apex Legends, definitely hit me up. I'm Diamond 4 and need to climb up, and I'm actually 20. Damn. These are, it really is too much. Like, I could just, here, you know what, I'm going to, oh, it's loading. Alright, I guess I'll swipe on these dudes. Joe. Oh, so there's no way this dude's 25, ain't no way. It's a match, crazy. What is this? This is not even a real person, what the fuck? Tell me your biggest red flag. Yeah, like, look at, you notice, like, all the dudes who are sub 5 have the corniest bios in the world. Look, 2 truths and a lie. I fell off a bus and sprained both my ankles. I broke my foot jumping onto a table. I pierced my ear with a thumbtack. It's like, bro, I don't even, this dude said I'm a chubby Tom Holland, if you think about it. Okay. Yeah, sub 5. Oh, my, yep, we're in sub 5 territory now. Sub 5 territory. 5'9". Yeah, this is sub 5 territory now. Okay. Maybe I do got a shot on here. We're in sub 5 territory. Oh my god, man. Alright. Oh shit, this guy is 6'6". Holy shit. He has in his bio 6'6". Goddamn. This is John Cena. Alright. Bro. Alright. I don't know why this shit's so funny. Alright. This guy is obviously a military dude. Oh, over. Okay, yeah, we're in sub 5 territory now. I don't know what's going on. I guess I swiped on all the Chads yesterday. Oh my god, man. I feel so bad for these guys, man. Like, I think here's the thing. I think you know it's over when you are on Tinder. Because, like, think about it. You flopped. You must have fucked up somewhere. Like, you really must have fucked up somewhere to, get on an app and still be on the app, See this guy. Cause yeah, like, dude, you fucked up in real life, and then you think, oh, I gotta hop on here, and then it's over on here too, Oh, this guy looks like Hamza. Hamza. This is like the dollar store Hamza. What the fuck? Oh, Hamza liked me. No way. This dude say he's 6'1". Damn, 6'1", another 6'1". The hell? I don't even. Is this a dude? What the hell? Oh, Hamza messaged me. Yo, Hamza. Oh, no way. I'm gonna say, are you Hamza? Oh my! If he says yes, imagine he bullshits and he's like, yeah, I'm Hamza. That's me. Just to like get with me. Oh my god, that shit would be so fucking funny, man. Oh, another dude who goes to the gym. 6'1". Dude, everyone, I swear, like, 6'1" is such a common height now. I keep seeing 6'1" everywhere. God damn. Alright, I guess that's enough swiping. It's just a bunch of sub 5 dudes. 6'3". Damn, come on. He said, ha ha ha. Bro, come on. You're not that. Yo, no way. No fucking way. Oh, fuck. That's crazy. Alright. Alright, whatever. If I don't give a fuck, Hamza, stop messaging me. What are you looking on for here? Nothing. Oh, look, it's Adonis. No way. Damn. All right. So, oh fuck yeah. There's like so too many different types of dudes on here, man. 6 foot, 6 foot. Damn. Yeah. So. All right. Yeah. I don't know. I guess like I'll wait for those dudes to DM me. But yeah, man. Like, this is your competition on here. I mean, it's just a fucking. I feel like it's this kid's 6'4". Goddamn. I feel like it's a hit or miss with this shit, man. Like, it's just too much for my like brain to handle. Like, it really is. Like, all this attention and shit. Like all these guys on here. Like, all this attention, man. It's just so much. Like, I have too many. Like, how could you possibly be lonely, man? I feel like this app is like life-changing shit, for like females, because you can like literally just like make so many fucking friends, boyfriends and shit. But when I get on here, I don't even get anything. So like, damn, man. So I don't know. Like, when people tell me I just got to get out here and meet people and do this and do that to like make myself happy, to meet someone this way. It's like, if I was this girl, I could be on here just making so many friends and shit. Like look at how many people I got, it's crazy. But yeah, this is like your competition. It's just like too many guys. So yeah, I mean, buddy boys, you just got to be smart out here. Don't be like messaging like all this stupid stuff like, oh, corny pickup line here. Oh, do this, bro. Hey, oh. It's like, come on with that shit. But yeah, dating, I mean, Jesus Christ. Like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. But yeah, that's pretty much it. This is just your competition. And it's insane too, because like, out of the matches I have, like, most of these dudes didn't even message me, man. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Life is too easy, which is why it's hard. If I came to you with an offer that said, you can sit in the luxury of your own home, you can get a job, you can get a girlfriend, and you can get friends, would you take that offer? Sounds like a pretty good offer. Most of you would take it. But it comes with a catch. You have to be somewhat attractive for this to work out. And this is why life is hard, especially if you're a sub 5 male. I genuinely believe that online dating, Tinder, social media influences the way you talk to people in real life. Now let me explain what I mean by this. Let's pretend I'm a Giga Chad and I download Tinder and I match with lots of girls who are very, very pretty. I start texting them, talking to them. They live like a mile away from me. All of them live a mile away from me. Now let's say I go to the food store. I'm hungry, I go to the food store. And the cashier is a girl. She's kind of attractive, but not really.
She starts talking to me, and she eventually says, hey, I think you're cute. Can I get your number? Now, in the back of my head, I'm going to be like, wait, which one should I choose? Should I choose the cute girls on Tinder that are in my area that look way better than her? Or should I choose this cashier who's kind of good looking, but not really? Which one would you choose? You know, it's like the same thing. This is why I think cold approaching is completely done for in this era. And it didn't hit me until recently, is because, you know, anytime I approach a girl now, I can just only assume, like, they have it in their heads that they're like, yeah, like, why is this below average guy approaching me? You know, I'm just going to go home, go on Tinder, you know, swipe on guys who are way better looking than him. Because that's pretty much what Tinder is. Just one big competition, as usual. And there's always that one guy that looks better than you, you know? And it's like, and even for myself, you know, this is why life, first off, is so easy yet so hard, is because we have this app called, you know, Tinder, Hinge, Bumble, whichever one you want to use, where you can meet a partner, talk to someone you like, you know. And also, social media, online, everything on there is all based on looks. It always will. Instagram, your photos, there's no personality in your photos. Same with Tinder, there's no personality on your Tinder. So it's all based on looks, you know. And when it's so convenient and easy to swipe on people on a dating app, where you can be like, okay, hey, I like this girl, she looks cool, oh, I like this girl, yet you get nothing in return because of how you look, because there's obviously way better looking people than you, is what makes it hard, you know. And then you go out there, like someone told me the other day, somebody was Chadfishing, and they were like, dude, this is crazy. I have hundreds of girls who are 1 mile away from me in my area, yet when I step outside, I don't see a single one. It's like, yeah, because they don't have to. Nobody has to leave their house nowadays. You guys would be mind blown, mortified, just insane. The amount of people that I know personally that are working from home, have a job at home. They don't ever have to leave their house. Especially my Chad friend. He gets his food DoorDashed to him. He met a girl off Tinder. He lives in his apartment, doesn't leave it. It's really, that's like the prime definition of why life is so easy and so hard, is because, like, you look at my friend, everything he does is at home. He never leaves his house. You know, he met a girl off Tinder from his home, gets all of his food DoorDashed to him from his home because he doesn't have a car. You know, now for me, all that will do for me is just make me lonely, because, as I've stated multiple times, Tinder doesn't work out for me because I'm not attractive, which is what makes it hard. Because you live day to day, you know, in your home. I'm not always in my house. I go to work. But you know what I mean? It's just you go home, go to work, go home. It's like a cycle that repeats. You know, it sounds convenient. You get money, your safety. You know, you don't have to, it's not like the old days, you know, where survival was necessary. We're just literally sitting in our houses. It sounds so convenient, yet it's so boring. You know, it's like a prison. Like, it really is. Like, if you think about it, like your house, you know, especially if like none of that works out, where you're kind of just like isolated, and like the way people treat you and all that, you're kind of just like stuck in your house, if that makes sense. It really is, like, it's boring. It's hard. It really is hard for you. You know, if you're sub 5, you're in your home, you're trying your hardest to make friends, to have a somewhat normal life, when life isn't even normal anymore, dude. Like just look at what the internet has done to everybody, man. I can only imagine, like I said, the amount of people that work online now that don't even leave. They don't leave their houses ever, bro. I'm telling you, you know, they don't ever leave their houses. And it's like, and those people are depressed too, you know, because obviously people need to get outside. But it's like, even when you do, it's like nobody wants to talk to you because they don't have to, right? Because they just don't have to. I can meet, even there's apps for friends. I've known only one person who uses, I forgot what the app is called. I know it's like Yellow, but he uses the app to make friends from the comfort of his own home. Even that's based off of looks, you know? It's crazy. All of it, you know, everything is all based online, but if you don't meet the looks threshold is when it becomes hard, you know, because people, it's so easy for somebody online to say, yeah, you're ugly, bro. Like, people can make fun of you online. Obviously, it's the internet. Anyone can say whatever they want. You know, nobody has to give you anything. So you're kind of just, like, in a place where you are stuck, you know, and that's why it's easy and hard. You know, you have everything you need, food, water, you know, security, yet it's so depressing and boring, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts. Life is easy, but it's hard, especially for sub fives, man. I'm telling you. You know, every day it's just like trying, like every now and then I'll download Tinder, just to see if I can like do what like everyone else is doing, like trying to like find somebody online. Because like I said, everyone I know has met their girlfriends and boyfriends online. Like, seriously, I don't know one person who has met like in public, like through cold approaching, warm approaching. All the people I've known who are dating, they met online. We live in an online era, you know, that I am completely left out of, you know. But I mean, who knows? Like I said, I download Tinder like maybe once every like couple months just to see if something changes, but nah, never changes. So yeah, it's like I'm stuck in a house, go to work every day. Every day is the same. It's very boring. It's easy, but it's hard and depressing. Yeah, if that makes sense. Alright, today I'm going to talk about coping with food. Now, last night I probably had one of the most brutal dreams I've had in a while. Pretty much what had happened was, in my dream, I invited everybody from my high school over to my house for a party. And every time I'd approach somebody or any of that, I like getting sidetracked, and I had to like run an errand, go out and run an errand, do something. And then I'd come back, same thing would happen, wouldn't talk to anybody, and I kept getting sidetracked with like errands, and I kept running out. And then finally, when I was ready, the sun was coming up, and everyone was getting in their cars, and I said, "Wait, guys, I'm ready now, I'm ready, stay." And they all looked at me simultaneously and said, "You're too late now," and left. And then I woke up, I was the most depressed. That was like the most depressing fucking dream. But anyway, coping with food. Probably, like I always say, if you're gonna cope with something that you put into your body, chances are it's not a good idea. And one of the biggest regrets I have is coping with food. You know, I got no one to blame but myself for this shit, because you cannot afford to be high body fat percent in 2022. You know, and it really is a setback, because like I thought I was invincible. Like I was, because I've been skinny my whole life. I thought like, oh, you know, eating like this garbage every day, I'll be fine. But nah, you know, I started getting a beer belly, I started getting boobs, and it wasn't good, you know. And I noticed, like, here's the thing with like motivational shit, I always notice, like, I don't know if you guys are like this too, but like seeing people fuck up and flop at life is way more motivational than seeing some like roid head gym max dude without his shirt on saying, "You can do it, you can do anything." You know, it's like watching like Nikocado Avocado, you know, seeing his insane decline. That's way more motivational, because I look at that dude and I'm like, god damn, I don't want to fucking be like that, you know. Shit's gotta change, you know. But yeah, like pretty much what had happened was, when this pandemic happened like 2 years ago, I think I was in my first year of college, and everything, like I was probably like the most miserable, because like I didn't leave the house at all, you know, probably like once a month. The school was online, you know, so I couldn't even go to school. Like the whole shit was online, and you know it's over when the only thing making you happy is food, because that was like the point I was at. The only thing making me happy was fucking food. You know, that's how I was fucking coping. And my mom's soy friend at the time, you know, this guy stayed with us during like the first like couple months of the pandemic, like when it happened. And he was going to school too. He was going to college too. And even though he was like fucking like 60 years old, he was going to college too. Not in the same one I was going in. But this guy, I would tell him, like, it was morning, lunch, and dinner, I would just tell him. And this guy, I've never seen behavior, I've talked about this, I've never seen behavior like this before. Like, this guy was a lapdog. He would do any and everything to please me, spoil me, like I was some spoiled brat. Same thing for my mom, just spoiled us. He ran every errand for us. He did every house chore, it was a free ride for me. Like, I didn't have to do anything at all. You know, this guy just took care of every fucking thing, man. You know, everything. He would take both of our cars, fill it up with gas for us. Like, it was just fucking mind-blowing shit. Like, this is the life, like, some dudes are living. I don't know why this guy would do this. I really don't. But it was like on a level of like, it was like scary as fuck because he would do everything. But anyway, let me tell you what my diet consisted of, how actually horrible it was for me. But pretty much like in the morning, I tell this dude, I'd say, get me McDonald's. And for some reason, this guy smelled like shit. Oh my God. I don't know if he like the night before, like he brushed his teeth with poop or fucking forgot to wipe, but like this dude just smelled like garbage all the time. And like, I tried to like tell my mom about it. She was like, I don't smell anything, but this guy smelled so fucking bad, man. But, anyway, morning was McDonald's, afternoon was like fucking Burger King, and like dinner was fucking Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's like the fucking American diet. Like that's how fucking bad it was. You know, that's how actually bad it was. And I thought like, oh, you know, I'm not gonna gain that much because like I'm fucking like stupid. I don't know why I thought that. And then yeah, the boobs. I started getting boobs. You know, I started getting a belly. I was like, oh fuck, you know, this has to stop. Like holy shit, because I was eating so bad for like that whole year. You know, just coping with that shit because I was so fucking miserable. I had like barely anybody. I was doing online school. You know, just sitting in my house all day, every day. You know, it's like, how do you cope? Food. That's how I was coping. I was just eating food to make me happy, you know, just to like fill the void. And all it did was make shit so much fucking worse, man. You know, like it set me back so much. It made me gain weight, you know, look like shit. It's just not, you know, coping with food. That's how like addictions start, you know. But yeah, it was always fast food, guys. I would tell this dude, I'd be like, get me whatever the fuck, get me Wendy's right now. He'd be like, okay, yes, I will, sir. He'd jump in his car, come back with it, and yeah, like that's what would happen. It's fucking crazy, man. But how this guy broke up with my mom, you're not gonna believe this shit. He tried to cheat on a 25-year-old Stacy that went to his college, and my mom found out about it. He wasn't successful, obviously. I don't know why. Like, if you're bald, like, this guy was not tall at all. He was bald. I don't understand, like, why he would possibly think a 25-year-old girl would want him. And I remember the whole thing. My mom fucking called this girl, you know, just fucking being like, what the fuck happened and shit. And she was like, oh, I didn't know. He's just a friend. It was, oh my God, it's so fucking funny, man. You know, it's just so funny. But, yeah, that's how it ended for him. He pretty much, like, got caught cheating or attempting to cheat. He didn't successfully cheat. And I don't understand too, like when these PUAs and shit say like, oh, just, you know, or these MGTOWs, they'd be like, oh, just go for the younger girls, you know, younger girls love older guys. It's like, why would a young 25-year-old girl want a 60-year-old bald short dude? Like what? Like, I don't know. It just makes no sense. And like, I obviously knew, like, how's the quote go? Predicting 8 o'clock at 7:30. Like, I already know how this shit was gonna go. He would have fucked up and flopped either way, you know. There's no way he would have pulled that, you know. But he got caught cheating, and she left him. And we only found out, like, a couple months ago that he's in jail right now. About, like, a year after they broke up, he had some sort of mental breakdown, broke into a store, beat the shit out of people, and now he's in jail. And because I was just fucking mortified. I was like, holy shit. And it's really brutal too, because like, is that the life of a sub-5? Because fuck, I don't want to live that fucking life. Like, Jesus Christ. But yeah, when I heard that, I was just like, God damn. You know, it's like he's doing like 7 years for that shit. Wow. I don't know. It just blows my mind. I wouldn't have expected that from him. Like, I really wouldn't have expected that from him. Because he was just like a beta. He was just a nice guy, you know, like one of those literal typical nice guys. Like one of those dudes, you know, who did everything for us. But yeah, man, what was I talking about? Yeah, coping with food. It's just, I don't know, man. My life is just fucking weird, you know. I don't know why I fucking did that shit. I thought like, oh, you know, I won't gain too much weight. I was wrong, you know. I wasn't morbid, but like I got to a point where I was like, this needs to change, and like I changed it, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, the next step is the gym now, build some muscle. But yeah, that's pretty much coping with food. Alright, today I want to talk about something that I've mentioned briefly a couple times. I just never made a video on it. And I'm pretty sure we can all, you know, relate to this, where especially people in my generation, Gen Z, where you feel like, your body, obviously you're getting older, but your mind is not. You're like, you got like the mindset of like a 12-year-old, That's where I feel like I'm at right now. I overheard a conversation with my parents the other day over the phone, and they said that I had the mind of a 10-year-old, that I was a baby, and that they failed me. And I can't get mad at that, because like it's true. My friends, before they stopped talking to me last month, they basically sat me down and said, bro, just work on yourself. Then maybe, in a year's time we'll consider talking to you again. But it's over. I already know it's over. Like, I want to give this analogy to like anybody with the whole mental maturation. And I always get like gaslighted for that shit. Like, oh bro, you're immature, bro. It's like, you can't mentally mature overnight. It's going to take time. Everything takes time. It's not like, oh, all of a sudden, like, oh, I'm this mature man. It's like, no, it's going to take time. If it's even possible. I think I'm a lost cause at this point. But anyway, the analogy I was going to make, let's say we're back in 2012. Black Ops 2 just came out, and you want to join this team. You're kind of good at the game, but you're not. You kind of are falling back a little bit, like, aka resembling the mental maturity. You're falling back a little bit. You're not too good. And you want to join this team where these people, they're pretty good. And they tell you like, oh man, you just got to practice, put in work, bro, practice over and over, practice. And that's what you do. You have a goal, you set the goal, you're grinding every night to try and get good enough to join this competitive team on Call of Duty. And when you grind so hard, you put in 110% work, you finally grind. And then you go to the people, you say, hey, I'm ready now. I'm fucking amazing at this game. I got this shit. And then guess what? They're going to say, oh, bro, BO2, fuck that garbage game. We're on Black Ops 3 now, bro. BO2's irrelevant, bro. And then you get on BO3, oh, bro, you're garbage. And you got to start back from square one. It's like everyone is a step. I even noticed that like with my own friends, they're all a step ahead of me. And then when I finally get to where they're at, they're on another fucking, like, I always notice that shit. The whole late bloomer shit, nobody wants to be a late bloomer. If you genuinely sit there and ask someone like, oh, bro, do you want to have your first kiss and start your life at 30 years old? Fuck that. Oh, 40 years old, do you want to start your life? It's like, it's fucking like too late. Everyone is so many steps ahead of you. By the time, it's like a slow progression, Everyone is so much more like advanced, and they keep moving up, while you're slowly moving up. Like that's the way I like to see it. So when going back to the analogy, they're all on Black Ops 3, you grind your ass off to try and get to, join the team, and then you're like, oh, guys, I'm ready now. I grinded my ass off on Black Ops 3, I'm so good. Then they're like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Fuck that game. We're on BO4 now. And then it just keeps repeating, I want to say, like, I gave it so much, like, guys, it's actually fucking mind-blowing how much I gave it my all, like, these past, like, 3 years, especially last year, how fucking tremendously hard I tried, like especially, like, last year, I tried so hard to, social max, to make friends, talk to people and shit, expand my social circle, get into a relationship especially, all for it to just literally fucking fail so bad. Like, I fucked up so bad, somewhere. Like, I gave it like 100 and fucking billion%, putting in like all this fucking work to try and, make connections in college, do all this fucking shit, and I literally, guys, I failed so fucking bad that at this moment I am making this video, I have no friends, no job, and I sit in my house all day. That's what happened. There was a point where, I had friends, I hung out with them every now and then. I was in college, talking to people and shit, trying to make connections, asking girls out. Now there's none of that shit. These past few months, there's fucking none of that, I just fucking flopped. Like, I really fucking flopped. And it's like, it's kind of over now, like, especially that I have no social circle. And oh yeah, here's the thing too. I was in the Jacked and Stacked Discord server. So if you don't know who that guy is, another black pill YouTuber, but someone posted there, it was like an image of like Google searches for the term looks max, and all the way up until like 2020, it's like kind of, you know, it's like up and down a little bit. All of a sudden, 2021, 2022, that shit just fucking skyrocketed. You know, it's like nobody addresses this fucking problem at all. And I think I know why. It's because you don't fucking hear from people like me. Like, seriously, like I said, at this moment, who the fuck is gonna hear from me? I'm literally in my house doing fucking nothing. You know, seriously, who gives a shit about me? Nobody gives a fuck about me, you know. Especially now that I have like pretty much nothing, it's like you don't hear from people like me, so this issue doesn't get addressed at all, and we just nobody fucking gives a shit, you know. I mean, it's sad, but like whatever, you know. At least we have the internet. That's why, like, I don't know, you could fucking like talk about this shit, but yeah, man, like no one like cares about people like me, man, you know. And as far as like the whole like maturing mentally, you know, mentally maturing, I just don't see that fucking shit happening, you know. If you've been in like a state of mind like this, like isolated for so long, you know, just like trying your ass off to like change things and it doesn't work, you know, like trying to, cause like I was like so, I don't know how to like describe it, especially when I was like 18. When I was like 18 years old, like I really tried to like, quote unquote, like break out of my comfort zone, whatever. And, you know, meet people, and it just fucking failed so bad, you know, and I'd still spend the summers pretty much alone. Like nothing, now that I look at it, it didn't even matter what I did. I was literally just, I guess, meant to be fucking alone, like at this point, you know? And yeah, just like, I'm just fucking isolated all the time. So maybe that's why, I don't know, fucking playing video games all the time. But it's not like I had a choice with that fucking shit either, you know? Like, what else am I gonna do? Just like, still flopping with social interactions. There's only one thing you can really do. What was my option? Stare at a fucking wall or play video games? I chose video games. You know, it's not like anyone was knocking at my door. It's not like anyone was accepting me to knock at their door. So I just fucking played video games, you know. And here we are, fucked up. And, yeah, it's crazy, man. But that's pretty much it. How many of you guys fucking feel like that? You know, where your mental maturity is just, like, fucking gone. Like, it's not like you haven't matured at all. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, today I want to talk about the downfall of pop culture and why I personally don't enjoy anything anymore, you know, especially anything mainstream. And I was sitting in my car a couple days ago thinking, like, how do these people eat up this garbage over and over again? How do they keep listening to these same recycled songs with the same patterns, you know, same vocal style, you know, same flows? How do they watch these same remastered shows and TV shows and movies, and how do they do it? How do they eat this garbage up and are still happy and still buy into it? How? And I finally realized it doesn't matter actually what the fuck it is. It's because they have people to do it with. That's what matters. You know, they don't really actually care about whatever it is. They're just happy they have somebody to do it with. I feel like the most menial shit on the planet, you know, just like sitting and doing nothing, will be 1,000 times better if you have somebody to do it with, you know, and it won't be depressing at all. And I think that's like how nostalgia is created, like good nostalgia, because like I have so much bad nostalgia from like pop culture and shit, you know, like for example, like especially with music, like music is a one thing that like brings back so many memories, you know, like it's so bad, like certain songs, like certain mainstream songs at whatever time it was, bring back such bad memories from like shit that's happened. Like for your average like normal person, like I feel like especially with like now, like with pop culture, like TikTok trends, like you see all these people like doing like these trends. Like if, for example, if you were like if you had teen love and you were doing like, I don't know, like these, listening to this one song, or you watched this one movie together, it didn't matter what the fuck the movie was, you would still enjoy it because you had somebody to do it with, you know. And you look back on it and be like, oh, I remember that time in my life. But when I look back on the shit, I'll be like, oh, fuck that garbage. You know, all these kids were doing the shit, I was sitting on my ass, you know. So like I don't enjoy anything. I don't think I'll ever be happy or content with anything. Like I just don't enjoy anything. I really don't. And I think it's because I never had anybody to do things with. But at the same time, like even, you know, when I used to go to parties like every now and then, like now it's over for that shit, like literally over. I'm never going to one ever again. because I don't have I don't have anybody to invite me to them. I'm never ever ever going to one again, and I think like that's good for my mental health because they never worked. Like they just made me more depressed, you know. And I always wondered too, like I always felt so left out. Like I never understood like how, like I would just like look at all these people having fun and shit, you know, and I'd be like, how are they doing that? Like how do you do that? You know, I would just wonder, how do they do that? And then I make like an effort to talk to somebody. It was like an endless cycle, you know. I'd get, you know, build my confidence, quote unquote, whatever, and I'd approach somebody to talk to them. Then the conversation would go nowhere, and then I'd get depressed and not talk to anybody. And then it was just like an endless cycle, you know. And I was never, ever happy once going to a party. Never. I always came home insanely depressed, like such horrible depression. And like the songs never made it better, you know. Like around like 2018, that fucking Sicko Mode song by Drake, that song brings back so much bad memories, man. It's not even funny. Just like watching like everyone have fun with that song and shit, you know, dancing, you know, hanging out while I was just like doing nothing, like sitting back in the sidelines, you know. So like that's why I just don't enjoy these things, because like I never had anybody to like have fun with it, you know. I never did. And I noticed too, like with like video games and shit, like let's say I'm playing a game all day, let's say I'll play like fucking Minecraft for like 12 hours straight. By the end of the day, I'll be bored to tears of Minecraft. And then let's say my friend gets on, all of a sudden I'll be like, oh hell yeah, let's play Minecraft. And I won't even like bother it. Like I won't even like be bored anymore. I'll be like, okay, like I have this whatever, who the fuck to play with, you know. It'll be fun now. I have somebody here to play with. Because like, yo, it's actually so brutal. If you grew up in a you know, single only child household, like an only child where you had like not like multiplayer games, but you had like split screen games, like that shit was so brutal. I used to fucking literally plug in the controller, like 2 controllers, and just play with myself. That sounded weird, but you know what I mean. Like I would just like put the controller like to the right and then like one to the left, and I'd like play like with both of the controllers, like pretending like somebody was there. Like it's over. If you were doing that shit as a kid, like playing with yourself like with multiplayer games, it was over. You know, like this shit was so brutal. Like I used to do that a lot as a kid, like because I was so fucking bored. Like I wanted somebody to play the games with, I wanted somebody to do all this shit with, and it never happened, which made me just not fucking like anything, you know. And then even too, like I don't even think like, because I always see right through this trash. Like, I don't know how, like, your average, like, person can't see through this trash. I guess they don't care, right? Because if you're having fun with people, if you're, you know, out there, you're not going to give a shit. Like, you're not going to care that the same song has been, you know, the same tempo, same fucking vocal style, same flow. You're not going to care. Like, it's just, like, you're with your friends. You know, you're creating a memory. And it's going to be nostalgic if you hear the song in the future. It doesn't matter that it sounds like all the other freaking songs out there, because all these songs sound the damn same to me. You know, I just think they're garbage, repetitive garbage now. But I guess if you know, you're a normie, you wouldn't care, because you're creating memories with people, you know, while listening to the song. Same thing for the movies. You know, I'm pretty sure these people know, like, yeah, this fucking shit has been remade 10,000 times. But, I mean, hey, at least I got to go to the movie theater with, like, my girlfriend and my friends, you know. It's like that kind of thing. They know like this pop culture is overrated and dumb, but they don't really care. It's kind of like an I don't know, like a ignorance is bliss type of shit. Like they know that like these video games are remastered. Because I remember when Black Ops 1 came out, and now we're on like, what the fuck are we on? I don't even. It's just insane. I keep seeing they remastered. Like I saw the new Call of Duty, like the leak or whatever. And it's just like the same remastered fucking shit over and over for the past decade, guys. I'm like, how do people enjoy? I can't even play this shit anymore. It's like I'm like living that shit like the Groundhog Day shit, you know, just playing the same game over and over again. You know, like the copes are like really, they're getting shorter and shorter, like they really are. You know, like I'll pick up like some like little hobby for myself, and I'll get bored of it like so fast, you know. Unless I'm, like, good at it, then I'll, like, keep at it. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, I just, like, pick up shit and just, I'm like, why am I doing this? You know, this is boring as hell, you know? Like, I want somebody to do this with, you know? And it was especially, like, man, like, thinking back, like I said, when I was younger with that shit, like, I would play with myself, like, with board games and shit. Because, like, I would always ask, like, my dad to play video games. He never would fucking play games with me and shit. My mom never did because she didn't know what the fuck to do. She was trash. She didn't know how to play video games, so like I literally couldn't play with anybody. And like anytime like I had a friend over, which was super rare, I would be so fucking happy that they were playing the game with me, you know. So yeah, that's like my whole analysis on like pop culture and why like just your average person who's having fun, making memories, you know, has people with them and isn't lonely, is not going to care about pop culture being bad. They're just going to roll with it because they're having fun, they're having a good social life, which is what humans are meant to do. You know, we're meant to have friends, relationships, all that shit. It's human nature. And when you're lonely like me, where you got nothing, it's just like everything kind of seems to suck. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, today I'm going to tell you why you can't escape wanting validation. You know, how come everybody wants to be liked by others, you know, impress others, you know, be validated? It's because it's human nature. We are all social creatures. That's just how we are, you know. And I always find it funny when people tell me to, you know, stop seeking validation and to focus on myself and do these things and those things. It's like, why are you doing those things? You know, and it's all common sense, you know. It's because you want to get validated by others. You know, like when people tell you, oh, just stop seeking validation, let the validation come to you. It's like, what? You know? And I noticed too, like the whole, I think like the way, like the reason why society is the way it is, like how we're so advanced, is because of men seeking validation. You know? Like, let me give like the worst example in the entire world. Let's say it's the 1800s and some sub-5 true cell builds a house just to impress his crush and the townspeople, you know, just to get that validation. He goes out of his way. He's really motivated because he wants that validation, and he builds a house, you know. It's like a society is, the reason why we're here is because like dudes creating things just to be validated by others, you know, because if they didn't have like people hyping them up and shit, if they didn't have people being like, wow, good job, you know, they probably wouldn't do shit. Because like, look at me, like I've never gotten validation in my life, and honestly, like it takes everything away from you. Like it really does, because like I have no motivation for anything. Like if I had like a genuine loving wife, I'd probably be motivated to go to a garbage minimum wage job, you know. Like I always wonder like how those dudes make it in life, like how they like aren't depressed, and it's because they have like a family. You know, they have all the validation. They got their kids, their wife, they got the validation. Even though they're going to a terrible job, they get to go home and have that validation, you know. They get to be loved, all those types of things. Now, like I said, when you're like myself, severely lonely, and nobody chooses to be lonely, like nobody at all wants to be lonely. And here's the thing, like with the whole positive reinforcement, all that shit, I've never, ever once had genuine positive reinforcement. You know, I honestly, like, at the top of my head, besides, like, you know, I'm not talking about, like, the pity positive reinforcement where people, it's so blatant that they're lying to you to make you feel better. Like, genuine, good, positive reinforcement, you know, because that's pretty much what positive reinforcement is. It's validation, you know, to make yourself feel better. You know, you get approval from other people, makes you feel better, gives you a confidence boost, all that shit. I can't even think of a time that I've gotten a compliment or any of that. I seriously can't even think of it at the top of my head, you know. I'm trying to think of like a time where I've had a compliment and I can't think about it, you know. And I noticed too, it's always so funny, like as well, when these people, you know, who say to stop seeking validation completely, you know, these guys, they've had girlfriends in the past, they didn't miss out on teen love, and if they did, you know, they had a girlfriend, you know, right in college or whatever. They have friends. You know, all that shit, currently, not currently, they've experienced it before. And the whole thing, you know, even if like I noticed the people who have had validation before, who have had a relationship before, don't really care as much about validation, you know, afterwards. And I kind of think I know why, because I think like humans are naturally supposed to be depressed. And dopamine is obviously like a survival mechanic. It rewards you for surviving. You know, that's why when we eat food, we get the dopamine, because it's keeping us alive. You know, when we have sex, we're reproducing and passing on the genes. You know, it's basically like nature rewarding us for keeping ourselves alive. And I think when you know, do something like you know, you get validated,
the chase is way better than the actual reward itself, you know, because you notice, like, even like when you eat something, like right after, you're like, you feel like shit, you're like, okay, you know. And you notice, like, I was watching this thing the other day. It was like these people, they were like hooked up to this it was like this VR headset shit, and they were watching people do a race, and they found that the people who were watching, you know, with the fucking VR headset, their dopamine was like 10 times fucking higher than the people actually in the race. You know, I think it's the same thing. Like, that's why porn is so addictive, because, like, the people watching it, their dopamine is way higher than the people actually doing it. You know, because it's the chase is higher than the reward. You know, and you notice too, like, when people accomplish like insane tasks, you know, they put their all into something, the chase is like way more rewarding. And then when they get to whatever, they achieve whatever it is, they get fucking depressed, you know, like a day after, they're just like miserable, you know, they're like, damn, you know. It's like, that's why I think those people, you know, who've had validation before are able to actually like be content with not, you know, seeking validation, because like they know what it's like. And yeah, like for someone like myself who doesn't even like know any of that shit, you know, I've never had a compliment, you know, most shit I usually I don't know, like every social interaction, especially as of lately, just hasn't been, you know, the best at all. And yeah, of course you're gonna, like I said, you can try and trick your brain. You can try and be like, yeah, I don't need validation. Because I've had my days where I've like coped my ass off and been like, yeah, I don't need anybody in my life. I got this. And it always comes back to, you know, bite you in the ass, and you'll be like, damn, I really wish I had people. You know, because like you can only cope with that shit for so long, you know, saying like, oh yeah, I don't need anybody in my life, I'm a lone wolf, you know. You hear those guys like the fucking like, oh, I'm a sigma male, I don't need anybody in my life, and then, you know, they go home depressed in their rooms and shit. Like, that's pretty much me, you know. I try sometimes to tell myself, like, every one now and then, like, yeah, I'm glad I'm alone, I don't need anybody in my life, and then every other day is just like, damn, I wish I had somebody, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much why you can't escape validation. You know, you can try and tell yourself, hey, I don't need other people, but it's always going to be in the back of your mind. You know, just like that hunger analogy. You're going to be starving. You're going to keep telling yourself, yeah, I'm not hungry, even though your stomach is grumbling and shit, and you need to eat, but like you're just, you know, you're just telling yourself like, yeah, I don't need that shit, even though you really do. Like, that's what humans need. Loneliness is not, like, it really like has legitimate serious like health, it can cause health problems being alone, you know, for a long period of time. It's just not good. Humans are not designed to be alone like this, you know. But that's the way the world is now. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, today I'm going to be taking a personality test, because you always hear the normies saying, it's your personality, bro. It has nothing to do with your looks. Your personality and attitude is the only reason why you can't get a woman, bro. But let's actually, you know, take this personality test. It's called the Big 5 personality test. It's a pretty popular personality test. 120 questions. Strongly disagree, agree, and neutral. So let's just go right through it. I am a worrier. Yes, I worry a lot about stupid shit. I can't help it, though. It is what it is. I make friends easily. Well, I mean, I lose friends easily. I don't think I've made a friend in, like, what? Since, it's been years. Like, an in real life friend, I haven't made one in a while. I usually, like, stuck with the same people until recently. I have a vivid imagination. You know, I'm gonna say neutral, because, like, it's not that because I do daydream a lot, but it doesn't mean, like, because I'm not really that creative. I kind of think about the same shit over and over again. It's not like it's vivid. I don't know, I'll put neutral. I trust others. Hell no. I complete tasks successfully. No. I always procrastinate, like, a lot, and half-ass things. I've always been like that, though. I get angry easily. Nowadays, yeah. I mean, I kind of always did. Like, I do have a couple holes in my fucking room, like, in my wall. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Broken controllers and shit. I really enjoy large parties and gatherings. I mean, family gatherings are the most boring shit in the world. Parties, I mean, that's the end of an era for me. I'm never going to go back to another party again, college party. Maybe I'll try a nightclub, maybe. But as far as college parties and shit, that's an end of an era. I'm never going to one of those again. I don't think I really even enjoyed those either. I tried to tell myself like, oh, this is what everyone does. This is cool, but like deep down, like I would always come home depressed. You know, I would always make videos on that shit. You know, parties make me depressed as fuck because you come home and like nothing happened. So I'd say no. I don't enjoy that shit, especially family gatherings. I think art is important. If it's like the drawing art, hell no, that shit's stupid. I sometimes deceive others, no. I don't like things to be a mess. I like to tidy up. No, I mean, I'm always leaving my shit all over the place. I often feel sad. Yes. I like to take charge of situations. No. That's another problem with me I gotta work on. I've always been a follower. Like, in all my friend groups growing up, I never was a leader. I always would wait for somebody to reach out to me and shit and make the plans. I never had to say in anything. But I experience deep and varied emotions. Yeah, I'd say so. I love to help others. No, I don't really have anybody to help. I always keep my promises. No, that's something, again, I need to work on. I always am telling someone one thing and doing something else. I find it difficult to approach others. I mean, I'll approach somebody if I have to. But other than that, like, I try to avoid, like, social interactions. I just don't even want to... I'm at a point where I don't even want to talk to anybody anymore. You know, that shit is gone. I am always busy, always on the go. No. I prefer variety to routine. I think this means you prefer new things as opposed to the same thing over and over again. I'll put... I like the same shit over and over again. I love a good argument, a good fight. No, what the fuck? I work very hard. I'll put slightly disagree because, like, it is very difficult to do tasks. I wouldn't say I'm a hard worker at all. So yeah, slightly disagree. I will overindulge at times, yes. I love excitement. I mean, who doesn't? I'll put neutral. I enjoy reading challenge. No, I hate books. I believe that I am better than others. No. I am always prepared. No. I panic easily. Yeah. I'm a cheerful person. No. I tend to support progress and reform. I don't care. So I'll put no. I sympathize with the homeless. I mean, I don't know what it's like to be homeless. Maybe if I was homeless, I'd be able to sympathize. I'll put slightly disagree. I'm very spontaneous. I act without thinking. No. I fear the worst. Yeah. I feel comfortable around people. No. I don't feel comfortable around people because people feel uncomfortable around me. It's like a cycle. I enjoy wild flights of fantasy. I think that means daydreaming. It's not that I enjoy it. It kind of just happens. So I'll put slightly agree. I believe that people basically have good intentions. No. When I do something, I always do it well. No. I half-ass shit all the time. I get irritated easily. Yeah. I always chat to lots of different people at parties. Honestly, I'll put slightly disagree because, like, I don't think I ever really, like, whenever I used to go to those, I don't think I really, like, reached out to anybody. I would always, like, stick around with my friends, and then people would approach us, and it's all the same bullshit, guys. It's like, oh, have you seen that new movie? Oh my god, did you hear that new Drake album? Oh my god. It's like, fuck that, you know? How come nobody thinks for themselves and shit, too? It's always the same crap. I see beauty in things that others might not notice. No, I don't even know what the hell that even means. I don't mind cheating to get ahead, yeah. I often forget to put things back in their proper place. Yeah, like, that's a problem. I sometimes dislike myself, yes. I try to be in charge to lead others, no. I'm empathetic, I feel others' emotions. Now, I'm not one of those people. I know people like this that cry when someone else is crying. I never fucking understood that. That's fucking... I mean, I can understand. I'll put slightly disagree because I can understand people, like, how they're feeling. I just won't, like, react at all. I won't feel anything. You know, like, if someone's mad at me or crying, I won't feel anything. I'll just be, like, calm or numb. Like, you know what I mean? I'm concerned about others. Well, no, I don't really have anybody to be concerned about. I tell the truth. I mean, everyone lies every now and then. That's kind of a stupid question, so put neutral. I'm afraid to draw attention to myself. In public, yeah. I never sit still. I'm always on the go. No. I prefer to stick with things I know. Yes. I shout and yell at people. Usually, like... it's not that I don't... because I don't shout and yell at people, but I do get pissed off at people and raise my voice a little bit. Especially when I'm playing a game. I'll put slightly agree. I do more than what's expected of me. No, I do the bare minimum. I rarely overindulge. No. I go out of my way to seek adventure. No, I avoid philosophical discussions. Here's the thing with that. It's not that, because like I enjoy watching like documentaries, videos, and shit, but I don't actually like engaging in conversation because I'm gonna be honest, I'm just fucking lazy. You know, I don't really have any motivation to like talk to somebody, like have a 200 IQ discussion, because I just don't even feel like it. You know, I think highly of myself. No. I get the job done and carry out my plans. No, I was always that kid who did video games first and then homework at like last second, like the very last second. I become overwhelmed by events. Yeah, I'd say so. Depends how many people there are. If you're like around a huge group of people, it gets overwhelming. I have a lot of fun. Can't remember the last time I had fun. I believe that there is no absolute right or wrong. Yes, only because like let me use an example. If you tell somebody this guy robbed this store, they're gonna be like, oh, that's a bad man. What he did was wrong. And then you say, oh, wait a minute, but he did it because his daughter was sick and he needed medicine. That's why, because he didn't have any money. And then it changes everything though, because it's it's wrong, quote unquote. But what he did, was it moral? You know, he needed the shit for his daughter. So I don't know. I believe that there's no absolute right or wrong. I mean, yeah. I feel sympathy for those who are worse off than myself. Again, it's not that I don't feel sympathy. I just can't understand how they're feeling. I'll put slightly disagree. I make rash decisions. I think this means you make quick decisions. I'd say neutral. I'm afraid of many things. Yes, I avoid coming into contact with people if I can help it. I mean, yeah. I don't really even want to talk to anybody anymore now. I mean, I don't know, because I just don't trust anyone anymore. I love to daydream. It's not that I love it. I just kind of do it just because I have nothing better to do. I trust what people say. Nope. Handle tasks. No. Because, I mean, I know people who write shit down, plan out their whole day, you know, step by step, whatever. I never did that. I lose my temper. Yeah. I prefer to be alone. It's not that I prefer to be alone. I'm kind of just alone. Nobody wants to be alone, really. I mean, it is nice sometimes. So I'll put slightly agree. I do not like poetry. Yeah, I hate poetry. I sometimes take advantage of others. No. I sometimes leave the place in a mess. Yeah, I do that shit a lot. I always leave my shit everywhere. I sometimes am down in the dumps. Yep. Take control of situations. Nope. Some of these are the same question asked differently. I just noticed that. I rarely notice my emotional reactions and feelings. I mean, yeah, I don't, because like people always say like, oh, why'd you act like that? Why'd you fucking, like my friends and my fucking mom always says that shit. Like I do something that I don't know I'm offending somebody or something. I don't even know. So I guess, yeah. Cause like I don't even know. Like people tell me, oh, you're being a douchebag, bro, and like I'm like, how? Like, have you guys ever done that? Someone tells you like, oh, you're being a douche, and you're just like, wait, what? I don't know. I don't know if that's just me or not. I am indifferent to the feelings of others. I mean, what does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I'm fucking stupid. I'll put neutral. I don't know what that means. I break rules. When I was a kid, yeah. I only really feel comfortable with friends. No, I don't feel comfortable with anybody anymore. I do a lot in my spare time. No, not really. I just like changes. Yeah. I insult people. Yeah. I do enough work to just get by. Yeah. No. I enjoy taking risks. No. I have difficulty understanding a lot of stuff, it seems like. Maybe that's why I did so bad in school. I don't know. I have a high opinion of myself. No. I waste my time. Yeah. I definitely feel like I could be doing better shit. I mean, I'm trying, but it's hard. It's fucking so hard to motivate yourself and shit. I don't think people actually realize. I don't know if it's just me, but like it's just difficult now. I feel that I'm unable to deal with things. Yes. I love life. Yeah, right. I believe law should be strictly enforced. I don't even care. So no, I don't give a fuck. I'm not interested in other people's problems. Depends who the person is, so I'll put slightly agree. I rush into things. Sometimes. I don't know, sometimes. I get stressed out easily. Yes. I keep others at a distance. Yeah, I like to get lost in thought. It's not that I like it. Again, like it's just it happens. I distrust people. Yes, I know how to get things done. What the fuck does this even mean? I know how to get things done. Clearly I don't, because I'm still in the same fucking position I've been in for the past fucking multiple years. I'm not easily annoyed. No, I get annoyed very easily. So what would I put? I am not easily annoyed. No. I avoid crowds, yes. I do not enjoy, yeah. I fucking hate those. I sometimes am uncooperative and hinder. I am a little selfish. I'd say, yeah. I leave bit, yes. This one is a big one. I feel comfortable with myself, nope. I wait for others to take lead, yes. As I said, I've always been a follower. I know it's a bad thing to admit, but yeah, I've always been a follower. I don't understand people who get emotional. Sometimes, yeah. I don't have time for other people. It's not that I don't have time for other people. It's other people don't have time for me, so I'll put neutral. I sometimes break my promises, yeah. I am not bothered by difficult social situations. I definitely am. Like, if I'm getting confronted over something and it's, like, awkward and cringe, my body temperature is going to be 1,000 degrees. I'm going to want to get the fuck out of there. I react slowly. Not really. I am attached to conventional ways. I don't really care. I'll put neutral. I always even the score with others. No, what the fuck. I sometimes put little time and effort into my work. Yeah. Oh, wait, would that be? Hold on. Yeah, okay. I am able to control my cravings. Not really. I like action and danger. Fuck no. I am not interested. Again, this is the same type of question. It's not that I'm not interested in theoretical discussions. I'd prefer watching like videos and shit on it than talking to somebody. I like to talk about my qualities. No. I have difficulty starting tasks. Yes. I remain calm under pressure. No. No. I believe that we should be very tough on crime. I don't give a fuck. Like, I try not to think about the needy. I don't think I've thought about the needy in years. I act without thinking. Again, sort of. I don't know. That last question was kind of stupid. All right. I am a male. 21. Let's see what I got on here. Where is it? Okay. Jesus Christ. Hold on. What the fuck? I only got one on these three. Openness to experience, one. Conscientiousness. Let me read what these mean. Okay. So I got a low score on the openness to experience. That means I'm traditionalist, down to earth, practical, conservative, prefers traditional outlooks and technical problem solving. If I scored high on it, I would have been imaginative, open-minded, experimental, and prefers creative, conceptual problem solving. So I got a 1 on that. I got a 1 on conscientiousness. Let me see what that is. Work ethic. So I got very low. I'm spontaneous, disorganized, prefers flexible plans, dislikes precise details. If I scored high, I'd be conscientious, disciplined, efficient, well-organized, likes precise details, strong sense of duty. I would be a workaholic if I scored high, which clearly that's not even, I didn't even really, what is that? Is this out of 100? And I only got 1. Extroversion. Reserved, formal, serious, quiet, prefers working alone, avoids direct, yeah, definitely. If I scored high, I'd be outgoing, friendly, assertive, like working with other. Yeah, that never in a million years would I score that high. Agreeableness, this one I had 7 out of 100, I guess. So I'm hard-headed, skeptical, competitive, proud, prefers competition over cooperation. That's true. I mean, I don't know if you guys, like, I know there's, I don't know how to describe it. I know there's sore losers. I'm a sore winner. Like, if I win, I'm gonna, like, let them know, like, I shit on you hard. Like, I get mad when I win. I don't know if you guys are like that, a sore winner. But if I scored high, I'd be compassionate, eager to please, good-natured, prefers cooperation over competition and conflict. All right, this one is the one I got literally almost 100% in. Natural reactions. So I'm not easily, I scored high, so that would be experiences negative emotional reactions and feelings of anxiety, prone to worry, easily upset. So if I scored low, I'd be not easily upset in stressful situations, relaxed, resilient, and calm. What the fuck? Hold on. How do I want to read more into that. I think that's like the neuroticism part. That's crazy. Here it is. Neuroticism. Individual high. So I'm high in neuroticism. People who score high in neuroticism are very emotionally reactive. They will have an emotional response to events that would not affect most people. I think that's why people think like they get confused why I get fucking mad or upset at shit, because it's like all normal shit. Like that kind of like makes sense. But let's see. A high score in neuroticism on a personality test has a greater chance of feeling threatened or being in a bad mood in a normal situation. I mean, I don't think I'm really, even when I'm doing something I enjoy, it's kind of like meh. They may find it difficult to think clearly and cope with stress, anxiety, anger. Wow. All right. So I guess that's my personality test. I scored high as fucking neuroticism and everything. Does this mean like these ones are irrelevant? Like, how do I even, is there a way to even fix this shit? Or is this it? Like, is this my fucking, is this my personality right here? Or can this be fixed? I mean, yeah, I guess this is pretty much it, but yeah, that's what I got on this Big 5 personality test. Alright, today I'm going to tell my thoughts on unconditional love. I don't think unconditional love exists. I'm not saying it's impossible to unconditionally love somebody, but I don't think it's natural. Now, for me personally, if a woman gave me a chance, I would unconditionally love them and be with them forever. You know, because I'm not going to lie, I probably would be the textbook definition of an oofy doofy, because I would put up with a toxic relationship if it meant, you know, I could be with this one forever. Because I know, like, if it's taking me this long to get a relationship, right? Like, let's say 5 years from now, I finally get my first relationship after trying, you know, finally. I'd know deep down that this is it. Like, this is the only girl I can be with, you know. Even if the relationship was toxic, I'd probably put up with it. It's a sad life, but that's probably how I'm going to be living. You know, gotta think of the possibilities. But as far as, like, unconditional parental love, man, oh man, I was watching this video, I think it was just like 2 days ago, of like parents anonymously talking about their kids, and I was mortified. It was the saddest thing I've ever seen. Like, these parents that were talking about their son, they're like, oh, we don't love our son at all, we don't care what happens to him. Like, apparently their son was disabled, and it was sad, you know, it was sad to watch. And here's the thing about unconditional love and parents, like, it only hit me like a couple days ago that nature versus nurture are the exact same thing. Like, let's pretend, for example, with the whole, like, unconditional love, let's say there's 2 alternative universes. One universe, you got the parents have, and everything's the same. You have one child who was born 6'3", amazing bone structure, you know, has a lot going for him. And let's say the other universe, you have a son who's short, weak genetics, who has nothing going for him. It's going to be embarrassing, like, because parents like to, I don't know if they, like, do it subconsciously. Like, my parents, especially my mom, when I was younger, used to do this. She still does this, by the way. She did it literally last month. We had our, who was this lady? My mom's, like, old friend, and she brought her kids. But I'll talk about that in a second. What I was going to say was, if the genetics are weak, it's going to be much harder to unconditionally love and, like, praise your son and, like, show them off to the world, as opposed to if the genetics are good. If the genetics are good, you're going to want to show your son off to the world. You're not going to be embarrassed in the slightest. You're going to brag till the end of days about your son, saying, oh, look at him, ha ha ha, he's amazing, look at his, you know, look how successful my son is, look how tall and handsome he is, ha ha, you know, like that kind of thing. So it's going to be much easier to unconditionally love your son if he has good genetics. But what I was going to say about the whole, my mom's, like, old friend coming over the house, this lady came over with her 2 sons, and both of them just, you know, your basic high-tier normies. They both had blonde hair, that, like, fade, blue eyes, you know, didn't really seem like they had much to worry about. This lady, I swear to God, guys, this lady talked about both of her sons for at least a half an hour. Like, this is no joke. She was like, oh, my son is playing lacrosse, and he's graduating with his psychology degree, and he's going to move in with his girlfriend. And they both had girlfriends too. And yeah, it was just like, this lady literally went off, you know, just like talking, just bragging about her son to my mom. And then this lady asks like me, like, oh, what do you do? What do you got going on for you? And guys, I like right now I have nothing going on at all. Like, I have literally nothing. And every time people ask me like, what are my hobbies? What are my interests? What are anything I do? I just tell them like, I don't do anything. Like, I really don't. And I was just like struggling to find an answer. Like, I was taking like 10-second pauses. I was like, oh, well, I'm going to school. I don't really have any hobbies anymore. I kind of just like, you know, chill out and don't really do much nowadays. And my mom's like, and then my mom took over. She's like, oh, no, my son, you know, and she was just like bringing up like old examples from like shit I used to do when I was a kid. Like, oh, you know, you used to play basketball. You know, he used to play the piano. It's just, and I don't do any of that shit. I fucking hate the piano. Fuck the piano. Like, I don't care about any of that shit anymore. You know, and it's sad, but it's funny, you know, because this lady, you know, she got all sad. She's like, oh, don't worry. You'll figure everything out. You got this. And I just couldn't stop laughing because, I don't know, it's just funny to me. Because, like, I truly, I'm like a textbook definition of a failed normie, too, you know. Just like I got nothing going, and this lady was like, you'll figure it out, trust me, you're a late bloomer. She gave me the late bloomer excuse, like, yo, you got this, trust me, you'll figure it out in the next couple years, I know it. And I already know what's going to happen in the next couple years. Like, I have no one to guide me, so I already know the next couple years are probably going to be the same, unless some miracle happens. So, like, whenever people tell me you'll figure it out, I'm like, okay, yeah, they lost me, you know. But, oh, yeah, man, it's brutal. You know, like, in conclusion, unconditional love, it's very, I think it's very difficult for parents to accept and unconditionally love their children if they're failing at life and have, like, weak genetics. Like, that's just, like, my thoughts. Because, like, if you guys have ever seen, like, a Chad kid, like, growing up, like, their parents are all over them and, like, just bragging about it. Like, humans are weird. Like, I don't know if you, like I said, like, I don't know if your guys' parents have ever done that before, like, tried to brag about you and end up getting, like, shunned out because, like, you're not good enough. Like, every time my mom would try and talk about me as a kid, the only thing, like in high school especially, like, she would like, fight with, like, the other, like, I remember on my graduation day, she was, like, talking to, like, this family about me and shit, like, oh, my son is very tall. Like, that's, like, the only thing I really have going for me at the moment is my height and voice. Like, everything else is just, like, below average. Like, nothing really special at all. Even if I was just plain average, which I think is possible if I just, like, keep losing weight, I'll probably be plain average. That's not even good enough now, you know? But yeah, man, like, it's ridiculous, man. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, that's my thoughts on unconditional love. Alright, today I'm gonna tell you the most insane cope I've ever had in my life. You know, it's actually crazy, like, what the human mind will do to keep on to hope, even if it's a bunch of bullshit, because hope keeps the world moving. Obviously, if, you know, everyone didn't care about anything, wasn't motivated, then society wouldn't really go anywhere. But, you know, since the summer is coming up, like, I just got reminded of this shit. It's, like, it's kind of weird, like, whenever, like, different, like, seasons hit, or, like, any of that stuff, like, you start, like, thinking about shit that's, like, happened. And, like, you know, for me, I feel like I've lived such a sad life so far, like, such an insanely sad life. Because what had happened, basically, around this time, when I want to say I was 16. Yeah, I was 16. In my sophomore year, there was this girl. I want to say she was, like, my first oneitis. I had 4 classes with her. One of them was Spanish. And pretty much, like, after, like, the first, like, month in that class, I sat next to her the whole year. And she grew on me. Of course, you know, I had a crush on her. And pretty much the whole time, I was just, like, planning out, okay, how am I going to ask her out? You know, because, like, asking someone out is nerve-wracking by itself. You know, if you've ever done that before. Especially, like, don't do it in front of people, because that's like even more awkward, like, so awkward. So, like, I kept, like, planning out, like, okay, how am I gonna ask her out? And then the second to last day of school came, Not the last day, because the last day no one shows up. For some reason, my mom always made me show up the last day, even though nobody was there. I pretty much just sat by myself for 7 hours. And I tried telling my mom, like, all the time, like, nobody goes to school the last day. She's like, I don't care, you gotta go. You gotta show them that you're... whatever. But, you know, nobody ever came the last day of school. So I knew the second to last day was my only shot. You know, I'd been planning it out, like, that whole week, like, oh, okay, today I'm gonna ask her out, and then I wouldn't. Next day, I'd be like, okay, today's the day, then I wouldn't. And then finally, second to last day of school, it was like the perfect layout, guys. Like, I'm not even joking, the most perfect layout in the world. We were both standing by the door. Everyone else was just talking and shit. We were both waiting. There was like 10 minutes left, and we were talking, you know, about, I forgot what we were talking about, some stupid shit. And this, I was like planning out, like, okay, how am I gonna do it? How am I gonna ask her out? And the bell rang. We were mid-conversation. The bell rang, and she just bolted out, like, mid-conversation, like, talking to me, just walked right out. And I was bummed out. I was like, shit, man. You know, like, I just blew it. You know, like, there's my chance. And this is where the insane cope happened. I spent that whole summer in my head, you know, just thinking, like, oh, you know, I'm going to ask her out the first day of school, you know, next year, my junior year, I'm going to ask her out. I was just, like, in my head fantasizing about it the whole fucking summer, like, oh, you know, on our first date, we're going to do this. I thought, like, indefinitely she would say yes. You know, I thought, like, oh, you know, I got this. And I even, like, I spent, like, 3 weeks, there's a 7-Eleven near my house, and I was thinking, like, I was planning shit out, like, oh, if she, you know, when she becomes my girlfriend, you know, we're probably gonna have sex, so I should get some condoms to be prepared, you know. That's how delusional, how hard I was coping. So it took me, like, 3 weeks to, like, finally, because, you know, it's, like, it's awkward as fuck buying condoms. It really is, you know, at any age. And especially, like, since I was 16, right? And I remember I walked down to the 7-Eleven, and this lady was like, oh, she made, like, some stupid remark. She's like, I wonder who the lucky lady is. And it's like, well, no one, it's over now. I mean, Jesus Christ, you know. But I bought that shit, and that's not even the worst part. You know, I spent the whole summer, like I said, just, like, fantasizing, like, oh, I'm gonna take her out to this place, and we're gonna have so much fun, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, you know. I just know, like, every day, just, like, in my head about this shit. And then this is like the worst part. I had, like, this little summer camp thing that I would ride my bike to. It wasn't, like, too far. My mom didn't drive me to it, but I pretty much, like, rode my bike to it. And it was, like, this dude, his wife. We would play, like, these stupid games near, like, the mountains, like, this, like, reservation thing or whatever it's called. Reservation mountains, I don't know. It was, like, in the woods, pretty much. And what we would do is we'd do these, like, stupid activities, you know, like, play, like, that cornhole game where you throw the sack into the hole. And, like, you get, like, points and shit. And there's this one day where we had to walk on this trail, which we walked for, like, 12 hours. It was the most painful thing in the world. I'm not even joking, guys. That was probably the worst pain I have ever been in my entire life. You know, my back hurt, everything hurt, you know. And then, of course, you know, I was on there for, like, I swear, like, 12 hours. It was, like, late at night. It was, like, 10 o'clock. My mom was, like, blowing up my phone, and it started raining, like, really bad. Like, it was, like, shower rain, like, a literal, like, you were standing in the shower, and it was just, like, pretty much like that, like, just raining so hard, thunder, lightning. And as I was riding my bike home, you know, just getting poured on, lightning was literally striking. Like, I could see the shit. It was, like, so close to me, you know, like, not that fucking far away. And this is where the insane gigacope happened. I was like praying. I was like, please, God, I have to see her. I have to be with this girl. It's so fucking bad, man. You know, the amount of cope that you will go through, you know, just to, like, keep going, it's just insane, man. You know, I was like, please, God, I have to get home safe. I have to be alive for my girl. Please, God. It's so bad, man. Just, like, talking to myself. Can you imagine while I'm riding my bike home, getting poured on, you know, lightning is striking, like, all around me, saying, please, God, I have to live for this girl. I have to be for this girl. Meanwhile, like, she's probably, like, getting her back blown out, or, like, partying, while I'm just, like, sitting in my room every day, just rotting, thinking about her 24/7. It's a brutal life, man. It's a sad, brutal life. I mean, I can't help but laugh at it now because it's just like, holy fuck, you know, I was like stupid, you know? Like, can you imagine doing that? Some true cell on his bike, just fucking biking home. Please, God, let me live for this girl that you haven't even, you know, asked out yet, doesn't even give a shit about you. You know, that's not even like listen, that isn't even like the worst part. The worst part is literally when I got to school, the first day of school. You know, I was thinking about this girl all the way up until the first day of school, every day, you know, just like fantasizing about it in my head. And when I didn't see her at all. Like, she didn't have one. I thought she would have a class with me, you know, because it's like, it's kind of like a gamble with that shit. You never know who's going to be in your class. And I thought, like, since I had so many with her, like, the last year, I'd have at least one with her and I'd be able to, like, talk to her. But I didn't see her at all, you know, for at least, I want to say, like, a month, you know, until one day I was going to the bathroom and I saw her walking in the hallway. And I'm not even joking, guys. I don't know what she did to herself, but, like, first off, she, like, buzzed her head. Like, she had, like, the grass blade hair, dyed it blue, like, and I was just like, what the hell? And she had the most, like, I tried to, because I was like, this is my chance, you know, like, I thought I was gonna, like, ask her out, and, like, she was gonna say yes, all that shit. She didn't even, like, because here's the thing, like, when the year before that, you know, in my Spanish class, she was just, like, normal, you know, she had long brown hair, you know, she wasn't a Stacy, but she also wasn't, like, hideous. She was probably just, like, the most average girl in the world, you know, and pretty much, like, I went to go, like, approach her, talk to her and shit, and, like, she was just, like, I tried to ask her out, you know, I was like, hey, and she was just, like, all bitter and mad. It was just fucking weird, you know. She just, like, had, like, the biggest attitude on the planet, you know. She's just like, I don't want to talk to you anymore, bye. It was just, like, that was, like, her last word. She's like, I don't want to talk to you anymore, bye. And then she, like, looked back at me, and it was, like, so cringe. I was like, what the fuck did I do, you know. I was just like, oh, hey, and she was like, oh, hey, like, you could tell it was just over, you know, like, she didn't even want to see me, like, it was just so awkward. I didn't even, like, I only said, like, 2 words out of my mouth. She's like, oh, hey. Oh, man, I don't even want to think about that shit. It's so bad, man. And for her to just, like, say, yeah, sorry, like, I don't want to talk to you anymore, it's just so cringe, man, because, like, I don't know, man, it was just so bad. Spent the whole summer coping when I could have been doing something so much better, man. You know, I spent that whole summer just in my head thinking about this girl, only for her to just say, like, yeah, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I just, you know, don't really, like, it was just so awkward, you know, when I could have been doing something so much better, man. I wish I had a father. I truly am stuck in my teen years, man. You know, Tails made a video about me a couple days ago, and I couldn't agree more with the shit. You know, my life is pretty much right now just filled with a bunch of meaningless copes, and those copes are running out fast as fuck. You know, each new cope lasts shorter and shorter each time, man. You know, it really does. Like, it's not like before where I used to, like, pick up something, like a little hobby or something, like, fun to do, that, like, lasted a while before it became boring. Now everything I touch is literally fucking boring. Like, I touch it and it's boring, you know, like, instantly. The only video games I can actually tolerate now without getting fucking bored out of my mind is Dead by Daylight, because this game is, like, I don't know, I'm, like, addicted to it for some reason, even though it's the most simple fucking shit ever. You just complete 5 generators and escape, you know, and don't die. That's pretty much the whole point of the game, and DBD is the only thing I play right now. So, because everything else got fucking boring as hell. And there's apart from, like, the whole teenage thing, it's like, you don't want to be in a state of mind like this where, you know, you don't want to grow up, because I don't want to grow up. I don't think anyone wants to fucking grow up. I really don't want to grow up at all. I don't want to get a job. I don't want to do anything. You know, I'm kind of glad I got, you know, like, no job now. That's kind of nice for a little while, just to, like, not do shit. But I was trying to, like, prolong everything as, like, late as possible. Like, seriously, because I kept having, like, this hope, like, I'd have this amazing, like, you know, teenage experience. I kept thinking, like, oh, you know, like, I was just waiting for it, just waiting and waiting and waiting, you know, and then it just didn't fucking happen at all. And that's time I will never get back. Those years, as Tails said, are long gone, you know? They are long gone. They really are. They're fucking so long gone. And I noticed, too, like, in like movies, TV, all that bullshit. Like, for example, I was watching Black Mirror. It was like this episode of like uploading your consciousness to like computers and shit like that. Basically, the episode, like the people, they all picked to be like in their late teens, you know, in the 80s. It's like, yeah, that's like everybody's prime, you know. I know like everyone says like, oh, your prime is you know, in your 30s or your 40s or your 50s or 60s or, but I know when your prime is. It's so obvious, you know. Your teen years are the best years of your life. Well, they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be. And 20s, you know. Once you go to 30, once you hit 30 and go out, I know and here's the thing, you know, I fucking know already, like, there's gonna be people who say like, bro, no, trust me, when I got to 30, bro, you know, things get better, my life changed around, bro. But it's like, yeah, okay, like, I'm hearing you, but it's a different type of experience when you're older, you know, like, you will not have that same, because here's the thing, when I graduated high school, man, it's like that was it for social life. It's like my life literally ended like after 18. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, socializing with people around my age in real life ended when I was 18, and like after that I was even more lonely, you know, because at least when you're lonely with people, like, you have to go to school as much as I fucking hated school, all that shit, at least you were around people, even if you didn't talk to them and shit. Now it's just like constant loneliness, like all the time, man, you know. And like high school was like the last time I ever talked to people like around my age, who were like, I guess like I was around them all the time and shit. Like, college even sucks too. If you've ever gone to a community college, it's literally, that shit is boomer central too. It's all a bunch of dudes in their 30s trying to go back to school to get a degree for like their kid. Like, that's really what it consists of. There are people who are around my age, but like I remember my first year going to college, like the people in my class, like I could not fucking, like I remember this English class, there was literally, like, I'm not even joking, this dude was actually 30 years old. He sat behind me in this English class. His name, I'm not gonna say his name, but his name, he had like the most it was like a Eugene type of name. Like, it was just like one of those nerdy names. And this dude who was like telling me his life story, he's like, yeah, I got my wife pregnant when I was like 16 or something. He's like, oh, I'm going back so I can make more money. The dude had 3 daughters. And the dude was like stuck in the 90s, guys. I swear to God. He wore like this baseball cap, wore like the baggiest fucking pants, a gold chain around his neck. You know, talked with the ghetto accent, even though he was white. It was funny as fuck. But, that's literally, like, what my fucking college consisted of. You know? These fucking old people, you know? Even if they were in their, like, mid-20s, they were still older than me, and I couldn't, like, connect with these fucking people, guys. Like, I swear, you know? Yeah, it was just like a different, I didn't like it, you know? When I got to college, I didn't like the different, like, the whole age gap shit, you know? Because there's like a handful of people who were around my age, but it was just different, you know, because like there was like so many old people there, so many people in their 30s there, you know, going back, and yeah, it definitely was different. So, and then I'm still in here too, and it's still like the same type of deal. People who are like, I'm literally like the youngest one, even though I'm in my 20s now. Like, I'm still pretty young, like in my class. I don't think there's like one person that's younger than me. They're usually like a few years older than me. But yeah, I don't really see many people who are younger than me, like, anywhere. But yeah, like, I'm stuck in my teenage years hardcore. Hard fucking core, man. You know, just this, the most brutal part about it is I still have this small hope of, like, you know, finding like a oneitis or some shit, or and hold on, something more brutal, man. You know, I've talked about this like multiple times probably already, but like every summer something would happen with some girl where like I'd get rejected at the end of the year, or something would happen near the end of the year with some girl that didn't you know, rejected me, like I said, or did something or whatever. And I would always like spend the summer just like thinking about whoever it was, you know, and just getting depressed and all that shit, you know, just like coping, just daydreaming constantly of like us together, even though we all know what they were doing. They were all partying, you know, hanging out with all of these different dudes, like all that stuff. And I can guarantee you now that they forgot my name or don't even know who I am anymore. Meanwhile, I still like think about them every now and then. Like it's brutal, but you know, spending my whole summers, like 90% of it, like just inside playing video games, because I didn't have any other choice, you know, like what else am I gonna do? I struggled to make any social connections. My friends barely, you know, hung out with me, so I pretty much was just stuck in my room for like 90% of my summer vacations, just like daydreaming about a better life. It's sad, but that's true. Like that's all I would do. That's like how I would cope, just daydreaming about a different life, playing video games, and like that's pretty much it. Like that's all I could really do. It's a sad life, I know, but that's how I was, and still how I am. It took a while to get over some of my oneitises, because I've had a lot of them, but it did take me a while to get over them. It really did. And yeah, man, the oneitises are brutal. You know, I think that's like part of like the teenage experience. You get this one girl or two girls, three, however many it is that you have a crush on, and there always is that one, and then you guys probably know there's that oneitis that just is so much different from the rest, that when you got rejected, it's like it hit so different, and you were like, fuck, man, you know, like, and I still, like, it took me so fucking long to get over that shit. I still do have days where I think about my giga oneitis, you know. And it's brutal, you know. And all, it's like I can't even believe I still, like, it's like I don't even have control over that shit too, you know. Like I always tell myself, like, well, back then I used to say, oh, I'll just stop thinking about it. I literally couldn't. I thought about it for like at least every day, like at night for hours for like 2 years, you know. And it's like, you can try and trick your brain to like not think about it, but like I just couldn't. Like it fucking sucked. And yeah, of course, like she has like boyfriends. She's had boyfriends now and shit and blah blah blah. And yeah, man, like the teenage experience, missing out on that shit, like sucks. 'Cause now I think the problem now is that I have nothing now. I don't even have potential now. Like, you know, when you're a kid, any of that shit, like you're just like a walking piece of potential, right? Like you have people see you and they be like, oh, I wonder what this kid is gonna become. I wonder what this dude is gonna do when he's older, and I wonder what this and that and bloobity bleebity blah. And when you reach a certain age, it's like, okay, it's okay, honey, you're getting older now, you're fucking a loser. It sucks, you know. You want to still have that shit kind of where you're like, people think like, oh, they think the best of you, like, oh, this kid's gonna become something. Because my parents used to gas me up when I was a kid. Like, I'm not gonna lie, they're gonna be like, oh, my son is so spectacular, he's gonna be this amazing whatever the fuck when he's older. But yeah, I missed out on my teenage years, and I'm stuck in the teenage years still stuck in them, and it's only hurting me, not helping me, because I haven't mentally matured, like, at all. Like, literally, guys, at all. I haven't mentally matured. I still feel like I have the brain of a fucking kid, you know. I'm like still immature and like stupid, and can't do anything right. So, and now we're here, and I don't know how to fix it. You know, everyone thinks like the key to everyone's problems is to, oh, just find a job and do this. It's like, when I had a job, I was fucking miserable, you know. Like, even if I get my own place, you know, get a lot of money, there's nothing gonna be able to fill that fucking void of just loneliness, man, you know. Like, I don't want to be the dude, and I already know this is gonna happen, I'm gonna be the dude to actually come home to an empty apartment, you know, with just nobody, days in on days out, you know, day in, whatever the hell the quote is. Just keep coming into my apartment, going to work, coming in, not talking to people at work because they fucking hate me. It's like a cycle. It usually happens like all the time. Maybe I'll make one friend there. Woohoo. Yay for me. Maybe we'll go to a club, once a month where I fucking fail a lot. It's like, woohoo. What an amazing life. Oh, man, I laugh at it now, but, like, that's probably what's gonna happen. But yeah, my life is, like, pretty much filled with, like, boring copes because they get old fast, very fast. So yeah, that's why I don't really think about the future, because it's not really looking the best at the moment. But who knows, maybe I'll have some fucking amazing transformation where I fucking turn around and become this fucking amazing Chad and shit, and I don't fucking know. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's over for daydream cells, man. I want to say I spend around 90% of my time daydreaming. And I want to say it started when I was like around maybe 12 or 13. My mom would always tell me that, like, oh, just sit tight, just wait till I get home, and then we could do things, just sit tight. And that's what I would do. And she would come home at like, and like, the older I get, I kind of realize that, like, I think she was just saying that, like, just for me to, like, not, like, get my hopes up and shit. But basically she would always take away my video games. Like, I didn't have any, like, technology. Like, my mom didn't let me have a phone till I think my freshman year of high school. Like one of those, like, smartphones where you can, like, play games on it and do shit. And the only thing I had, I think, was a Wii. I think. Yeah, I had a Wii, and then I think I eventually got an Xbox when I was, like, maybe 15 or 16. I don't know. But she would always take the fucking Wii away from me. It could have been for any reason. Like, she told me it was, like, unproductive, and she would, like, always take away, like, the controllers and shit. She would, like, take them to work. And that would literally leave me to do nothing. And this is no joke. I would literally stare at the wall and just daydream about a better life. Like, I know it sounds brutal, but, like, that's the truth. Like, that's all I used to do, was just stare at a wall and just daydream. Because, like, what else can you do? I had no copes. I had, like, no one to talk to, like, nothing to do, I would spend, like, literally, I want to say, like, 90% of, like, my time just daydreaming, just sitting inside, when I was 12. And it got especially bad when I was, like, 17 or 18, the daydreaming and, like, zoning out. Because, like, at that point, like, missing out on teen love, the social development shit, I was, like, getting, like, worried and shit. And, like, that's when, like, the daydreaming got so bad that, like, I literally couldn't even focus on, like, people talking to me and shit without, like, zoning out. And, like, even now, it's, like, hard to do tasks and do shit without, like, zoning out and thinking about shit. Now, there is this scene in The Joker that really hits home. Like, it's probably, the scene itself gave me goosebumps. Like, that's how, like, scary, like, relatable it was. Basically, Joaquin Phoenix's character, he's in the elevator. He meets, like, some girl in there, starts talking to her, and then, in, like, the upcoming scenes, like, he's with her, they're holding hands. He seems, like, relatively happy. And then it's revealed, like, near the end that, like, he goes into her apartment and she says, like, what are you doing here? Like, who are you? Like, all that stuff. And it's revealed that he was just daydreaming about it. It was all in his head. Like, he basically had an imaginary girlfriend, and it was so brutal because I did that exact same shit, and it's just like, damn. Like, I couldn't even, and I remember, like, I was watching that movie with my mom. My mom thought that was the most, like, disgusting movie in the world. And I was like, geez, it like, there's, like, so many, like, resemblances, of me in that movie. I mean, it was a good movie, like, I'm not gonna lie, but, like, I don't think it was that great. Like, I don't think a good movie has rewatchability. I don't think The Joker has rewatchability. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, that scene gave me goosebumps because I did the exact same shit as that dude did. Just, like, having an imaginary girlfriend, coping. Because, like, I know, like, all I am is just a loser, sitting in my house doing nothing. And, like, that's the thing, too. Like, I always, like, whenever, like, I stop daydreaming and, like, actually, like, take a snap back into reality, like, I get, like, so miserable because, like, I'm like, damn, like, I really do have nothing going for me. Like, I truly am a sub 5 ugly loser, man, you know? And, like, I just missed out on so much shit. I think that's, like, that is probably the main reason why I daydream so much, is because I missed out on so much shit. Like, I'm just trying to make up for it in my head, you know? Just, like, thinking about different shit. But, I mean, even in school, too, you know, like, when a teacher would be like, oh, you know, you can do whatever you want, kids, like, near the end, everyone would whip out their phones, but me, I would just, like, be sitting there daydreaming and shit, you know? I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, you know, daydreaming, because, like, you know, when you're looking at your phone and shit, like, that's not really where, like, thoughts come from. You're kind of just, like, a zombie on that shit. But then again, even when I daydreamed, it was never anything productive. Like, I know it sounds brutal, but, like, I always daydream about, like, having a relationship and shit, and, like, you know, talking to people, just doing, like, fun activity, just, like, normal shit. Like, that's all I daydream about, you know? And it's, like, they're, like, so intense sometimes, too, man, you know? I mean, obviously, I can tell the difference between, you know, daydreaming, like, no duh, but, like, it's, like, intense, you know? Like, I will zone out, like, stare at, like, a wall or whatever the fuck for, like, you know, some time, just, like, daydreaming. And it's not even, like, it's all just, like, normal shit, you know? So, yeah, like, how many of you guys daydream? You know, spend your time daydreaming? Because, like, I want to know if, like, I'm the only one who does that shit. Because, like, I've tried to, like, talk to people and say, like, oh, do you daydream about, like, better life and shit, like, 24/7? They're like, nah. I'm like, damn, how do you not do that? You know? But, yeah, it's really bad. It takes up, like, 90% of my time. Especially nowadays. Oh, my God. The zoning out, the daydreaming is getting, like, out of hand. Like, I can't even do simple tasks. Like, even washing. Like, this isn't even a joke. And this has been going on for years. Like, whenever I go to do a task such as, like, the dishes, you know, folding my laundry, doing anything, I literally have to keep coming back and forth to it. Like, it'll take me, like, an hour to, like, or two to, like, do the dishes, because I keep zoning out, you know, and just in my head, you know, just thinking about a better life. But yeah, and like, some people say, like, oh, that's ADHD, but no, I don't think so, because, like, I think like, if it was something interesting I'm doing, I'd be able to concentrate on it. I think the problem is just, like, I just daydream. Like, I'm sub 5, it's over, I got, like, nothing right now, and daydreaming is, like, the only thing I've been doing for the past, like, decade. Like, it really, like, the past decade, like, the daydreaming is just, like, crazy, to the point where, like, it's hard to focus on certain tasks because of how bad the daydreaming is. But yeah, if you guys have had daydreaming, you know, or that shit, then yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it.